Chapter 1. Qin Lang, let's stop here and break up.
In the quiet classroom, Zhao Lulu suddenly put down her mobile phone excitedly, and without caring that this class was a self-study class, she immediately said to Qin Lang very presumptuously.
The classmates looked over, their faces filled with shock.
Because in the eyes of their classmates, Qin Lang and Zhao Lulu are simply a match made in heaven, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, with a sweet relationship.
They often show their affection in public and have always been the most beloved couple among their classmates. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lulu broke up with Qin Lang in public. This is so shocking. Why? Qin Lang didn't react either.
If I say that our personalities are not compatible, our values are not compatible, or I don't love you anymore, and I make all kinds of excuses, you won't believe me.
What reason do I need to break up? I just want to break up. It seems that you know that my ex-girlfriend came back to see me? Qin Lang asked in surprise.
In fact, he was very shocked at this moment, even sad and crazy.
Damn it, he said he loved me the most in the morning, we kissed at noon, and now he suddenly wants to break up. Which boy can bear this?
But Qin Lang was not a pushover either, and he immediately confronted him.
Of course, this ex-girlfriend does not exist at all.
He only had one girlfriend, Zhao Lulu.
That was said just to make Zhao Lulu crazy. After all, 50 pairs of eyes in the class are looking at them. Zhao Lulu was stunned. Qin Lang's ex-girlfriend came back to see Qin Lang? Is this true? How come she didn't know? Wipe. She felt like she was the one being cheated on.
She was not willing to suffer such a loss, so she immediately confronted him. It has nothing to do with your ex-girlfriend coming back to see you.
It's my first love who has returned to China and wants to get back together with me. You are just a substitute for my first love.
As soon as these words came out, the whole class was once again shocked by this explosive gossip and their eyes widened. Some boys even felt a little relieved. It turns out that even the school hunk is a substitute or a backup, so I can finally breathe a sigh of relief as I'm destined to be a backup. When Qin Lang heard this, he sneered in his heart.
Okay, I'm just a stand-in. Then let us hurt each other.
He immediately smiled calmly and said, "Oh, what a coincidence.
I just broke up at that time and was in the window period. You took the initiative to pursue me.
I saw that you were beautiful, so I accepted you.
Thank you for filling my emptiness. I feel like I can love again now." Zhao Lulu was so angry that her face turned pale. Qin Lang, someone is looking for you outside.
The classmate sitting at the door suddenly shouted. When he shouted this, the classmate looked at Qin Lang with envy. He almost said, "Lao Qin, you just broke up and a prettier girl came to you.
You are so lucky."
Qin Lang didn't know who was looking for him at this time, but he didn't want to see Zhao Lulu again, so he got up and went out immediately. After going out, he saw a beautiful pregnant woman with a bulging belly. When she saw him, her previously cold face immediately turned into a bright smile, as if she had encountered the warm sun in winter.
"Qin Lang, I finally found you."
She ran towards Qin Lang with a smile. Qin Lang saw that she was pregnant and quickly shouted, "No, slow down.
Don't get excited, classmate." He doesn't remember knowing this gorgeous pregnant woman.
At this moment, classmates in the class also gathered at the door to gossip and take a peek at the even more shocking gossip. Someone recognized the beautiful pregnant woman.
Oh my god, isn't this Su Shirhan, the most beautiful campus belle since the founding of Zhonghai University, a 985 and 211 university next door? How come she is pregnant? And she has such a big belly.
But a campus belle is a campus belle, and having a big belly doesn't reduce her beauty, but makes her even more charming.
So beautiful. Her face is full of maternal love. She knows Lao Qin from our class. Could it be? Qin Lang walked over first and supported the beautiful pregnant woman. "Qin Lang, I finally found you." "That's great. This way, when the baby is born, there will be a father."
When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked,
including Qin Lang himself. Oh my god. Lao Qin is so cruel. The baby in Su Shirhan's belly is really his. Awesome. I'm so envious of Lao Qin.
He just broke up with Zhao Lulu, and right after that, a prettier and top-notch schoolgirl came to give birth to his baby.
I'm really jealous. I'm so envious that I'm turning purple. Qin Lang was completely confused, and said directly, "My classmate, you can't make such a joke.
I have no interest in being a father, and I have no experience in this area.
You should find someone else."
First, he didn't know Su Shirhan. Second, he had never slept with Su Shirhan. He was still a pure boy like crystal. How could he possibly get someone pregnant? And such a beautiful schoolgirl's belly. If he really got her pregnant, he would definitely know. Su Shirhan is much more beautiful than Zhao Lulu. Her facial features are so beautiful, as if she was carefully created by manhwa herself. The skin is so white, tender, glowing and as smooth as a baby's. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, her skin is so rosy and beautiful. Despite this, he is a principled man and is determined not to be a father. The students were shocked. Fuck. Lao Qin is worthy of being Lao Qin. He actually dared to refuse the school beauty next door who wanted to be a father. If such a beautiful school beauty wants me to take her place, I will take her place. Even if I have to take the school beauty's last name, that's fine. You are the ultimate bootlicker. With your ugly face, you are just dreaming. The beautiful pregnant woman took out a photo and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this is a photo of the two of us together that night. Qin Lang looked at the photo. The photo only showed his and Su Shirhan's faces, but it was obvious that this was a selfie taken by Su Shirhan while they were lying on the bed in the hotel. There was a sudden explosion in his head. I just remembered that he once got drunk at a social gathering between the two schools and woke up in a hotel bed the next day. When he woke up, he found that he was the only one in the room. Although he saw a virgin bloodstain on the bedsheet, he did not think much about it, thinking that it was left by the previous tenant. But he didn't expect that he actually slept with Su Shirhan, the campus beauty of Zhenghai University that night. Moreover, he took down Su Shirhan's first blood. Ding. Triggering the medium, the host meets the mother of the child, Su Shirhan. The child Su Shirhan is carrying is the host's. Congratulations to the host for triggering the nanny system. The system is being connected. The connection is complete. It is detected that the babies in the mother's belly are greeting the host. The host touches Su Shirhan's belly and responds to the babies. You can get a reward of 20,000 yuan. Hearing the voice in his head, Qin Lang, who usually spends his time reading novels besides dating and studying, was too familiar with the system. In the novel, the systems belong to the protagonist, and he never thought that one day he would be able to obtain a system. Cool. However, he didn't have time to care about the system's reward at the moment, but looked seriously at Su Shirhan's big belly. His child is growing inside. He really became a father. The system also detected that the babies were greeting him. Did the babies recognize him as their father at first sight? The power of blood ties is truly amazing. This feeling is so wonderful. He didn't even know how to describe it. He immediately put down the photo, changed his previous attitude of rejection, and said to Su Shirhan tenderly with a gentle look, "This is indeed my child. I'm a father. Shirhan, let me touch them." As he spoke, Qin Lang put his hand on Su Shirhan's big belly. Then he felt something kick him. He felt something hitting his palm gently again. Is this how a new dad communicates with his baby? So magical, so mysterious, this feeling, I can't describe it, it's just wonderful. Happy. The corners of my mouth unconsciously raised. The healing power is great. Chapter 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for touching Su Shirhan's belly and completing an interaction with the babies. The host is rewarded 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. The source of funds is safe. After hearing the system's voice, Qin Lang realized that there were rewards for interacting with the babies. He took out his cell phone, and on the screen was a text message from the bank, indicating that he had deposited 20,000 yuan. However, in order to make sure that the system was not a scam, he cautiously clicked into the bank app software and checked the balance of his bank card. There was indeed an increase of 20,000 yuan. The detailed bill showed that the 20,000 yuan was transferred from an overseas fund institution. After seeing this, Qin Lang was overjoyed. He really got the system. And it's a system that is super easy to make money. With a system, children, and a school beauty wife, this great thing from heaven has fallen directly on Qin Lang's head. He, Qin Lang, must be the chosen one. Cool. 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 System, you just said that I was interacting with the babies. They? Could it be that Su Shirhan has more than one baby in her belly? Yes, to the triplets. Triplets. Qin Lang almost exclaimed wow. This surprise came at a great time.
Triplets. Ha, now the family planning policy encourages people to have 3 children.
Other families need to give birth 3 times to have 3 children, but he gave birth to 3 babies at once.
Ah, so cool. Xin Lang, I came to see you, actually because I have no money, and I'm about to give birth, and I need to prepare a lot of things for the babies, so. Su Shirhan touched her belly and looked at Xin Lang with some embarrassment.
She spoke in a very low voice, and Xin Lang's classmates who were eavesdropping at the door could not hear it even if they pricked up their ears.
She actually wanted to talk to Xin Lang about borrowing money.
Because all her friends who could lend her money lent her money. As for her parents, she didn't dare tell them that she was pregnant, for fear of being beaten to death. When she first became pregnant, she did some handicrafts to earn a little money, but as the pregnancy progressed, she suffered from morning sickness and strong fetal movements, and she was no longer able to do handicrafts.
Most of the time is spent lying in bed.
Because her belly was big enough when she was pregnant with 1 baby, and when she was pregnant with 3 babies, her belly was so big that she couldn't even see the tip of her shoes. It was impossible for her to live in the dormitory in her situation, so she rented a house outside. The expenses were huge after she became pregnant, not only the rent, but also the fact that it was really inconvenient for her to move around, so she hired a nanny to take care of her daily life.
In addition, the cost of prenatal checkups is very high.
Because she is not married and her household registration is not here, she cannot enjoy the free checkup discounts for some major items and has to pay out of her own pocket. She has no idea how much money she has spent since she became pregnant. She has used up all the pocket money she had saved, the money she borrowed from friends who could lend money, and the money she could borrow from regular lending platforms such as Huabei for her mobile phone. She had no other choice but to ask someone to find Xin Lang. However, when the time came and she faced Xin Lang, the last words of borrowing money were like a thorn in her throat, and she couldn't say them out.
Xin Lang grabbed Su Shirhan's wrist and said manly, I have money. What do you want to buy? Let's go buy it. Just give birth to the child and I will raise him. Brother Lang is so rich when he has money.
And when he saw Su Shirhan's eyelashes trembling and her face looking like she was about to cry, he felt heartbroken. Although he had never been a nanny and had never thought about his life as a nanny, when he saw Su Shirhan with such a big belly, he knew that life must be very inconvenient. In the past, if he drank too much beer, his stomach would swell up, and his pants would become uncomfortable. He would need to lower his pants a little to expose his stomach to feel more comfortable. He only felt uncomfortable for a moment, and it was only a little bulge, but now Su Shirhan's belly was very big, and she needed to support her lower back with her backhand to steady her body when she stood. Moreover, such days did not last just 1 or 2 days, but several months. You can imagine how hard and uncomfortable it is. As he spoke, Xin Lang held Su Shirhan's lower back with one hand and her big belly with the other. Come on, let's find a place to rest and sit down and talk.
Yeah.
Su Shirhan nodded, tears flashing in her eyes, but she finally held them all back. Xin Lang helped Su Shirhan walk away, leaving the rest of the classmates exclaiming in surprise.
Oh my god, Lao Qin is really a father. The school beauty's child is his. Brother Lang is so powerful. His 2 ex-girlfriends are both school beauties. I'm so jealous.
It seems that Zhao Lulu knew that the campus beauty of Suzhou University was pregnant with Brother Lang's child and knew that she could no longer maintain this relationship, so she publicly broke up with Brother Lang.
Zhao Lulu is so pitiful.
Zhao Lulu had been in the classroom all the time and only heard the voices of her classmates. She saw Xin Lang and the pregnant Su Shirhan walking by from the door. She felt so aggrieved, depressed, and upset at the moment. The area of her psychological shadow at this moment is 10,000 square meters. Originally, she was the one who dumped Xin Lang, but now, it was she who was dumped by Xin Lang.
Shameful and unhappy. So sad.
When she was with Xin Lang before, she had never heard that Xin Lang had an ex-girlfriend, and her ex-girlfriend was Su Shirhan, the campus beauty from the neighboring university who was prettier and had better grades than her. Xin Lang, this thief, has slept with Su Shirhan, and yet he told me that he is a boy as pure as crystal.
Fuck you. Bad guy.
On Xin Lang's side, he accompanied Su Shirhan to a quiet restaurant outside the school.
Because it's almost dinner time. Xin Lang chose a small private room. He helped Su Shirhan sit down and then ordered the food.
He was from Hunan province, and all the dishes he ordered were spicy. And because he had money, he ordered all the chicken, duck, fish, meat and seafood that he usually wanted to eat. These are also very nutritious, and he thinks that Su Shirhan can also benefit from eating them. After ordering, he handed the menu to Su Shirhan and asked her to order.
That's too much for the two of us to eat. To replenish your body. Okay, then I don't need to order anything, just these.
Seeing that Su Shirhan didn't order any food, Qin Lang took the pen in the menu and said, I'll order you another stewed pig's trotter. I heard that women who eat this are very nutritious.
Qin Lang, I can't eat pig's feet. They are high in fat.
If I eat them now, I will easily have high blood lipids during pregnancy, which is not good for delivery.
Qin Lang was stunned. Are there so many things to pay attention to for pregnant women? Can't eat pig's feet? Okay, I won't order pig's feet. If there's anything you can't eat among the dishes I ordered, let's change it to something you can eat. I can't eat too much in one meal. I need to eat small meals frequently. I can eat the dishes you ordered. You don't need to order more. Okay.
Qin Lang called the waiter and asked him to prepare the dishes. After the waiter left, Qin Lang drank a sip of water, then looked at Su Shirhan, who was sitting opposite him with a beautiful face, and asked, When are you giving birth?
After the child is born, how are you going to raise him? Chapter 3. There is still half a month until the due date.
After the child is born, I plan to raise him myself.
You're going to raise them by yourself? You're pregnant with triplets. Can you take care of 3 babies by yourself?
Although Qin Lang was not ready to be a dad, he felt uncomfortable when he heard that the mother of the children, Su Shirhan, was going to raise 3 children by herself. No matter what, these 3 babies are his own flesh and blood, and their blood is Qin Lang's. There was no way he could just sit there and do nothing. What's more, he has now activated the nanny system, and he feels that he should be more than enough to support a mother and 3 babies. After all, he just simply touched Su Shirhan's belly and said hello to the 3 babies in her belly, and he easily got a reward of 20,000 yuan.
You will definitely be able to continue making money in the future.
Su Shirhan was first shocked that Qin Lang knew she was pregnant with triplets, and then she was shocked by the tone of Qin Lang's voice. He seemed unhappy that she was raising the babies alone.
Are you afraid that she won't be able to take good care of the baby?
She blinked her trembling eyelashes, clasped her 2 small hands tightly together under the table, and said, I hired a nanny, and I'm still young, I can take good care of the baby. Qin Lang raised his hand and was about to knock the stupid girl on the forehead, but the girl reflexively shrank her head back. Qin Lang couldn't help it, so he simply stretched out his whole arm, but instead of knocking on her forehead he pinched her cheek. Her cheeks are white, tender and round, exuding a maternal glow. They feel great and bouncy when pinched.
Qin Lang became a little addicted to pinching.
But he still controlled himself, took his hand back, and said, What I mean is, as the father of the child, I also want to participate in the process of raising the baby. Su Shirhan was stunned, her big watery eyes staring blankly at Qin Lang, as if she had never thought that Qin Lang would say such a thing. Qin Lang looked at her cute and adorable appearance and pinched her little face again.
He was really addicted to it. Said, Are you surprised? Or are you planning to find a new father for my 3 children in the future? I absolutely disagree. I didn't think about it that way.
I just didn't think you would help me take care of the kids.
After all, you are only a sophomore. Aren't you a sophomore too? Qin Lang had already poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Su Shirhan in a very domineering manner, saying, What are you talking about? Drink some water.
Su Shirhan's long curly eyelashes trembled slightly.
She was shocked by Qin Lang's domineering attitude and became like a good girl.
She picked up the cup with both hands and drank water.
She was really thirsty.
Watching her drinking water obediently, Qin Lang felt that this kind of life would be pretty good in the future. I don't know who the 3 babies will look like after they are born, but as a father, he is handsome, and their mother, Su Shirhan, is a school beauty goddess rarely seen in a century. No matter who the babies look like, they will not look bad.
Baby's IQ.
Thinking of this, he looked at Su Shirhan. Although his school is next to Zhonghai University where Su Shirhan attends, his university is only a 3rd-tier university, which is completely incomparable to Su Shirhan's 985 and 211 double first-class university. I heard that a baby's IQ follows its mother's.
Well, that's right.
The 3 babies must be smart little geniuses and will be top students in school in the future.
Follow mom.
Thinking of this, he found himself looking forward to the arrival of the 3 babies.
Next, the waiter brought the food.
While eating, Qin Lang asked Su Shirhan where she lived now.
Su Shirhan ate like a cat.
After chewing the food in her mouth, she put down her chopsticks and replied, I'm renting a 2-bedroom apartment in Jiufang community near our university.
The nanny and I each have a room.
Well, let's go back to your place after dinner so you can take a rest.
After you've rested, we'll go shopping. Xin Lang nodded. Good. 10 minutes later. Su Shirhan put down her chopsticks and said, I'm full.
Xin Lang glanced at the pile of bones on his side, then looked at Su Shirhan's clean plate and the table full of food that had not been eaten much. He frowned and said, eat some more. As he said that, he picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Shirhan's bowl. Su Shirhan wanted to say something, but he glared at her and she immediately lowered her head and started eating the chicken leg obediently. He then squinted his eyes comfortably. The child's mother, Su Shirhan, is really different from his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Lulu. Zhao Lulu is a local girl from Zhonghai. Not only is she a bit pretentious, but she also likes to take the initiative and has a strong desire for control. Although being with Zhao Lulu was sweet, he always felt a sense of relief that he was unable to fully display his masculinity. Now, he feels very comfortable when getting along with Su Shirhan, and his masculinity is fully displayed.
Cool. This is the correct way to open a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After the meal, Xin Lang was full. It was different when he had money. He hadn't had such a delicious meal since he left home to go to college.
Cool. Xin Lang called the waiter to prepare for the bill, but Su Shirhan spoke first, waiter, pack these dishes for us. Because Xin Lang ordered so many dishes, a total of 12 dishes, and he didn't finish many of them, and he didn't even take a few bites of some of them.
Su Shirhan couldn't bear to waste it like this.
Of course, before she got pregnant, she would not say pack up even if there were leftovers from all 12 dishes. However, after she got pregnant, she realized that money was spent like water, and she knew that after giving birth to 3 babies, there would be 3 more hungry babies in the family.
So she realized the importance of money and started to save money.
Xin Lang didn't think that Su Shirhan's words made him lose face as a man, and he immediately said to the waiter, bring a few more takeout boxes.
Okay. The waiter politely went to get the takeaway box.
Because as waiters, they also want to see guests respect food and not waste it too much. Therefore, their restaurant particularly supports takeout.
There's not even any extra charge for a takeaway box. The waiter packed up all the dishes, Xin Lang paid the bill, and the waiter left.
Xin Lang stood up and said, let's go. Su Shirhan held her lower back with one hand and her big belly with the other, preparing to stand up. Seeing this, Xin Lang hurried over and supported her. Xin Lang also reminded himself in his heart, as he had never had any experience in taking care of a pregnant woman, next time when you stand up, you should take the initiative to help the mother of the child. After helping Su Shirhan up, Su Shirhan suddenly cried out in pain, it hurts.
Where does it hurt?
Xin Lang, who had never had such an experience before, asked hurriedly.
Is she going to give birth? Didn't you say the due date is still half a month away? He seemed to have heard that some babies are born prematurely. Chapter 4. Xin Lang, my stomach hurts, I think. I'm about to give birth. My water broke.
Xin Lang was anxious and confused as he looked at Su Shirhan, who looked like she was enduring pain.
Amniotic fluid? What is amniotic fluid?
Ding, congratulations to the host, you will soon meet the babies.
This is the first meeting.
The system rewards the host with a maternity gift package and a maternity guide. The maternity guide can be activated immediately, and the maternity gift package will be delivered to the hospital where the babies will be born later by express delivery.
Activate the birthing guide.
The system was like a timely rain, it really solved his urgent problem. In the blink of an eye, Xin Lang felt as if his brain had been developed, and a lot of knowledge that he had never been exposed to flooded into his brain, such as amniotic fluid, Lama's breathing method, labor pains and contractions of pregnant women, etc. With this guide to accompanying a baby during childbirth, Xin Lang instantly felt confident.
I also know that my water has broken, which means I'm going to have a baby. He immediately called an ambulance.
While waiting for the ambulance, he carefully comforted Su Shirhan, Shirhan, don't be afraid, I'm here.
Su Shirhan's snow-white face was covered with sweat.
She held Xin Lang's hand tightly, as if she was holding the only piece of driftwood in the vast ocean. Although this was their second meeting, perhaps because of the bond of the 3 babies in her belly, or perhaps because Xin Lang had just said that he would raise the babies with her, she subconsciously relied on him at this moment. Multiple births are prone to premature birth, and your water has just broken.
This is a normal process. Don't worry. Take a deep breath with me now. It can relieve the pain.
Qin Lang's voice was steady, and a steady stream of warmth flowed from his palms. Su Shirhan felt that she was not so nervous anymore, and she nodded gently.
Su Shirhan followed Qin Lang's demonstration, breathing in and out step by step.
After a few cycles, her stomach seemed to be less painful. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said weakly, "It seems to be getting better." Qin Lang felt a little relieved, and stroked her soft hair with a smile. "Of course, with me here, there will be no problem."
The ambulance arrived in 8 minutes.
Qin Lang accompanied Su Shirhan all the way to the hospital.
When they entered the lobby, a nurse beside him said, "Let's send the mother to the ward first. The family members can go and pay the bill." "I'll do it."
Su Shirhan was just about to call her mother to borrow money for the birth. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang spoke first. "Shirhan, wait for me in the ward.
I'll go pay the fee. I've just ordered a delivery bag on the way. Let's pick it up later."
"I'm here, so you just need to rest assured and wait for the birth."
You bought a maternity bag? You go and pay the fee, you. Don't worry, wait for me in the ward, I'll be up soon."
Qin Lang smiled, the determination in his eyes made people believe it. Su Shirhan was pushed away by the nurses. She tilted her head to look at Qin Lang over there, feeling slightly shocked. She had clearly just gone to see Qin Lang today, and she suddenly went into premature labor.
This was something that she, as an expectant mother, had never expected.
She didn't expect that Qin Lang could arrange everything in such a short time, and even prepared the delivery bag.
He seems to be better than I expected.
Qin Lang went to the payment office and paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan using the bank card that had just deposited 20,000 yuan in it. When he had finished the formalities, the express delivery arrived with a large package full of money, which Qin Lang picked up with ease. But he did not go upstairs to the ward immediately. Instead, he walked to the stairwell and lit a cigarette for himself. Amidst the smoke, he looked down at the delivery bag and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly.
This feeling is so wonderful. He will be able to meet the 3 babies soon? Is this how he becomes a father?
When Qin Lang thought about this, his fingers holding the cigarette began to tremble slightly with excitement. After smoking a cigarette, Qin Lang went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth, then took his delivery bag and went to the ward upstairs.
Su Shirhan was already lying on the hospital bed.
Because of the contractions, her face became paler, and the black hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat, making her look even weaker.
Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a little distressed.
He walked over and held Su Shirhan's hand, curled his lips and said, "The procedures have been completed, and the delivery bag has been brought over.
I will accompany you and the baby every step of the way."
As soon as Su Shirhan saw him, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. A woman who has just given birth is prone to getting out of control emotionally, and coupled with the pain in her body, she is now fragile and sensitive.
"Qin Lang, is premature birth dangerous? Will anything happen to the babies?"
"They have been with me for 8 months.
I am worried about them."
"Qin Lang, if there are risks during the birthing process, you must tell the doctor and save the baby first."
Qin Lang was amused by her.
He raised his hand and wanted to tap her little head with strange ideas, but his hand finally fell gently and just touched her forehead.
"Student Su Shirhan, what is your current state of mind?"
Doctors don't dare to ask such questions now, as they will be held legally responsible. Besides, premature births of multiple babies are normal.
But there is still half a month before the due date. I am afraid.
Ding, the system detects that the mother is emotionally unstable. The host can unlock tasks to increase the smooth delivery value of the babies and the mother to ensure that the mother and the babies are safe.
It can also increase the smooth production value? That's great.
Qin Lang comforted Su Shirhan verbally, but he was also anxious in his heart. Triplets were no joke, and they were premature, so the risk was very high. If he could be 100% sure of the birth, then he would be completely relieved.
Unlock now.
Next, Qin Lang improved step by step according to the system tasks. Congratulations to the host for completing the hand-holding interaction with the mother and successfully giving birth, which is worth 20%. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of massaging the mother, and successfully producing 40% of the value.
The ultimate mission is unlocked. The host teaches Bauma the Lamaze breathing method.
Completing it can increase the victory production value to 100%.
Lamaze breathing method? He can do this.
It happens to be included in the system as childbirth guide. Xin Lang first took out his mobile phone and played some gentle prenatal education music, then looked at Su Shirhan and said, Shirhan, I will teach you a magical breathing method. If you learn it, I guarantee that you can give birth safely and the babies will be born healthy. Su Shirhan looked at him curiously and asked softly, is there really such a magical breathing method? Of course. Come, I'll teach you. The first step is chest breathing, then shallow breathing, and then shallow breathing. Next, let's practice blowing out the candles. The last step is for the babies to come out and meet their mothers. Su Shirhan followed him carefully and learned from him. When she heard the last step, she realized that he was practicing the breathing process of childbirth with her. Although she knew that this was not some magical breathing method, Su Shirhan relaxed a little bit during the learning process. The two young nurses at the door saw the scene and showed envy in their eyes. This young couple has such a great relationship. The prospective father is really good. He accompanies the prospective mother at this time, makes her happy and relieves her mind. The prospective mother is so happy. Su Shirhan's emotions finally stabilized. Although the contractions became more and more intense, she was not as scared as she was at the beginning. She looked at Xin Lang and actually felt a little safe with him around. She suddenly saw a large bag, which looked like a maternity bag. She asked, Xin Lang, is that the maternity bag you prepared? Yeah. As he said that, Xin Lang took the delivery bag next to him, unzipped it, and showed it to Su Shirhan one by one. Chapter 5. I have prepared a complete delivery bag. Don't worry. The babies will need bottles, small cans of milk powder, small clothes, absorbent towels, diaper pads. I also have the cotton pajamas, paper straws, thermos cups, maternity pads, disposable toilet seats, toothbrushes and toothpaste for the confinement period, and cotton slippers. He introduced them one by one, and Su Shirhan was overwhelmed. In such a short time, Xin Lang actually prepared so much? It was even richer than what she had imagined at home before. Su Shirhan's eyes welled up and she felt touched. She was so fragile today. It turned out that progesterone made people sensitive. Su Shirhan didn't want to leave the image of a little crybaby in front of Xin Lang, so she quickly sniffed and picked up a small package that Xin Lang had put aside without introducing it and started to look at it. What is this? Xin Lang's expression suddenly became unnatural when he saw her pick up the package. Su Shirhan's voice was faster than her brain, and she read out the label on the packaging bag. One time. Her voice stopped abruptly and her cheeks turned red instantly. The bag of panties in her hand felt like a hot yam, and she couldn't throw it away or hold it. Xin Lang was the first to react. He cleared his throat and said, I prepared it according to Baidu's instructions. I think you should be able to use all of these. Su Shirhan looked embarrassed, lowered her eyelashes like a small fan, and said softly, thank you, you are very thoughtful in your preparations. The little episode was quickly brought over by a new round of labor pains. In the end, Su Shirhan didn't even get to finish reading the items in the large delivery bag before she was pushed into the delivery room by the doctor. The triplets had to be delivered by cesarean section, and natural birth was almost impossible. Xin Lang could only wait outside in the sterile ward. During the more than 1 hour operation, Xin Lang stayed at the door of the operating room without moving. Although the system has said that Su Shirhan and the babies will have a 100% chance of successful delivery, Xin Lang is still nervous. This is probably the emotion that every new father-to-be will have before entering the delivery room, right? The hospital's operating room was on the same floor, and other expectant fathers were waiting outside the operating room like Xin Lang. No one talked to each other, but the expressions on their faces were the same. From time to time, someone stood up and walked back and forth at the door of the operating room, then returned to his seat. Xin Lang thought this was a wonderful feeling. Looking at the door of the operating room in front of him, he was secretly looking forward to meeting the babies for the first time. An hour and a half later, the door of the operating room opened and 3 nurses walked out at the same time, each holding a baby in their arms. Xin Lang stood up directly, with a strong feeling in his heart that these were their triplets. Who is Su Shirhan's family member? It's me, I'm the children's father. Xin Lang's voice was a little shaky, but no one laughed at him. Everyone, including the nurse in front of him, had only blessings in their eyes. Mother and child are safe. Congratulations to the gentleman on the birth of triplets. The boy is a brother, and there are a pair of beautiful sisters. Oh my God, they're triplets. Having a pair of twin daughters is already something I envy, but I didn't expect there would be a brother. Now I have both a son and a daughter. It's too great. Congratulations.
Qin Lang smiled and looked back at everyone. Thank you.
He now felt that all the sounds around him were hollow, and it seemed as if the only things left in the world were the three little babies in the nurse's arms. The newborn babies were wrinkled, and in fact, you couldn't tell what they looked like at all, but Qin Lang just thought they were extremely cute and were incomparable treasures.
Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
A cry louder than the last rang out, and the three little babies seemed to be greeting Qin Lang with this sound, as if to say, "Dad, look, we are very strong."
The babies are anxious and want a hug from their daddy,
said the nurse with a smile. Qin Lang heard this, but didn't dare to take action. The three little babies are too small. When he exerts force, the biceps of his arms are almost as thick as the little ones' bodies. As a big man, he is good at lifting weights, but he is a little afraid to hold such small babies, for fear that he might hurt them by accident. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first meeting with the babies. The host is rewarded with the basic skills of a nanny, including how to hold the baby and help the baby make milk and change diapers.
Great. The system is amazing.
He just felt he had no idea where to start, and the system immediately and considerately offered him the basic nanny skills.
After successfully activating the skill, Qin Lang instantly felt the difference.
Looking at the three soft and cute little guys in front of him, the standard baby holding posture instantly appeared in his mind. He immediately hugged the three little babies. The little guys were so light and fluttery, and looked just a tiny ball in his arms, so soft and cute. Moreover, as soon as the three little guys were in his arms, they stopped crying immediately. Their eyes were still closed, slightly squinting, but their gazes seemed to be on Qin Lang's face, looking into their father's eyes for the first time.
Qin Lang felt that his macho heart was instantly melted by cuteness.
The babies are all very healthy. The older brother weighs 5 kilograms, and the two younger sisters weigh 4.5 kilograms.
Although they were born prematurely, it's been 38 weeks, so it's not considered premature.
Moreover, the hearts and lungs of the three babies are well developed. They don't need to be sent to incubators and can be sent directly back to the room.
We will send the babies to the room first. Do the family members want to come with them? Asked the nurse. Qin Lang's attention was all on the baby.
He looked up for a moment and said with a smile, "No, I came here alone.
I'm waiting for the child's mother to come out. Otherwise, if she comes out alone, I'm afraid she will be disappointed."
The nurse looked at Qin Lang with softer eyes. "Okay, we will take good care of the baby, and the mother will be out soon." After about a few minutes, Su Shirhan was pushed out. She looked a little weak, having just given birth. As soon as she went out, she began to look around. Although she knew that the child came out first and Qin Lang should have gone to take care of the child, she still couldn't help but feel a little excited to see a familiar person the moment she came out of the operating room. After all, she had just accomplished something important in her life. Just when Su Shirhan was feeling a little disappointed and wanted to look away, a familiar figure suddenly rushed in domineeringly, as if it was covered with starlight, so bright that people could not open their eyes.
"Shirhan, thank you for your hard work."
Qin Lang held her hand and said softly. Su Shirhan's expression was like the first ray of light at dawn, instantly breaking through the clouds, and a bright smile immediately appeared. She shook her head slightly, opened her mouth and asked weakly, "Are the babies okay?" Qin Lang nodded. "The babies are fine, the doctor said they are healthy, a brother and two sisters, they are already in the ward, we will be able to see them soon." When they returned to the ward, the strollers for the babies were right next to them, but Qin Lang settled Su Shirhan first before pushing the babies over. Although he had just met the three little treasures, Qin Lang still felt very excited when he saw them at this time.
"Shirhan, the two sisters are identical. They look the same and are super cute.
The brother is also cute, but he is a fraternal brother to the sisters.
Do you want to hug them?"
Su Shirhan had just learned about the baby's condition in the delivery room, but when she heard Qin Lang tell her, she had a different feeling in her heart.
Very warm and beautiful. I don't dare.
I'm afraid I can't hold them properly.
Su Shirhan spoke the truth.
This was her first time as a mother, and when she saw three tiny little ones, she really didn't dare to do anything, for fear of hurting them accidentally.
Chapter 6.
Qin Lang said confidently, "It's okay, I'll teach you."
You can hug?" Su Shirhan was surprised again.
"Of course. You just performed surgery for an hour and a half, which was enough time for me to learn a lot of fatherly skills," Qin Lang said as he picked up his eldest son. His movements were very gentle, and he deliberately bent his waist and legs slightly to make it easier for Su Shirhan, who was lying down, to see.
"Look, that's it."
When you hold them, you should put their little heads inside your elbows, and support their waists and backs with your left hand. Because the spines of little babies are still relatively soft, you just need to protect that part when you hold them. Then, use your right hand to cross their bodies to support their legs and butts.
This is the standard position. Look, the babies are enjoying it too. The little ones are all asleep.
Su Shirhan looked at it very seriously. Her eyes were as gentle as a pool of spring water. She didn't expect Xin Lang to be so serious, nor did she expect that he would adapt to the identity of a novice dad and learn so many things in such a short time.
Going to see Xin Lang today might really be the best decision for the kids.
You just gave birth and are still very weak, so I will hold them for the next few days. I want to hold them and show you how adorable these three little treasures are. After saying that, Xin Lang carefully put the three little babies on the hospital bed and placed them in Su Shirhan's arms. Looking at the three wrinkled little faces, Su Shirhan couldn't bear it, but she still said realistically, Xin Lang, I think you can be more modest. Babies this small haven't grown up yet, so they really can't be called cute. Xin Lang smiled nonchalantly, his eyes full of love for the babies. Although they are indeed different from what I thought now, I have checked the information, and all newborn babies are like this. Moreover, they are already very cute with their softness and cuteness. Sure enough, my baby is 360 degrees cute without dead angles, because of the filter of parents. Su Shirhan looked down at the three little treasures and smiled warmly. Su Shirhan was weak after giving birth and fell asleep soon. The three little ones were also sleeping soundly.
Xin Lang was sitting in the ward.
The afternoon sun came in from the window and fell on his back, making him feel warm. He gently pulled up the gauze curtain, picked up his cell phone and went to the door to call his roommate.
Hey, Lao Yang, is any one of you in the dormitory? Give me a favor. He left suddenly today.
Although he had prepared everything for Su Shirhan and the babies, he didn't take anything with him. He couldn't leave to buy things, and the ward had to be left unattended, so he had to ask his roommate to bring them over. As soon as Lao Yang received the call, Sun Su and Zhou Qi next to him came over immediately, and Lao Yang had no choice but to turn on the loudspeaker.
Hey, Brother Lang, where did you go to have fun with the beautiful campus girl next door? Old Yang laughed.
Xin Lang couldn't help but raise his lips, and he couldn't help but say with joy, I have good news to tell you.
I'm a father now.
I'm in the hospital taking care of my mother and babies and can't leave. Please help me get some daily necessities and send them over.
I'll send you a list on WeChat later.
There was silence on the other end of the line for a full half-minute, and then the three roommates let out monkey-like howls.
Ah. Xin Lang quickly hung up the phone and sent a WeChat message to Lao Yang.
It takes about 40 minutes to get here by bus from school, but these three guys took a taxi without saying a word and arrived in 20 minutes. On the way, my roommates were extremely excited.
I never thought that our brother Lang is so amazing.
He actually managed to get the school beauty from the Shanghai University next door, and she even gave birth to a baby for him.
Our brother Lang's looks are destined to be extraordinary, ha. Wait, didn't you notice that Brother Lang just said children? Do you think this was a slip of the tongue by Brother Lang, or does Brother Lang have more than one baby?
Zhou Qi's words shocked both Yang Bin and Sun Su.
Looking at school beauty Su's belly today, it really doesn't look like one.
Although they expected that Xin Lang might have more than one baby, the three roommates were still shocked when they saw the three little babies at the hospital. Old Zhang covered Zhou Qi and Sun Su's mouths with one hand, and shouted silently at Xin Lang. Xin Lang looked at the three sleeping babies and Su Shirhan, and immediately kicked them out. In the hospital corridor, Yang Bin excitedly held Xin Lang's hand. Awesome, Brother Lang, you are really awesome. 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, my brother Lang is the eternal god.
Brother Lang, is she the eldest nephew or the eldest niece? Sun Su asked with bright eyes.
Xin Lang smiled and said, the older one is my nephew, and the 2 that look the same are my nieces.
1 son and 2 daughters.
Wow, Brother Lang, you have both a son and a daughter at once, and they are twin daughters.
Aren't they too enviable? Sun Su admired.
Yang Bin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't envy me, Xiao Sunday.
You don't have the ability.
Although Sun Su felt a little sad, he still accepted his fate when he saw Xin Lang's handsome face. He shook his head and said, no comparison, Brother Lang is awesome.
Brother Lang, you are really mean this time.
You didn't tell us about such a big thing.
When did you and school beauty Su start? How did you suddenly become a father?
Xin Lang became a father, and his roommates were happy for him, but it happened too suddenly. Xin Lang knew what his roommates were thinking, so he said openly, "It's a long story, but the child is definitely mine."
When the three roommates heard this, they immediately laughed. Our brother Lang is the best.
He has done great things quietly. Not only did he win the beauty of Shanghai University, but he also went through the baby-making process in his sophomore year.
Brother Lang, the brothers are really happy for you. But Brother Lang, triplets are good, but they also cost a lot. 3 money-eating beasts are not easy to raise. You suddenly have 3 little treasures. Do you have any money on hand? We brothers just collected some on the way. We still have some money. Why don't you take it first?
Xi Lang smiled and shook his head, patted their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, your brother Lang, am already a father, can't I handle this matter?
I have the money to support my wife and children."
Hearing him say this, the 3 roommates also believed him. "It seems that our brother Lang has hidden his strength, huh?
In that case, we won't be polite with you.
You don't need the money, but you have to accept the red envelope. This is the red envelope from the 3 of us to our nephews and nieces." The 3 of them each held a big red envelope and put it directly into Qin Lang's hands.
"Okay, I'll take the red envelope. When the kids have their wedding banquet, you guys can come over and have dinner with us."
The 4 of them made a fuss for a while, and Qin Lang quickly sent them away. Although Su Shirhan was still sleeping at this moment, he didn't know when she would wake up, and Qin Lang didn't want to stay outside for too long.
After sending his roommates to the elevator, Qin Lang came back.
As soon as he entered the door, he heard a cell phone ringing. He hurried in, but it was too late to turn off the ringing sound because Su Shirhan woke up.
She opened her eyes dazedly and said subconsciously, "It's my phone." "Whose phone is it?" Qin Lang glanced at the incoming call. "Lin Xiao, do you want to answer it?"
Su Shirhan nodded, and Qin Lang answered the phone, turned on the speaker and placed it next to her pillow. Although the doctor did not say that she could not play with her phone, Su Shirhan was weak now and it was inconvenient for her to make big movements such as raising her arms.
Chapter 7.
After the call was connected, before Su Shirhan had time to speak, an anxious female voice came from the other end.
"Shirhan, where have you been? Auntie said you were out for the whole day, why haven't you come back yet? Do you know that you are already 38 weeks pregnant? And you are having triplets. My godchildren will be very tired if you go out with such a big belly. Where are you now? I'll pick you up."
Xiao, I'm in the hospital.
"I've given birth," Su Shirhan whispered.
As she spoke, she looked at the 3 little ones over there.
The little ones were sleeping soundly and didn't seem to have been woken up. "What? You've given birth? Isn't the due date still half a month away? So you're all alone now?"
Lin Xiao was making a lot of noise.
Su Shirhan looked up at Qin Lang a little embarrassedly.
Qin Lang said, "I'm going out for a while.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm outside. Call me if you need anything."
He could tell that the person on the other end of the phone was Su Shirhan's best friend, and it was not convenient for him to eavesdrop on their conversation.
"What's going on? Why is there a man's voice?"
Lin Xiao's voice suddenly became more worried.
Su Shirhan said softly, "It's okay."
Then she patiently told Lin Xiao what happened today. She was weak and had a low voice, and she had to always take care of the baby sleeping over there, so she always spoke for a while and then stopped for a while. Lin Xiao on the other end of the phone was anxious. He took a taxi and went out while listening. By the time Su Shirhan finished speaking, Lin Xiao was almost at the hospital.
"So, the person who has been with you during the delivery today is the father of your child who has not appeared for more than 8 months?
Lin Xiao's tone was not particularly good.
Su Shirhan knew that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Lang.
Because she is his best friend, and she has come to take care of him often in the past 8 months. Although she also said that she did not go to find Qin Lang, Lin Xiao still felt that after something like that happened, no matter what Qin Lang said, he should not have no news at all afterwards.
Xiao, don't say that. If Qin Lang wasn't here today, I really don't know what to do.
He only found out about the child today.
I'm already surprised that he did so well. I'm very grateful to him in my heart. I'll be at the hospital in a few minutes. Let's talk later."
Not long after Lin Xiao hung up the phone, Qin Lang came back.
"That was my best friend just now.
She was with me when I was pregnant, so she was a little excited when she found out I had the baby.
Don't mind me."
Qin Lang prepared some warm water for her and put it to her lips with a paper straw. Su Shirhan was thirsty, so she tilted her head slightly and took a few sips.
"I know, you guys must have a good relationship.
My roommate was also quite noisy just now.
They just care about us. Su Shirhan looked at him in surprise. Has your roommate been here?
Well, you were sleeping, I chased them out, and they also gave red envelopes to the babies. This is the first red envelope our three little treasures have received. Qin Lang placed the red envelope on the bedside, smiled dotingly and said, let the baby's mother keep it for them. Su Shirhan looked at the three red envelopes on the bedside table and was stunned for a moment.
Qin Lang gave his roommate's red envelope to her for safekeeping? How come this feeling seems to have classified them as a family?
When Su Shirhan was distracted, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Xiao rushed in with an anxious look on his face and threw himself directly at the bed. Qin Lang stood in front of the bed and blocked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised her head and saw a handsome face, but when she thought of Qin Lang's identity, she frowned slightly.
Qin Lang, this is my best friend, Lin Xiao, this is Qin Lang, he is.
I know, it's the father of the three little ones whom they haven't seen for more than 8 months. Lin Xiao's words carried a hint of sarcasm.
Qin Lang didn't care, but Su Shirhan couldn't help but secretly wink at her best friend. Ms. Lin, Shirhan just gave birth and the incision hasn't healed yet. Please try to sit by the bed and talk to her.
After Qin Lang finished speaking, he walked towards the baby stroller over there.
Sanbao was probably just woken up by the sound of the door opening. He pouted his little mouth and immediately started crying.
This sound touched the hearts of all the adults in the ward. Lin Xiao turned around and saw Qin Lang picked up the child with ease, holding him in his arms and coaxing him gently. It's rare to see a man so gentle. Su Shirhan was also worried at first, but when she saw that Qin Lang noticed it at the first time, she was immediately relieved.
Sanbao was also well behaved and soon stopped crying in Qin Lang's arms. Sanbao is awake. I'll carry her for a walk in the corridor.
He left the ward to his two best friends. As soon as Qin Lang left, Su Shirhan immediately said, Xiao, don't treat Qin Lang like this, he has done a good job.
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, silly girl, they've only been here for a few hours and you've been bribed? You've been here alone for the past 8 months. But he doesn't know about it either.
We can't blame him for everything, Su Shirhan explained. Lin Xiao tilted his head to glance at the corridor.
Qin Lang was holding Sanbao and coaxing the child with his head down. It looked quite realistic. She didn't say anything else. She asked about Su Shirhan's physical condition and found an excuse to go out.
Qin Lang didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Lin Xiao coming over. Qin Lang, Shirhan and I have known each other for 10 years, so I'll be frank with you.
For the past 8 months, I didn't care where you were. But now that you're in the hospital, I want to ask you, what do you think about the future placement of the children and Shirhan?
Of course I will take care of my children and their mother. When Lin Xiao heard this, he said nothing more with a cold face. He took out a wad of cash from his bag and handed it to him.
Take this money.
Shirhan has been working very hard on her own these past few months.
This is the bonus I just gave you. You two must need it now. Ms. Lin, I appreciate your kindness.
I heard from Shirhan that you have been taking care of her recently. But from now on, whether it is material or living, she has me, so you don't have to worry.
Lin Xiao didn't expect Qin Lang to say that.
She was stunned for a moment, but she still insisted on stuffing the money into Qin Lang's pocket.
Here, this is a red envelope for my godsons and goddaughters. I'm leaving. Come back later.
After Lin Xiao finished speaking, she walked away without looking back. Qin Lang looked at her back, then looked at the cash in his arms, shook his head helplessly, and took the money back to the room with the child in his arms.
Shirhan, this is the red envelope that Miss Lin gave to the children.
Su Shirhan looked at the stack of cash on the table, her eyes moved. There should be nearly 5,000 yuan, it should be the bonus for Lin Xiao's project.
I just got the hot bonus and sent it directly to her.
She kept this friendship between best friends in her heart. Qin Lang put Sanbao, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, back into the stroller. As soon as the little guy lay down, he pouted and looked like he was about to cry. Qin Lang's heart was instantly moved, and he quickly reached out and gently stroked the little guy's belly.
With the gentle comfort, Sanbao's mouth corners slowly fell back.
Seeing his daughter fall asleep, the old father Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief and a pleased smile appeared on his face.
Chapter 8.
At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's mother needs to eat, and the host's confinement meal cooking skill can be activated.
Ha! Su Shirhan is hungry?
Qin Lang turned around and saw Su Shirhan looking down at her belly with a dazed look on her face. After being discovered, she blushed in embarrassment.
That look is so cute. Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, what's there to be embarrassed about being hungry?
He walked to the bed, helped Su Shirhan cover herself with the quilt, and said, Shirhan, it's almost time for dinner.
You're awake right now. I'll go downstairs and get us some food. Su Shirhan didn't expect him to be so attentive. Qin Lang noticed it immediately when she felt a little hungry.
She nodded gently and whispered, Thank you, Qin Lang. Qin Lang tapped her forehead lightly and said with a smile, Tell me thank you for what you said.
Don't say this word again. I'm leaving.
Qin Lang walked out of the ward and immediately activated the system's skill in his mind. In the blink of an eye, countless recipes for confinement meals and nutritious meals appeared in his mind. It felt like his brain was being developed again.
It was so cool.
Qin Lang knew at his fingertips what dietary taboos a pregnant woman who had just given birth should have and what nutrients the confinement meals should provide to the mother.
He was eager to try it out.
Now that I have the skills, of course I have to prepare the postpartum meals for the baby myself.
He directly borrowed the hospital kitchen. When the chef heard that this handsome young man was going to cook for the child's mother, he immediately gave up his seat without saying a word and couldn't help but sigh, young people nowadays are so affectionate.
Su Shirhan's body can only eat liquid food now, but even so, Qin Lang wants to make some tricks with the liquid food.
Half an hour later, he came upstairs with the tray.
At the same time, Lin Xiao, who had gone out to buy things, also came back, carrying a bunch of things for the baby and the mother, and a food box in one hand. After entering the room, Lin Xiao and Qin Lang simultaneously placed the confinement meals on the small dining board on the hospital bed. Shirhan, this is the confinement meal I selected for you after going to several stores.
It's nutritionally balanced, and it's delicious. Come and try it.
Lin Xiao opened the lunchbox, which contained a pile of small tableware of various sizes, including meat and vegetables, soup and porridge, a very complete variety. But when Su Shirhan looked at the oil floating on the pig's trotter soup, she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Lin Xiao's attention fell on the dinner Qin Lang prepared. He frowned and said, Qin Lang, Shirhan has just given birth and is very weak.
She needs to pay more attention to nutrition when eating. How can you just send her away in the hospital cafeteria? Qin Lang opened his small earthenware jar and said, I made this myself using the hospital kitchen. Shirhan, you can only eat some liquid food now. I made you lotus root oatmeal porridge to replenish your energy, and black chicken soup to reduce inflammation and detoxify. I also prepared some yam puree and pumpkin puree as side dishes for you.
Since you can't eat normal meals now, you have to make do with it for the next 2 days. As soon as Qin Lang opened the lid of the earthenware jar, the fragrant aroma instantly filled the ward. Without Su Shirhan saying anything, Lin Xiao knew that the confinement meals she bought outside had already failed. Moreover, this was made by someone themselves. Su Shirhan raised her head, looked at Qin Lang with some surprise, and asked, Did you do this?
Qin Lang winked at her handsomely, Of course, didn't I tell you that I will take good care of you and the babies?
From now on, I will not let anyone else take care of your confinement meals. Lin Xiao looked at her best friend's face, which was gradually turning red, and then looked at Qin Lang's bright eyes, and suddenly she felt like a big light bulb in this space. She looked down at the 2 confinement meals, tasted the pig's trotter soup she bought with a disposable spoon, and then tasted Qin Lang's black chicken soup, and her eyes lit up instantly.
It tastes delicious.
Lin Xiao subconsciously expressed his true feelings. Then, she curled her lips and said, Shirhan, you eat Qin Lang's portion, I'll eat mine by myself, it's too greasy. When Su Shirhan heard this, she couldn't help but look up at Qin Lang, and they smiled at each other. You guys eat, I'll take the 3 babies to the nursery. It's time for them to drink milk.
Qin Lang pushed the 3 babies out.
Su Shirhan was eating the dinner that Qin Lang had prepared himself, with an unconcealable sweetness in her eyes.
Seeing her like that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, A meal makes you so happy? Don't you think about how hard it was for you to live alone in a rented house while you were pregnant for the past 8 months? You can't.
Xiao, I just think this soup is delicious, Su Shirhan said with a smile. Lin Xiao was full of words, but they were all blocked back suddenly. She looked at Su Shirhan's soup, savoring the taste just now, smacking her lips and said, It tastes really good.
Qin Lang's cooking skills are beyond reproach. I'll try it again.
As soon as Lin Xiao stretched out the spoon, Su Shirhan immediately raised her hand to protect her territory. No, Xiao, I'm a patient who just gave birth, how can you snatch food from a patient? Seeing her guarding her food, Lin Xiao said with a sullen smile, Alright, just stop snatching the delicious food your Qin Lang made for you, okay? Su Shirhan lowered her head and took a sip of soup, the smile on her lips deepened.
Well, Qin Lang's craftsmanship is really good.
In the mother and baby room, Qin Lang was preparing the milk powder carefully while looking back at the three little ones from time to time. Dabeo and Sanbao were both awake and were curiously looking at their dad who was making milk. Only Erbo, the lazy boy, had been slept in a daze the whole afternoon and hadn't opened his eyes yet. Looking at the three little treasures, Qin Lang felt an indescribable sweetness in his heart. The experience of this day was really exciting for him, but also wonderful and happy. There were many parents in the mother and baby room, but Qin Lang was the first young father to come alone to feed his three babies.
Several aunts couldn't help but gather around him. Everyone was surprised to see Qin Lang's professional movements. Hey, young man, you are very professional in making milk powder. You haven't been trained, have you?
But I've only heard of confinement nannies, and I've never heard of boys doing this job. I'm not a confinement nanny, I'm the children's father. Their dear father. When saying this, Qin Lang's tone was full of pride in being a father.
Ah? Such a young father? So these three babies are yours? The aunts couldn't help but ask in shock.
Yes, these three are my babies, triplets.
Oh my god, triplets, this is amazing. Boy, you are so strong. And he's a good dad. Look how good his milk powder is.
The babies must be very lucky to have a dad like you. Hearing them say this, Qin Lang smiled and looked at the babies. He fed the babies with a bottle while communicating with them in a low voice.
Babies, you must like me as your dad, right? You can't wait to come out and meet Daddy. Daddy likes you guys too.
The three babies who were drinking milk seemed to have heard Qin Lang's words. They blinked and looked at Qin Lang, grinning. This smile really melted the heart of the tough guy Qin Lang, and it became as soft as a feather. Author's words.
The new book is tender, please recommend and comment. Chapter 9.
After the three little ones had eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Lang played with them in the nursery for a while.
Today should be a sudden event for Su Shirhan.
Now that her best friend is coming, Qin Lang wants to give them some private space so that Su Shirhan can have a good chat with her best friend. The mother and baby room was full of babies, most of them were like Qin Lang's three little treasures, just a few days old, and their parents' eyes were full of love. There was an ant holding a rattle in her hand, the bright red color and the tinkling sound quickly attracted the attention of the babies. Qin Lang was holding his second baby, who was the last to wake up, and burping him. When the little guy heard the noise over there, he stared in that direction with his slightly narrowed eyes. Qin Lang noticed his daughter's condition and glanced over there. Ding, the system detects that the baby likes interactive toys, and will activate the host's hand carving skill. After the skill is activated, the host can complete the task of carving handmade toys for the babies and receive a reward of 50,000 yuan.
Can you get bonus by carving small toys for your babies? The system is so good. Activation. The host has activated the skill. The hand carving material package will be delivered to the hospital by express delivery later.
In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang felt a subtle change in his palms. His already bony fingers became even more slender and powerful, and his mind was filled with a lot of knowledge about ivory carving, jade carving, wood carving, etc. He looked at the counter in front of him and even had a complete carving pattern in his mind. This feeling is so great. Qin Lang sent the three little treasures back to their room. Su Shirhan and Lin Xiao had already finished their meal. The dinner they made was all empty. Seeing this, Qin Lang smiled knowingly. I'm going downstairs to pick up a package. The carving material package had arrived, and when Qin Lang came up, he had a large, exquisite wooden box in his hand. Su Shirhan and Lin Xiao looked at him curiously.
Qin Lang, what is this? Su Shirhan asked.
This is a package of carving materials. I was just in the nursery and saw that our three little ones really like toys, so I placed an order in the same city and planned to carve some handmade toys for the babies. It's safer and more reliable to make them yourself.
You want to carve small toys for the babies yourself?
Su Shirhan and Lin Xiao were both surprised. Qin Lang smiled and said nothing, then took out everything in the material bag. Because it was a toy for a newborn, Qin Lang planned to make a wood sculpture. The weight and hardness were just right, and it was perfect for the babies to play with. For the next hour, Lin Xiao sat by the bed and chatted with Su Shirhan, the babies slept in the strollers, and Qin Lang sat on the small sofa over there, working on the small piece of wood with various carving knives. Su Shirhan looked at him from time to time. Qin Lang was very serious when he was carving, and he looked very handsome when he lowered his head. Lin Xiao also followed her bestie's gaze and said softly, "This Qin Lang seems to be quite concerned about the children."
Su Shirhan nodded gently, yes. An hour later, 3 handmade toys were freshly baked.
Qin Lang held the wooden horse, the white rabbit and the tiger in front of Su Shirhan. "Shirhan, the babies are still sleeping. You, as a mother, should help them look after these toys first."
Su Shirhan took the small toy from his hand and looked at it carefully.
The 3 small toys are carved vividly, and even the details are well handled. There is a small bell on the neck of the wooden horse, and there is a king character on the tiger's head. The little white rabbit is even more adorable, and its short little tail is super cute.
Moreover, Qin Lang is very careful.
All the small toys have been polished with fine sandpaper, so they feel smooth and flat, and there is no need to worry about hurting the baby's delicate skin. Su Shirhan praised, "Such a cute handmade toy, not only the babies, but even I like it very much."
Qin Lang, you are amazing. Qin Lang winked handsomely, "It's no big deal.
If you like it, I'll carve a bigger and cuter one for you later." Lin Xiao was waiting nearby, and when he saw that Su Shirhan had finally finished playing with the toys, he took the 3 small toys and looked at them carefully. "This craftsmanship is amazing, Qin Lang, your carving skills are almost reaching the master level." Su Shirhan was a little surprised. She knew that Qin Lang carved the 3 toys well, but she didn't know whether he was professional or not.
My old man usually likes this kind of carving.
I learned a lot from him.
Qin Lang's level is simply a work of art.
Lin Xiao explained.
Su Shirhan was even more surprised and couldn't help asking, "Qin Lang, have you studied this specifically?"
Qin Lang said, "No, this is my first time carving." As soon as these words came out, Su Shirhan and Lin Xiao looked at Qin Lang in shock. Su Shirhan believed what Qin Lang said and thought Qin Lang was awesome. Lin Xiao didn't believe what Qin Lang said. He felt that Qin Lang was being pretentious. Qin Lang's craftsmanship was exactly that of an old carpenter who had loved carving for decades. She looked at the 3 handicraft-like toys in her hands with joy, and suddenly thought of a good way to help her best friend. She knew that Qin Lang and Su Shirhan were both sophomores, and that they must be having financial difficulties raising 3 children. Although she was already working, her salary was not enough to help them. Now that Qin Lang has such skills, she thought of a good way to help Su Shirhan's family make money.
She immediately said to Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, you are so good at wood carving, can you also carve walnuts? My old man likes it."
"You have such good skills. If you can also carve walnuts, I want to buy 2 for my dad." The system's carving skills include all types, and walnut carving is naturally no problem.
"I know how to carve seeds. Can I carve one today?"
"No, we don't have the tools here. Besides, walnut carving is more delicate and takes time.
The walnuts also need to be selected well. It's definitely not possible today."
"Okay, then let me know when you have time to finish carving them, and I'll buy 2 walnuts." Lin Xiao looked at the small toy in his hand happily, and in his heart he had already imagined how happy the old man would be when he received the walnuts. At 9:30 in the evening, the lights in the hospital ward began to be turned off. Qin Lang stayed here to accompany the patient, so Lin Xiao had to leave first. The 3 little ones drank milk again at night and fell asleep quickly.
Su Shirhan slept too long during the day and was not sleepy at this moment. There was only a warm yellow wall lamp left in the room. Qin Lang was sleeping on the sofa next to him.
In the quiet ward, Su Shirhan seemed to be able to hear his breathing. This kind of distance and experience made her feel a little nervous.
"Qin Lang, are you asleep?" "Not yet, what's wrong?" "Qin Lang, is it okay for you not to go back to school today?" "It's okay, I've already asked for leave from the counselor."
Even if you haven't asked for leave, you have to say so, because the child's mother is more important.
"Oh. Qin Lang. Shirhan, can't you sleep?" Qin Lang suddenly walked towards the bed.
Su Shirhan subconsciously clutched the bed sheet beneath her. Looking at the handsome face that suddenly approached her, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. A gentle hand was placed on her forehead. Qin Lang compared the temperature and said, "The temperature is normal."
"Are you feeling unwell?" "No, no."
Su Shirhan lowered her eyes and shook her head. Qin Lang saw her blushing cheeks and suddenly realized that this girl was probably shy. The ward was not that big, and although there were 3 little ones between them, it was the first time for Su Shirhan to be in the same room together, so it was normal for her to be a little nervous.
Qin Lang was in a playful mood.
He suddenly bent down and got close to Su Shirhan's face. I watched her beautiful eyes suddenly grow bigger and rounder, her cheeks quickly warm up, and her small pink lips gradually regain their color and tremble slightly. Qin Lang, who originally just wanted to tease her, suddenly couldn't control himself.
Chapter 10. Wow.
The sound of a baby crying instantly broke the atmosphere in the ward. Qin Lang immediately stood up, cleared his throat and walked towards the stroller.
Which baby woke up? Su Shirhan asked with a red face. It's Sanbao.
Qin Lang had already picked up the child. This little guy Sanbao seems to sleep less than his brothers and sisters. In the next 2 days, Lin Xiao came over almost every day to accompany Su Shirhan and help Qin Lang take care of the 3 babies. Su Shirhan's health has also recovered a lot.
She got out of bed and moved around for a while yesterday and today.
In the afternoon, the warm sunlight sprinkled in the ward. Several adults were a little drowsy. At this time, Sanbao, who had just fallen asleep not long ago, suddenly woke up again. The child's crying immediately woke Qin Lang up, and he went over and picked up the child. Su Shirhan had just fallen asleep, and Qin Lang was afraid of disturbing her and the other 2 babies, so he quickly took the child out. But Su Shirhan still woke up. Seeing this, Lin Xiao whispered to her, "Shirhan, don't tell me, Qin Lang is really attentive to the child."
Su Shirhan smiled gently, nodded and said, "Well, if he wasn't here these days, I really wouldn't be able to handle it alone."
Before he could finish his words, Qin Lang came back holding Sanbao again. He looked slightly nervous.
Qin Lang, what's wrong? Su Shirhan asked.
Qin Lang placed Sanbao on the stroller, then opened the quilt wrapped around the baby and carefully examined the baby's trunk skin.
Then he frowned and said, "Sanbao seems to have neonatal jaundice." Su Shirhan and Lin Xiao became nervous instantly. How could this happen? Jaundice, is it serious? Qin Lang, Sanbao, she. Shirhan, don't worry. I've checked the baby's skin condition. There are only a few slight marks on Sanbao's skin. The situation should not be serious. Jaundice is very likely to occur in newborns, especially premature babies. Sanbao is the youngest and the weakest, so this is probably why he has this phenomenon.
Qin Lang patiently explained to Su Shirhan, and then said, "I will call the doctor now. We are in the hospital now, there will be no problem." He pressed the bell at the bedside, and the doctor and nurse came soon and took Sanbao to have a checkup.
Su Shirhan also wanted to go with them. Qin Lang patted her and said, "Shirhan, I'll be there."
"Don't worry, I'll be there for Sanbao. You stay and take care of Debao and Erbo with Lin Xiao."
Jaundice is really not a big problem. Many newborns will recover on their own. I have checked all the information and it will definitely be fine.
His voice was strangely reassuring. Su Shirhan held Qin Lang's hand tightly and said, "Qin Lang, you?
Don't worry, everything will be fine."
Qin Lang nodded at her. After they went out, Lin Xiao comforted Su Shirhan for a while, then took out his cell phone to check the information about jaundice, and it was exactly the same as what Qin Lang said. After they finished reading it, they felt a little relieved.
Shirhan, you are right.
Qin Lang is really reliable in taking care of children.
Sanbao will be fine since he is here. Lin Xiao said sincerely. Soon, Qin Lang came back with Sanbao.
The little one had fallen asleep after tossing and turning. Qin Lang carefully put her back into the stroller and tucked up the quilt. "Shirhan, the doctor has checked Sanbao. Although Sanbao does have neonatal jaundice, the serum bilirubin value is very low and within the normal range. It will disappear in about a week. It's okay." When Su Shirhan heard this, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the sleeping Sanbao, her eyes full of love and pity. 2 days later, Lin Xiao was sent on a business trip by the company, and Qin Lang continued to take care of Su Shirhan and the 3 babies. Sanbao's jaundice is approaching its peak now, but because Qin Lang has professional knowledge as a nanny and has taken good care of him over the past 2 days, the overall TSB value is well controlled and the little guy does not need light therapy. Apart from occasional crying and loss of appetite, there are no other problems. As for Debao and Erbo, these 2 little guys are in good health. All they do every day is eat and sleep.
Sometimes, when Erbo wakes up and cries occasionally, it does not affect their good sleep at all.
In the middle of the morning, the 3 little ones woke up from a nap due to hunger, and a crying competition started in the ward again. Qin Lang has gained experience in taking care of babies these days. He skillfully picked up the bottle and went to the mother and baby room to make milk powder. After coming back, he and Su Shirhan each held a baby and fed them. Looking at Erbo who was drinking happily in her arms, Su Shirhan couldn't help but sigh slightly. Babies, I'm sorry, it's been 5 days and mommy still hasn't let you drink breast milk. There was a hint of apology in her voice. It usually takes about 3 days for a mother to have breast milk after giving birth, but Su Shirhan doesn't have that yet. Watching the babies drinking milk powder every day, she is actually very anxious. Xi Lang saw that she was a little sad, and comforted her. Shirhan, it's normal for you to be like this now. It takes 3 to 5 days for a normal birth to produce breast milk.
You had a cesarean section, so it will take longer. Don't worry, the babies are drinking milk powder well now.
I have prepared the best milk powder. In response to his comfort, Su Shirhan slightly curled the corners of her mouth, but there was still guilt in her eyes. So today when the nurse was making her rounds, she once again asked in a low voice about breast milk. The nurse immediately said, "Baby's mother, your condition is normal now. You just need to continue to assist the baby as you have done in the past few days."
I followed your instructions and let the baby drink frequently, but it's been 4 days.
I understand your feelings, but breast milk secretion still depends on individual circumstances. In fact, if you are anxious, you can ask the baby's father to help.
Can he help me? How can he help me? Su Shirhan asked.
When Qin Lang heard this, his neck turned red and some inappropriate associations for children appeared in his mind.
The nurse smiled and said, "Of course, do it like the baby. Babies are not very strong, and the baby's father must be stronger. If you are in a hurry, you can try this method.
This way, the baby can drink breast milk faster." The nurse said, and walked out with a smile on her face. Before leaving, she said, "I'll help you close the door." Su Shirhan had now realized what the nurse meant by asking for help. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she wished she could run out immediately and find a place to hide so that she would never see Qin Lang again. Qin Lang was a little embarrassed at first, but when he saw Su Shirhan's shy and cute look, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Shirhan, how about I help you?" Su Shirhan clenched her fist in shame and anger, and said angrily, No, you.
Why not use me? I am the baby's father.
It is my responsibility to let the baby drink breast milk as soon as possible. Qin Lang said righteously. Su Shirhan bit her lower lip tightly, and was so shy that she could hardly speak. Seeing her like this, Qin Lang smiled and said, "Okay, I'm just teasing you, don't bite it, your delicate little mouth will bleed soon. I'll go make you dinner. Now you can eat some normal meals. I'll make you a confinement meal to stimulate breast milk secretion. Don't worry, the babies will definitely be able to eat breast milk soon."
Chapter 11.
With Qin Lang's 3 meals a day and the help of the babies, Su Shirhan finally succeeded in producing milk on the 6th night after giving birth.
She let out an excited ah in the bathroom.
Then she tidied her clothes, came out and happily shared her joy with Qin Lang, who was looking up at her, saying, "Qin Lang, the babies have breast milk to drink." When Qin Lang heard this, he looked at Su Shirhan's chest. Su Shirhan quickly took something to cover herself and glared at Qin Lang shyly. "Where are you looking at? You said there is breast milk, where do you think I should look?" Qin Lang asked with a smile. Just at this moment, the baby's crying was heard. The two returned to the ward. It turned out that Erbo had woken up. Qin Lang picked up Erbo and put him in Su Shirhan's arms, smiling and saying, "Erbo is really a little foodie. He is always very active when drinking milk powder. Now that he knows there is breast milk to drink, he is the first to wake up." Su Shirhan was also happy to be able to breastfeed the babies. She held her second baby in her arms and was about to feed him, but suddenly she looked up at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at the mother and daughter with a tough but tender look on his face. He waited for a long time before raising his head and meeting Su Shirhan's gaze.
"What's wrong, Shirhan? Feed Erbao."
Su Shirhan blushed and looked at him a little embarrassedly. "You, turn around."
"Why? I haven't seen breastfeeding before."
Qin Lang said without blushing or beating his heart. He really wanted to see the mother feeding her baby.
Su Shirhan's face turned even redder.
Qin Lang turned around and said, "I will see it sooner or later.
Not only to watch, but also to, ahem."
Su Shirhan fed her second baby with a blushing face. Ding, it is detected that the babies have had their first mouthful of breast milk. The host is rewarded with a VIP invitation to Shanghai's top confinement center for 56 days.
A 56-day confinement center? Qin Lang really needs it now.
These days he has been the only one taking care of Su Shirhan and the 3 babies in the hospital. A nurse comes to help from time to time, so they can cope with it.
But Su Shirhan will be discharged from the hospital and go home tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At that time, it will be just them and the nanny at home. She is not a professional confinement nanny. The babies are also growing up day by day, and they are awake more and more every day. If all three little ones are awake, he probably can't handle it alone. Professional matters should be left to professionals. A confinement center is the best choice. After the second baby had eaten and drunk enough and fell asleep, Xin Lang settled the child down and then talked to Su Shirhan about the confinement center. When she heard that she was going to a confinement center, Su Shirhan couldn't help but lower her head. Xin Lang, otherwise, I will go back to the rental house to recuperate after giving birth. She knew that maternity centers were generally very expensive. A month's stay there would cost tens of thousands, and that was even for the most ordinary maternity centers. Recently, all the hospital expenses were paid by Xin Lang, who was only a sophomore student, and Su Shirhan didn't want to put too much pressure on him. I feel like I'm in good shape these days. When I get home, I and your aunt will take care of the baby together. There will be no problem. Su Shirhan raised her head and said confidently. Xin Lang shook his head. No, confinement is very important for women. During this period, not only babies need the best care, but you too, so going to a confinement center is the best choice. But. No buts, I've already booked a confinement center. I'll ask the doctor tomorrow, and we'll go there when you can be discharged from the hospital. Xin Lang said. Su Shirhan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Xin Lang had even arranged a confinement center. She thought that Xin Lang had been working diligently these days for the sake of his three babies, but she didn't expect that Xin Lang was also very considerate of her as a mother. Su Shirhan felt her eyes were a little hot. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, Xin Lang, thank you. Xin Lang felt a headache when he heard this word. Shirhan, didn't I tell you that we don't need to say thank you to each other? Don't say it again in the future. If you say it again, I will be angry. Su Shirhan was amused by that serious face and said with a chuckle, okay, I won't say anything. Seeing that she was as obedient as a little rabbit, Xin Lang rubbed her little head lovingly. Her hand felt furry and soft, making him want to rub it again, but he restrained himself and let go after rubbing it a few times. Take your time, the child's mother will be his sooner or later, haha. On the 8th day after giving birth, Su Shirhan was discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, professional nurses and a nanny car from the confinement center arrived at the hospital. Xin Lang completed the discharge procedures, and then got a wheelchair from somewhere for Su Shirhan, who was wrapped tightly and fully armed, to sit on. The babies were held by professional nurses, and Xin Lang was responsible for pushing Su Shirhan. In the elevator, Su Shirhan, who was treated as a VIP, felt a little embarrassed and whispered, Xin Lang, is this too exaggerated? I can walk by myself. That's not an exaggeration. You can't be exposed to the wind right now. The car is in the underground parking lot. We won't go out, and the wheelchair will be more convenient. Your wound has healed well, but you still have to be careful. His thoughtfulness and attentiveness made Su Shirhan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. When she arrived at the confinement center, Su Shirhan looked at the luxurious decoration in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little scared. She gently pulled Xin Lang's sleeve and whispered, Xin Lang, this confinement center looks so good, is it very expensive? Xin Lang, actually. Xin Lang patted the back of her hand, supported her and said, don't worry about the money. I said that I will raise the babies with you. I will take care of your and the baby's food, clothing, and other expenses. The determination on his face left no room for doubt. With the system in place, he naturally didn't have to worry about material things. The place in the confinement center was a system reward. Su Shirhan spent more than 15,000 yuan during her hospitalization. Adding the food expenses of these days, the initial 20,000 yuan was almost spent. However, because of the handmade toy she made for the babies, Xin Lang had another 50,000 yuan deposited into his bank card. Although raising 3 babies will definitely cost more money in the future, Xin Lang is not panicking at all because of the system. He believes that he will make more money in the future and give the babies and Su Shirhan a better life. The confinement center prepared a VIP suite for them, which was a luxuriously decorated 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with a separate small kitchen. In addition to Su Shirhan's large master bedroom, Xin Lang also had his own separate master bedroom, as well as a study room, and another bedroom was reserved for the confinement nannies who kept watch at night. Because they were VIP users and had triplets, 3 confinement nannies and 5 nurses on shifts were arranged in their room, and everything was arranged very well.
After arriving at the room, the nursing director came over personally to introduce the program arrangements to them, including the daily living of the babies, learning courses for the mothers, and special confinement meals, 6 meals a day. Xin Lang heard this and said, "Everything else is fine, but you don't have to arrange the confinement meals. There is a small kitchen here, and I will make the confinement meals myself."
Chapter 12. The head nurse said, "Mr. Chin, are you worried that our confinement meals are not good?"
Mr. Chin can rest assured that all the confinement meals in the confinement center are prepared by a dedicated team of nutritionists. They are not only delicious, but also nutritionally balanced, which is very suitable for mothers to recover and supplement nutrition during the confinement period. I'm not questioning your confinement meals, it's just the mother's confinement meals. I don't want to delegate the responsibility to others,"
Xin Lang said.
The nursing director was still a little hesitant and said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, I really can't make the decision on this matter.
How about I ask the manager to come over?"
After all, the confinement meals in a confinement center are very important. If they leave it to the clients to prepare themselves, they are worried that the meals prepared by the clients will not be nutritious enough, thus affecting the reputation of their confinement center.
"Go ahead and call me. I'll make you a postpartum meal." Xin Lang could understand her concerns. After he finished speaking, he made a list of ingredients and handed it to the director of nursing, then started preparing in the kitchen. This was the first time the nursing director had encountered such a thing, and the other party was a VIP, so she didn't dare to say much. She told the young nurse to go to the kitchen to get the ingredients Xin Lang needed, while she hurried to call the manager. As soon as the female manager entered the room, she saw Xin Lang preparing dishes skillfully with a knife in hand. The way he lowered his head and focused was no less than that of a professional Michelin chef. Whether it was meat or vegetarian dishes, they were all handled in an orderly manner on his chopping board in minutes. The female manager was slightly surprised and whispered to the nursing director, "Mr. Chin's skills are extraordinary. He must be a professional.
I just don't know how the confinement meals are. Please ask the nutritionist to come over and take a look later."
In less than 40 minutes, Xin Lang's confinement meal was ready.
A bowl of Tongchao Christian carp soup. Su Shirhan has been feeding the babies with breast milk for the past 2 days, but the triplets have a big appetite, so she must add more ingredients that promote breast milk secretion to the confinement meals. The staple food is healthy brown rice, and the side dishes include prawn stewed with tofu, satay beef, pine nut corn, and a dish of cream choy sum. A combination of meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition. Before I even tasted it, the aroma of the food had already filled the entire living room. The female manager had already guessed the result, but she still smiled and said, "Mr. Chin, this confinement meal looks very professional, but I hope you can understand one thing. In order to ensure the user experience of mothers, we need a professional nutritionist to test the taste of the food.
Do you mind?"
Xin Lang nodded and stretched out his hand in a casual gesture. The nutritionist from the confinement center came forward, carefully touched and tasted each dish with a serving chopstick. After tasting it, the other party's eyes were full of amazement, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "This tastes great. Especially the shacha beef, it can be stewed so soft and tender in such a short time, and it melts in the mouth.
It's really incredible. Mr. Chin, you are really an expert."
Upon hearing this comment, the manager immediately apologized, "Mr. Chin, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you. Since your confinement meals are more delicious than those prepared by our center, you can freely arrange your confinement meals here in the future.
We can provide the fresh ingredients you need every day."
Xin Lang nodded with satisfaction and brought the confinement meal to Su Shirhan.
Su Shirhan was full of pride at the moment.
Her appetite had been spoiled by Xin Lang in the past few days. If she were to eat other postpartum meals, they would naturally not be as good as Xin Lang's.
The nutritionist hadn't recovered from her excitement yet.
She looked at Xin Lang with bright eyes and said, "Mr. Chin's cooking skills are really great.
I wonder if Mr. Chin is willing to join our confinement center's nutritionist team. With your leadership and guidance, I believe that our confinement center's confinement meals will definitely be better." Xin Longjin watched Su Shirhan eat.
When he heard this, he said without turning his head, "No, I only make confinement meals for my child's mother."
He refused completely. The manager quickly reprimanded the nutritionist standing by, "Are you confused? Mr. Chin is our VIP customer. He makes confinement meals for Bauma because he loves his wife and child. Why would he make them for other people?"
The nutritionist nodded repeatedly and apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, I was too abrupt." Everyone quickly left the room and stopped disturbing Su Shirhan while she was eating. For this little episode, the manager had someone send a complete set of postpartum yoga courses as compensation for today.
After lunch, Su Shirhan quickly fell into a nap. Since breastfeeding, Su Shirhan has been getting up more often at night and is easily tired during the day.
Now that the babies are being taken care of by professional caregivers, Jean Lang has a lot more free time. He sat in the study, completing the final carving of the walnut. These days in the hospital, he would carve for a while when he had nothing to do. After a few days, the 2 ornamental walnuts were basically finished. Today, he spent half an hour doing the final inspection and meditation. After he was completely done, Jean Lang put them in a small box, intending to show them to Su Shirhan after she woke up. The confinement center was fully prepared, but parents still needed to prepare daily necessities such as diapers that babies would use. Jean Lang took this time to go to a maternity and baby store in a nearby shopping mall. It is rare to see a young boy visiting a maternity and baby store alone, especially if he is a handsome guy. As soon as Jean Lang entered the store, the young female shop assistants immediately started discussing in a low voice.
Wow, there's a handsome guy in the store.
A handsome guy came to visit a maternity and baby store, probably to buy things for his baby. What a pity, such a handsome guy actually already has a baby.
You don't even go to greet the customers when they come. Don't you want sales?
The store manager scolded them and walked towards Jean Lang with a smile. The young clerk behind him said mischievously, "Manager, the handsome guy is so young, even if he has a baby, it's just a baby, the customer potential is not great."
The store ignored them and said to Jean Lang with a smile, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?"
Jean Lang stood in front of the diaper shelf, looking at the dazzling array of brands, and was indeed a little at a loss as to where to start.
I want to buy diapers for my babies. They are just 8 days old. They need to be breathable, skin-friendly, and absorbent. Can you recommend some to me?
The diapers in our store are all big brands with very good quality. As for breathability and skin-friendly materials, of course, our Pampers and Cow are the best.
Mommy Poco is also good.
These are the most popular choices among mothers.
Jean Lang picked up the 3 brands she recommended and looked at the ingredient comparison carefully.
Seeing him hesitate, the store manager thought that the price she recommended was a bit high. Good diapers are not cheap, so she continued, "Sir, there are other high-quality diapers in the store.
Let's take this one.
I think it's thin and light and has good water absorption."
Jean Lang directly took the most expensive Pampers level 1 and said. The store manager was stunned for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, "Okay, do you need this pack?" "No, I want 20 packs. Chapter 13. Ah.
The store manager was stunned for a moment.
Isn't 20 packs a bit too much? It's like this, sir. Newborns grow very fast, so diapers come in different sizes. If you buy too many of the same size, you may not be able to use them later and it will be a waste.
No, I have 3 babies, and sometimes they need 20 to 30 tablets a day.
20 packs are not enough for long.
You take this much first, and I'll come back to buy more later," Jean Lang said with a smile.
The store manager was surprised and said, "Sir, you have triplets? Congratulations, sir. You and your wife are so blessed." She led Jean Lang to the counter to pay.
Behind her were the young shop assistants holding 20 packs of diapers. When they heard that Jean Lang bought 20 packs at once and that he had triplets at home, they immediately regretted that they had only been looking at the handsome guy and missed such a big order. "Sir, you have spent more than 2,500 yuan here today, so you can get our VIP membership as a gift. Today's purchase cannot be counted into the points system, but it can be counted next time.
This time, we will give you some extra baby products as a gift." Jean Lang nodded and left with 2 full bags of diapers and a large bag of gifts. The young clerk came over immediately and asked, "Manager, don't our VIPs have to spend at least 5,000 yuan at a time? Besides, the gifts you just gave were too many, and they are worth thousands."
The store manager rolled his eyes at her and said, "You are so silly.
This customer has triplets and bought the best and most expensive diapers. She is our best potential customer.
We are making a fortune by exchanging a VIP spot in Xiao Qian's gift for a potential big customer."
It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Su Shirhan was woken up to feed.
After she finished feeding the babies, she felt a little hungry herself. The nurse at the side said with a smile, "Mrs. Qin, you are so lucky. Mr. Qin went out to buy things for the babies, but before he left, he specially prepared afternoon tea and put it in the incubator over there.
He is so considerate to you."
When Su Shirhan heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her pretty little face.
Mrs. Chin, we have a special afternoon tea area downstairs. The environment is great. You can bask in the sun and watch parenting experience videos with other mothers. Su Shirhan was a little moved. In recent days, she found that Xin Lang, as a new father, was doing a really great job. Xin Lang taught her a lot of knowledge about babies. In comparison, as a new mother, I seem to know too little. Now that she was in the confinement center, Su Shirhan wanted to learn more, so she asked the nurse to go downstairs with the afternoon tea that Xin Lang had prepared for her. The afternoon tea hall downstairs is decorated in a very pink color. The soft leather seats look very comfortable. There is a large electronic screen in the middle, which plays parenting videos. Many mothers and parents sit there to have afternoon tea, watch videos, and chat. Su Shirhan's arrival quickly attracted everyone's attention. As a mother who just gave birth, Su Shirhan's skin and figure look so good that it would make other women jealous. Su Shirhan was originally young, and with her beauty, and Xin Lang's detoxifying and beauty-enhancing confinement meals, Su Shirhan was simply radiant among all the mothers. Su Shirhan was already used to this kind of looks, so she wasn't shy at all. She walked to a seat, sat down, opened her afternoon tea box, and started eating. The mother's next to me. Wow, it smells so good. Her afternoon tea seems different from ours. Really? Ours is all tremella soup and small desserts. Why is hers so rich? There are also blueberry yam and corn pancakes. Are those peanut walnut cakes? It looks so delicious. Nurse, why is this mom's afternoon tea so rich? The moms gathered around and asked enviously. The nurse next to Su Shirhan smiled and said, "Moms, the afternoon tea in the confinement center is provided uniformly, there is no difference, but our mom's afternoon tea was prepared by the child's father himself." The child's father prepared it himself? This is too enviable. The afternoon tea is full of love, it looks much better than ours. Xin Lang returned to the room and found that Su Shirhan was not in the bedroom. The three little ones were sleeping soundly. He went to the bedside to check on the three little treasures, and then asked the nurse where Su Shirhan was. Hearing that she was having afternoon tea downstairs, Xin Lang picked up the walnuts he had carved and went downstairs to accompany her. As soon as he got downstairs, Xin Lang saw Su Shirhan sitting there from afar. All the mothers in the confinement center wore the same pink home clothes, but Su Shirhan's clothes were different from others. Pretty. She is worthy of being the mother of his child. Xin Lang walked over with a smile on his face, but after taking 2 steps, he saw a middle-aged woman walking up to Su Shirhan. "Hello, dear mother, my daughter-in-law just saw your confinement meal and is craving for it. Can you give her some? The portion is quite large and you definitely can't finish it by yourself. Please give half to my daughter-in-law." Su Shirhan raised her head and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I've already had this afternoon tea, it's not appropriate to share it with others." Besides, she was reluctant to share the afternoon tea made by Xin Lang with others. "It's okay, we don't mind," the other party said with a smile. Su Shirhan glanced at the other person and said lightly, "I mind." "Hey, why are you so ignorant? My request is not excessive. My daughter-in-law thinks the postpartum meals here are too ordinary. She can't eat them normally. She is very picky. Today, she finally saw your afternoon tea and felt very hungry. Can you share some with us? I'll buy your half." There was a hint of anger on Su Shirhan's face. Just as she was about to speak, a tall figure suddenly stood in front of her. His strong arms protected her firmly behind him. Xin Lang looked at the ant in front of him and said coldly, "Sorry, we don't sell it." The ant looked at Xin Lang, and then understood, "You are the father of the child, right? You made this confinement meal? Your cooking skills are pretty good, my daughter-in-law likes it, don't worry, we won't eat it for free, we'll pay for it. You two look quite young. It must not be easy to raise a child at such a young age. Postpartum care centers are so expensive. Coming here means burning money. Wouldn't it be good to earn more?" Xin Lang looked at the unreasonable old lady and said directly, "You can't afford my craftsmanship." Chapter 14. The auntie was unhappy when she heard this, and she put her hands on her hips and said, "How can I not afford it? Let me tell you, my son works for a big company. His annual salary is very high. You name a price, and I will buy 1 confinement meal every day in the future. I can't exchange it for anything. My confinement meals can only be enjoyed by the mother of my child." "Hey, what's wrong with you, young man? Why don't you make money?" Xin Lang ignored her and turned to protect Su Shirhan.
He took out 2 small walnuts and placed them in front of her. He smiled and said, "Look, the walnuts for your best friend are carved. Please help me take a look first, Shirhan." Su Shirhan was amused by him. She lowered her head, took the 2 walnuts and studied them carefully.
It's really exquisite, Qin Lang, you are amazing. Such a small walnut has so many patterns. How did you manage to carve such a beautiful and domineering pattern on it? Su Shirhan's eyes were full of amazement.
She didn't understand the value of walnut carvings, but she could see that the carving was very delicate and could be called a work of art. Qin Lang smiled handsomely and whispered, "My fingers are more flexible than you can imagine." Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan looked at Qin Lang's hands. They were slender and strong, with distinct joints. They were indeed very flexible fingers.
But why does this sentence sound a bit misleading? After all, these flexible fingers have more functions than just carving.
Su Shirhan immediately withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks.
Did you listen to me?
I tell you, my son is very capable. If you don't sell the confinement meals to us today, I guarantee that my son will have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to stay in this confinement center. When the old lady saw Qin Lang chatting with Su Shirhan as if no one was around, she became even more angry and her voice got louder. Just at this moment, the old lady's son came over. He heard about what happened downstairs and wanted to come over to support his wife and mother.
It's just a confinement meal. How could the other party not agree when he spent a huge amount of money on it? Mom, what's going on?
The man in a suit looked at Qin Lang and Su Shirhan with an unfriendly tone.
Son, you came at the right time. It was these 2 people.
I kindly discussed with them that I wanted to spend money to buy their confinement meals, but they not only disagreed, but also said that we couldn't afford it. Well, sir, my wife has not had a good appetite recently.
She is not used to the food in the confinement center. Since she likes the confinement meals you make, let's talk about the price. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss.
Wait. Before the man finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the 2 walnuts in Su Shirhan's hand and was stunned for a moment. Hearing about what happened downstairs, the man originally wanted to use money to suppress the other party. Even if he couldn't buy confinement meals, he had to give her enough face. But when he saw this pair of valuable walnuts, he felt a little guilty.
His boss likes to collect walnut carvings as ornaments.
In order to curry favor with his boss, he has learned a lot about this kind of things. His boss has a pair of walnut carvings that he treats as treasures. It is said that they were bought for 50,000 yuan each and 100,000 yuan for a pair. Every time an important customer comes, the boss takes them out to show off. He keeps them well packed in a manhwa box and washes his hands every time he takes them. The treasure they hold is no less than a rare treasure. Looking at Qin Lang's pair of walnuts, the carving is more delicate and obviously better than the boss's.
Moreover, he doesn't seem to care at all. The couple just hold them casually.
This kind of thing is only used by rich people for entertainment, but it is a symbol of status. The other party's financial strength is obviously above his. The man in the suit assessed the situation and immediately changed the subject, saying with a smile, "But it depends on whether you are willing. After all, we need your help. Your craftsmanship is good and my wife likes it.
If you are willing to sell it, we will definitely be willing to pay for it. But if you are not willing, then it can only be regarded as a bother."
The old lady looked at her son in confusion. "Son, what's wrong with you?"
"It's just a confinement meal, they can't even imagine the money we gave them, why?" "Mom, stop talking."
The man in the suit saw that Qin Lang looked unhappy, and immediately scolded his mother. "It's their decision whether to sell the confinement meal or not.
Since they don't want to, we can't force them. You just had a bad attitude, and we have to apologize to them." How could the old lady have the face to apologize to Qin Lang and Su Shirhan? After all, she was so arrogant just now. "I won't apologize." "Why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. They are not happy with giving them money."
The man in the suit looked at Qin Lang apologetically, and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, I'm so sorry." The old man is quite stubborn. "I apologize to you too on behalf of my mother."
"I'm sorry to interrupt your afternoon tea."
The old lady was so angry to see her son being so cowardly. Just as she was about to explode, the manager of the confinement center rushed over after hearing the news.
"What's going on?"
Her voice instantly attracted everyone's attention.
The female manager looked at the 2 customers in the middle. From their expressions, she probably guessed what was going on.
She walked up to Qin Lang and bowed respectfully.
I'm sorry, Mr. Qin.
It's because of the poor management of our confinement center that you and your wife had such a bad experience. So, we will provide you and your wife with a special VIP afternoon tea room later. There will also be a special childcare teacher to teach in person. In the future, your wife doesn't have to come to such a noisy place like the hall to watch videos.
I am truly sorry for what happened this afternoon.
Our staff will go upstairs later to deliver our apology service to the 2 distinguished VIPs. When the man in the suit heard this, he immediately understood that Qin Lang was the VIP here. You know, this confinement center is the best one in Shanghai. The price of an ordinary room is amazing, and the VIP room is more than 3 times the price of an ordinary room. It seems that Qin Lang's strength is indeed stronger than he thought. He quickly pulled his mother and said, "Mom, hurry up and apologize to them."
Do you still want to continue living here?
When the old lady saw this, she was afraid that she would be the one to be kicked out, so she quickly said to Qin Lang and Su Shirhan, "I'm sorry, I'm an old woman from the countryside, and I don't know how to speak."
Don't mind it.
Qin Lang was too lazy to argue with this group of people and affect his own mood and Su Shirhan's mood. At this time, Su Shirhan was in the confinement period, and her mood was very important to her physical recovery. So, he didn't look at the old lady and the man in the suit again, nodded to the female manager, and took Su Shirhan upstairs. The manager immediately asked a few nurses to follow and escort them upstairs. After they left, the manager did not pursue the matter any further. He just reminded the man in the suit, "Guest, you and the gentleman just now are both guests of our confinement center. It is better to get along with each other in a friendly manner on weekdays.
However, what happened today should not happen again. In the future, we will pay more attention to the service arrangements for VIP guests."
The man in the suit nodded slightly at her, then took his mother away in a dusty manner.
Chapter 15. Mom, can you please stop causing trouble for me? After returning to the room, the man in the suit couldn't help but get angry. The old lady glared at him. "What did I do to you?"
"I just wanted to buy some confinement meals."
It was obviously those 2 young people who didn't know what was good for them. You were too cowardly today.
You are an executive of a big company and you make so much money. Why are you afraid of 2 young people?
All right. Didn't you hear me? I'm a VIP here. What's wrong with VIP? We also paid to live here, and it's so expensive. It makes me sad just thinking about it.
The old lady said stubbornly. The man in the suit sighed and patiently explained, "Mom, don't be angry. It's because your son is incompetent. The young man just now is much more capable than your son. You think we spend a lot to come to the confinement center, but the VIP price is 3 times ours."
What? 3 times? That would be more than 200,000 yuan? Spending so much money on confinement, are they crazy?
The old lady was shocked.
The man in the suit gave a bitter smile. What's that? Did you see the walnuts in that mother's hand?
They are very valuable, and they are toys for rich people.
Working class people like your son, and I can't even think about it. Okay, next time we see them here, you should take a detour. Don't offend them, otherwise we won't know how we died.
Back in the VIP room upstairs, Su Shirhan lay down beside the baby's cradles, looked at Qin Lang and asked, "Qin Lang, when the baby's father came over just now, he was obviously aggressive and said at first that he wanted to buy the confinement meals you made, but then halfway through his words, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees.
Did you do something?"
She was a little curious about what caused the other party to suddenly change his attitude.
Qin Lang was checking Sanbao's jaundice.
The little guy's jaundice had gradually subsided and he was sleeping soundly now. Hearing Su Shirhan's words, he winked at her and said with a smile, "Maybe he suddenly saw my handsome face that looked so noble and domineering, and knew that he was no match for me, so he got scared." In fact, he knew the real reason very well, because the man was stunned when he saw the walnut in his hand.
The walnut carving skills rewarded by the system must be extraordinary.
This immediately shocked the other party, who thought he was a very rich and powerful person, so he didn't dare to offend him. Of course, he didn't want to say this to Su Shirhan, because it would be boring and uninteresting. It would be more fun to tease the child's mother. Especially when he saw the child's mother blushing, he understood why there is a phrase called "beauty is a feast to the eyes." Su Shirhan was waiting for his answer seriously, but she didn't expect him to say that. She immediately laughed. "Qin Lang, be more modest."
Do I need to be modest about my looks?
Qin Lang walked over to her, his handsome face looking very impressive. Su Shirhan turned her head, and her pink cheeks seemed to be bleeding. But Qin Lang did not retreat a single step and stared at her with domineering eyes, like a leopard staring at its prey, determined to trap the other party into his territory.
Su Shirhan couldn't hold on any longer.
She gently pushed Qin Lang and shyly changed the subject. The walnut carving is done. I'll send it to Xiao Xiao. After saying that, she carefully took 2 photos and sent them to Lin Xiao via WeChat. Half a minute later, Lin Xiao called.
Hey, Shirhan, Qin Lang's cooking skills are amazing.
This walnut carving is so exquisite.
I guarantee that my old man will be delighted when he receives this pair of walnuts. This is much more exquisite than the ones he has at home.
Su Shirhan smiled and said, the photos I took aren't very good, the real thing is even more amazing.
Really? That's great. By the way, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be able to see the real thing then. Should you guys be discharged from the hospital now? Where should I find you tomorrow? At the rental house. We didn't go back to the rental house. Qin Lang brought me to the confinement center.
When Su Shirhan said this, she glanced at Qin Lang secretly with sweetness in her eyes. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Qin Lang is really thoughtful.
The confinement center is good. If your triplets are in a rental house relying on the 2 of you and your aunt, it will be difficult to take care of them. Then send me the address and I will go there as soon as I get back tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm going to stay here for many days. I'm anxious to see my godchildren. I haven't seen them for several days. I miss them.
The 2 chatted about the 3 little babies, and Lin Xiao immediately switched to a video call. After talking for a long time, he hung up reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao turned around and started thinking about finding a reason to get some money from his father. She is now just an ordinary office worker with an okay income, but she also spends a lot and is a real spendthrift. She gave all the cash from the last project as red envelopes to her godchildren, and now she is very tight on money.
Walnut carvings are not cheap, and Lin Xiao has learned about the approximate price.
Qin Lang carved them so well, she thinks a pair would cost 200,000. Lin Xiao thought about it and called his father.
Daddy, your precious daughter has been bullied.
As soon as the phone call came through, Lin Xiao immediately started to act coquettishly.
What's wrong? Who would bully our lovely daughter? Dad, Lin asked worriedly on the other end of the phone. I was on a business trip this time.
I went with my colleagues, but they all carried branded bags of the season. They also said that my bags were from last year and too old. I felt so embarrassed.
So, Daddy, give me some money to buy a new bag. You definitely don't want your daughter to be looked down upon because of a bag, right? Silly girl, stop acting. You just want to buy a bag, right? Go ahead. I happen to have some pocket money. I'll transfer it all to you. 60,000 yuan should be enough, right? Lin's father said with a displeased smile. It's not enough, Dad. I want 200,000.
Lin Xiao said.
What? 200,000?
No, that's too expensive, Xiao Xiao, don't be too competitive.
You're using a bag worth 200,000 to show off.
I don't know who your colleagues are.
They only earn so little a month, where would they get the money to buy a bag worth 200,000? No, I won't buy it.
Lin Xiao said with a bitter face, but I have already paid the deposit, 20,000 yuan.
If I don't buy it, I won't get the money back.
Father Lin sighed helplessly. Okay, wait a minute, 200,000 is a lot, I have to apply for it from your mother.
Thank you, Dad. You're the best. I love you.
Lin Xiao blew him a kiss and waited for news happily. Lin Xiao and Lin's father are indeed father and daughter, even their moves are exactly the same. Grandpa Lin immediately told his wife that he wanted to buy a pair of walnuts for 400,000 yuan. Naturally, Mother Lin disagreed, so he did the same thing and said directly that he had paid a deposit of 60,000 yuan and could not return it if he did not buy it. The Lin family was thrifty, so they often spent a large amount of money on the purchase in order not to waste a deposit.
Chapter 16.
Mother Lin had no choice but to scold him a few words, but still approved it. Dad Lin immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Lin Xiao, and the other 200,000 yuan, of course, went into his personal piggy bank.
It's not excessive for middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. Oh.
As soon as Lin Xiao got the money, he immediately transferred 100,000 to Su Shirhan, saying it was a deposit, and the rest would be given when he saw the actual product tomorrow. When Su Shirhan saw that the money Lin Xiao transferred was a full 100,000 yuan, she was a little surprised.
Qin Lang, why are these walnuts so valuable?
I don't think you spent too much time on them. These days, Jean Lang has been taking care of her and the babies and has very little free time, so this walnut actually didn't cost much time.
The advance payment alone was 100,000? Doesn't that mean the value of this walnut carving is more than that?
Jean Lang smiled and said, there is a saying in the industry that if it is not carved, it is not expensive, but if it is carved, it will be twice as expensive. The value of a walnut is limited, but the carving is priceless, so the specific value depends on the buyer's appreciation level. Su Shirhan said in shock, you can sell this walnut carving for so much money in such a short time. Jean Lang, you are really amazing. No wonder Jean Lang always says that there is no need to worry about money, because he is really capable.
Jean Lang, give me an account and I will transfer the money to you. Su Shirhan said. No need, you keep this money. You will also keep Miss Lin's balance tomorrow. Su Shirhan looked at him in surprise. This was not the first time Jean Lang asked her to take money. Last time, he also gave her the red envelopes given by his roommate in Linxiao for safekeeping, but those were small amounts of money. This time, it was Jean Lang's work fee, and it was 100,000. This is not good, Jean Lang, this is yours. What's yours and mine?
There's no need to distinguish between you and me in our relationship.
Jean Lang said domineeringly.
Su Shirhan was speechless. She found that every time in front of the overbearing Jean Lang, she would unconsciously turn into a weak little white rabbit. She whispered, but in this way, I feel like a housekeeper. Although her voice was low, Jean Lang still heard it.
He smiled and said, don't want to be my housekeeper? That's fine, leave all the money to me. I spend money lavishly.
Hearing this, Su Shirhan immediately hugged the phone and stuck out her pink tongue at Jean Lang, then I'll take care of it.
I'm short of money.
It costs a lot of money to raise 3 babies. After saying that, Su Shirhan smiled and looked down at Sanbao who had just woken up.
Jean Lang, do you think the babies are getting prettier and cuter now?
The 3 little ones grew up slowly. They were no longer wrinkled like when they were just born. Their skin became whiter and their facial features became fuller and cuter. Little Sanbao now opened his big black eyes and looked at his parents curiously, then suddenly opened his mouth and revealed a sweet smile.
Su Shirhan was pleasantly surprised and smiled gently. Sanbao is so happy, what do you think she is thinking about? Why is she smiling so happily?
Jean Lang also said with a fatherly smile, he must have eavesdropped on our conversation just now and knew that his parents had saved a large sum of money for milk powder for them. He thought that he had made the right choice to be born into this family, so he was happy. Su Shirhan felt that Jean Lang's imagination was sometimes really big.
Sanbao is only 8 days old, how can he understand what we are saying?
Su Shirhan had just finished mumbling when Xiao Sanbao suddenly smiled slyly and reached out to grab the phone where Su Shirhan had just received the money. Jean Lang and Su Shirhan were both surprised.
Jean Lang laughed and said, look, Sanbao is really a little money grubber, huh?
Our little money grubber, come here, give daddy a kiss. The next morning, after feeding the babies and watching Su Shirhan finish her confinement meal, Jean Lang was about to take a rest when he suddenly received a call from his roommate Yang Bin.
Brother Lang, this is an emergency, please go back to school right now.
The situation was similar to what Jean Lang had imagined. He had not been in school for the past week, and his roommates had helped him deal with the roll call in class. However, the school happened to conduct dormitory inspections last night, and he was not in the dormitory, so he could not hide the matter. It seems that I have to go back and deal with it myself. Back in the room, Su Shirhan fell asleep leaning against the head of the bed. Jean Lang helped her tidy up the quilt, said something to the nurse next to her, and took a taxi back to school. On the way, Jean Lang received a call from his counselor.
The instructor asked him where he was going.
Jean Lang felt that he couldn't explain it in a few words, so he said that he would go to the teaching office to talk to her later. When Jean Lang arrived at the teaching office, the young female counselor was talking to the dean. Seeing Jean Lang, she said with a serious face, wait over there first. When the director saw that she was going to lecture him, he left without saying a word. The counselor stood up to see him off and closed the office door when he came back. As soon as the door was closed, the serious look on the instructor's face instantly turned into helplessness. She looked at Jean Lang and sighed like an old mother, you little brats are really a worry.
Tell me, where did you go last night?
Jean Lang smiled and said, Counselor, I didn't go back to school this time because I was really delayed by something important. Their counselor is a newly graduated master's student, who is only 5 or 6 years older than these college students. Although he usually looks serious, he has a good relationship with students in private.
Things like not returning to the dormitory at night often happen among college students.
From time to time, a few boys can't stand the school's internet shutdown at 11:30 and run out all night, and then get caught. Afterwards, the counselors will help them write a note of leave to cover it.
They can't really let them lose credits for such things and leave a stain on their files.
Everyone was familiar with these things, so Qin Lang felt quite calm when facing the counselor.
The instructor rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "What's the reason? If you had a good reason, why didn't you ask for leave in advance?"
Qin Lang, don't think I don't know that you haven't been to class for several days.
Other professors may not know you, but I know you little brats. Sun Tzu was the one who helped you answer my questions the other day. Now that you are here, give me a good reason. If you confess, I will give you leniency. If you resist, I will give you severity.
Counselor, I actually have important things to deal with these days, so I'm not in school.
The instructor looked at him with a hint of smile in his eyes, and suddenly asked, "Is it about feelings?"
Qin Lang smiled and said, "Instructor, you know so much.
It's really an emotional thing."
The female instructor rolled her eyes.
The school beauty from the 211 university next door came here with a big belly. The news spread throughout the class. How could I, as the class instructor, not know? Qin Lang, I haven't asked you yet, what's going on? Is the baby in the school beauty's belly really yours?
When he asked the last question, the instructor's eyes were brightly filled with gossip.
Author's words.
The new book is tender, continue to ask for recommendation votes and comments.
Chapter 17. Qin Lang nodded, yes, the child is indeed mine. I'm a father now.
I haven't been to class these few days because I'm in the hospital taking care of the child's mother. She just gave birth, and as the child's father, I must be there to take care of her. The instructor was holding his thermos cup in one hand, and his jaw dropped when he heard this. Her eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly widened and she looked at Qin Lang in front of her in shock. After a long while, she gave Qin Lang a thumbs up and said, "You are really awesome.
Qin Lang, you are right to do this.
You are a man, you must take good care of the child and the child's mother at this time.
I'll write you a note about what happened last night. You don't have to worry about it. The school schedule is not heavy recently. You should spend more time with them. After all, this is a special period. By the way, I have to congratulate you. Is it a boy or a girl?" The counselor asked in surprise.
Hearing this question, Qin Lang smiled, and it was a proud smile as a father. He said, "Triplets, 1 boy and 2 girls.
Triplets."
The instructor swallowed his saliva, gave a thumbs up again and said, "Okay, Qin Lang, you are awesome.
Congratulations, teacher." "Thank you,"
Qin Lang said with a smile. You young people are really bold in doing things, but there are many college students getting married and having children now, and the policies support it.
I am not an old-fashioned person, so I will definitely support you. Well, I'll write you a note for leave.
For the next month, you should spend more time with the children and their mother.
Don't worry about school matters. However, even if you become a father, you can't fall behind in your studies, understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, instructor.
Qin Lang came out of the teaching office with a legitimate leave request in his hand. Yang Bin, Sun Tzu, and Zhou Qi had been waiting outside the building for a long time. When they saw Qin Lang coming out, the 3 of them immediately surrounded him.
Yang Bin asked worriedly, "Brother Lang, are you okay? Did the instructor help you write a leave note this time?"
Sun Tzu said in annoyance, "Brother Lang, I'm sorry. It was my fault last night. If I had reacted faster, I would have said that you went to visit other dormitories. But I made up an excuse that you were taking a shower." No one expected that the teacher who checked the dormitories would actually go to the bathroom to check. Zhou Qi was also anxious, and pulled Qin Lang aside to ask, "Brother Lang, is the problem resolved?
Are you really going to deduct your credits?"
Qin Lang looked at the 3 of them, stretched out his long arm, patted their shoulders, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, is there anything that I, your brother Lang, can't handle?"
The weather for the 3 of them immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. "Brother Lang, so you've got it done?"
Qin Lang took out the leave application, flicked it in his hand, and then threw it into Yang Bin's hand. "Take the death-free gold medal. From now on, we will be ready for roll call in class, sudden dormitory inspections, and so on."
The 3 of them looked down and were instantly amused. "Brother Lang, you are awesome.
Not only did you get the leave application, but you also got it for a whole month.
This is truly a life or death gold medal. Brother Lang, how did you do it? Teach me, I want to go out for a trip, not in a month, just a week. Jo Su stepped forward to ask for advice. Xin Lang glanced at him, shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Who told you that you don't have 3 cute babies? Ha ha. The dormitory inspection was successfully resolved, and the 4 of them walked towards the dormitory building, talking and laughing. Since he was back to school this time, Xin Lang wanted to take some of his things to the confinement center, because he would be staying there for a month. Last time, I asked Yang Bin and the others to take some things, but because they were in a hurry, they only took some necessities. There were also some things that he had to take to the confinement center. When he arrived downstairs of the dormitory, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Lulu. As soon as Zhao Lulu saw Xin Lang, she straightened her back and walked towards him aggressively. Hey, isn't this classmate Xin Lang whom I haven't seen for a long time? You've been missing for more than a week. How come you suddenly came to our ordinary university today? I thought you had been taken to Zhenghai University by the school beauty next door. Xin Lang was too lazy to pay attention to her, but Zhao Lulu seemed to be unwilling to give in. By the way, the school had a sudden dormitory inspection last night. Some people did not return home at night. They should be deducted credits, right? Xin Lang, are you here to write a self-review? You have to write this self-review carefully, because if you fail, it will be included in your student file. Zhao Lulu laughed with her hand covering her mouth in a pretentious manner. Xin Lang looked at her now and really felt nothing at all. Compared with Su Shirhan, Zhao Lulu, the school belle, is really not that good, not only in appearance, but also in character. He didn't even know why he was so blind to date her for a while? Sure enough, after spending a long time with someone, you will know the other person's true face. Falling in love at first sight is too hasty. But he also has to thank Zhao Lulu for breaking up with him, otherwise, he would not have met such a good person like Su Shirhan. Since she is my ex-girlfriend, there is no need to talk about her anymore. He immediately said, excuse me. After saying that, he walked away calmly from in front of Zhao Lulu, his mood not affected at all by Zhao Lulu's words. Yang Bin and the other 3 followed Xin Lang, led by their brother Lang with great momentum, and passed by a school beauty with a changed face with disdain. You. Zhao Lulu was dissatisfied with being treated like this and was about to step forward to continue arguing. Suddenly, her roommate ran over from the direction Xin Lang and the others had just come from and grabbed her. Lulu, stop chasing me. In the blink of an eye, Xin Lang and his friends had already entered the boys' dormitory. Zhao Lulu angrily shook off her roommate's hand and said angrily, Xiao Duo, why are you pulling me? Don't you see how arrogant Xin Lang is? Xiao Duo tugged at her sleeve and whispered, stop talking, Lulu. Xin Lang has already dealt with what happened last night. Zhao Lulu turned back suddenly and frowned, how is that possible? I specifically asked the president of the student union to help with the dormitory inspection last night, and the dean was there at the time. Even if the instructor wants to help him get away with it, it's not justifiable without a legitimate reason. She was the one who planned the dormitory inspection last night. Her original intention was to break up with Xin Lang that day, but she didn't expect that Xin Lang would end up leaving with the campus beauty from the 211 university next door, making her a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Xin Lang hasn't come to class these few days, and classmates are privately saying that Xin Lang and that school beauty must be in real relationship. Everyone looks at her with pity, and Zhao Lulu can guess what they are saying behind her back with her toes. That's why she came up with this idea, to teach Xin Lang a lesson and not let him have fun with other women outside. Xiao Duo continued, it's true, I just went to find the instructor and happened to see Xin Lang go in, so I eavesdropped outside for a while. The story between Xin Lang and the school beauty next door is true. And she even gave Xin Lang triplets. Xin Lang is not in school recently, he is taking care of them. When the instructor heard this reason, he gave Xin Lang a note for last night's leave without saying anything, and also approved him a month's vacation so that he could spend time with his wife and children. I even heard the instructor congratulating Xin Lang. Chapter 18. When Zhao Lulu heard this, she exploded with anger on the spot. How is this possible? It's actually true that Xin Lang is dating that school beauty. And they had triplets. Xin Lang is so strong? Damn it, I'm so annoyed. Xin Lang had to go back to the confinement center to make lunch for Su Shirhan at noon, so he didn't stay in school for too long. He went back to the dormitory and chatted with his roommates, packed some things, picked up his backpack and left. When they returned to the confinement center, Su Shirhan had already woken up, and the 3 little babies had also just woken up. Su Shirhan was a little flustered trying to feed them alone.
When Qin Lang came back and saw this scene, he immediately put down what he was holding, hugged the hungry baby and gently coaxed him. After the three little ones had eaten and drunk enough and fell asleep, Su Shirhan asked, Qin Lang, I heard from the nurse that you went back to school.
Is there anything wrong?
She suddenly gave birth prematurely, and Qin Lang accompanied her to the hospital without saying a word.
She hadn't returned to school for so many days.
She was fine, as she had already completed the credits at school and took a leave, but Qin Lang was caught off guard after all.
Qin Lang said, It's okay, I just went back to make up a leave note.
The previous leave note has expired, so this time I made up a longer one.
I don't have to go back for a month. Su Shirhan was a little surprised, with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. You asked for a month's vacation? Did the school approve it?
Seeing that she was worried, Qin Lang simply took out his mobile phone and opened the academic affairs system, which contained his leave information. Here, look, this is the vacation my instructor just approved today.
It's a month, not a day less. Su Shirhan looked down and saw that it was indeed a 1-month vacation.
But she was still puzzled.
How did you apply for a vacation from the school? For a month-long vacation, there should be a very reasonable and formal reason, right?
Qin Lang said seriously, I am accompanying my child's mother during her confinement and taking care of 3 hungry babies.
Is this reason unreasonable? Isn't it regular? Su Shirhan was stunned and asked in surprise, You really asked for leave like this?
Yeah.
Qin Lang responded calmly.
Su Shirhan's face instantly turned red, and her beautiful eyes blinked anxiously. Qin Lang, you are too bold. Qin Lang was so touched by her cuteness that he couldn't help himself. He reached out and rubbed her pink little face. Rubbing the left side was not enough, so he simply held her hot pink cheeks with both hands and ravaged them together.
Well, there's nothing to be shy about.
The country is encouraging childbirth now, and the second and third child policies have been opened up one after another. As contemporary college students and good young people in society, we are actively responding to the call and contributing to the population construction of our motherland. Besides, we are a family of 3 babies born in 1 pregnancy. I think if the government knew about this, they would give us a reward. Qin Lang thought about it, then shook his head and said, No, the country can't know about this.
Su Shirhan was completely misled by him and subconsciously asked, Why?
Qin Lang said seriously, Look, the country is encouraging people to have more children now.
Our genes are so strong that we can have 3 children in 1 pregnancy. If the country knew about this, wouldn't they allow us to have more children? Su Shirhan. What do you mean by having more babies? What is the structure of Qin Lang's brain circuit?
She had just given birth to a baby, and Qin Lang was thinking, this is too dirty.
Su Shirhan felt like she was about to faint from embarrassment from the plot she imagined in her mind. It's so addictive. It's really too addictive.
Just when the shared bike in Su Shirhan's head was about to drive into the sky, the ringing of a cell phone stopped her in time. She picked up the phone, and Lin Zhao's excited voice came over. Hello, Shirhan, I'm here. Send me your room number quickly, I want to go upstairs to see my godsons and goddaughters.
Look at the yarn. Xiao Xiao, who ruins the atmosphere, humph. Su Shirhan told Lin Xiao the room number, and Lin Xiao came soon after.
As soon as Lin Xiao entered the room, he immediately walked around the room, then sat down in front of Su Shirhan and said excitedly, Shirhan, this confinement center is really good.
And this room is so luxurious.
When I was downstairs just now, I found that their service attitude here is really good.
It's much better for you to recuperate here than in that small rental house.
Su Shirhan smiled, looked up at Qin Lang, and said, It was all arranged by Qin Lang. Lin Xiao raised his head and gave Qin Lang a thumbs up. Well done, Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled and said, You guys chat, I'll go downstairs to pick out the ingredients for the confinement meal at noon.
After he left, Lin Xiao lowered her voice and asked, Doesn't this confinement center prepare confinement meals? Why does Qin Lang have to choose them himself?
Su Shirhan said sweetly, No, the confinement center has it, but Qin Lang does it better. He asked to make it for me himself. Lin Xiao felt as if someone had stuffed a bowl of dog food into her stomach, which made her feel sore-throaty. However, she was really happy for Su Shirhan.
There is really nothing to complain about Qin Lang's performance these days.
Lin Xiao smiled ambiguously, and reached out to touch Su Shirhan's face with ill intentions. TSK, no wonder I felt that you looked more radiant when I saw you just now. I thought you had some secret, but it turns out it's because you eat sweet confinement meals every day and are nourished by love. Su Shirhan glared at her coquettishly. Xiao Xiao, stop talking nonsense.
Isn't it? If it's not a confinement meal, then could it be? Hey, Shirhan, you and Qin Lang, could it be?
The two best friends knew each other's thoughts very well, and Su Shirhan knew what Lin Xiao wanted to say as soon as she heard it. She raised her hand and gently hit Lin Xiao, and said hurriedly, "How is it possible?" Lin Xiao nodded, smacked his lips and said, "That's right, even if your Qin Lang is impatient, he has to take your current health into consideration."
He is not impatient at all. Su Shirhan couldn't help but speak for Qin Lang.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes and smiled maliciously. "Why does this sound so regretful?"
Shirhan, are you the one who can't wait?
Su Shirhan was both embarrassed and annoyed. "Xiao Xiao, you really should wash your head when you take a shower.
What are you thinking about all day long? Ha ha. Lin Xiao's arrival made the already lively room even more lively.
At noon, Lin Xiao got to enjoy Su Shirhan's confinement meal as he wished and had a satisfying meal.
After dinner, Qin Lang gave her the walnut carving.
When Lin Xiao saw the real thing, he couldn't help but praise it frequently.
So beautiful.
Qin Lang, your craftsmanship is truly amazing.
Shirhan is right.
The real thing is 100 times more stunning than the photo. My old man will definitely like this majestic and domineering walnut sculpture.
Qin Lang, thank you so much. This is the final payment. I'll transfer it to Shirhan.
Lin Xiao was very happy and quickly transferred the remaining 100,000 yuan to Su Shirhan's account. She sat for a while, but she left reluctantly because her unit had an urgent matter. Before leaving, I took a group photo with the three babies.
Chapter 19.
Su Shirhan looked at the balance of 200,000 yuan in the account and said to Qin Lang with a smile, "Qin Lang, I didn't expect you to earn 200,000 yuan so quickly.
This is a lot of money.
Even if we have 3 babies, it can last for a long time." Qin Lang looked at her excited expression, but he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Shirhan must have had a very difficult time in the past 8 months.
A sophomore student also lives on living expenses.
It is no problem for her to support herself, but she also has to take care of the baby in her belly, rent a house and hire a nanny.
If she was not desperate, why would she come to me to borrow money?
Qin Lang swore that he would never let the mother and babies worry about money again. He has to take on the responsibility of being the head of the family.
After making up his mind, Qin Lang said, "What's this? It's just a small amount of money. You can spend it and buy whatever you want.
I'll take care of everything else."
Su Shirhan smiled gently, looked at the babies and said, "I don't have anything to buy.
Everything is fine now, but I want to buy a lot of things for the babies, toys for the older brother, beautiful clothes for the 2 younger sisters, and their cribs, strollers, and rooms need to be decorated."
Okay, then let's do it one by one.
Qin Lang took out his mobile phone, opened the shopping app, sat on the bed and started watching with Su Shirhan. He was sitting next to her.
Su Shirhan could feel the warmth coming from Qin Lang's body.
She looked down at her phone and found it difficult to focus. In fact, she just casually mentioned her plan, but she didn't expect Qin Lang to look at it with her so seriously.
Everything has a response and everything has a conclusion. This kind of details is what impresses girls the most.
The two of them spent a long time picking things and bought a lot.
The rest just needed to be delivered by express.
Some of the furniture needed to be customized, but it was estimated that everything would arrive by the time they left the confinement center. After shopping, Su Shirhan was in high spirits. She got up and walked around a few times, teasing the babies who were still awake. The 3 little babies are growing up day by day. Today is already the 9th day, and the 3 little guys are becoming more and more lovely. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan were looking after the child together, and the nurses consciously withdrew, leaving this warm moment to their family.
Dabeo is the older brother and the only boy among the 3 babies.
He is growing the fastest and can now stretch out his little hands and grab something anxiously. Seeing this, Qin Lang immediately took out the handmade toy he had carved, soaked it in hot water to disinfect it, and then gave the wooden horse to Dabeo.
When Dabeo got the toy, he clenched his little hands instantly.
Looking at the small toy in front of him, he grinned happily. Erbao and Xiaobao, who were standing next to them, saw their brother holding a toy and reached out to grab it anxiously.
Qin Lang then gave each of them one of the other 2 wooden sculptures of small animals.
The 3 little ones took the toys made by their father and started to study them happily. After a while, they started to put the toys into their mouths.
Fortunately, Qin Lang did the disinfection work in advance.
Su Shirhan found this scene very heartwarming, so she took out her cell phone to record it.
"Qin Lang, the babies don't have names yet, let's give them some names," Su Shirhan said.
It's easy to call the children Tian Tian de Bao, Bao and Xiao Bao, but the children are already 9 days old and they really deserve a full name.
Qin Lang immediately said, okay, then I'll go get a dictionary and we'll name the babies.
The two of them took the dictionary and started flipping through it with great interest, only to find that there were so many beautiful words that they were unable to make a decision for a moment.
Qin Lang said, you should name the babies. Su Shirhan shook her head. You come on. It would be more appropriate for you to name the child.
The two were deadlocked, so Qin Lang simply said, then let's play rock paper scissors, and whoever wins gets to decide. Su Shirhan nodded, and the two agreed to play a game to decide the winner. Su Shirhan played stone and Qin Lang played cloth.
Qin Lang wins. I win, so you get to name the babies. Su Shirhan pouted, but was willing to accept defeat. All right.
Su Shirhan was about to think of a name, but suddenly she thought of a question. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyelashes trembling, and asked, Qin Lang, then, whose surname will the babies take? Qin Lang said without thinking, of course I have the same last name as you.
I'm the children's father. Babies should naturally take their father's surname.
When Su Shirhan heard this, she lowered her head slightly, pursed her pink lips and smiled. He said that he was the children's father and the babies all had his surname, so in that case, the baby's household registration would have to be in his household registration book.
Then as a mother of these babies, do I have to come along too? Does Qin Lang mean to marry her? This thought made Su Shirhan's cheeks burn.
She quickly cleared her throat and walked towards the 3 babies over there with the dictionary. I thought about it and decided to let the babies choose their own names.
How do babies name themselves? Qin Lang asked.
Su Shirhan shook the dictionary in her hand and said, use this as a prop for them, let the babies open it and choose their own names. Qin Lang smiled, this is a good idea, but Shirhan, you are not using such a random method just to pass the buck when the babies ask about their names in the future, right?
Su Shirhan's little thoughts were touched upon. She stuck out her tongue shyly and said arrogantly, is this democracy? Anyway, the babies chose their own names. No matter whether they think the names sound good or not, they can't blame me as a mother.
Qin Lang was amused by her sudden cleverness and took out his phone and said, then I'll take a video as evidence, so that the kids won't believe it in the future. When Su Shirhan saw him playing with her, she couldn't help but feel sweet bubbles rising in her heart. She took a dictionary and explained the situation to the babies first. Of course, the ignorant eldest, second and youngest babies in the crib had no idea that their parents, with gentle smiles on their faces, were digging a hole for them. When de Bao saw the new toy, the dictionary, he reached out to grab it curiously. With his great strength, he flipped to the middle of the dictionary in one go, with his thumb landing on the word. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan smiled at each other, and Qin Lang said, our de Bao is very good at choosing.
The word Xian represents the sun in warmth. He will definitely be a great brother in the future, right, little Qin Xian?
De Bao didn't know what was going on, but when he saw his parents smiling at him, he also smiled happily. Bao and Xiao Bao also decided on their names in the same way. Because Bao and Xiao Bao were daughters, Su Shirhan thought that 3 character names for girls sounded better, so the 2 little ones each turned over twice.
In the end, Bao named himself Qin Yutong and Xiao Bao's name was Qin Kursen. Qin Lang was very satisfied with the 2 names.
He held one of his daughters in each hand and said, our Yutong and Kursen will definitely be super pretty babies when they grow up, because they have had great aesthetic taste since they were young, and the names they gave them are also nice, right, Yutong, Kursen? Bao and Xiao Bao laughed in Qin Lang's arms, as if they agreed with their father's point of view. At this point, the naming of the Qin family as 3 little babies ended in such a very democratic way.
Chapter 20. After the baby's name was chosen, Su Shirhan thought about the birth certificate.
Qin Lang, when I was chatting with Tutu's mom next door today, she told me that we should go to the hospital where our babies were born to get birth certificates before they are 1 month old. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to get them later.
Why don't we go get them in the next few days? Qin Lang was stunned. He had forgotten about the birth certificate.
It seems that as a new dad, he still has a lot to learn. Okay, I want to check what materials are needed to apply for a birth certificate. Qin Lang put Yutong and Kursen back in the crib, then took out his mobile phone to check the information.
It's quite simple.
We just need our ID cards.
The hospital has all the other information about the baby on file. I'll go and get it done tomorrow.
Since you can't move around easily, just give me your ID card and I'll go. When Su Shirhan heard this, her beautiful eyes froze for a moment, and she unconsciously avoided his gaze.
Qin Lang looked at her curiously, what's wrong?
Su Shirhan said, how about I go with you? I've been feeling much better these past few days, and I've been walking around the confinement center every day, so it's no problem for me to go to the hospital.
Of course not.
You are exercising by walking around in the confinement center, but you can't go out and be blown by the wind.
Qin Lang said seriously. Su Shirhan was powerless to refute, and continued, then how about not having my ID card? You are the father of these children, isn't your ID card enough? Of course it's not enough. We are both the guardians of the babies. Qin Lang, this is like this.
I accidentally lost my ID card a few days ago, and I haven't had time to get a new one.
How about we put the birth certificate issue on hold?
Su Shirhan lied guiltily. Qin Lang saw through her thoughts at a glance when he saw her little expression. But he didn't expose her, instead he went along with her words and said, that's fine, it's just that I have to go one more trip to the Public Security Bureau to get you a temporary one.
Ah? Su Shirhan was anxious, can we still get a temporary one? Qin Lang nodded seriously, of course, otherwise how can the kids take the bus without an ID card?
They all go to the police window to apply for temporary documents.
The process is very simple and only takes a few minutes. This is half true and half false.
It is okay to get a temporary ID card if you lose it, but it still needs to be in your original form. However, the lying Su Shirhan had no idea that Qin Lang was lying to her at this time. Su Shirhan pouted slightly, with a melancholy look on her face, and stopped talking.
Qin Lang looked at her with a smile and asked, Shirhan, why don't you want to give me your ID card? Are you afraid that I will sell you out?
Su Shirhan immediately shook her head, of course not, it's mine, my ID photo, it doesn't look very good. After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands.
Then I'll give it to you, but you can't laugh at me.
She took out her ID card from her bag and held it tightly in her hand, making a final compromise.
Qin Lang nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I definitely won't laugh.
After hearing his assurance, Su Shirhan slowly handed over her ID card.
Qin Lang got the ID and looked down at the little beauty in it. This photo was probably taken a few years ago. Su Shirhan in the photo looked a lot younger than she does now.
She still had bangs at the time.
She had a slight smile in the photo and a dimple at the corner of her mouth.
She looked very cute.
Qin Lang looked at the photo seriously and couldn't help but let out a TSK.
Su Shirhan was nervous to begin with. Seeing Qin Lang's reaction, she immediately said in anger, Qin Lang, you said you wouldn't laugh at me.
I'm not laughing. Qin Lang picked up the ID card. Shirhan, you are in Versailles. What Versailles? Su Shirhan asked in confusion. This photo is as beautiful as an artistic photo. Did you do that on purpose just now? Hey, you pretended.
Qin Lang praised with a smile.
Su Shirhan's cheeks turned red, and she couldn't hide a smile.
She really didn't have Versailles, she just thought the photo was a little silly, and she didn't expect Qin Lang to think it was beautiful. The next morning, Qin Lang arranged everything at the confinement center and went to the hospital with his ID. After handing over the 2 ID cards, the staff quickly started the process. At this moment, Qin Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was his mother calling, so Qin Lang answered the phone immediately. Before he could say anything, the nurse at the window suddenly confirmed with him, the baby's father's name is Qin Lang, right? Qin Lang immediately said, yes, that's right, Qin Lang, the wave of waves. After that, he picked up the phone and called out to the other end of the line, Mom. When Qin's mother heard her son's voice on the phone, she immediately put away her doubts and decided to think about the voice she just heard after the call. She smiled and said, hey, son.
Mom, why are you calling me at this time? Qin Lang asked. Isn't it possible now? Are you busy? Do you have classes? No, I don't have classes this morning. But you and Dad always call me at night. Why did you call me in the morning today?
Yes, your dad and I are usually afraid that you have classes during the day, so we always wait for you to arrive in the dormitory at night and then call you. But today there is an emergency, and I have good news to tell you, Qin's mother said happily on the other end of the phone. Qin Lang listened to his mother's laughter and his whole body softened. He leaned against the wall and chatted with his mother.
What good news makes Our Lady Ding so happy?
Your aunt just called me and said that your cousin Shushu is getting married at the end of this year, and the date is set for the 26th of the 12th lunar month.
Really? That's great news, but didn't cousin Shushu go on a blind date during the summer vacation? Are you getting married so soon? Mother Chin laughed twice and suddenly whispered, "Yes, I think it's coming soon too. Your aunt secretly told me that it's because your cousin's wife is pregnant. I'm just telling you about this. Don't tell anyone yet, and don't talk to your cousin Shushu. After all, things are still unstable in the first 3 months. Your aunt's family hasn't said anything yet, they just shared it with me secretly." "I know, Mom. This is a good thing. Auntie must be very happy."
Well, your aunt couldn't stop smiling when she called me. Your cousin Shushu is 30 years old this year. He hasn't found a partner in so many years since graduation, and your aunt was so worried. But this time, not only is he getting married soon, but he's also having a child.
It's really a double happiness. Mother Chin on the other end of the phone was really happy.
Listening to his mother's joy, Xin Lang couldn't help but think, if his mother knew that she already had triplets and 2 granddaughters, she would probably be happier than she is now, right? But there is no rush. After all, he and the child's mother haven't reached that stage yet.
If his parents knew about Shirhan and the babies, they would probably be eager to see their daughter-in-law and grandchildren.
Xin Lang is afraid that Su Shirhan will feel pressured by then. He needs to deal with the child's mother first, and then share the good news with his parents.
Chapter 21. "Son, how are you doing in school recently?" asked Chin's mother. "I'm fine, Mom.
You and Dad take good care of yourselves.
Don't worry about me. School is doing well," Chin Lang said. "That's good. Your dad and I are fine too. Don't worry about us. By the way, do you have enough money? If not, tell Mom and I'll ask your dad to transfer the money to you." "No, Mom. I have enough living expenses.
Besides, you have a lot of free time in college. I, your son, have other income."
"You're working part-time?" "Son, you don't have to worry about money. College is all about studying hard and enjoying life.
You'll have plenty of time to earn money when you work in the future, so don't work too hard." Listening to his mother's concern, Xin Lang felt warm in his heart. He lowered his voice and said, "I know. By the way, son, you are a sophomore this year.
Do you have a girlfriend at school?" Chin's mother asked curiously. Xin Lang couldn't help laughing. Not only did he have a girlfriend, he even had a child. "Mom, are you in such a hurry?"
"Ha, Mom is not anxious, it's just that you are in college now, you can have a relationship." "Mom, if I not only found a girlfriend in college but also got you a grandchild, how would you and my dad feel?" Xin Lang asked tentatively. Mother Chin was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, "That's great. Your father and I are so happy that we can't sleep for several days and nights." "Ha, son, is there something wrong with you?" Xin Lang was amused by her exaggerated tone. Just then, the nurse next to him indicated that the birth certificate had been processed. Xin Lang quickly said to his mother on the other end of the phone, "It's okay, Mom, I won't talk to you for now. I have something to do outside now. I'll call you later. You and Dad take good care of yourselves." "Okay, your dad and I are fine. You go ahead and get busy, son." Mother Chin quickly quickened her speaking speed and finished the last sentence. Xin Lang just hung up the phone. Mother Chin held the phone in her hand and couldn't help but recall the conversation she heard when the call was first connected. The child's father is Xin Lang? She definitely didn't hear it wrong. That definite voice belonged to her son, Xin Lang, the Lang in waves. It was undoubtedly their son. When Qin Ma thought of a possibility, she became excited. Lao Qin. Come here quickly." Qin Guangwei came over and asked, "What's wrong? What did your son say?" Mother Qin looked at him with sharp eyes and said mysteriously, "Old Qin, I think something is wrong with our Lang Lang at school." Qin Guangwei frowned, "What's going on?" "When I was calling my son just now, I heard." Mother Qin told Father Qin the conversation she heard at the beginning. After hearing this, Qin Guangwei was a little confused. He looked up after a while and said in disbelief, "No way, did you hear it wrong?" "Impossible." Mother Qin insisted, "I definitely didn't hear it wrongly. It was our son who said it himself. And when I asked him if he had a girlfriend, not only did he not answer, he also told me that if he not only had a girlfriend, but also had a grandson, this must not be something he said casually." Mother Qin couldn't hide her excitement. She grabbed Father Qin's arm and said, "Old Qin, what do you think? Are we going to be grandparents?" Father Qin took a deep breath. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt that he was no longer calm. "I'm going to smoke a cigarette."
He rushed to the balcony and lit a cigarette. After smoking half of it, I finally calmed down a little.
Shin Guangwei turned around and said, let's call our son later to confirm this. If this is true, we have to make plans early.
What are the plans? Are we going to see our son and daughter-in-law? Shin's mother asked excitedly. Shin Guangwei looked at her helplessly and said, you have a nice idea. Since my son didn't say anything, it means the situation is definitely different from what we thought.
But no matter what, my son has a girlfriend, and she may be pregnant. The living expenses given to him before are definitely not enough. I will transfer some money to him later.
Mother Qin nodded quickly and walked around the room happily. That's great. Lao Qin, if our son really finds a partner in college, that would be great.
The relationships in school are pure.
It won't be that easy once you start working. Look at Shushu, he's almost 30 and he's not getting married yet.
Shin Guangwei also smiled, and couldn't help but look forward to the scene of his son bringing his pregnant daughter-in-law home. In the hospital, Qin Lang walked out with the 3 birth certificates he had just issued, intending to go directly back to the confinement center. Just as he reached the door, a cell phone rang and a lady bumped into him head-on. Qin Lang couldn't dodge in time and could only help her up, but the things in his hand fell down. After the other party stood firm, he quickly apologized, I'm sorry. Then he helped Qin Lang pick up the things on the ground. There are 3 birth certificates.
Did she give birth to triplets? She couldn't help but look at the mother's column on the birth certificate with curiosity. It says, child's mother, Su Shirhan?
When Fang Yaxian saw the familiar name Su Shirhan, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, because it was exactly the same as her daughter's name.
Not a single word wrong.
Behind it was the child's mother's ID number, and she quickly lowered her head to look at it. I want to verify the horrible thought in my mind. Just as she saw the 4 digits on the front of her ID card, a slender hand suddenly reached out and took the birth certificate from her hand. Qin Lang took the 3 birth certificates and said politely, thank you.
Fang Yaxian raised her head and looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang was very handsome, tall, and sunny.
He was 1.85 meters tall, which was particularly eye-catching in the south where most boys were around 1.7 meters tall.
Fang Yaxian was a little dazed by what she saw. Auntie, are you okay? Qin Lang asked politely.
Fang Yaxian quickly shook her head, it's okay, sorry, I was busy looking for my phone to answer the call just now, and I didn't notice that I bumped into you, I'm so sorry. Qin Lang shook his head and was about to walk away when Fang Yaxian suddenly asked, handsome guy, are you here to apply for a birth certificate? Seeing Qin Lang's confusion, Fang Yaxian pointed to the birth certificate in Qin Lang's hand and explained with a smile, I just saw it by accident. I didn't expect that you would become a father at such a young age.
Congratulations? Thank you. Qin Lang just responded. Facing the stranger, he didn't chat much. Fang Yaxian was obviously aware of the other party's attitude.
She asked one more question just now because she actually wanted to find the boy and look at the number behind the ID card in the mother's column on the birth certificate to see if it was the same as her daughter's. But she thought about it again and felt that it was impossible.
Her daughter was only a sophomore, how could she possibly have a child? It must be a duplicate name.
But the first 4 digits on the ID card are the same as my daughter's. The first 2 digits represent the province, and the 3rd and 4th digits represent the code of the city within the province.
Chapter 22.
These 4 numbers are the same, which means that the mother of the child on the birth certificate, Su Shirhan, not only has the same name as her daughter, but also lives in the same place as her daughter, Yangcheng, Guangdong Province.
Isn't this too coincidental?
When Fang Yaxian wanted to say a few more words to Qin Lang had already walked away.
Fang Yaxian stared at Qin Lang's departing back in a daze.
At this moment, Fang Yaxian's phone rang again. She shook her head and said, this should all be a coincidence.
After all, there are too many people with the same name. Even if they are from the same place, there is a high possibility that there are people with the same name. It's definitely not my daughter. My daughter is so well behaved.
She has never been in a relationship from elementary school to college.
How could she suddenly have a child?
And they gave birth to triplets, which requires a lot of genetic factors.
My family doesn't even have the gene for twins, let alone the gene for triplets. It seems like I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. Everything I see reminds me of her. This time I must see my precious daughter properly to relieve my longing for her. After brainwashing herself, Fang Yaxian came back to her senses.
This time she found an empty seat and took out her cell phone from her bag. The call was from her husband.
Fang Yaxian answered, Lao Su, why do you keep calling me? I just bumped into someone trying to answer your call. Father Su on the other end of the phone asked with concern, did you hit someone? Are you okay?
It's okay, Fang Yaxian smiled when she heard her husband's concern. I just bumped into a young man at the hospital entrance.
Aren't you going to see your daughter? Why are you going to the hospital? Su's father asked with a frown, a hint of worry in his tone.
I'm going to see my daughter, but it was raining when I went to the airport yesterday.
It was a bit windy, and I have a headache now. I'm afraid I might catch a cold.
I'm worried that I might infect my daughter, so I want to go to the hospital first and get some medicine. When Su Shirhan found out she was pregnant last summer, she returned to school early. During the winter vacation, her belly had already grown big. She was afraid her parents would find out, so she used her internship as an excuse not to go home for the new year.
So Su's parents hadn't seen their daughter for half a year.
This time Fang Yaxian came to Zhonghai because she received a wedding invitation from an old friend. The other party's grandson is going to hold a full-month banquet tomorrow night, so she came a day early on purpose and planned to come and see her daughter. Father Su felt relieved after hearing this and said, then you should also be careful. If you really have a cold, take some medicine and then go see your daughter.
Fang Yaxian smiled unhappily and said, I know.
I won't pass the cold to my precious daughter. By the way, Lao Su, the young man I bumped into at the hospital gate just now came to the hospital to apply for a birth certificate for his child. When I picked up the certificate for him, I saw our daughter's name was written in the baby mother column.
It was exactly the same. Lao Su, do you think our daughter is pregnant?
I see that young man is very good looking, tall, and handsome. Most importantly, he is very young. He looks like a college student, about the same age as my daughter.
Do you think he will?
Oh, I wanted to see the ID number at that time, but the other party took the birth certificate away and I didn't see it.
Fang Yaxian said with some regret.
Father Su on the other end of the phone was slightly shocked, but then he said, don't let your imagination run wild.
How is this possible? How old is our daughter?
She's not even 20 yet, and she's just a sophomore in college.
How could she possibly have a child? Fang Yaxian smiled and said, yeah, I also think it's unlikely.
Besides, Lao Su, I just saw that there are 3 birth certificates, which means triplets.
Young people nowadays are really strong. Old Su, if our daughter gave birth to triplets in the future, you and I would be so happy. Our home would be so lively all of a sudden.
Listening to her wild thoughts, Father Su smiled and said, that's nonsense.
We don't have that gene. What are you thinking about doing so early? You have caught a cold. Go see a doctor right away. Go to your daughter's school to see her. I checked her schedule online. She doesn't have classes this afternoon. She's probably in the dormitory. Go directly to her dormitory and give her a surprise. Fang Yaxian came back to her senses and immediately said, great.
This little girl never went home for the new year after she went to college. She must be very happy that I suddenly showed up this time. Well, don't forget to go to the mall and buy some more things, including snacks that your daughter likes, as well as seasonal clothes and bags.
Buy her more.
When you see her, take her out to eat something good.
The school cafeteria is definitely not as good as home. Okay, stop nagging. If you miss your daughter so much, why don't you come with me? Fang Yaxian said with a smile. Father Su's face froze, and he said a little embarrassedly, why should I go? She won't even come back to see me as her father. TSK, you're just being stubborn.
I don't know who has been telling me this and that since I received the call the day before yesterday. Su's father said with a stubborn face, suppressing the corners of his mouth that were slowly rising, okay, I won't talk to you anymore.
Go see a doctor and don't catch a cold. By the way, when you have dinner with your daughter tonight, send me a video if you have nothing to do. I know.
I promise to let you see our precious daughter.
Fang Yaxian hung up the phone with a smile.
When Qin Lang returned to the confinement center, Su Shirhan was awake.
Is the birth certificate ready? She asked, standing up. Kindness. Let me see.
Qin Lang handed her the 3 certificates in his hand.
Su Shirhan took them and looked at them carefully as if they were treasures. With a yellow background and a green border, the base map shows the shape of the country's map. The first column contains the baby's names, dates of birth, and places of birth. Next comes the mother's name and ID number, followed by the father's name and ID number.
Seeing her name and Qin Lang's name appearing here side by side, Su Shirhan had a very strange feeling in her heart.
Mother, father.
It seemed as if there was suddenly some kind of inseparable relationship between her and Qin Lang, and the bond that maintained this relationship was 3 lovely babies. Su Shirhan took out her cell phone and took careful photos to keep. Then she walked to the stroller with the birth certificate and spoke to the 3 sleeping babies. Little Qin Xian, Little Qin Yutong, Little Qin Kursan, these are your 3 birth certificates.
From now on, you will have your own identity certificates.
Her voice was very soft and gentle, and it made people feel like being gently scratched by a kitten's claws. Qin Lang walked over and looked down at the 3 little babies with her. The little ones were sleeping soundly, their rosy little faces looked like peel eggs, so bouncy that Qin Lang couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch them.
Chapter 23.
But before he could touch Dabao's face, Su Shirhan suddenly grabbed him.
No, you can't play with the baby's face.
He'll drool. Then Su Shirhan patiently explained, the skin on a baby's face is very thin and delicate. The parotid gland tissue in the mouth has not yet fully developed and is very fragile and easily harmed by the outside world. If the baby's face is often pinched, it will damage the baby's glands and cause drooling, which will have a certain impact on the baby's health.
Qin Lang withdrew his hand.
He didn't expect that taking care of a baby really requires a lot of details. He said, okay, I won't pinch the baby's face, but can I touch it?
You can touch it gently, but don't use force. Su Shirhan said.
Okay, don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't hurt our baby. Qin Lang carefully stretched out his hand and gently touched the little faces of his son and daughter. The touch of the baby's faces is really great.
So cute.
No wonder babies are the cutest and most magical creatures in the world, no matter they are crying, angry or laughing, and adults love them endlessly. After touching them for a while, Qin Lang let go of his hands, fearing that he would lose control of his strength and pinch his beloved daughter and son's faces. It is a pleasure for him to just watch the babies sleep. Under the loving gaze of their parents, the 3 little babies woke up slowly. First, the 3rd baby cried in his sleep, and then the 2nd baby was startled, his little body twitched, and he also started crying with his mouth pouted. Dabao was woken up by his 2 younger sisters. He opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment, then soon started crying together. Every time the babies wake up, a trio of cries takes place in the ward. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan have become familiar with this and are no longer as jumpy as they were when they first became parents. Now they calmly pick up the little ones and prepare to feed them.
The childcare nurses outside also came in.
With the help of 3 professional nurses, the 3 little ones soon stopped crying. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, after the babies finish their milk, don't let them sleep. Today, the hospital has arranged for a professional maternal and child nurse to come to your home to vaccinate the babies with BCG vaccines. The babies are awake now, so give them the vaccines and then bring them back to sleep. The 3 babies were given the hepatitis B vaccine soon after they were born, but the BCG vaccine was not given at the same time. Because they were triplets and were born prematurely, their constitutions were weaker than those of ordinary babies when they were born, and the vaccine was for a mild virus, so only the first dose of the hepatitis B vaccine was given at that time. The 3 little ones now sleep about 18-22 hours a day, and it is better to get the vaccine when they are awake, so it is just the right time to take them for the vaccination. So after finishing the milk, Qin Lang and Su Shirhan each held one of their daughters, and the nurse next to them held the eldest baby, Qin Xian, and they went to the vaccination room together.
The obstetrician and gynecologist was a kind-looking middle-aged female doctor.
When she saw the cute triplets, she immediately smiled.
The babies are so cute.
Their parents are so good-looking. The babies have been handsome boys and beautiful girls since they were young. When Qin Lang and Su Shirhan heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. The doctor was preparing the vaccines over there. After taking out the refrigerated vaccines, they had to be left for a while to warm up. Qin Lang and the others sat beside them holding the babies and waiting. The 3 little guys are very sober now. Yutong lay on Qin Lang's shoulder, her soft little face pressed by Qin Lang's shoulder blade, with a drop of crystal-clear saliva hanging on the side of her mouth. The little guy exhaled curiously and blew out a small bubble. This experience was very novel. She blew it a few more times as if she had discovered a new world, and a tu-tu-tu sound came out of her mouth. Su Shirhan saw it and said with a smile, Qin Lang, look, Erbo is blowing bubbles. Qin Lang turned his head and saw that there was a small wet spot on his shoulder, but it was his daughter's saliva.
He didn't think it was dirty at all.
Instead, he felt that the feeling was wonderful. Looking at Yutong happily blowing bubbles, he smiled like a kind father.
Little Kursin was not idle either.
She curiously grabbed everything she could get in her mother's arms, such as Su Shirhan's clothes and Su Shirhan's hair. Although the little guy is not big, he has great strength in his hands. Once he clenched his fist, he would not let go. Su Shirhan tied her hair into a bun, but there were some loose hairs around her ears.
Xiao Kursin grabbed those loose hairs and played with them happily. Hiss, it hurts Kursin, mommy's hair is not a toy. When Kuxian heard her mother's voice, she didn't let go.
Instead, she waved her hands even more happily, as if she was playing with her mother.
Babies are so energetic.
The doctor said as he came forward to help free Su Shirhan's little strands of hair.
Although Dabeo was held by the nurse, his little hands kept pulling at his mother's clothes.
Seeing this, Xin Lang couldn't bear to see his son being left out, so he simply reached out and held his son and second daughter on his shoulders, one in each hand. The babies are still small, and Xin Lang's arms are strong and powerful, so it's no problem for him to hold them at the same time. The brother and sister got together and immediately grabbed each other's hands and started playing happily. The three children had a great time, and Xin Lang and Su Shirhan were also in a good mood, until the doctor over there took out the syringe. The babies, who were only 10 days old, didn't know what the syringe meant, but Su Shirhan, as a mother, became nervous first.
She hugged Kuxian and asked, "Doctor, will this vaccine hurt?" The doctor looked at her and smiled, "No, don't worry, baby mom.
I have been in this field for 30 years and my skills are very good." Su Shirhan was even more nervous than the little treasure in her arms. She couldn't tell whether the words she said were to comfort Kuxian or herself.
"It's okay, baby. The doctor is very professional. She fixed it in no time. It won't hurt." Kuxian looked at her mother in a daze, her big black eyes showing innocence.
Seeing this, Xin Lang comforted her, "It's okay, Shirhan, it's just a vaccination.
The babies have already received a shot when they were born." Su Shirhan pouted and whispered, "But I wasn't there at the time.
Now that I'm seeing it with my own eyes, I can't help but be nervous." Xin Lang didn't expect that when the babies were getting vaccinations, he had to comfort their mothers before he could comfort the babies.
"It's okay. The doctor is very professional. Maybe our baby will be over before he even reacts." The doctor also said, "I'll be there soon."
Seeing that everyone was comforting her, Su Shirhan blushed a little embarrassedly. "Thank you, doctor."
Dabeo was the first brother to get the injection. The little guy curiously lay in his father's arms and let Xin Lang take off the clothes on his arms. Chapter 24. The doctor's technique was very professional.
He inserted the needle, injected the vaccine, removed the needle, and pressed the cotton swab. All in one go, the whole process took only 10 seconds. During the whole process, Dabeo kept his big black eyes open, as if he felt nothing.
The little guy was very manly and he didn't cry until the doctor took out the injection. Su Shirhan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It seems like it doesn't hurt that much." Dabeo didn't even feel it. The doctor smiled and said nothing.
Then it was Erbao's turn. But when it came to Yutong, the little guy started to struggle violently as soon as the needle was inserted. Fortunately, Xin Lang held the baby tightly and stabilized his arm.
Wawawa Su Shirhan looked anxious as her second baby cried. When it came to the third baby Kuxian, the little one started crying before she even got the injection.
Perhaps she was infected by her sister's sadness.
The little one was very resistant to the syringe. Xin Lang could only take Kuxian and hold her while he finished the injection with difficulty.
Afterwards, he and Su Shirhan held their two daughters and comforted them for a long time before the two little ones gradually stopped sobbing quietly.
Su Shirhan asked the doctor worriedly, "Doctor, are the babies okay? Why didn't Dabeo feel any pain when getting the shot, but Erbao and Xiaobao cried so hard? Does this vaccine hurt more for girls?"
The doctor smiled and explained, "No, baby mother, the vaccine is the same for every baby. It's just that some babies' pain nerves grow more slowly. For example, Dabeo may not feel the pain very strongly yet."
After hearing the doctor's scientific explanation, Su Shirhan finally understood.
Then, the doctor reminded them of the precautions for the later stages, such as the babies cannot take a bath on the same day after the injection, and they must be careful to avoid the injection site, as pus and scabs will occur in about 4 weeks, and the babies must be frequently changed into close-fitting clothes and not wear tight clothes.
Xin Lang wrote down these key points one by one. Zhenghai University.
Fan Yaxian came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory building carrying several large bags of things. She put the packages down first, took out her mobile phone, took a few photos and sent them to Sue's father.
Lao Su, I'm downstairs at my daughter's building now. I'll go up to see her later. Father Su, don't tell your daughter, give her a surprise. Fang Yaxian, I know. I've been holding it in all the way.
My daughter will definitely be very happy when she sees that I still have all these snacks and beautiful clothes that she likes.
Father Su, did you buy a lot of things? Remember to leave some money for your daughter. She may not like what you buy.
Let her buy it herself.
Fang Yaxian, don't worry, I'm ready. I won't tell you anymore.
I have to go see my daughter first. I can't wait to see her surprised expression.
Father Su, don't forget to video chat with me.
Fang Yaxian smiled, put away her phone, picked up the package at hand, went to the door to register, and then walked directly to room 333 upstairs. When her daughter started school, she and Lao Su personally came to see her daughter off. She still remembers exactly where her daughter's dormitory is.
Fang Yaxian went directly to room 333 on the third floor.
Standing at the door, she knocked on the door with great anticipation. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside the dormitory.
Fang Yaxian was puzzled. Didn't my daughter say she didn't have classes right now? Why does it seem like there's no one in the dormitory?
Fang Yaxian took out her cell phone and wanted to call her daughter, but after thinking about it, she gave up. If she called, the surprise her daughter would have when she saw her later would be greatly reduced. So she knocked on the door again.
The noise finally attracted the attention of the dormitory opposite.
The door of the dormitory opposite opened quickly, and a young female college student poked her hairy head out.
Hello, are you looking for a classmate from 333? What can I do for you? Fang Yaxian turned around and said with a smile, Hello, classmate. I am the parent of classmate 333. They don't have classes today, but there seems to be no one in the dormitory. Do you know where they went?
When the female student opposite heard that it was a parent, she immediately came out and said with a smile, Auntie, we don't have classes today, but several classmates from 333 went out for dinner. They said they were going to eat hot pot and sing or something.
Didn't you contact your daughter before you came?
I wanted to give her a surprise, so I didn't tell her, Fang Yaxian explained. The other party nodded, Oh, but they will probably be back very late tonight, or they may not come at all. Sometimes we college students go out to sing all night to save some money, and singing at night is cheaper. Otherwise, you should give them a call, or I'm afraid you'll be waiting here in vain. After hearing this, Fang Yaxian chatted with the student opposite her for a while, took some snacks from the snack bag and asked her to take them back to the dormitory to share, and then went downstairs with her things. I originally wanted to give my daughter a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be such an unfortunate coincidence that my daughter happened to be out playing. It seems that she can only call her daughter, otherwise she might not be able to see her precious daughter today.
Fang Yaxian took out her cell phone and called Su Shirhan.
She planned to go directly to her daughter later and invite a few children to sing together.
Her daughter would definitely be happy. At this time, Su Shirhan didn't know what was happening at school.
She had just coaxed her 3 little babies to sleep when her cell phone rang.
Su Shirhan looked down and saw the note mom on it. She couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She is in a confinement center now. Why would her mother suddenly call her at this time? The phone in her hand kept vibrating, but Su Shirhan didn't dare to answer it.
I didn't dare hang up, for fear that my mother would call me via video later. Xin Lang saw her staring blankly at her phone and glanced down. When he saw that it was Su Shirhan's mother calling, he immediately understood. Su Shirhan probably didn't tell her family about her pregnancy, otherwise her parents wouldn't have said nothing for so many days after giving birth. Moreover, she rented a house and hired a nanny outside of school, and she came to him for help when she encountered financial problems.
Xin Lang knew the situation and didn't walk away.
He reached out and gently patted her shoulder, looking at her with encouraging eyes. Shirhan, I'm here, answer your mother's call. Su Shirhan looked up at Xin Lang, and seeing his gentle expression, she seemed to have a sense of support. She then picked up the phone at the end of the ringing tone.
Hello, Mom.
Su Shirhan's voice was very pleasant, with a cool and warm feeling like jade. Hearing her daughter's voice, Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone was very excited because she was about to see her daughter.
My dear daughter, guess where I am?
When Su Shirhan heard this, alarm bells immediately rang in her heart.
Could it be that her mother came to Shanghai? Otherwise, why would he suddenly say this?
Author's words. Now is the new book period, and I have to go through the recommendation process, so I can only update twice a day.
After the process is completed, I will update more.
Continue to ask for recommendation votes, rewards, and comments to rush to the new book list.
Chapter 25.
But if my mother hadn't come to Shanghai, she wouldn't have suddenly said this.
After thinking for a while, she asked tentatively, Mom, you should be watching TV and doing your manicure at home now, right? No, I'm in Shanghai.
Her mother's excited words on the phone were like a thunderbolt, leaving Su Shirhan speechless.
Mom really came to Shanghai.
My mother came to Shanghai and called her specially.
She must have come to see her. What should I do? She is in the confinement center now. And gave birth to 3 babies. Can't we hide the baby's affairs anymore?
However, if her mother knew that she had given birth to a child when she was only a sophomore in college, she could not imagine what the consequences would be. Because her parents didn't allow her to have a relationship since she was a child, not to mention that she had a child while she was still in college. She must never let her mom know about having a baby, otherwise she will beat her to death. Her parents have been very strict with her since she was a child.
They didn't allow her to have a romantic relationship.
They also told her when she went to college that girls should focus on their studies and careers and not have a romantic relationship in college. When she thought of this, Su Shirhan felt her whole body trembling, but she still forced herself to calm down.
He smiled and asked, Mom, why did you suddenly come to Shanghai? Fang Yaxian smiled and said, Mom is here to attend the full moon banquet of your Aunt Wan's granddaughter.
I happened to be coming to Shanghai, so I came a day early and planned to come and see you. Your dad wanted to come too, but since it's not a holiday, he couldn't leave, so he sent me to come see you. I just went to your dormitory and I'm walking towards the school gate now. Hearing this, Su Shirhan almost dropped the phone in her hand.
My mother went to her dormitory? Could it be that my mother found out that she had asked for a long vacation from school?
No, my mother's tone seemed like she didn't know anything, otherwise she wouldn't be talking to her with a smile, and for a while. Her roommates didn't know that she was pregnant because after she found out she was pregnant, she took a month off from all her credits for the entire semester and moved out of the dormitory before her belly got bigger. The reason she moved out of the dormitory was because she was concerned that college students might be criticized for getting pregnant and having children, so she thought it through very carefully. Honey, your classmates across the hall said that you guys are having a party.
Where are you? Mom will go find you. I've paid for your bills today. Send me your location now.
Su Shirhan held the phone tightly. Within just a few seconds, countless reasons had already come up in her super brain. Finally, she said to the phone, Mom, this is too unfortunate.
I didn't go to the dinner party with my roommates today.
I accepted an assignment from the school and am now at the ancient capital Jiaotong University discussing academic issues with my classmates here.
Ah. Fang Yaxian was stunned.
Su Shirhan said with a look of regret, Mom, you can call me in advance next time so that I can make an appointment with you, so that we won't miss each other. Fang Yaxian heard that her daughter was not in Shanghai but in the ancient capital. However, she was very proud to learn that her daughter went to the ancient capital for academic exchange.
She smiled and asked, Daughter, when will you come back?
Su Shirhan estimated the time her mother would come to attend the full moon banquet this time and said, Mom, I just arrived at Jiaotong University yesterday.
This exchange will take a week.
1 week of exchange, that's good, dear daughter, have a good exchange over there.
Well, Mom, I know you and Dad miss me a lot.
Don't worry, I will definitely go back home to celebrate the new year during this winter vacation.
Then our family can be reunited. Fang Yaxian asked, You're not going back until winter vacation? What about summer vacation? It's 2 months long, aren't you going home?
Su Shirhan glanced at the 3 little babies in the crib. It was already May, and summer vacation would start in 2 months. The babies would still be young by then, and she would definitely be unable to leave them.
Mom, I'm still unsure about the summer vacation.
The school may have some arrangements, but I will definitely go home when I have time, so don't worry.
Fang Yaxian didn't think much about it.
She thought that if her daughter didn't come back during the summer vacation, she would bring her husband to Shanghai to live for a while during the summer vacation. Her daughter's studies and career were the most important. Su Shirhan didn't want to be led on this topic by her mother, fearing that she might accidentally let something slip, so she took the initiative to take control of the conversation and turned the topic to her mother, asking, By the way, Mom, you said you were here to attend Aunt Wang's granddaughter's full moon banquet?
Aunt Wan's brother already has a child? This is too fast. Fang Yaxian smiled and replied, yes.
I was also surprised when I received the call. When you were in college, Aunt Wang's son had just gotten married. At that time, I sent you to school, and your father and I happened to attend her son's wedding. I didn't expect that the baby is already a month old now.
I'm a sophomore now, and it's about time. Aunt Wang's family has given birth to a little granddaughter. They must be very happy, right?
Su Shirhan had just become a mother. Knowing that there was a baby in the family, her family must be very happy.
Fang Yaxian said cheerfully, happy.
Your Aunt Wang called me the other day and talked to me for more than half an hour.
We had a great time.
But she said that her son and daughter-in-law spent a year preparing for pregnancy and used many methods to get pregnant. Her daughter-in-law is 3 years older than her son. It's probably because she's older and it's harder for her to get pregnant. So this time they have a baby, and the whole family is very happy.
Fang Yaxian was chatting with her daughter when she suddenly remembered the birth certificate she had accidentally seen in the hospital today.
She also thought of what she had just said and said quickly, but daughter, I don't think it's urgent for girls to have children. Although your Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law got married a little late, she still wants to have a baby, right? So, there's still time for these things.
Daughter, you are just a sophomore now, don't think about dating.
You should focus on your studies at this stage.
By the way, you are not dating in school, right?
Su Shirhan glanced at Qin Lang beside her with a guilty look, biting her lower lip and said shyly, Mom, what are you talking about? Fang Yaxian thought her daughter was shy, and she was relieved. She said, daughter, Mom is just telling you something.
You don't have to be embarrassed. After all, you are an adult now. It's normal for us to talk about these things. Mom is concerned about you, daughter. You are still young, so you must think carefully about love.
I saw a news story a while ago about a freshman girl who had been spoiled by her parents since she was a child.
Suddenly, she went to a university far away.
Without her parents around, she soon fell in love with a boy at school. She gave birth to a baby in her sophomore year and even dropped out of school because of this.
After getting pregnant, the girl stayed at home to concentrate on waiting for the baby.
After giving birth, she had even less time to go back to school. She became a full-time wife and took care of the child, but her husband was still in school. When she got through the most difficult 2 years, her husband also graduated. At the time, everyone was young and naive. When her husband started working and met other girls, he turned around and disliked his wife for not graduating from college and only caring about the children all day long. He soon cheated on her.
Chapter 26.
The two even went to court to fight for custody of the child. The girl didn't graduate from college and had been a housewife for 3 years without any source of income. The result was predictable. Not only did they get divorced, but the child was also taken away by the other party. Moreover, her husband had just started working, and the two had no joint property. In the end, they were left with nothing.
It was so miserable. Fang Yaxian couldn't help but sigh when she thought of the news.
Su Shirhan said, Mom, I understand these things. I won't do them, don't worry. Well, Mom knows that you have been smart and independent since you were young, and you will definitely not do such a thing.
Fang Yaxian said with a smile. Their daughter has been a top student since she was young.
She and her husband rarely worry about her studies or life. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Su Shirhan asked her mother to take good care of herself in Shanghai, and then hung up the phone. Qin Lang was always by her side, and he could hear everything Fang Yaxian said on the phone clearly. Seeing that Su Shirhan was a little depressed, Qin Lang gently held her hand, and said with a soft but firm look, Shirhan, don't worry, I am not the man in the news, and you are not that girl.
I will not abandon you and the babies. I am different from him.
Su Shirhan was depressed because she was a little confused about the future. Sooner or later, her parents would know that she had a child, and she was worried about her parents' attitude after they knew it. She didn't take the last piece of news her mother told her to heart. Because even if she is taking care of the children at home, she will not give up her studies. She will move forward with her husband and will not put all the responsibility of taking care of the family on her husband's shoulders. She will share the pressure of life with her husband. Build their little home with my husband. She didn't expect Qin Lang to say this to her suddenly, which made her feel more at ease.
Su Shirhan has good taste, and the men she chooses are great. She nodded to Qin Lang, well, I believe you. Fang Yaxian hung up the phone with her daughter and immediately called Su's father. How is it? Have you seen your daughter? Why didn't you send me a video? Why did you call me? I can't see my daughter. Dad, Sue said anxiously. No need for video. I haven't seen my baby daughter. I just talked to her on the phone.
I came at such an unfortunate time. She was sent by the school to the ancient capital Jiaotong University for academic exchange.
She just left yesterday and will not be back for a week.
I'm afraid I won't be able to see her this time,
Fang Yaxian said disappointedly.
When Father Su heard this, he thought for a moment and said, "This is a good thing.
Jiaotong University is a good school.
Our daughter can represent the school to go there for exchange in her sophomore year.
This shows that our daughter is amazing. And a week is not long.
You can just wait for your daughter to come back at Zhonghai." There was a hint of pride in his tone.
It's fine with me.
I'm willing to wait a month, not to mention a week, to see my daughter.
But is it okay with you? Who will take care of you when I'm not at home? Father Su smiled and said, how can a grown man like me starve to death at home?
Don't worry, I'll have lunch at the company and go home to eat some instant noodles or go to a restaurant at night.
It's no problem.
It must be very hard for my daughter to be alone in college. When you go there this time, take her to eat something good and wait for her to come back.
Fang Yaxian nodded and agreed, okay, I'll send you a video when my daughter comes back.
After Fang Yaxian finished talking with her husband, she immediately sent a WeChat message to her daughter saying that she was waiting for her to come back. When Su Shirhan saw this WeChat message, her eyebrows slightly frowned. The 1-week academic exchange was something she had made up on the spur of the moment. Now her mother said she had to wait for a week in Zhonghai until she could see her. She could no longer find excuses to refuse to see her mother. If she did, her mother would find something wrong. A week later, it had been 18 days since she gave birth. She was young, and Xin Lang had been taking good care of her since she gave birth. Now she was recuperating in the confinement center, so her body recovered quickly. In the past 2 days, she could obviously feel a lot more relaxed. Besides, it is May now and the weather in Zhonghai is getting hot. The daytime temperature is close to 30 degrees. As long as she is a little careful, she can go out. The most important thing is that if she doesn't see her mother again, her mother will really become suspicious. When the time comes, my mom will go to the school to ask about the situation, and after further investigation, she will definitely find out that she is pregnant. So, Su Shirhan replied, okay, Mom, then you can have fun in Zhonghai for the next few days and wait for me to come back. At dinner time, Xin Lang and Su Shirhan sat face to face at the dining table. Since the phone call, they tacitly agreed not to mention the matter, but Xin Lang knew that this issue could not be avoided. The child had already been born, and they had to face the parents and confess the situation. Su Shirhan didn't mention it because as a girl she would definitely be afraid, but as the head of the family, he had to shoulder this responsibility. He spent the past few hours organizing his thoughts. Now it was time to have a good chat with Su Shirhan about the future of them and their babies. After all, today his parents and Su Shirhan's mother almost discovered the baby's matter. Instead of passively surprising his parents, it would be better to take the initiative to tell them. After Qin Lang thought it through, he said to Su Shirhan, Shirhan, let's talk.
Qin Lang, let's talk.
The two spoke almost in unison. Su Shirhan raised her head and smiled at Qin Lang. In fact, after talking to her mother on the phone, she was very confused and kept thinking about this problem. But I didn't expect that although Qin Lang didn't say it, he was also seriously considering these things.
You speak first. Qin Lang said.
You should speak first.
No, let me speak first.
Su Shirhan pinched her fingers nervously. She lowered her head and subconsciously bit her lips slightly.
Qin Lang discovered that she would do this whenever she was nervous.
He stretched out his hand, and with his warm and somewhat rough fingertips he smoothed her pink lips, and said with a smile, Shirhan, we are discussing, so if you have any questions, just talk it out.
Don't abuse your mouth. If you do this, I will feel bad.
Su Shirhan's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard this. She pursed her lips and licked them gently. There was a subtle taste on the tip of her tongue, which was the scent of the food that Qin Lang left on his fingertips. She calmed herself down and said, Qin Lang, I think it's better to keep our affairs and the baby's affairs a secret from my parents. My parents have always been against me dating in college and hope that I can focus on my studies.
As for having children, they are even less likely to accept it.
After listening to her thoughts, Qin Lang frowned slightly and said, Shirhan, I understand what uncle and aunt think, but I think this matter should not be kept secret.
We are already adults, and the babies are born.
They have come into this world legitimately, and there is nothing to hide. Whether it's love or babies, everything should be open and aboveboard.
But my parents.
Xin Lang held Su Shirhan's hand and said firmly, Shirhan, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will face them with you, and we will overcome them together as a family. Shirhan, ever since you came to me that day and told me that the child was mine, I have made up my mind that I will be responsible for you and the babies to the end.
I want to marry you and raise the babies with you. Chapter 27.
It was the first time that Su Shirhan heard Xin Lang say so bluntly that he wanted to marry her. She looked up in astonishment and looked at Xin Lang in shock. After meeting Xin Lang's gaze, 2 shy blushes instantly crept up her cheeks, making her feel hot all over.
She bit her lip and asked, Xin Lang, are we really going to get married? Xin Lang smiled, staring at her with his handsome eyes, and said half jokingly, Shirhan, we both already have 3 babies, and you're not planning to marry me yet. Are you planning to abandon me in the end? I didn't. Su Shirhan quickly denied. That's good. We must get married. The babies need a legitimate identity and a complete family. A dad and a mom are both indispensable.
Xin Lang said firmly.
Su Shirhan's chest shook slightly, and a wonderful feeling spread in her heart.
The warm breath made her excited. Xin Lang held her hand and said, Shirhan, don't worry, I will be a responsible father and a responsible husband.
I will handle the problems with my parents. Su Shirhan nodded slowly and said, then can you wait a little longer? The babies are still young, and my physical condition doesn't allow it. I'll take you and the babies back to meet my parents during the summer vacation, okay? Xin Lang thought it was okay and nodded, okay. Su Shirhan is still in confinement after childbirth.
It is indeed inappropriate for her to face these things at this time. It will affect her mood and then her physical recovery.
Su Shirhan added, my mother said she would wait for me here for a week.
Xin Lang, after a week, I want to go see my mother alone. After a week, you will have rested for almost 20 days, and the weather has been good recently.
It's fine for you to go out and see your aunt.
If you don't want me to go with you, then you have to promise me to take good care of yourself and don't get too tired.
These are very important during confinement. Su Shirhan nodded obediently, okay.
Seeing her like that, Xin Lang couldn't help but reach out and rub her furry little head, and said with a smile, eat quickly. In the evening, Xin Lang received a call from his father.
Father Qin wanted to verify his wife's guess during the day, so he asked, son, what are you doing? Nothing, I'm just resting. Dad, didn't mom call you during the day? Why did you call you again at night? Is there something wrong? Xin Lang asked. Xin's father immediately said, it's okay, it's okay. Your mother and I are fine.
I was not at home when your mother called you during the day, and she insisted that I call you again at night. By the way, son, your mother said today that you seem to be in love at school.
Is this true?
When Xin Lang heard this, he guessed that it was his attitude today that made his mother suspicious, and his father probably wanted to find out the news. But he had just agreed with Su Shirhan in the evening that he would tell the parents during the summer vacation. Therefore, Xin Lang could only evade this question.
Dad, are you guys anxious?
Other people's parents urge their children to get married after they graduate from college.
I'm just a sophomore now. Why are you urging me? It's too early.
I know my cousin is getting married, and you and mom must be envious of my aunt.
But we don't need to be envious. Your son will have one sooner or later. Xin Lang said half jokingly. Little boy, how can your mother and I be envious? We are just concerned about your personal situation. Xin's father said with a smile. I'm fine, Dad.
You and mom should go out for a walk more often. Our son is grown up now. You should take advantage of this time to spend more time with him and his wife.
Otherwise, you won't have time to take care of your grandchildren in the future. Cherish the present, Dad. You're just a chatterbox. Your mom and I are an old married couple. Why would we still want to live in a world of our own?
The father and son joked around for a while, but Xin Lang changed the subject without leaving any trace.
Father Qin hung up the phone, laughed and said, this brat must be in trouble.
He was secretly excited and called Xin's mother over. Wife, transfer 5,000 yuan to our son. If he asks, just say that our business is good recently and this is a red envelope for him. When Xin's mother heard this, she asked excitedly, Old Xin, you gave money to your son.
Did your son just say something to you? Father Qin shook his head.
He didn't say anything, but when I asked him, he tried to change the subject.
I think this is probably true. As Father Qin was talking, he couldn't help laughing. The next day, just as Su Shirhan was about to take a break after lunch, Lin Xiao called. Hello, Shirhan, are you okay? As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiao on the other end asked something out of the blue. Su Shirhan asked doubtfully, what's wrong with me? Xiao Xiao, I'm in the confinement center, I'm fine. Ah? Don't you know that Aunt Fong is coming to Shanghai? Lin Xiao asked. Su Shirhan sobered up a little, sat up and asked, how did you know my mother was here? I just received a call from my mother, saying that Aunt Fong came to Shanghai and would come to my house for dinner tonight. My mother asked me to go home to accompany her. As soon as I hung up the phone, I thought of Aunt Fong coming to Shanghai. I didn't know what the situation was like over there, so I called you immediately. From your tone, do you know that Aunt Fong came to Shanghai? Yeah, I know. My mother came to school to find me yesterday. Su Shirhan said. Lin Xiao lowered her voice, no way? Auntie went to school to find you, so does Auntie know about your situation? No, my mom came to the dormitory to look for me. My roommates happened to be out for dinner, so I told my mom that I was sent by the school to the ancient capital for academic exchange and would be back in a week. When you see my mom in the evening, don't let her slip. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's good that no one found out. Don't worry, I won't let anything slip. But Shirhan, now that the babies are born, uncle and aunt will find out sooner or later. You can't stay away from home every holiday. We have to find a way to solve this problem. Su Shirhan said, I know, Qin Lang and I talked about it last night. As she spoke, she told Lin Xiao the results of her discussion with Qin Lang last night. After listening to this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, it seems that Qin Lang is quite responsible. Hey, if that's the case, then you're going to get married to Qin Lang soon? I'm going to be the bridesmaid? Lin Xiao on the other end of the phone gradually became excited. Su Shirhan couldn't help but feel shy. She looked at Qin Lang in the study and said in a low voice, Xiao Xiao. Qin Lang and I haven't discussed this matter in detail yet. Your Qin Lang has said that he will take responsibility and has made it clear that he wants to get married. Isn't this a done deal? Shirhan, you are getting married soon. How do you feel about it? To be honest, your Qin Lang is really handsome. You will definitely be very happy in the future with such a handsome husband. Moreover, Qin Lang made you pregnant with 3 little babies in one night, so your sexual happiness must be. Chapter 28. Lin Xiao didn't say a word and drove her best friend's car again. Su Shirhan was embarrassed by her and said in annoyance, Xiao Xiao, can you be a little serious? Qin Lang and I haven't even started dating yet. There will be headaches about our parents' affairs in the future. Getting married is not that easy. TSK, your 2 children are almost a month old, this one is about to reach the Pacific Ocean. Shirhan, don't think too much. Since Qin Lang said he will take care of it, then just leave it to him. He is a grown man, and he must shoulder some responsibilities. As Su Shirhan listened to these words, sweetness slowly spread in her heart. She whispered, I will face it with him. In the evening, after get off work, Lin Xiao went home happily with a pair of walnut carvings. My mom and Aunt Fong went out to buy groceries, so my dad was the only one at home, which was just right. Lin Xiao sat across from his father mysteriously, placed a delicate little wooden box in front of him, and said with a smile, Dad, I have prepared a big surprise for you, open it and take a look. Lin Xiong picked up the small wooden box curiously, what is it? You don't even have money to buy a bag, so where did you get the spare money to prepare a gift for me? Do you have enough money yourself, huh? This walnut carving. He was halfway through his words when he was so shocked by the exquisite walnut carvings in the box that he became speechless. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with his father's reaction. It seemed that Qin Lang's pair of nuclear carvings touched his father's heart. How about it, Dad, is this a big surprise? Big. It's really too big. Lin Xiong excitedly wanted to reach out to take the walnut carving to take a closer look, but he stretched out his hand and then retracted it. He stood up and took his professional white gloves. After putting on both hands, he carefully picked up the walnut. Great, it's really beautiful. Xiao Xiao, where did you buy this walnut carving from? It's a master's work. What masterpiece is this? At the door, Fang Yaxian and Huang Qiuwo walked in arm. I heard you shouting as soon as I came in. Where did these walnuts come from? Huang Qiuha came up and asked. Lin Xiong said proudly, this is a gift from Xiao Xiao. Huang Qiuhua was not very interested in walnuts, but she knew a little about them from following Lin Xiong.
When she heard that they were given by her daughter, she immediately became interested.
Let me see it.
She reached out to take it, and Lin Xiong quickly took the precious walnut into his arms.
Put on gloves. The weather is so hot, and you just came back from outside.
Your palms are sweaty, and they will leave marks on the walnuts. Such a fine walnut carving must be treated with care, Lin Xiong said with great cherishment.
Huang Qiuhua shook her head helplessly, picked up 2 pairs of gloves, put on 1 pair herself, and handed another pair to Fang Yaxian. Yaxian, come and appreciate this treasure of my old Lin.
Fang Yaxian put on gloves with a smile, and Lin Xiong then handed each of them a walnut.
Look, this walnut carving is so delicately carved. Every detail is impeccable, it can be called a perfect work of art,
Lin Xiong said excitedly.
Fang Yaxian looked at the walnut carving in her hand.
The pattern on it was a qilin, an ancient mythical beast, with a copper coin in its mouth.
There were also marks of copper coins everywhere under its feet. The details were handled very well.
It seemed that it should be a symbol of attracting wealth and treasure.
This is a really good carving.
I don't know much about walnuts, but this walnut has so many patterns. I didn't expect that such a delicate pattern could be carved on it.
It's amazing. Old Fong, you really know your stuff.
This pair of walnut carvings, one is a qilin and the other is a golden cicada, both are carved very well, and you can tell at first glance that they are the works of a master. Lin Xiong smiled from ear to ear, and was obviously very satisfied.
Huang Qiuhua asked her daughter, Xiaoxiao, where did you get this masterpiece?
Lin Xiaoxiao ate the fruit and said proudly, this was carved by my friend.
Friend? Which friend? What's your name? Let me see if he's a big shot in the circle.
Lin Xiong looked at his daughter excitedly. Lin Xiao was a little nervous.
He glanced at Fang Yaxian and said, no, my friend is just interested in this field. He should not be out of the circle. His name is Qin Lang.
When Fang Yaxian heard the name, her expression didn't change. Seeing this, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiong thought for a while and said, I've never heard of it, but Mr. Qin's craftsmanship is really good. If he was willing to demonstrate it, it would have been popular long ago.
What old gentleman? Dad, Qin Lang is the same age as me,
Lin Xiao said with a smile. The 3 parents who were watching Walnut over there looked up in shock when they heard this.
Lin Xiong opened his eyes wide and asked, you said Qin Lang is the same age as you? This pair of walnut carvings is the work of a 20-year-old young man?
Yes.
Fang Yaxian looked at the walnuts in her hand again and couldn't help but sigh, young people nowadays are so outstanding.
They have such good skills at the age of 20. They must have a bright future in the future. Lin Xiong nodded, no wonder no one in the circle has heard of him.
He is so young. Old Fong, you are right.
With this child's skills, he will definitely become a master in the future.
By the way, Xiaoxiao, how much did you pay for these walnuts?
Lin Xiong asked while playing with his precious walnuts.
200,000. Actually, I didn't ask you for money that day to buy a bag.
I wanted to give you a surprise, so I told you a little lie on purpose, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin Xiong thought of what happened that day, slapped his thigh, frowned and said, it was careless.
What's wrong?
Lin Xiao asked.
If I had known you wanted to buy this walnut, I would have given you more.
Xiao, even though it's your friend's work, we can't take advantage of him. This walnut carving craftsmanship can't be bought for 200,000 yuan. Based on my years of appreciation, this is conservatively estimated to be worth 500,000 yuan. Lin Xiong thought for a moment and said, no, kid, we can't treat a young person's talent and ability like this.
The money must be made up.
After saying that, he turned to Huang Qiuhua and said, wife, please approve 300,000 yuan for our daughter. Huang Qiuhua immediately transferred 300,000 yuan to her daughter when she heard this.
Xiaoxiao, your father is right. You have to give the money to them.
Lin Xiong took one look and gave his wife a thumbs up and said, Xiaoxiao, look at your mom, she's so generous.
Ha ha.
After saying that, he went to look at his precious walnut again.
Huang Qiuhua was about to cook when she suddenly realized what was going on.
She turned around and said, that's not right, Lao Lin.
2 days ago, you told me that you wanted to buy a walnut and asked me for 400,000 yuan.
Your daughter just said that she asked you for 200,000 yuan.
Is this a sum of money?
When Lin Xiao heard what his mother said, he immediately looked at his father and said, Dad, didn't I ask for 200,000 yuan?
You asked Mom for 400,000 yuan? What about the remaining 200,000 yuan?
Lin Xiong raised his head, his eyes rolling around for a few times. Obviously he could not find an excuse to explain this matter.
Huang Qiuhua put her hands on her hips. Lin Xiong, explain it to me. Chapter 29.
Lin Xiao joined her mother in demanding accountability, and said with a look of deep sorrow, "Dad, you disappoint me so much. I lied to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect that you would be a shady middleman and cheat Mom out of 400,000 yuan. You hid 200,000 yuan of private money in one go. It's really too much." Lin Xiong chuckled twice. "Wife, daughter, please listen to my explanation."
You talk, I'm listening. Huang Qiuhua said.
Lin Xiong thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with a good excuse. He could only carefully put the walnuts into the box, then shouted, "I'm sorry, wife, I was wrong," and ran away quickly. Huang Qiuhua and Lin Xiao immediately chased after him.
Lin Xiong, stop right there. Mom, it's time to enforce family discipline. Fang Yaxian looked at the family fighting and couldn't help but smile and shook her head.
In the evening, Lin Xiao transferred 300,000 yuan to Su Shirhan.
Lin Xiao, Shirhan, my dad saw the walnuts and he loved them. He said that this pair of walnuts is worth more than 200,000 yuan, but 500,000 yuan. I didn't know the value of the walnuts and gave him less.
You explained to Qin Lang, I'll make up for the 300,000 yuan.
Su Shirhan, Xiao, 200,000 is enough. Qin Lang didn't say anything. Lin Xiao, I'm going to give it to you, so keep it. Otherwise, I won't be able to ask Qin Lang to buy walnuts for me next time. After hearing her say this, Su Shirhan didn't say anything else. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that the pair of walnuts carved by Qin Lang were worth more than 200,000 yuan, but 500,000 yuan. Lin Xiao, Shirhan, Auntie is staying at my house tonight. My mom is bored taking care of my dad at home every day. It just so happens that Auntie Fang is here, so they have a companion. My mom said that Auntie Fang will stay at my house these days, and she will accompany Auntie Fang around Zhenghai. You don't have to worry about Auntie. Su Shirhan, okay, I feel relieved to have Aunt Huang and my mom to accompany me. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Shirhan received another WeChat message from her mother Fang Yaxian, with a photo of them having dinner in the evening. Fang Yaxian, daughter, I'll wait for you to come back at Xiaoxiao's house. Su Shirhan, okay, you and Aunt Huang can take this opportunity to catch up. Fang Yaxian, well, don't worry about me. I'm doing fine at your Aunt Huang's house. Your Aunt Huang and your Uncle Lin are still the same as before, playing and fighting, and the house is very lively. Tonight, Xiao bought a pair of ornamental walnuts for your Uncle Lin. Fang Yaxian talked to her daughter about what happened in the evening. Su Shirhan laughed and said, Uncle Lin is such a shady middleman. He hid 200,000 yuan at a time. It would be strange if Aunt Huang didn't find out. Fang Yaxian, yeah, he got beaten and all the hidden money was confiscated. By the way, Shirhan, the pair of walnuts Xiao brought back today are really nice. I heard that it was carved by a friend of hers. She is only 20 years old, the same age as you. I didn't expect that she has such good skills. She is really a promising child. Of course, Su Shirhan knew that this pair of walnuts was carved by Qin Lang, and she was fortunate enough to witness the whole process. When her mother talked about this with her, Su Shirhan felt a little proud and expectant at the same time. Mom will probably like Qin Lang in the future. After all, he is really outstanding. Fang Yaxian, daughter, I hope you can be like this person, study your professional knowledge more and strive for perfection, so that you can make continuous progress. Su Shirhan glanced at Qin Lang, who was teasing the child, then lowered her head and smiled. Okay, Mom, I will definitely learn more from him. After hanging up the phone, Su Shirhan told Qin Lang about the 300,000 yuan that Lin Xiaoduo called, and praised Qin Lang for being very outstanding. 2 days later, the first thing Su Shirhan did when she got up in the morning was to go see the babies. The little ones are growing very fast now, with new changes every day, and she doesn't want to miss any moment of their growth. Su Shirhan looked at the babies with tenderness beside the cribs, checking their little hands, feet and bodies to see if the little ones had hurt themselves while sleeping last night. Su Shirhan examined carefully, and suddenly, she found that Debao's arm was a little red and swollen. She looked at Erbao and Xiaobao and found that they were the same. This is the location for vaccination. Is there something wrong with the baby's vaccines? Su Shirhan couldn't help but get nervous and quickly shouted, Qin Lang, come here quickly. What's wrong? Qin Lang rushed over after hearing the sound. The baby's arms seemed to be swollen and red. Is there something wrong with the vaccines they received 2 days ago? Su Shirhan asked nervously.
Qin Lang checked the baby's arms and smiled to comfort them. It's okay, Shirhan, this is normal. After the BCG vaccine is injected, there will be a slight skin reaction around the injection site, and purulent scabs may appear after a few weeks.
This is normal.
If this does not happen, it means that the vaccine may not be effective and needs to be injected again. After listening to his popular science, Su Shirhan raised her hand and patted her chest. That's good, I thought there was something wrong with the babies. Qin Lang patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Shirhan, don't be so nervous. After the babies were vaccinated, I measured their body temperature 5 times a day.
I also observed them at night.
They slept soundly without crying or feeling uncomfortable.
Their body temperature was normal. Everything is fine.
Su Shirhan was a little surprised. It turned out that Qin Lang was so thoughtful and had done so much silently without her knowing.
Qin Lang's cell phone rang.
He took back his hand from Su Shirhan's shoulder and said, the express has arrived. I'll go downstairs to get it.
Downstairs, Huang Qiuhua and Fang Yaxian were walking into the confinement center with smiles on their faces. Huang Qiuhua's friend's daughter was here in confinement after giving birth, and she had made an appointment to come here in advance. Fang Yaxian happened to be at home, so she asked Fang Yaxian to come over. As soon as Fang Yaxian entered the door, she saw a familiar face. Hey, young man, what a coincidence. Fang Yaxian greeted Qin Lang with a smile.
Qin Lang thought for a moment and remembered that this was the aunt he bumped into in the hospital that day.
He nodded, hello. Fang Yaxian nodded and smiled, and passed by Qin Lang without chatting much. After they passed by, Huang Qiuhua asked Fang Yaxian curiously, Old Fang, do you know that handsome guy just now? Not really an acquaintance. I bumped into him at the hospital the other day.
Old Huang, this young man is quite capable.
Don't be fooled by his young age. He is already the father of 3 children. Ah? 3 children?
Then he has to get married very early.
Huang Qiuhua looked back at Qin Lang in surprise, thinking it was unbelievable. Fang Yaxian smiled and said, it's not what you think. She has triplets.
Huang Qiuhua was even more surprised and lowered her voice and said, I didn't expect this young man to be so amazing.
He actually gave birth to triplets.
Yeah, triplets are rare. The country now advocates having more children, but many young people are still unwilling to endure more hardships. I heard that now you can take injections to promote ovulation, and many people use this method to have twins.
Fang Yaxian said, that's such suffering.
I think it's better to let nature take its course. After all, there are people like that young man who are very capable and gave birth to 3 children in one pregnancy. The 2 of them came to the elevator as they talked.
Chapter 30. The 2 walked into the elevator, and Fang Yaxian asked, which floor are we going to? Huang Qiuhua said, the 3rd floor is for VIPs.
Old Su's best friend married well, and her in-laws treated her very well. This confinement center is the best in Shanghai, and she even booked a VIP room, which cost a lot of money.
Fang Yaxian nodded and said, I just saw that the environment here is indeed good.
At this time, on the 3rd floor, Su Shirhan was holding Sanbao and basking in the sun by the window at the end of the corridor.
Sanbao sleeps less than her older brothers and sisters.
The baby cries as soon as she wakes up. Su Shirhan was afraid of waking up the other 2 babies, so she took her out. With the company of his mother and the warm sunshine, Sanbao soon stopped crying. Over there, a ding sound came from the elevator entrance.
Su Shirhan smiled and said to Sanbao in her arms, Kursan, can we go back to the room? The brothers and sisters will be worried if they don't see mommy when they wake up. She carried her daughter into the adjacent room 308. As soon as Fang Yaxian and Huang Qiuhua came out of the elevator, they saw a girl holding a child entering the house at the end of the corridor. Fang Yaxian was slightly stunned, because the back view looked so much like her daughter. Unfortunately, the time was too short and the other party was wearing the uniform pajamas of the confinement center, so Fang Yaxian couldn't confirm it. Huang Qiuhua also saw it and asked in confusion, La Fang, why does that mother just now look so much like your Shirhan?
That slender neck and back are exactly the same as Shirhan's.
Fang Yaxian thought about it, shook her head and said, yes, they are a bit similar, but they probably just look alike. Shirhan is currently doing academic exchanges at the ancient capital Jiatong University. Huang Qiuhua nodded, that's for sure. It can't be Shirhan.
After all, this is a confinement center.
The girl just now was wearing pajamas from here. She must be the baby's mother. Fang Yaxian felt that it was impossible, but the back figure just now did look like her daughter.
She probably hadn't seen her daughter for a long time, so she would miss her daughter a little bit no matter who she looked at. The two did not take this little episode seriously and went straight to their destination, room 301. As soon as old Mrs. Su saw the two of them, she immediately welcomed them in happily.
With two more guests in the room, the atmosphere instantly became lively.
The old lady opened the door and led them to sit on the sofa to chat. Behind them, Su's daughter also came over with the child in her arms. Fang Yaxian was filled with joy when she saw the soft, cute, and well-behaved baby, and she couldn't help but reach out to tease the little guy. At this time, Qin Lang pushed a cart upstairs with a pile of express boxes on it. When he passed the entrance of 301, the other party opened the door.
Qin Lang didn't even look and pushed the cart over. Fang Yaxian and Huang Qiuhua both glanced at him. Huang Qiuhua said, "Isn't this the young man I just met downstairs? It turns out he also lives on this floor. What a coincidence." Fang Yaxian smiled and said, "It's quite a coincidence.
I've only been in Zhonghai for a few days, but I didn't expect to run into him several times." Old Su listened to their conversation and asked in surprise, "Do you two know the residents of room 308?
It's not that I know him, but I've seen him before," Fang Yaxian said.
Old Su immediately opened up and said, "The residents of room 308 are very famous in the confinement center. They gave birth to a pair of triplets.
The probability of this happening is extremely small. The entire confinement center was shocked on the first day they arrived."
Fang Yaxian knew about this, so she said, "Yes, I was just talking about this with old Huang downstairs.
Young people nowadays are really amazing.
They have a pair of triplets at such a young age. Not only that, the father of the child who just passed by, although he is young, he is very good at making delicious confinement meals. After his family came, they simply did not want the unified meals provided by the confinement center. He made 6 meals a day for his wife, and they made them very well. Before, someone in the confinement center made confinement meals for him, and they almost had a fight with us."
Fang Yaxian was a little surprised. Thinking of Qin Lang's handsome face, she said, "Really?
I didn't expect that this young man is not only good looking, but also loves his wife so much."
Huang Qiuhua echoed, 6 meals a day for confinement.
"Oh, this is my bestie. I don't think I can stick to this for a month. This young man is so rare.
He is both handsome and considerate.
No wonder he solved his lifelong problem so early.
After all, who wouldn't like such a good young man?
Aunt Fang, Aunt Huang, they are both very good looking. I met the baby's mother at the activity center downstairs last time. She was also very beautiful. They are simply a perfect match. We mothers are so envious of them,"
Aunt Su's daughter said with a smile.
When Qin Lang returned to the room, Su Shirhan was playing with Sanbao. The little girl was lying in her crib, and Su Shirhan was entertaining her with the little toys Qin Lang had made. Seeing Qin Lang coming back, Sanbao immediately lost his composure. His little hands were scratching restlessly and his expression showed that he was impatient for a hug.
Seeing his daughter's cute appearance, Qin Lang walked to the bedside and said, "Coxin, do you know that Daddy is back? Do you want Daddy to play with you?"
As soon as the little girl saw Qin Lang, her expression immediately changed from gloomy to bright. When Qin Lang picked her up, she grinned happily. Seeing this, Su Shirhan pouted deliberately and said, "Curson, little rascal, mommy has been with you for so long and you never smile, but you are so happy as soon as Daddy comes back.
Mommy is so sad when you are like this, woo."
She pretended to cry, clenched her little pink fists and gently rubbed them at the corners of her eyes. With her slightly pouting pink lips, she was so adorable. Qin Lang looked at her with a smile, and held Coxin close to Su Shirhan. "Coxin, mommy is jealous, you should kiss mommy and comfort her."
Coxin was held by her father, and her little face was pressed against Su Shirhan's face, leaving a cute little lip mark.
Su Shirhan immediately smiled, touched her face and said, "Since Coxin kissed mommy, then mommy will forgive your partiality."
Qin Lang held his daughter in his arms. Su Shirhan looked at the cart he pushed back.
It was full of express deliveries, with more than a dozen boxes.
"Wasn't this too much? Qin Lang, what did you buy? Why so much?" "I bought some toys for the babies.
Now they only have the 3 small wooden sculptures I made. Although the 3 babies take turns to play with the wooden sculptures, they are still too monotonous. The little guys haven't been excited to see the wooden sculptures these past 2 days, so I bought them some new toys,"
Qin Lang said. Su Shirhan was a little surprised and said, "But this is too much, right? The babies are only a dozen days old now, and they are only awake for a few hours a day. Why do they need so much? They are necessary. We have 3 little babies at home. These toys are not too many. Daddy will buy them more in the future. Right, Kirsten? Daddy bought you so many toys. Are you happy?
Xiao Kirsten waved her hands happily, as if responding to her father, saying that she was super happy.
Chapter 31.
Xin Lang played with his little daughter for a while, and only opened the express delivery with Su Shirhan after Ku Xin fell asleep. Many of the toys in the package need to be assembled by oneself. Xin Lang is responsible for the manual work, while Su Shirhan is responsible for unpacking the express delivery.
These things were all bought by Qin Lang. Su Shirhan didn't know what was in each box, so every time she opened a package, it was like opening a blind box. She was full of expectations and surprises everywhere. After all the express deliveries were unpacked, Xin Lang was assembling the musical wind chimes on the bedside table, while Su Shirhan was curiously playing with the baby's toys. The toys for babies are so cute. Newborns are short-sighted and cannot see things far away.
Their color discrimination ability is also weak, so the toys Qin Lang chooses are those with sound and bright colors. A small red rattle with a painting on the drum of a child with 2 buns catching butterflies among the flowers.
An exquisite dancing music box.
When you open the lid, music will sound, and there is a cute little princess spinning and dancing on the base of the record. There are small socks and wristbands that can make sounds, colorful flower bell sticks, a set of little yellow ducks that can accompany babies in the bath, bouncy softballs, colorful tumblers that can never be pushed down, and 3 bedside hanging musical wind chimes that Qin Lang is assembling. There were various toys, but the 3 sleeping babies didn't see them yet, but Su Shirhan played with them all. That surprised smile on his face was just like that of a curious 3-year-old baby.
Qin Lang looked at him and couldn't help but lower his head and laugh.
After playing with all the toys, Su Shirhan took the non-electronic toys to clean and disinfect them. Some of the toys that could not come into contact with water were wiped with a disinfectant mirror and placed in the disinfection cabinet for a while. Babies' toys must be safe. After finishing all these, Qin Lang's bedside wind chime was assembled and hung on the head of the crib.
Su Shirhan came over and asked, "Qin Lang, does this wind chime ring when the wind blows? Will the babies be disturbed when they are asleep?" Qin Lang shook his head. "No, it looks like a wind chime, but it's actually electric.
It only rotates and makes sounds when you press the switch, so you don't have to worry about disturbing the baby's sleep. When they wake up, turn it on for them to play with, or use it to coax them to sleep. The music inside is gentle and helps them sleep."
Su Shirhan found it quite magical.
She reached out and moved the small pendants on it, but there was no impact sound. Because the pendants were soft, there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting the babies. These toys are so well designed.
By the way, Qin Lang, are there a few paintings over there? Su Shirhan remembered that there were a few things she couldn't understand in the express delivery she had opened.
Qin Lang walked over and took the hanging painting she mentioned.
"This is not a hanging picture, this is for printing the baby's handprints and footprints."
Su Shirhan understood immediately after hearing this, and said in surprise, "I know.
This is the thing that can be used to preserve the baby's handprints and footprints, which is very commemorative, right? Smart, that's it."
Su Shirhan looked at the 3 small round paintings in her hand and said with joy, "Qin Lang, you were so thoughtful. The babies will definitely be super cute if they leave these little handprints and little Geo prints."
"How do I operate this?" Su Shirhan asked. Qin Lang explained to her, "It's quite simple. This is a complete set of tools. The base is painted.
I bought an underwater world, a sweetheart princess and a fruit paradise. The blue underwater world is for Debeo, and the 2 pink ones are for the daughters.
There is gold paint for babies in it.
Apply it on the baby's hands and feet, and then print their handprints and footprints in the blank spaces. When the gold paint dries, we can apply a sealant and keep it for a long time.
When we get home, we can hang it in the baby's room."
Su Shirhan followed his words and thought about the scene. She thought that after they left the confinement center, they would live together. The babies had separate rooms. The room was filled with the toys Qin Lang bought, and there were 3 paintings on the wall.
This scene was so warm and beautiful. Then let's get started quickly. The babies are all asleep now. If we do it while they are awake, they might not behave themselves." Su Shirhan said eagerly.
Qin Lang nodded, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then wiped the baby's hands and feet with baby wipes. Su Shirhan cleaned and disinfected the brush in the set, poured the gold paint into the palette, and then together with Qin Lang, painted Debayo's hands and feet with gold paint. The silly baby was sleeping soundly. Even though his parents held his hands and feet and tossed them around, he didn't wake up. The first piece of work was completed in this way. Qin Lang took a wet tissue to help Debayo wipe his hands and feet, while Su Shirhan was admiring the underwater world with little handprints and footprints with satisfaction.
Against the blue background, the golden little hands and feet look very cute.
The ordinary painting just now has become a priceless treasure. She couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take pictures, and save them in the little angel's album with satisfaction. Then it was the second baby's turn. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan moved very gently, but the alert second baby still woke up and cried twice, waking up his brother and sister beside him. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan had no choice but to coax the three children first before continuing with the operation. But now that all three little ones are awake, these babies with their own consciousness are not so well behaved. Qin Lang had just finished painting Yutong's little hand, and before he could get the drawing board next to him, the little guy waved his little hand and slapped Kursan's face, leaving a small golden bean mark on his sister. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan had no choice but to clean up the marks on Sanbao's face first. But during this moment, Erbao's restless little hands painted a few golden lines on his face.
Su Shirhan pouted and said helplessly, "Qin Lang, what should we do?
If this goes on, Erbao will be able to improvise a golden painting on his face in a while." Qin Lang thought about it for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and turned on the wind chime switch at the head of the bed. The wind chime pendant on the bedside slowly turned, and soft music sounded, instantly attracting the attention of the three little ones. The second baby stopped making noises and moving around, and looked at the new toy above his head with curiosity.
Okay, let's continue.
With the sound of music, Qin Lang and Su Shirhan finally completed the handprint and footprint paintings of the three little babies. Looking at the three works, Su Shirhan smiled with satisfaction, and took out her mobile phone to carefully take a bunch of photos to keep.
In room 301, old Su was chatting with Fang Yaxian and the others.
It's strange, the young couple in room 308 look quite young, but I haven't seen any of their elders or adults come over in the week since they moved in.
They have always been just the young couple.
They both look about 20 years old and are probably still in school. They have such a big thing as having children, triplets at that, and none of the elders in the family showed up.
Do you think they are hiding it from their family?
Old Su asked gossipingly.
Chapter 32.
When Fang Yaxian heard this, she felt a little strange. The baby's mother's name on the hospital's birth certificate, the first 4 digits of her ID card, and the back figure that looked so much like her daughter, there are really too many coincidences. Now hearing old Su say this again, she couldn't help but want to go and see the baby's mother. I'll go to room 308 to say hello.
I haven't seen the triplets yet, Fang Yaxian said.
When old Su heard this, he immediately became excited and said, "Let's go together."
I haven't even gone to greet them formally yet. Fang Yaxian nodded, then I'll go downstairs to buy some fruit.
It's my first time there, so it's not appropriate to go empty-handed.
No, I have plenty of fruit here. You just brought so much. Let's take some and go now.
I've been wanting to go to room 308 for a long time. That's the most expensive VIP room in the confinement center. Old Su excitedly pulled Fang Yaxian and Huang Qiuhua, and the three of them prepared to visit room 308 together. The three of them took some fruit and were about to go to room 308 when the mother in the room suddenly shouted, Mom, don't go.
Come over here and take a look. The baby has vomited."
An anxious shout instantly made the three people at the door turn back. The little baby, who had just been sleeping obediently, suddenly burst into tears and vomited a lot of milk, with white foam around his mouth. The nurse at the side took the thermometer and measured the baby's temperature.
She said, "The baby has a fever. He may have caught a cold. Let's send him to the baby clinic downstairs."
The room was in chaos. Old Su's daughter saw the baby crying in pain and she also cried anxiously. Old Su tried to comfort her carefully, with anxiety written all over his face.
The nurse quickly took them to the clinic downstairs.
After such a commotion, Fang Yaxian no longer had the heart to go to 308. She and Huang Qiuhua accompanied the baby to the clinic. The little guy had acute enteritis and fever and needed an infusion.
They compensated for a while and then left.
At this time, the parents were very confused and they would only be a burden here. After coming out of the confinement center, the two sat in the car back to the Lin family.
TSK, the parents are really worried about the baby being sick. Old Su was so anxious that he didn't even have time to talk to us. Huang Qiuhua chatted with Fang Yaxian in the car. That's right.
A little kid captures the whole family's attention.
Won't it be the same for us in the future?
We both have only one daughter. When they have children in the future, we will definitely have to come and help take care of them, just like old Sue.
Fang Yaxian said. That's right. We all have few children.
Besides, your Shirhan and my Xiao Xiao have been spoiled since they were young. If they were asked to take care of the babies by themselves, they would be very busy. Children have weak immunity and are prone to illness. If they encounter such a situation, it is better for us to be there. Old Sue's daughter was so scared that she cried just now. If her mother wasn't here, the situation would be even worse.
Fang Yaxian nodded in agreement.
In the evening, Su Shirhan was admiring 3 paintings that had just been painted with a topcoat when her cell phone suddenly rang.
It's a WeChat message from my mother. Fang Yaxian, my dear daughter, what are you doing? Su Shirhan, rest in the hotel. Mom, where did you go with Aunt Huang today? Fang Yaxian, I didn't go out to play today.
Your Aunt Huang promised a friend to visit her grandson, so I went to the Gold Medal Confinement Center with your Aunt Huang. When Su Shirhan saw these words, her hand holding the phone couldn't help but tighten.
Mom, did you come to the confinement center today?
She even went to play in the corridor with her baby in her arms today, and Qin Lang also went out to pick up a package.
Could they have been seen by her mother?
Su Shirhan swallowed nervously, but then she thought that her mother probably didn't see her, otherwise she wouldn't have waited until the evening to tell her about it. And today, my mother was brought by Aunt Huang to visit her friend's child.
I guess she will only come this time and will not come again.
Thinking of this, Su Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief.
She changed the subject without leaving a trace. Mom, what are your plans for tomorrow?
Fang Yaxian, I have made an appointment with your Aunt Huang tomorrow.
We will go to the tower in the morning, go to the Bund in the afternoon, and have dinner there in the evening. Su Shirhan, there are so many programs. Mom, you and Aunt Huang should have fun.
I still have a few days before I go back, so there is no rush.
Don't get too tired.
After they chatted for a while, Su Shirhan asked her mother to go to bed early. Today, the nurse said that it was time to give the babies a bath. When they first arrived at the confinement center, the babies were sent to a special bathroom for a bath. They were taken there by professional nurses and parents were not allowed to go in. This time, it has been 4 days since the babies received their vaccinations and they can take a bath again, and this time their parents can accompany them. Su Shirhan was very excited to hear the news. Although she had been with the babies for more than 10 days after they were born, she had never seen them taking a bath and playing in the water. The 3 little ones are getting cuter now, and they must be super cute when taking a bath.
Qin Lang, let's take the baby to take a bath together.
Ding, it is detected that the host is about to bathe the babies for the first time.
Completing this process will unlock the host's full set of massage exercises tutorials. Touching exercise?
Qin Lang has been browsing a lot of information about babies recently. As a novice dad, although he has a system, he feels that he cannot rely solely on the system to raise 3 babies, so he has been learning a lot of knowledge recently. He had seen this massage exercise on the internet, but he didn't expect that the system would give him this reward now. There are many and varied tutorials on the internet, and those with system rewards are of course the best. So Qin Lang happily carried the babies to the bathroom.
The temperature in the bathroom is just right.
Adults may feel a little hot when they come in, but babies don't have to worry about catching a cold when taking a bath in this environment and then doing massage exercises. Su Shirhan is currently in the confinement period, so it is not convenient for her to bathe the babies. Qin Lang brought her a chair and asked her to sit next to him and watch. He also took out his mobile phone to record the precious video of him bathing the babies for the first time. After the little ones took off their clothes, their chubby white bodies looked super cute.
Dabeo was very brave.
When he was put into the basin of water, the little guy looked at it curiously, and then lay down calmly. The second baby was also very brave, and she even adapted faster than her brother. She lay in the bathtub with an air ring around her neck, so she didn't have to worry about choking on water. The little one probably found the environment very safe, and she actually started playing with water on her own.
Koxian is the youngest, the weakest, and the least courageous.
Qin Lang held her and wanted to put her in the bathtub, but as soon as the little girl's feet touched the water, she immediately began to struggle and kept shrinking upwards. Her little hands still tightly grasped Qin Lang's clothes, and she cried loudly.
Xian and Yutong didn't know why their sister was crying.
The 2 little guys splashed around in the bathtub, as if inviting their sister to experience the new game together. Kuxian refused to cooperate, so Qin Lang could only carefully scoop water with his palms to wet her body. When the little girl found that the bathtub was not actually dangerous, he put her down. Chapter 33. The three little guys finally finished their bath, and Qin Lang was soaked, but he couldn't care less about that now and had to finish bathing the babies first. Dry the babies and place them on a small table covered with a cotton towel. Congratulations to the host for completing the instructions. You will be rewarded with a full set of massage exercises. 2 seconds later, Qin Lang had a complete set of touching and exercising procedures in his mind. The nurse next to him said, "Mr. Qin, the babies have finished their baths. Can I teach you how to do massage exercises now?" Qin Lang smiled at her and said, "No, I can do it. I'll do it for the babies." The nurse looked at Qin Lang in surprise, only to see him calmly wrap the first and second babies in bath towels first, and then massage the third baby first. He coated his hands with massage oil, gently closed his palms and rubbed them, using the warmth of his palms to spread the oil, and then began to massage Kuxian's daughter. While doing it, Qin Lang recited the mantra of the touching exercise. The eyebrows are curved like a crescent moon, and the head is broad and knowledgeable. The baby has a chubby face and loves to laugh rather than cry. Little ears are like ingots. Exercise your hearing every day to improve your hearing. When doing the massage exercise, baby Kuxian was very obedient, sucking her thumb from time to time, and then looking at Qin Lang's father with her big, pure eyes. The little one will smile when he feels comfortable doing it. Seeing the little guy smile, Qin Lang felt infinite warmth. Babies are really little ones with super healing powers. After the whole process was over, Qin Lang put clothes on Kuxian's daughter. The little girl, who had just finished taking a bath and enjoyed the massage and oil application from her father, was now happily eating every finger. Su Shirhan was recording the video with a smile on her face. The young nurses were stunned and clapped their hands in surprise, saying, "Mr. Qin, you are amazing. The massage exercises you do are more professional than those taught by our professional teachers." Su Shirhan was also surprised that Qin Lang knew so much even though he was just a new dad. With Qin Lang around, taking care of the baby is really not tiring anymore. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed and she was going to meet her mother in the evening. At noon, Su Shirhan began to make nervous preparations. She had to wash her hair first. She hadn't washed it since she gave birth to her baby. She tied her long hair into a bun during the confinement period. It didn't feel like a big deal in the room where the temperature was suitable, but she had to dress up because she was going out to see her mother. Nowadays, confinement centers will also arrange hair washing for mothers, but it must be done after 2 weeks, and the water temperature must be strictly controlled, and the hair must be blown dry immediately after washing. Su Shirhan is now in good condition to have her hair washed, so Qin Lang does it himself, letting Su Shirhan lie down and washing her hair carefully. It's not like Su Shirhan had washed her hair outside before, but this time the person washing her hair was Qin Lang, and the feeling was completely different. The water temperature was obviously just right, and the hot water was not hot at all when it touched her scalp, but her face was flushed red, and her heart and eyes were a little hot. Qin Lang lowered his head and looked very gentle. Seeing Su Shirhan looking at him with big eyes, he asked, "How is the water temperature? Is it hot?" Su Shirhan shook her head gently, her beautiful eyes drooped slightly, her curled eyelashes were like two small fans, casting a small arc-shaped shadow under her eyelids. After washing his hair, Qin Lang immediately took out the hairdryer. "I'll do it myself," Su Shirhan said a little embarrassedly. Qin Lang dodged her hand and said domineeringly, "I'll do it. I can blow dry my hair by myself." Su Shirhan looked up and said in a low voice, "It is indeed inconvenient to wash your hair, and the incision will hurt a bit when you bend over, but it is completely fine to sit here and blow dry your hair." Qin Lang gently pinched her pink cheeks. He didn't want to stop because it felt so good. "Be obedient, sit down and enjoy my 5-star service." Su Shirhan felt a sweet feeling in her heart. The sound of the hairdryer was heard, making some slight noise, but Qin Lang's movements were very gentle. He carefully helped her tidy up her hair and dried it bit by bit. She looked in the mirror and saw her flushed cheeks and watery eyes, and was stunned for a moment. Is this what a happy woman looks like? It looks better than usual. Qin Lang was concentrating on blowing her hair, running his fingers through the hair, feeling the softness and smoothness. Su Shirhan's hair quality was particularly good. Her long hair had gone through the confinement period, and after washing, it was still black and smooth, and felt great. Ding, the host is detected combing the mother's hair. The host is rewarded with the basic makeup skills and a set of professional makeup for mothers. Hearing the voice of the system, Xin Lang smiled. Now that he has mastered the makeup skills, can't he do Su Shirhan's makeup and do her hair in the future and make Su Shirhan more beautiful? He likes this skill. Host, would you like to activate the primary makeup skill now? Activation. As his voice fell, a large amount of knowledge and techniques about makeup, hairdressing, hairstyles, etc. were input into his mind. 5 seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at Su Shirhan in the mirror again. He immediately thought of a makeup and hairstyle that was very suitable for Su Shirhan's temperament. This feeling is so great. I created my own beautiful daughter-in-law with my own hands, and I feel a great sense of accomplishment. Congratulations to the host for activating the primary makeup skill. Professional makeup for mothers will be delivered to the locker at the entrance of the postpartum care center where the host is located in 5 minutes. The pickup number of the locker will be sent to the host's mobile phone via SMS. Please remember to check it. This is even better. The special makeup for moms rewarded by the system is absolutely fine. You don't have to go out to buy anymore. Convenient. It's comfortable to have a system. It just so happens that Shirhan is going to meet her mother-in-law tonight. After Shirhan washes her hair and puts on his professional makeup, she will definitely not be able to see any problems with her look. After blowing his hair, Xin Lang said, "Shirhan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go downstairs to get a package." Su Shirhan nodded, and after watching Xin Lang leave, she took her cell phone, which contained a WeChat message from her mother. Ask her when she will arrive in Shanghai today, and then we can have dinner at the Cantonese restaurant near her school. She replied, "Mom, I'll be at the airport at 5 p.m. and we'll go straight to the restaurant to meet you then." Fang Yaxian, then Mom will pick you up at the airport, and we'll go to the restaurant together. Su Shirhan, no need, Mom, I'll come back with the school, you go to the airport to pick me up, my classmates will be envious and homesick. Fang Yaxian, my daughter is so considerate. Well, Mom will wait for you in the restaurant. This place is not far from your school. We can chat for a while in the evening. Su Shirhan put away her phone and looked up at the mirror. I recovered pretty well after giving birth, and I also paid great attention to exercise when I was pregnant, so I hardly gained any weight. After breastfeeding these days after giving birth, I have basically returned to my pre-pregnancy weight. There seems to be nothing wrong with her figure, her skin is in good condition, and she looks refreshed after washing her hair. Her mother shouldn't notice anything, right? Just as he was thinking about it, Xin Lang came in carrying a black velvet box. Xin Lang, what did you buy? Such a big box. Su Shirhan asked curiously. Xin Lang put the box on the table and pulled it from the middle. The box automatically opened into 2 sides. Inside was a full set of makeup products, including foundation, eyeshadow, blush, lipstick, and even a complete set of makeup brushes and tools. Su Shirhan was full of surprise. Xin Lang, I bought you some famous brand cosmetics that are suitable for mothers. When you go to see your aunt today, put on some makeup to improve your complexion. I promise that you won't see any problems. Su Shirhan looked at him with emotion, her heart was very sweet, but when she looked at the professional makeup box in front of her, she felt a little helpless. Xin Lang, I'm not very good at putting on makeup. She is a well-known beauty in school for her natural look. She seldom uses cosmetics and only occasionally puts on lip gloss to add color. She has never used such professional cosmetics. Xin Lang winked at her and said, I will. Chapter 34. You can put on makeup? Su Shirhan was surprised. Xin Lang took the things and said with a smile, just leave yourself to me with confidence. After saying that, Xin Lang pulled out a stool and asked her to sit in front of the dressing table. Su Shirhan sat down subconsciously. Although Xin Lang was a boy, she believed him when he said he would. After working for half an hour, Xin Lang clapped his hands and said, it's done. Su Shirhan immediately turned her head in surprise and looked at herself in the mirror. A thin layer of foundation was applied on her originally pretty face, and loose powder created a matte effect, making her skin look even whiter and more translucent. The milk tea-colored blush tends to give you a normal complexion, and paired with a matte lip glaze in the same color, the entire makeup looks like a scheming makeup that is better than no makeup at all. Su Shirhan looked at Xin Lang in surprise. Xin Lang, you put on makeup so well. Xin Lang was also very satisfied. Su Shirhan looked even more radiant and charming with light makeup on. Suddenly, he thought of something. The baby's mother is so beautiful, but she doesn't take him out with her. It's too dangerous. You are already good looking. I just want you to look better. This way, your aunt will think that you are doing well recently and won't worry. Su Shirhan nodded, happily admiring herself in front of the mirror for a while, and then went to choose clothes.
After moving to the confinement center, the nanny came and brought her clothes. She chose a knee-length skirt with puff sleeves.
The white skirt was decorated with red cherries, which made her look very youthful and beautiful. But after reading it, Xin Lang just shook his head. This skirt is too short, it only reaches the knees.
Shirhan's calves are straight, slender, white and beautiful.
This skirt really highlights her beautiful legs. Moreover, the puff sleeves and small V-neck on the upper body are not good, as the right-angled shoulders and delicate collarbones are exposed. Su Shirhan was originally full of joy, but when she saw Qin Lang's reaction, she subconsciously looked down at herself.
What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?
Qin Lang certainly wouldn't say that he didn't want her to go out wearing such an eye-catching outfit, so he said, "It looks good, but it's not a good idea to wear it like this, Shirhan. You're still in the confinement period, and you have to go out to see your aunt, but you must keep warm. This skirt leaks air, it's not good, I'll help you choose." As he spoke, Qin Lang went to look in front of her closet, took out a pair of straight trousers, and chose a conservative thin sweater as the top, which almost wrapped her up tightly. Su Shirhan changed into this outfit and frowned slightly as she said, "Qin Lang, it will be a bit hot to go out in this weather, right?" Qin Lang said seriously, "No, you just came back from the ancient capital. It has been raining in the ancient capital these 2 days, and the weather is quite cool.
You are wearing this just right. Auntie will believe that you just came back from there."
Su Shirhan looked down at herself and nodded, "Okay." After she finished speaking, she smiled brightly at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you are really thoughtful.
You even checked the weather in the ancient capital."
Qin Lang silently curled the corners of his mouth, turned around and handed her the thermos cup, which contained the longan and red date tea he had just brewed. He deliberately took out all the ingredients and only left the water in the cup.
"It's almost time. I should leave,"
Su Shirhan said after feeding the 3 babies and tidying up her clothes. Qin Lang put the thermos cup into her bag, picked up the bag and said, "Okay, I'll call a taxi now, and we'll get off when the car comes, so we don't have to stand at the door in the wind."
Su Shirhan was very touched by his attentiveness.
Qin Lang sent her to the car and specifically told the driver to close all the windows. When the driver saw that they were coming out of the confinement center, he immediately understood and quickly closed the car windows. Qin Lang stood in front of the car and said goodbye to Su Shirhan.
"Send me a message before the night is over and I'll come pick you up. Don't come back alone. It's not safe to come back too late." Su Shirhan nodded.
After they set off, the driver smiled and said, "Your husband is so considerate to you." When Su Shirhan heard this, she couldn't help but look back.
Qin Lang was still standing at the door of the confinement center, watching her go.
Well, Qin Lang treats her very well. At this time, Fang Yaxian was also on her way to the restaurant. In the afternoon, she and Huang Qiuhe went to a styling shop to get a beautiful hairstyle.
She put on the new clothes she bought yesterday while shopping and went out radiantly.
She wants to see her daughter in her best condition. On the way, Fang Yaxian sent a video to her husband.
Su's father answered the phone immediately. He was still in the conference room, but he couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? Did you see your daughter?" Fang Yaxian smiled and said, "Look how anxious you are." "Not yet. I'm on my way to the restaurant. My daughter and I have an appointment at 6:30. I'll be able to see her in half an hour."
Father Su smiled and said, "Okay, when you see your daughter later, don't just chat with her.
Remember to send me a video. I want to see my daughter too. I haven't seen her for a long time." "Which restaurant did you book?"
"My daughter loves our hometown food."
"Did you book a Cantonese restaurant?" "It's a Cantonese restaurant, right next to my daughter's school. Don't worry about these things. I will take my daughter to eat and drink well."
Also, when Lao Huang and I were playing these few days, we bought a lot of things for my daughter.
"I've brought them all with me and will take them back to school for her later," Fang Yaxian said.
"Okay, don't just give her things, remember to leave more money for your daughter, because college will cost a lot of money."
"No. Okay, then I won't talk to you for now. I haven't finished my meeting yet.
I'll talk to you after I see my daughter."
Fang Yaxian glanced at the background behind him in surprise. It was indeed the company's meeting room. "Lao Su, why are you video chatting with me when you are in a meeting? I thought you had seen your daughter, so you didn't have time for the meeting. But this meeting will be over soon.
I will go back after you see your daughter, so it will be convenient for us to video chat.
Fang Yaxian smiled and nodded, then hung up the video.
Old Su, every time his daughter called, he would seriously teach her to study hard and talk about her not coming home. There was a hint of blame in his words, but in fact, he cared about his daughter the most.
Men are different from women.
Women can express their emotions directly and boldly, but men are sometimes embarrassed to say affectionate words to their daughters. So later, she must have a good talk with her daughter, telling her that daddy and mommy miss her so much.
Thinking of her daughter, Fang Yaxian couldn't wait any longer.
It was almost 6 o'clock now, and her daughter should have gotten off the plane and was on the way to the restaurant. So she sent a video call to her daughter. Su Shirhan was in a taxi and answered the call immediately after seeing her mother's video.
Hey, daughter, where have you been? Mom, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Are you there yet?
I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Hey, why are you in a taxi? Didn't the school agree to arrange a bus? Chapter 35.
Su Shirhan's heart tightened slightly, but she smiled and said, "It's arranged, but the bus was going to take a few local students home, and it took a little detour. I was afraid it would delay our meal, so I took a taxi back."
Fang Yaxian didn't think much about it.
She looked at her daughter in the video and said with a smile, after not seeing her for so long, "My daughter is getting prettier and prettier."
Did you put on makeup today, baby? Su Shirhan blushed and nodded.
Thinking that this makeup was done by Qin Lang, she felt sweet inside, but she didn't show it on her face, for fear of being discovered by her mother.
Today is the last day of the event, so I put on some makeup.
You look beautiful, so beautiful.
My daughter is the most beautiful. Mommy can't wait to see you in person. Mom, I'll be there in a minute.
After the mother and daughter hung up the video call, Su Shirhan looked at the increasingly familiar streets outside the window and couldn't help feeling nervous.
I'm about to see my mother, she won't find out anything, right? She took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't relax.
So she took out her cell phone and found an album named A Plum Candy, which contained a family photo that she asked the nurse to take. Inside were her, Qin Lang, and the awake Xian Xian, Yutong and Kurson. This photo is her treasure. Looking at the cute faces of the 3 little babies in the photo, and Qin Lang sitting next to her holding the children, she suddenly seemed to have found courage.
Come on, Su Shirhan, you can do it. The babies in Qin Lang are still waiting for you to come back.
10 minutes later, Su Shirhan received a WeChat message from Fang Yaxian. "My dear daughter, I'm already at the restaurant entrance.
I'll be waiting for you here." Su Shirhan's car just stopped. She saw Fang Yaxian at a glance.
She didn't reply to the WeChat message, but walked over quietly and put her arm around Fang Yaxian from behind.
Mom! Fang Yaxian turned around in surprise and immediately grabbed her daughter's hand. "Shirhan. My baby daughter is getting prettier and prettier." The mother and daughter looked at each other happily. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, "Su Shirhan?"
Su Shirhan turned around and saw her college classmate Chen Mengyue. Chen Mengyue looked at Su Shirhan in surprise. "Su Shirhan, I haven't seen you for a long time.
You are getting more and more beautiful."
I didn't expect that our goddess without makeup would be even more beautiful after putting on makeup. Su Shirhan had a bad feeling in her heart. If she continued talking like this, Chen Mengyue, who was unaware of the situation, would probably ask her where she had been during this period of leave, which would make her mother suspicious.
So, Su Shirhan quickly interrupted her greetings and took the initiative to say, "Thank you, Chen Mengyue, are you coming here for dinner?" Chen Mengyue nodded immediately after hearing this. "Yeah, that's right.
I just had a small gathering with friends here and just finished eating."
"Are you here to eat too?" "Well, this is my mother. She came to Shanghai to see me. Let's go out for dinner."
After that, Su Shirhan introduced Fang Yaxian. "Mom, this is my classmate, Chen Mengyue."
"It's your aunt? You look so young. I thought you were my sister."
Chen Mengyue had just finished speaking when her friend called her. She said, "Then I won't disturb you guys from eating.
I'm leaving first. Bye." "Bye." Su Shirhan waved and felt relaxed. After Chen Mengyue left, Fang Yaxian said to Su Shirhan, "You have a good relationship with your college classmates." "Well, Mom, why did you carry so many things?" Su Shirhan didn't want to talk too much about her college classmates for fear of causing problems.
Just then, she saw Fang Yaxian's hands were full of things and offered to help. Fang Yaxian moved her hand aside and said, "Mom can take it by herself. Although there are a lot of things, they are not heavy." They are all food and daily necessities for you.
As they spoke, Fang Yaxian and Su Shirhan walked towards the restaurant. Fang Yaxian suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey, Shirhan, why do you smell like milk? Just now outside, Fang Yaxian had chronic rhinitis and couldn't smell it very well.
But now that she was inside the store, the space was a little small, and there were only her and Su Shirhan, so she could smell it. When Su Shirhan heard this, she almost wanted to lower her head and smell herself.
Does it have a milky flavor? How come she didn't notice?
She even washed her hair, took a shower and changed into new clothes today.
My mother has a very sensitive nose. Fortunately, she was very calm and quickly thought of a solution.
She said, it might be that the mother sitting next to me on the plane today accidentally poured breast milk from the bottle on me. Then I used a hairdryer to dry it and thought there was no smell. Unexpectedly, there was still a little smell.
I didn't smell it myself.
I will change into a new set of clothes when I go back tonight.
After hearing her daughter's explanation, Fang Yaxian always felt that something was wrong.
However, my daughter looked the same as when I saw her before, even prettier, and didn't look like a child at all. Because women will gain weight after becoming pregnant, and their figure will be out of shape in the months after giving birth, or even remain fat, and it will take several months to regain their figure. When she looked at her own daughter, she clearly didn't look like she had ever given birth to a child.
It seems that she is too sensitive and thinks too much. So that's how it is. It's okay. The milky smell is nice. There's a seat by the window. Let's sit there.
Fang Yaxian said, pointing to a dining table by the window.
Okay. Su Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief.
When they reached the dining table, Su Shirhan took the shopping bag from Fang Yaxian, put it on the stool next to her, and asked, Mom, what did you buy for me?
Fang Yaxian was very interested when talking about this.
She took the bag and showed it to Su Shirhan. Baby, look, Mom bought you a lot of food, all of which you like, and the latest skirts. Your Aunt Huang and I went shopping these days and bought you 2 bags, a backpack for you to carry your textbooks when you go to school, and a single shoulder chain bag, which is perfect for daily outings.
Mom!
Su Shirhan was deeply moved. Seeing her daughter's touched look, Fang Yaxian quickly stuffed the things back, took her daughter's hand and said, Shirhan, your father and I only have you as a daughter. You haven't been home for such a long time, and we miss you. We finally came here this time, so we must bring more things. Although you can buy these by yourself, this is Mom's love for you.
Thank you, Mom.
Su Shirhan said softly while hugging her mother's arms. She was thinking how great it would be if her parents agreed with her in Qinlang and approved of the babies.
The family is reunited.
But now, seeing her mother, she didn't dare to tell the truth.
Silly child, why are you still saying thank you to your mother? By the way, Shirhan, I just ran into your classmate at the door. Is she your classmate? Kindness. Then why did she say she hasn't seen you for a long time? Don't you usually have classes together? Fang Yaxian asked puzzledly. Chapter 36.
Su Shirhan pursed her pink lips. She had already thought of an answer when Chen Mangyue mentioned this.
She said, Mom, I went to Jiatong University for an exchange program. I was away for a week and didn't attend any classes. Fang Yaxian nodded, thinking it made sense.
Su Shirhan took the menu and diverted her mother's attention.
Mom, you order some food. I've eaten Cantonese food here several times and it tastes good. Fang Yaxian hurriedly pushed the menu back and said, then you can order something.
You've tried it a few times, and it must be better than what Mom ordered. So Su Shirhan took the menu and ordered a few dishes, almost all of which were Fang Yaxian's favorites. After ordering the food, the mother and daughter started chatting. Fang Yaxian looked at her daughter carefully, her heart filled with joy. Shirhan, Mom has noticed that you have become more and more beautiful since you went to college.
You also know how to dress up.
You look stunning with light makeup on. Mom, today is a special situation.
I don't usually wear makeup.
Fang Yaxian looked at her and smiled. Silly girl, you are in college now, it's a good thing to know how to put on makeup.
Although my daughter has a good foundation, makeup is a retouch.
She must wear makeup for some special occasions in the future. My daughter looks so good after putting on makeup, Mom is so happy. It's a pity that Mom didn't think about it a few days ago, otherwise I would have bought you another set of makeup. Su Shirhan remembered the whole set of makeup Qin Lang bought for her, and quickly waved her hand and said, No, Mom, I have a set of makeup.
Fang Yaxian didn't think much about it and just thought that her daughter bought it herself.
She took out her mobile phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to her daughter.
Baby, you are going to college now and your expenses are quite high. Your parents don't give you much living expenses. You will definitely spend a lot of money on a set of makeup. You can't delay eating. Take this money and spend it. Mom, no, I have enough money.
She had indeed had a hard life before, but now that Qin Lang was around, she hadn't worried about money for a long time. Moreover, she still had more than 500,000 yuan in her card, which was the red envelopes from her babies and the money Qin Lang earned from selling ornamental walnuts.
Here, your father asked me to give it to you. You know your father. He will be unhappy if I can't give it to him. Fang Yaxian said with a smile.
Su Shirhan had no choice but to accept it.
Speaking of the devil, here comes your dad. He sent me a video. Fang Yaxian took out her cell phone with a smile, answered the video and placed it on the table.
On the other end of the phone, Mr. Su was staring at the screen. When he saw the camera turn to his daughter, he couldn't help but smile. But when Su Shirhan looked over, Su's father immediately stopped smiling, pretended to cough twice, and returned to his stern expression.
Has Shirhan lost weight? Dad, Su frowned slightly.
Su Shirhan looked down at herself and said, "No, Dad, I'm fine."
Girls all like to be slim. Our Shirhan is just right now. Fang Yaxian said on the side. Father Su said, "What's the big deal about being slim or not? Health is the most important thing. Don't always think about losing weight. Eat more."
Su Shirhan nodded slightly. She felt very familiar with her father's stern tone but carrying words in every word.
Are you wearing makeup?
Father Su stared at his daughter and asked. Well, today is the last day of the exchange activity, so I put on some light makeup.
It's required by the school.
Father Su said, she's pretty, but being pretty is secondary. You're still in college, and your studies are your top priority. Don't fall in love at school, and focus more on your studies.
Yes, Dad. Why are you and your daughter chatting like you're in a meeting?
Old Su, my daughter and I are going to eat soon, so don't look so sullen. If you do that, your daughter won't be in the mood to eat later. Fang Yaxian scolded him. When Father Su heard what his wife said, he quickly restrained his expression and said, You and your mother should have dinner. When you have nothing to do during the holidays, come home more often to visit.
After hanging up the video, Su's father immediately laughed.
My daughter, whom I haven't seen for a year, has learned how to dress up in college. She looks better and more energetic than when she was at home. It seems that the colorful university life has brought many new experiences to my daughter. While Su Shirhan and her mother were having dinner, Chen Manhwa was on her way back to school. Thinking of what had just happened, she took out her cell phone and called Zheng Feiyu.
Hey, Zheng Feiyu, I just ran into your goddess. Did you meet Su Shirhan?
Where? The boy on the other end of the phone asked hurriedly. At the entrance of the restaurant near the school, her mother came to see her.
The two of them are eating there. They just went in.
They should stay for a while.
Do you want to locate her? Zheng Feiyu was overjoyed and said quickly, Yes, send it over and I'll give you a big red envelope.
I haven't seen the goddess for 9 months, and now I can finally see her again.
And the goddess mother is here too. This is a good opportunity. If you want to pursue the goddess, you must first deal with the mother-in-law.
Zheng Feiyu hung up the phone and became excited when he saw the location he received on WeChat. He immediately prepared to go out, but as soon as he reached the door, he braked. No, this meeting with the goddess is related to his happiness for the rest of his life, and the goddess mother is also there, so he can't just go there like that. Zheng Feiyu walked back and forth in the room twice, and suddenly an idea came to him and he thought of a good idea. Then, he began to prepare intensively, determined to complete the entire plan before the goddess finished her meal. Su Shirhan and Fang Yaxian sat at the window. The dishes they ordered were served one after another. The mother and daughter ate while chatting. At this time, several young boys walked in from the door. They walked to the window seat and sat down, which was behind Su Shirhan and her group's table. Soon, the boys suddenly looked out the window and let out a soft cry.
So handsome.
Hearing the sound, Fang Yaxian looked out the window and saw a cool red Porsche 911 parked at the door of the restaurant. A few boys behind me started chatting loudly.
Brother Fei's new car is so cool. A Porsche 911, in the coolest red color. This car must be worth more than 1 million, close to 2 million, right? Brother Fei is really rich.
Brother Fei is not only rich, he is also handsome. Brother Fei is so handsome, and he is also a top student. He is full of buffs. The most important thing is that he still doesn't have a girlfriend. He is very serious and loyal in relationships. This is so rare. At the age of 21, Fei Go has a life that we cannot match. It really makes people envious and jealous. The discussion at the back was a little loud. Fang Yaxian was sitting back to back with them, so she could hear everything clearly. Su Shirhan on the opposite side also heard it. But she didn't pay attention to this matter, and she didn't even look at the Porsche 911 outside. Zheng Feiyu was wearing a handsome shirt and casual pants, with his hair neatly groomed, and he walked in from the door in a graceful manner. Immediately, the boy stood up and shouted to Zheng Feiyu, "Brother Fei, you're here? You got a new car today, so you have to treat everyone to a good meal." Zheng Feiyu walked towards the boy's table with a smile and said generously, "No problem, order whatever you want, I'll pay." Chapter 37. As he said that, he sat down in the seat opposite, facing Su Shirhan. He was about to sit down when he suddenly saw Su Shirhan, and his movements paused slightly. Zheng Feiyu stood up and said to his brothers, "I met a classmate, I went to say hello." After saying that, Zheng Feiyu came to Su Shirhan and greeted her politely with a smile. "Student Su, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things." Su Shirhan looked at the boy in front of her and recalled in her mind that he was the president of the Shanghai Student Union, 1 year older than her and now a junior. The two had met before when they were working for the instructor. Su Shirhan didn't want to cause any trouble, so she just nodded slightly. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zheng Feiyu turned to look at Fang Yaxian, saluted politely, and asked, "Student Su, who is this?" "This is my mother." "Hello, Auntie. I'm Su's schoolmate. My name is Zheng Feiyu." Zheng Feiyu immediately greeted her elegantly. The details of his expression were handled very well. Even the angle of his smile was practiced in advance, just to leave a good impression on his future mother-in-law. Fang Yaxian nodded slightly and said nothing more. Seeing this, Zheng Feiyu stopped talking and said, "Student Su, I won't disturb you and Auntie from having dinner. See you at school later." "Yeah." Su Shirhan responded indifferently. Zheng Feiyu returned to his seat, but while eating he would occasionally glance at Su Shirhan sitting opposite him. Su Shirhan didn't look at him the whole time. She ate and chatted with her mother. She looked so sweet and beautiful. She is indeed his goddess. After not seeing her for 9 months, she is getting more and more beautiful. The goddess even put on makeup today. He really made a fortune. It's a pity that the goddess is still so cold and I didn't have the chance to say a few more words. Fortunately, his plan today is not focused on the goddess, but on the goddess mother. Zheng Feiyu winked at a few friends, and those boys immediately started chatting. "Brother Fei, your new car is so cool. It's not cheap, is it?" Zheng Feiyu showed a modest expression and said, "It's not very expensive, just over 1.9 million yuan. That's awesome, Brother Fei. Over 1.9 million is not expensive. It seems like you've made a lot of money recently. Our Brother Fei has a lot of sources of income recently. Brother Fei, your paper was published on Design 360, so the royalty should be quite high, right? Also, Brother Fei, didn't you participate in the production of the most popular animation recently? What's it called? Wu Qing Ji. This animation is very popular recently. If Brother Fei can join their production team, it will definitely become a big hit in the future." Another brother quickly added. "Brother Fei, you are the legendary kid from other families. You are already so amazing even though you are only in your 3rd year of college. You will definitely soar to the top after graduation. All of you brothers will rely on you in the future." The boys behind him were chatting animatedly, while Zheng Feiyu on the opposite side behaved modestly and generously. Apart from secretly glancing at Su Shirhan from time to time, there was no flaw in his behavior. After dinner, Fang Yaxian and Su Shirhan walked towards Shanghai University together. Fang Yaxian chatted, "Shirhan, is that classmate Zhang from your school too?" "Yes, he is my senior from the 3rd year." Su Shirhan said. "I heard from his friends that this kid is quite outstanding. Shirhan, Mom has noticed that the kid always secretly looked at you while eating, and he even came over to say hello when we were leaving." "He is interested in you, right?" Fang Yaxian asked. "Mom, I don't know him well." "Shirhan, your dad and I both think that you are not suitable for dating at your current age. Let's consider dating when you graduate from college and become more mature." Of course, I know you young people have dreams about love, and the boy tonight was pretty good, but it's still too early to fall in love. If you really like the other person, you can wait until you graduate from college. This will be a good time to test whether the other person is sincere to you. Su Shirhan stopped when she heard this, looked at Fang Yaxian seriously, and corrected her, Mom, don't let your imagination run wild.
I don't like him. Fang Yaxian thought her daughter was being shy, so she said, okay, Mom won't say anything more.
My daughter, I'm an experienced person, I understand all these things. At your age, what you yearn for most is romantic love. This boy tonight has a good family background, is a top student, looks okay, and has never been in a relationship since his junior year.
He is serious and loyal in relationships. If you don't like this kind of person, then tell me, what type do you like?
When Su Shirhan heard her mother's question, Qin Lang's image unconsciously appeared in her mind.
She said slowly, the boy I like doesn't have to be rich, but he must be responsible and know how to earn money to support the family.
He doesn't have to be too handsome, as long as we can appreciate each other's strengths.
Also, he needs to be serious and loyal to me and not be unfaithful. His academic performance doesn't have to be outstanding. I am a top student myself.
He just needs to be able to balance his family and his own affairs in an orderly manner.
Fang Yaxian had just asked casually, but she didn't expect her daughter's answer to be so specific. She couldn't help but be stunned.
My daughter has never been in a relationship, so logically she should have naive fantasies about love and her partner. Why is she so specific when she talks about her ideal boyfriend, as if she is talking about someone she has had sexual experience with? After Su Shirhan finished speaking, she turned around and saw Fang Yaxian's surprised expression.
She thought something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Mom, where are you going tonight? Are you still staying at Aunt Huan's house? Dad should be alone at home recently.
You have been taking care of him at home all these years. I don't know if he can take care of himself.
Mom, when are you going back?
Seeing that her daughter's expression was very natural, Fang Yaxian shook her head and didn't think about it any further. Her daughter had never been in a relationship since she was a child, so how could she have experienced married life with a man? She probably gained this experience from reading novels or watching TV dramas recently. She smiled and said, Your dad doesn't know how to take care of himself. He's been eating instant noodles every night these past few days. He looked thinner when we were chatting on the video just now.
So Mom is going back tonight.
Originally, we only planned to come here for 2 or 3 days. If it wasn't for seeing my baby daughter, Mom would have gone back a long time ago.
Speaking of Dad Su, Fang Yaxian couldn't help but reveal longing and heartache in her eyes.
Su Shirhan knew that her mother had been a housewife at home all these years, keeping her father's life in order.
The couple had a good relationship and were very dependent on each other. Mom, I'm worried about Dad being home alone, so I won't keep you here. What time is your flight tonight?
I'll take you there later.
Su Shirhan said.
Fang Yaxian shook her head, No, my flight is at 10:30 p.m., and the airport is far from your school.
You won't be able to get into the dormitory if you come back that late.
Besides, Mom is worried about you going back alone. I'll go to the airport by myself later. You just came back from the ancient capital, so go to bed early tonight.
Chapter 38.
Parents in the world always love their children more than themselves. Seeing Fang Yaxian waiting for so many days to see her and now rushing back late at night, Su Shirhan's eyes felt a little warm.
Mom, then you should drive slowly.
I will go home to see you and Dad when summer vacation starts. She had already discussed with Qin Lang that she would take him and the babies home during the summer vacation, so that they wouldn't have to avoid their parents. Thinking of this, she began to look forward to the arrival of summer vacation.
Okay, my dear daughter, study hard in school. Your father and I will be waiting for you at home. The mother and daughter were chatting until they arrived at the foot of Su Shirhan's dormitory building.
She turned around and said to Fang Yaxian, Mom, I'm here.
Don't go up. It's troublesome to climb up and down the 3rd floor.
I'll call you a car to the airport. As she spoke, she prepared to take the shopping bag from Fang Yaxian's hand.
Fang Yaxian quickly held her hand and said, Don't worry, there are still 3 hours until 10 o'clock in the evening. You can't carry so many things up by yourself. Mom will take you up.
Su Shirhan glanced at the dormitory behind her, with a hint of worry in her eyes.
It is exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, the time when everyone returns to the dormitory after dinner. I wonder if my roommates are still in the dormitory.
If she were, the fact that she hadn't been to class for a long time would soon be exposed. But her mother did have a lot of things in her hands, and if she refused her mother to take her upstairs, her mother would definitely be suspicious.
Su Shirhan nodded, okay.
The mother and daughter carried their things upstairs. When they arrived at the door of 333, Su Shirhan raised her hand and knocked on the door first, but there was no response from inside.
Su Shirhan took out the key to open the door, pushed it open and went in.
The dormitory was pitch black. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned on the light.
Fortunately, my roommates haven't come back yet. Fang Yaxian helped her put the things on the table and looked at her daughter's bed.
My dear, it rains a lot in the south and it's very humid. You need to replace the items on your bed, including your toothbrush and towel, once a month. The quilt can be used after washing and drying, but the others need to be thrown away and replaced with new ones.
Do you understand? Su Shirhan nodded, I know, Mom. Fang Yaxian continued to look at her daughter's position.
She supported herself on the table with one hand. When she raised her hand, she found a lot of dust on her palm. Seeing this, Su Shirhan quickly complained, it's been really windy in Shanghai recently.
I've only been away for a week, but the table is already covered in dust. Mom, leave these things alone for now. Let me wipe them before putting them in the cabinet, otherwise the new ones will get dirty.
Fang Yaxian raised her head, clapped her hands gently, and said, then Mom will help you clean up. After saying that, she took the towel and basin beside her to fetch water and started cleaning up. Su Shirhan followed behind, Mom, I can do it myself. Fortunately, when she moved out, she didn't take her belongings from the dormitory with her and left them here. Otherwise, if she took away the wash basin, towel, mouthwash cup, books, etc., her mother would definitely find out.
Fang Yaxian said as she took the water, Shirhan, sit down and have a rest. Leave the cleaning to Mom. She always did these things at home. Then I'll clean up with you. No need, Fang Yaxian pushed her daughter to sit on a stool nearby and said with a smile, what can you do? You can't do these things, so Mom can do it. Just sit down and don't make trouble for me. I'll clean up this place in a moment. Fang Yaxian moved quickly and cleaned the table. She also mopped the floor in the dormitory. After finishing the lower bunk, she went to change the quilt for Su Shirhan on the upper bunk. Su Shirhan felt weak in the heart, but at this moment, she was worried that her roommates would suddenly come back. The two emotions pulled her, and she held Fang Yaxian and said, Mom, don't bother. I will change the quilt myself later. It's getting late. I'll take you downstairs to get a taxi. This place is far from the airport. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a taxi at night. If you miss your flight, you'll have to spend the whole night. Fang Yaxian looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, and it was indeed late. Okay, then I'll leave first. Remember to change your quilt and sheets before you go to bed. Yeah, I know. I'll go upstairs and change it in a bit. And the towels. You've been away for a week, and there's so much dust on the table. The towels must not be clean. Do you have new ones? If you don't have new ones, soak them in boiling water to disinfect them before using them. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. I know all this, so don't worry. Su Shirhan took her arm and led her out of the dormitory. Although she was a little reluctant to let Fang Yaxian go, Su Shirhan didn't dare to keep her. Her roommates might come back at any time. If she met her classmates in the evening, she could still fool them, but if she met her roommates, it would be too easy to be exposed. Su Shirhan thought about it, quickened her pace, and walked towards the stairs with Fang Yaxian. The two of them went down to the second floor, and suddenly 3 girls came upstairs, arm in arm, talking and laughing. As soon as Su Shirhan saw them, alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. Oh no, why did my roommates come back at this time? She felt flustered, but her expression became increasingly cold. She usually doesn't talk much in the dormitory, and she has been away for 9 months, so they feel a little unfamiliar with each other. The 3 roommates probably didn't expect to meet Su Shirhan here. They just looked stunned, and no one took the initiative to say hello. Su Shirhan made a prompt decision and walked past her roommates without looking around. Fang Yaxian had never met her roommate, so she should be able to get away with it by just passing by him. Sure enough, Fang Yaxian did not notice the 3 roommates and kept reminding her daughter to take good care of herself at school. Su Shirhan called a taxi and watched Fang Yaxian leave before turning around and walking back. Watching the car drive out of sight, Su Shirhan let out a long sigh of relief. Tonight was really thrilling. Lying is indeed not a good thing. If you tell a lie, you have to use countless lies to cover it up.
When summer vacation comes, Qin Lang and the babies appear in front of her parents openly, hoping that her parents will agree to her and Qin Lang being together and recognize the three babies. However, she felt that was the most ideal situation, and reality was definitely much more cruel than the ideal. Shaking her head, she decided not to think about it for the time being.
The three roommates returned to the dormitory.
When they opened the door, they saw that the lights were on in the room and there were a bunch of things on Su Shirhan's desk.
Liang Xiajie then said, "It turns out that I'm not seeing things. Su Shirhan is really back."
Su Jing also glanced at Su Shirhan's table.
She adjusted her glasses and said, "We haven't seen her for 9 months, right?" The lively Liang Xiajie nodded, "Yeah, it's been a long time.
The last time I saw her was when the second year of college just started. It seems that she only stayed in school for a month in her sophomore year, and moved out after completing all the credits.
The top students are amazing.
They finished our year's study in just 1 month." Su Jing smiled and said, "Xiaojie, if you spend the time you usually spend playing mobile games on studying, you might be able to complete the credits earlier." Liang Xiajie stuck out her tongue and said, "Forget it, the combination of work and rest is more suitable for me."
Hey, Lin Jing, didn't you say last time that your childhood friend from the neighboring school saw Su Shirhan?
And he said she was pregnant, but I just saw that she has a good figure and doesn't look pregnant.
Chapter 39.
Lin Jing shook her head.
I don't know.
My childhood friend told me that she was the school beauty, but I haven't seen her in person.
I guess it's fake.
Lu Shi, who had been silent the whole time, glanced at them and said seriously, "Don't spread such unsubstantiated gossip behind her back."
She will be back soon. Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing immediately fell silent. After a while, Su Shirhan came back.
She pushed the door open and saw her three roommates were already sitting at their desks. Lin Jing was reading as usual, Liang Xiajie was playing games on her mobile phone, and Lu Shi, who always had a serious image in the dormitory, was watching a TV series on her tablet. Su Shirhan came in, and none of the three of them spoke. Su Shirhan didn't say anything, but just walked to her table and started packing up the things her mother bought. Liang Xiajie turned around to play games, looking at Su Shirhan from time to time. Finally, she couldn't help it and walked to Lin Jing's bed with her mobile phone, watching Su Shirhan, who was cleaning up nearby.
Su Shirhan, was that your family member just now? It's my mother.
Su Shirhan replied briefly.
Liang Xiajie nodded and said with a smile, "Auntie is so beautiful, you and your daughter are both very beautiful." Su Shirhan, what have you been busy with recently? We haven't seen you for a long time. Some personal matters. Su Shirhan didn't say much. Liang Xiajie stared at her and suddenly asked in surprise, "Are you wearing makeup?" Kindness. This is the first time I've seen you put on makeup, you look so good. In the past they all thought you were a goddess without makeup, but I think you look super beautiful with makeup on. By the way, have you been to the business school next door recently?
Lin Jing has a childhood friend there who said that he saw you at school and that you were pregnant and went to meet a boy from their school. Liang Xiajie was so excited that she accidentally brought up the gossip. After she finished talking, she felt that this topic was not a good one, so she immediately said, "But we think this must be fake."
How could you be pregnant?
You have such a good figure.
You don't look like you have given birth to a baby, right?
Su Shirhan paused slightly while packing her things and did not answer the question.
The smile on Liang Xiajie's face froze. Su Shirhan's attitude was that she neither admitted nor denied it.
She secretly exchanged glances with Lin Jing.
Lu Shi, who had been watching TV without saying anything, suddenly asked, "Su Shirhan, when are you moving back?"
She suddenly changed the subject, and Su Shirhan couldn't help but look at her and said, "Not sure yet.
The semester is almost over.
Although you have completed the credits, you still have to take the final exams on June 28th and 29th.
Don't forget them then." "Well, thank you," Su Shirhan said. Lu Shi turned his head coolly and continued watching the show.
After Su Shirhan packed her things, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Qin Lang. She has to go back to the confinement center tonight. The babies have been drinking breast milk recently, so she can't leave for too long.
"Qin Lang, I'm done here."
As soon as the message was sent, Qin Lang called immediately. Su Shirhan had specially set up his incoming call. When the ringtone sounded, a photo of their family of 5 would automatically pop up. Liang Xiajie was right next to her. She took a curious look and saw the photo.
She was stunned instantly. Wow, what cute babies.
Su Shirhan, this handsome guy and these 3 babies. Su Shirhan actually didn't want to mention her pregnancy and childbirth to her roommates, and she didn't say anything when she left. She felt that her peers would find it difficult to understand her pregnancy and childbirth while in college, and they would gossip about her behind her back. So at this time, she didn't say anything, holding the phone and said, "I'm going to answer the call." After saying that, she took her cell phone and went to the small balcony.
Hey, Shirhan, has Auntie left? Well, my mom went to the airport and will be back tonight. Then where are you now? Don't come back by yourself. Wait for me to pick you up. Qin Lang said domineeringly. Su Shirhan smiled slightly. Okay, I'm in the school dormitory, I'll send you the location on WeChat. After the two hung up the phone, Su Shirhan sent the location and returned to the dormitory. The atmosphere in the dormitory became even quieter. Finally, Liang Xiajie couldn't help herself and turned around and asked, Su Shirhan, was that your family photo just now? Su Shirhan knew that she could no longer hide this from her roommates.
Besides, she still has to go to classes next semester, and she might even have to bring her baby with her, so she can't hide it after all.
So, she nodded slightly as an acknowledgement. Liang Xiajie immediately covered her mouth in surprise and said with bright eyes, Really? Su Shirhan, you are so brave.
It turns out that you really went to get pregnant and have a baby during these 9 months.
Shirhan, can you show me the photos again?
Your babies are so cute, and your husband is so handsome. It's a pity that I only took a quick look and didn't see it clearly.
Su Shirhan held the phone hesitantly, but seeing Liang Xiajie's expectant eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Finally, she opened the album and showed her the photo.
Lin Jing, who was standing by with her ears perked up, ran over immediately and said, Su Shirhan, can I take a look too?
Kindness. Wow, what cute babies. Su Shirhan, your family's genes are so strong. There are 3 babies, Shirhan, you gave birth to triplets?
Lin Jing shouted in surprise.
Kindness. This is incredible. They said in unison. Keep your voice down.
Lu Shi scolded sternly.
Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing shut up immediately. Su Shirhan thought, not everyone can accept this.
She was about to take the phone back when Lu Shi suddenly came over. The 1.7-meter tall guy lowered his head to look at his phone.
You two, please keep your voices down. The dormitory is not soundproof.
Lu Shi said, and suddenly looked at her phone and said, These 3 little guys are quite good at choosing. They all have the best qualities of their parents.
They are very cute.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Shirhan and said, Su Shirhan, if you don't want to talk about this, we won't tell you.
From now on, this matter will be a secret within our 333 dormitory. No one else will disclose it except you.
Su Shirhan didn't expect that Lu Shi, who was usually the most serious and the quietest in the dormitory, would say this to her. Looking at her 3 roommates smiling at each other as they gathered around her phone, Su Shirhan lowered her head slightly with a smile on her face. Qin Lang sent a message saying that he had arrived at the school gate. Su Shirhan immediately picked up the things she had packed. Fan Yaxian bought her a lot of food, and she couldn't finish it all by herself, so she left some for her roommates.
Lin Jing said, Su Shirhan, you left so many delicious foods for us, we can't eat them for free, let's take you downstairs.
Liang Xiajie held a snack in her mouth and said vaguely, Yeah Shirhan, your body hasn't recovered yet, you can't lift heavy objects, we will take you down.
Chapter 40.
Lu Shi didn't say anything and took the largest package from Su Shirhan. All the things in their hands were taken away by them, and Su Shirhan, who was leaving, followed behind with empty hands. Looking at the backs of her roommates talking and laughing, Su Shirhan felt very warm.
Shirhan, your 3 babies are so cute.
Are they boys or girls?
The eldest, Qin Xian, is a boy, and Yutong and Kursin are identical twin sisters.
You are so happy. You have 3 babies in one pregnancy, and both a boy and a girl.
Shirhan, you must have saved the galaxy in your previous life. Liang Xiajie was extremely envious. Lu Shi on the side said, Qin Xian, Qin Yutong, Qin Kursin, the babies' names are very nice.
Su Shirhan was very happy to hear the praise for her baby, and she was willing to say more. The babies chose their own names by looking up the dictionary. Lin Jing said in amazement, the names these 3 little treasures chose for themselves are amazing. Yes, it seems that Shirhan's babies are not only cute, but also as smart as their mother.
I really want to see the babies with my own eyes, Liang Xiajie said with a look of longing. Su Shirhan looked embarrassed, and Lu Shi beside her immediately came to the rescue. It's not convenient now.
Su Shirhan is still in confinement after childbirth, and she still needs to take good care of her body.
It's not convenient for her to entertain us.
Liang Xiaojie patted her forehead. Oh, right, Shirhan, you are still in confinement now, so are you renting a house outside?
I'm in the confinement center, Su Shirhan said.
Liang Xiaojie immediately said, the confinement center, that's really inconvenient, but I really want to see your babies in person. I love children so much. Su Shirhan saw her sincere expression and said softly, there's a chance. After the four of them walked out of the dormitory, talking and laughing all the way, they tacitly stopped talking about the baby and started talking about school topics.
After a while, the four of them arrived at the road outside the dormitory building. Because cars can only be parked on this side of the road and cannot enter the dormitory building.
Xin Lang hasn't arrived yet, and his roommates haven't left either, so they stay here to wait with Su Shirhan. They said they were worried about Su Shirhan's safety, but in fact, they were still super curious about the baby's father and wanted to see the handsome guy in the photo with their own eyes. A red Porsche suddenly stopped in front of them. The person in the car was Zheng Feiyu. After showing off in front of Fang Yaxin that night, Zheng Feiyu thought about it and felt that he should press on with the victory, so he drove to the girls' dormitory building to try his luck.
Unexpectedly, he actually ran into Su Shirhan. God really wants to help him. Zheng Feiyu got out of the car, walked up to Su Shirhan, and said with a smile, Student Su, what a coincidence, we meet again.
Su Shirhan glanced at Zheng Feiyu and didn't say anything, just nodded politely.
Are you going out?
Zheng Feiyu saw the luggage that her roommates were helping to carry. Thinking of Su Shirhan moving out this semester, Zheng Feiyu immediately said, it's so late, it's not safe for a girl like you to take a taxi, let me take you.
Su Shirhan responded indifferently, no need.
Just at this moment, several students passing by walked by and saw Zheng Feiyu's car.
One girl couldn't help but take out her mobile phone to take pictures. Porsche 911. This car looks awesome. It must be super cool to sit in it.
Zheng Feiyu, who had just been ruthlessly rejected, suddenly regained his confidence after hearing this. He fiddled with the car keys in his hand and said, Student Su, you don't have to be polite to me.
We are alumni and have worked together before. Giving you a ride is the demeanor that a senior should have.
Su Shirhan frowned slightly and said impatiently, I have someone to answer the call. Zheng Feiyu didn't take this seriously at all. He thought it was just an excuse made by Su Shirhan to brush him off. Just as he was about to speak, the girls suddenly exclaimed,
Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce. What's going on in our school today? Why are there so many luxury cars?
Take pictures, take pictures. This Rolls-Royce is much more expensive than a Porsche 911 and is very rare.
When Zheng Feiyu heard this, he couldn't help but look back. A black Rolls-Royce stopped next to the 911. Its slender body and luxurious silver gray color instantly stole all the limelight. The Porsche next to it immediately looked a little petty. The person sitting in the Rolls-Royce was Qin Lang. Coincidentally, he used the app to call a taxi, and unexpectedly he got a Rolls-Royce. He actually ran into such a luxurious car driving deity. He truly is the son of luck.
Su Shirhan had no interest in these luxury cars, but when she saw Qin Lang getting out of the Rolls-Royce, her eyes lit up instantly.
The roommates recognized Qin Lang as the handsome guy in the photo and looked at him excitedly.
Liang Xiaojie whispered to Su Shirhan, Shirhan, your husband is so handsome, even more handsome in person than in the photo. No wonder he was able to capture the heart of Su Shirhan, the school belle in college, and even made Su Shirhan willingly give birth to his child.
So handsome.
He is much more handsome than those young handsome guys and movie stars on TV. The luxury car and the handsome guy made the girls around burst into cheers instantly. Handsome Qin Lang paid no attention to the people around him. He got out of the car and walked towards Su Shirhan. The two of them stood together and instantly became more dazzling. The roommates spontaneously took a step back and looked at them with anti-smiles on their faces. Qin Lang put the coat in his hand on Su Shirhan's shoulders and said gently, why are you down so early?
It's windy outside. Why don't you wait in the dormitory? Su Shirhan felt a surge of warmth in her heart and said, I just came down. Shall we go then?
Qin Lang asked when he saw many people around. Su Shirhan nodded, turned around and introduced her roommates, Qin Lang, this is my roommate, the things in their hands are mine. Qin Lang immediately took the luggage, smiled and nodded to the three girls, hello.
Hello, the three of them greeted Qin Lang. Liang Xiaojie and Lin Jing were excited and shy. Lu Shi was a little calmer, but she couldn't help but look at Qin Lang again. Shirhan's husband is really handsome. Shurhan's health cannot tolerate cold wind right now, so we'll leave first. Thank you.
After saying goodbye to Su Shurhan's roommates, Xin Lang took Su Shurhan's things and walked towards Les. From beginning to end, he and Su Shurhan never paid attention to Zhang Feiyu. Zhang Feiyu was very unhappy that both his newly bought Porsche and himself were ignored.
He couldn't help but glared at Xin Lang fiercely. After Les left, the onlookers also dispersed.
Zhang Feiyu leaned against the car and smoked impatiently. Liang Xiajie and the others were about to go back, but Lu Shi suddenly pulled them aside and deliberately raised her voice and said, Shurhan's boyfriend is so handsome.
The two of them are simply a perfect match.
Liang Xiajie immediately understood what she meant when she heard it, and cleared her throat and said, yes, but he's not your boyfriend, he should be your husband.
After all, we live together.
After they said these two sentences, they left hand in hand. Zhang Feiyu stared at their backs, threw the cigarette butt on the ground in annoyance, and put it out with his toes. Feelings of anger and shock lingered in my heart.
Su Shurhan got married? To that man just now? Depend on. Chapter 41.
The two returned to the confinement center.
Su Shurhan asked about the fare for tonight.
She didn't expect that Xin Lang actually called a Rolls-Royce to pick her up.
It must be expensive.
Xin Lang smiled and told Su Shurhan that this was a Didi taxi, and the fare was the same as that of a private car. Su Shurhan was shocked, and then she remembered that she had seen news reports about people using Didi to get super luxury cars like Ferrari and Rolls-Royce.
Xin Lang, you are so lucky.
Su Shurhan said with emotion. Because when she takes a taxi, even if it is a private car, the one she gets is either a Honda or a Volkswagen. Xin Lang had never even gotten an Audi or BMW before, but he didn't expect to get a Rolls-Royce.
He was so lucky.
Xin Lang smiled and said, ever since you came to see me with a big belly, my luck has been amazing. Either she has a school beauty's child or she has triplets, and she has activated the system.
Which man is as lucky as him? Ha ha.
Hearing Xin Lang's words, Su Shurhan felt sweet in her heart. The two returned to the room and found the three little ones sleeping soundly. When Su Shurhan came out of the shower and changed into pajamas, the midnight snack Xin Lang had prepared for her was ready. The two of them sat at the dining table eating.
Su Shurhan suddenly looked up at Xin Lang and said, Xin Lang, just now at school, that boy was a senior from the 3rd year, named Zhang Feiyu. He offered to take me back, but I refused because I don't like him. When Xin Lang got off the car, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and when he left with Su Shurhan hand in hand, Zhang Feiyu's naked jealousy and resentment were too obvious. It can be seen that Zhang Feiyu likes Su Shurhan. However, he could also see that Su Shurhan didn't like Zhang Feiyu.
Now Su Shurhan even went out of her way to explain this to him, which made him feel very warm.
Well, eat well. Xin Lang said calmly.
Su Shurhan nodded her head, then lowered her head to drink the soup.
The delicious fish soup turned milky white and had a very rich taste.
She took a sip with satisfaction.
Did your meeting with Auntie go well today?
Su Shurhan nodded and said with a cute expression, well, although there were some minor setbacks, we still managed to get through this little crisis very well.
That's good.
Xin Lang reached out and rubbed her head.
Su Shurhan looked up at him, pouting her pink lips and said, why do you always like to touch my head? I'm not a child.
Xin Lang looked at his palms and found that he did this action often. It seemed that there was no reason, he just couldn't help it. Every time I see Su Shurhan making a cute expression, I can't help but want to touch her head and rub her chubby little face.
That wonderful touch makes people yearn for it. If not your head, then where do you want me to touch you?
Xin Lang asked with a smile. When he asked, his eyes fell on a certain place. Su Shurhan felt Xin Lang's gaze, so she quickly took the tissue box to block his aggressive gaze, lowered her head shyly and focused on eating, without saying a word. When going to bed at night, Su Shurhan lay on the big bed and thought about what happened tonight. She didn't care much about Zhang Feiyu, but it made her think that Xin Lang, a grown man, had to have some money on him when he went out. Xin Lang now asked her to manage all the money, and she also had to give Xin Lang pocket money.
A good housekeeper can't just take in and not give out.
So, Su Shurhan opened Alipay and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to Xin Lang. The next morning, after Xin Lang got up, he went to prepare postpartum meals for Su Shurhan. After putting the prepared food into the incubator, he took out his mobile phone to check the messages.
As soon as I opened my phone, I saw the Alipay transfer from Su Shurhan. There is also a cute little note, your pocket money.
Xin Lang couldn't help but laugh. He looked up at the bedroom over there and thought, it feels really good to be paid by my wife. After Fang Yaxian went back, Su Shirhan's life in the confinement center returned to normal. The babies grew up day by day, and Su Shirhan's health recovered better and better. The day for her to return home was approaching. Xin Lang wanted to go to the rented house to make preparations first, so he took the key to Su Shirhan's rental house and took a look during his free time in the afternoon. The house had not been occupied for some days, and it was the rainy season in Shanghai recently. Xin Lang pushed open the door and went in, smelling a faint musty smell in the house. After Su Shirhan gave birth in the hospital, the family's nanny went to the hospital, but found that there was nothing she could do to help, so she voluntarily resigned. So there has been no one taking care of the house these days. Xin Lang opened all the windows for ventilation and then walked around the room. This is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of over 60 square meters. Such a small house is divided into 2 bedrooms, so every place seems small. A small sofa and a coffee table in the living room almost take up all the space. The 2 bedrooms are not big either. There is a large bed and a wardrobe in the master bedroom, and there is only a 1.2 meter single bed in the second bedroom. There is only 1 bathroom in the entire rental house, and due to limited area, the toilet and shower areas overlap. Xin Lang turned around and couldn't help frowning. Thinking of Su Shirhan's previous situation, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. After looking at the rental house, Xin Lang did not take any more action. He had already made up his mind. Once Su Shirhan comes out of the confinement center, she will definitely not be able to continue living here. The space is too small and too crowded. The babies need to be breastfed at night, so the crib has to be placed in the master bedroom. However, the master bedroom of this house is obviously not big enough, and the living room is so small that when the babies grow up a little, there won't even be space for them to move around. This is definitely not acceptable. Xin Lang closed the doors and windows and went directly to a nearby real estate agency. Considering the distance from the school and the fact that Su Shirhan was familiar with the area, he planned to rent a larger house in the community. Because he had enough money, the whole process went very quickly. Xin Lang looked at 2 houses and finally chose a 4-bedroom house with an area of 150 square meters. The house only had the things left over from when it was delivered after fine decoration, and nothing else, which just met his requirements. Because he has 3 babies, his requirements are different from those of ordinary tenants. In this way, he can fully plan the small home for him, Su Shirhan and their 3 babies. The rent was agreed upon at 4,500 yuan a month. The landlord said that if it was paid annually, it could be saved by 200 yuan a month. Now that he is a homebody with 3 children to raise, of course he wants to save as much as possible, so Xin Lang directly agreed to the annual payment. 1 year's rent plus 1 month's deposit and half of the agency fee totaled 58,050. The landlord thought Xin Lang was generous, so he rounded off the decimal point. In the end, Xin Lang paid 58,000 by credit card. Coming out of the agency, Xin Lang held the contract and keys in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Although it is a rented house, it will be his, Su Shirhan and their 3 babies' home for the next year. Chapter 42. After returning to the newly rented house, Xin Lang first opened all the doors and windows for ventilation. The landlord had someone clean the house before renting it out, but because no one had lived there for some days, there was still dust. Xin Lang ordered a cleaning service on his mobile phone, and when someone came to clean the house, he went to the express delivery station at the entrance of the community to pick up the things he and Su Shirhan had bought online. There were so many things that the post station simply lent him a cart. All the things that Su Shirhan and I ordered online last time have arrived, including the baby's toys, clothes, cribs, and a bunch of miscellaneous items, many of which need to be assembled. Fortunately, Xin Lang studied science in high school and had strong hands-on skills. It's easy to assemble these small items by following the instructions. Xin Lang was assembling things in the room. By the time he had finished assembling the crib, the cleaning lady had already cleaned the room. After the cleaning lady left, Xin Lang looked at the clean and bright new house and felt full of energy. He planned to decorate the house before Su Shirhan and the babies came back, and then give the 4 of them a big surprise. After a busy whole afternoon, the house finally looked brand new. Xin Lang stood in the house, imagining the happy life of his family here. He called a soft furnishing designer to look at the house. Then I shared my ideas with the designer. For example, there is no coffee table in the large living room, only a large sofa, and no hard corners. This is convenient for the babies to play freely in the large living room after they can crawl in a few months without being bumped. And the functions of 4 rooms. For example, the large master bedroom is for Su Shirhan and the babies.
A second bedroom is for him. There is also a second bedroom that is used as a study.
He and Soo Shurhan are both college students and need to study. He needs 2 desks, one in his favorite black, white and gray colors, and the other in pink, which girls like. Another room is used as a storage room for the babies, where they can store their various small clothes, milk powder, diapers, wet wipes, etc., which requires a lot of storage cabinets. Then there is the laundry and drying area on the balcony. There are 3 babies, 1 boy and 2 girls. The clothes of the boys and girls cannot be washed together. Also, the mother and his clothes cannot be washed together. Finally, we decided with the designer that we need to buy 4 washing machines, 2 wall-mounted and 2 floor-standing so that they don't take up space. The designer mentioned that it is the rainy season now and the baby's clothes need to be washed several times a day, so she suggested that Xin Lang buy another dryer. Xin Lang thought this suggestion was very good.
Buy the dryer. Next comes the design of the kitchen.
The fully furnished apartment comes with a gas water heater and cabinet set.
But there are no pots, pans, etc.
The designer gave Xin Lang comprehensive suggestions, such as equipping the apartment with a dishwasher, a garbage disposal, an automatic sensor pull-out faucet, a water purifier, a constant temperature kettle for mothers to warm milk, etc.
Xin Lang said one word, buy. Even if you rent a house, you should let your wife and children enjoy the best. Finally, there is the recommendation on cooking pots.
The designer does not recommend Xin Lang to buy a non-stick pan, saying that a non-stick pan is actually an aluminum pan, which is not good for the baby's health. It is recommended that Xin Lang buy an enamel pot or a pure cast iron pot. After looking at the pictures, Xin Lang decided to buy a full set of enameled cast iron pots, considering that girls like beauty. There is a full set of rose red small milk pots, stew pots, stir-fry pots, etc.
After the kitchen is done, the last step is the bathroom. This house has 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, a bathroom in the master bedroom and a public bathroom.
The public bathroom has a squat toilet, which is convenient for placing baby bathtubs to bathe the babies. There is a toilet in the master bathroom, but it is a built-in toilet in the fully furnished house, not a smart toilet. The designer suggested changing to a smart toilet because it has a feminine wash function specifically designed for women, making it more convenient for mothers to use the toilet.
Hearing about the convenience of Baoma, Xin Lang said one word, change. The whole house is done.
The designer said that after returning, he would start making comprehensive soft decoration design renderings for the house for Xin Lang, so that he could intuitively see the effect of the house after decoration, and it would be completed in 2 days. Xin Lang said no problem. After communicating with the designer, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the confinement center.
This was the latest time Xin Lang came back. Soo Shurhan couldn't fall asleep because the babies were already asleep.
She couldn't sleep, so she just turned on a nightlight beside the bed. Until she heard the sound of the door being unlocked, her heart moved. She got out of bed carefully and went to the living room, where she saw Xin Lang walking in lightly.
Xin Lang.
Soo Shurhan called softly.
Xin Lang saw Soo Shurhan coming out. He closed the door gently to avoid waking up the sleeping babies, then went to the living room and asked Soo Shurhan, "Are you still not asleep?"
"Yeah, I can't sleep." In fact, she wanted to ask Xin Lang where he went tonight. But thinking of her relationship with Xin Lang, she stopped her curiosity and didn't ask.
"Are you hungry?" Xin Lang asked Soo Shurhan.
As he asked, he put his school bag on the sofa, rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to busy himself.
A little.
She actually couldn't sleep because she didn't see Xin Lang come back, but she was embarrassed to say it out loud, so when Xin Lang thought she was hungry and couldn't sleep, she nodded.
"I'll give you something to eat." "Well, 2 eggs." "Good. No chopped green onions." "Okay." Xin Lang replied lovingly and walked into the kitchen. Soo Shurhan looked at his back, and with the warm yellow light in the room, she felt her heart was filled. In the following days, Xin Lang ran back and forth between the confinement center and the rented house. By the time I left the confinement center, everything about the rental had been arranged. Just waiting to pick up Soo Shurhan and the 3 babies to our new home. Xin Lang was full of expectations for this.
After all, living in a confinement center is different from living at home. On the morning of leaving the confinement center, Xin Lang took Soo Shurhan and the 3 babies directly to their new home. Soo Shurhan didn't realize it when she entered the community, and thought she was returning to the house she had rented before. But when the car drove past building number 6 where she lived and continued to move inside, she realized something was wrong.
"Xin Lang, have you opened it?" Soo Shurhan asked.
Xin Lang looked at her with a smile, shook his head and said, "No, it's not here yet."
But doesn't she live in building number 6? The car finally stopped at building number 9. This is a high-rise building that was built later.
The first 1 to 6 buildings are all staircase buildings, and building 7 and above are the elevator buildings of the second phase.
But why did Xin Lang bring her here?
When going upstairs, Xin Lang explained, "I came back and took a look that day.
The previous rental house was too small.
There was no room for our 3 babies and 2 adults, so I rented a bigger house again."
Chapter 43.
Su Shirhan was surprised by Xin Lang's words.
I was pleasantly surprised too.
While in the confinement center, she also considered that the house she had rented before was too small and wanted to move to a bigger house. But when she thought about the money for milk powder, diapers, toys, and illness for her 3 babies, she felt that there was a big hole ahead that would require a lot of money to fill. Because babies are very prone to getting sick, they will suffer less if they have money to see a doctor. So, she wanted to save more money. There was no mention of moving to a bigger house.
I didn't expect Xin Lang to do it on his own initiative.
Although renting a big house is a bit more expensive, but after Xin Lang did it, she no longer felt reluctant to spend money, but felt very happy. In the new life ahead, she will not put the burden of making money on Xin Lang's shoulders alone. She will make money with him and raise the baby together. With great expectations, they arrived at room 1502. Pushing open the door, Su Shirhan smelled a faint floral scent in the air. When she turned her head, she saw a bouquet of flowers placed on the shoe cabinet at the door. Before she could take a closer look, Xin Lang brought the flower over and placed it in front of her. "Welcome home, Shirhan, you've worked hard these days. Giving birth is a very important but also very hard thing for women." Su Shirhan did not expect that Xin Lang would pay attention to the ritual sense of this detail. She smiled sweetly, took the flowers from his hand, and was about to say thank you, but suddenly remembered that Xin Lang said not to say this word between them, so the thank you on her lips turned into, "Well, the flowers are very fragrant, I like them very much."
I'm glad you like it. Come in and see the house. The confinement center provides very good service to VIPs.
This time when Xin Lang and his friends returned home, the confinement center specially sent a nurse to take them back.
The 3 little ones were placed in a stroller, and when they entered the door, the nurses handed them over to Xin Lang and said goodbye to them. After closing the door, there were only 5 of them left in the room. The little ones fell asleep.
Xin Lang parked their car in the living room and took Su Shirhan to visit their new home. After walking around, Su Shirhan's eyes were filled with more and more surprise. Especially when I saw the big bed in the bedroom and the baby's crib spliced together, and the baby toys everywhere and the plush dolls on the floor to ceiling windows, everything was so beautiful.
The master bedroom in the new house also has a separate bathroom. The space of each room is much larger than the previous house, spacious and bright.
Xin Lang also prepared a separate storage room for the babies.
3 small wardrobes put together are indescribably cute.
There were so many washing machines and dryers on the balcony. When Xin Lang explained to her the uses of these washing machines and dryers, she felt very warm.
Because when they were taking classes at the confinement center, the teacher told these new mothers that babies' clothes should not be mixed with adults' clothes to avoid cross-infection. She was still thinking about washing the baby's clothes by hand after returning, but she didn't expect Xin Lang had already made all the necessary preparations. There is also a dryer, so you no longer have to worry about your baby's clothes not drying during the rainy season, or that they are not dry for a long time and cause bacteria to grow. There was also a kitchen. When she saw the kitchen, she was completely stunned. Is this a kitchen or an art palace?
Those beautiful pots and pans are so pleasing to the eye, and there are also dishwashers, garbage disposals, water purifiers, etc.
Cooking here makes you happy all the time.
These days, Xin Lang goes out early and comes back late, and it seems that he has spent all his time on arranging their little home.
So thoughtful. Su Shirhan looked around, turned to Xin Lang and said, "Xin Lang, this house is great, you arranged it very thoughtfully. I love it, and the babies will love it too."
Xin Lang looked at her sparkling eyes and suddenly felt that everything was worth it. After Su Shirhan finished speaking, she continued to watch in the house and kept making plans with Xin Lang.
Xin Lang, I think the wall above the sofa in the living room is a little empty. Let's buy some cute paintings and hang them up. Good. Xin Lang, aren't the corners of the dining table and stools a bit sharp? When the babies grow up and move around, they might get hurt accidentally. Let's buy some silicone anti-collision stickers later. Good.
Xin Lang, when the baby can crawl, he will like to plug the sockets. Let's buy some plug-hole safety plugs to plug the unused socket holes.
Good. Qin Lang.
Watching her planning her new home bit by bit, Qin Lang followed behind her with a happy smile on his face.
This feeling is both novel and wonderful.
The new life of a family of 5 began. In the evening, Qin Lang prepared the confinement meals as usual. Although Su Shirhan had already left the confinement period, the diet during breastfeeding still needed to be light and nutritious, so Qin Lang continued to prepare 5 meals a day for her. After dinner, Su Shirhan fed the 3 little ones in the room, then came out and said, "Qin Lang, let me clean up the kitchen." Now that she is no longer in the confinement center, there is no one to help with the housework, and she wants to help Qin Lang share the burden. But Qin Lang shook his head and said, "No, go to your room and rest." Su Shirhan insisted for a while, but Qin Lang's attitude was still tougher, so she could only return to the bedroom to look after the babies. At night, Su Shirhan slept in the master bedroom with her 3 babies, while Qin Lang lived in the second bedroom opposite.
At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the cry of a baby instantly woke Su Shirhan up.
She quickly got up and held the awakened Sanbao in her arms.
Su Shirhan first checked Sanbao's diaper and found that she didn't poop or urinate much, so she must be hungry.
So she lay at the head of the bed with her eyes half closed and fed Coxin.
Just after feeding for a while, another cry was heard.
The eldest baby woke up, followed by the second baby who was also woken up. Seeing all 3 children crying, Coxin, who was in Su Shirhan's arms, was drinking milk. As soon as she was taken away from her, she closed her eyes and cried. Su Shirhan was a little overwhelmed, so she turned around and shouted to the door, "Qin Lang, Qin Lang." There was no response at the door, but the babies in the room cried louder and louder. Su Shirhan had no choice but to take the mobile phone on the bedside table and call Qin Lang. The call was connected on the second ring.
"Hello, Shirhan, what's wrong?"
Qin Lang sounded like he had just woken up on the phone.
"Qin Lang, the babies are all awake.
I can't take care of them by myself.
Can you come and help me?" Qin Lang didn't hang up the phone.
He knocked on the door and came in a few seconds later. The 2 cooperated tacitly. Su Shirhan turned around and continued to feed the 3rd baby, while Qin Lang checked the diapers of the 1st and 2nd babies. The 1st baby pooped, and the 2nd baby must have been woken up by it. "I'll take the 1st baby to change his diaper first." Qin Lang carried his son out, and when he came back, Sanbao and Erbo had finished drinking their milk and were lying on the big bed playing.
Chapter 44. Su Shirhan continued to feed Dabeo while Qin Lang teased his 2 daughters.
The soundproofing of the room seems to be too good. I can't hear the babies crying in my room. I will sleep with the door open and leave the bedroom door open so that I can hear the babies as soon as they wake up.
Su Shirhan nodded.
Yutong and Kursin, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were very active at the moment, waving their little fists and playing with Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at his daughter's cute appearance and raised his fist to play with them.
"Yutong, Kursin, do you want to practice some moves with Daddy?"
When the little ones heard Qin Lang's voice, they moved their hands even more vigorously. Ding, congratulations to the host and the babies for completing the sweet fist-bumping interaction.
The host is rewarded with elementary fighting skills.
Activate it to gain skills beyond the Special Forces level.
Qin Lang looked at his daughter's little pink fists and his eyes suddenly lit up.
By sweetly punching the babies, you can gain fighting skills that surpass those of Special Forces.
How cool is that?
With this skill, protecting the babies and their mothers will be no problem in the future.
Activate skills.
In just 2 seconds, Qin Lang clearly felt the changes in his body. His arms seemed to become stronger instantly, and the texture of his muscles supported the sleeves of his pajamas. His waist and abdomen also became stronger, and even though he had just woken up, he felt full of energy, as if he had endless strength in his body.
Su Shirhan finished feeding Dabeo and tidied her clothes before turning around.
The moment she saw Qin Lang, she was slightly stunned.
Was it her illusion? Why did she feel like Qin Lang had suddenly become stronger?
On the first night of moving into the new home, Qin Lang and Su Shirhan got up 3 times at night. In the morning, Su Shirhan was still sleeping in, but Qin Lang woke up early. He only slept for 4 hours last night, and it was intermittent, but Qin Lang was not tired at all and was very energetic. Activating the fighting skill instantly raised his physical fitness to a higher level. Su Shirhan woke up at 9 o'clock, but when she got up, she didn't see the babies. The cribs were all empty. She immediately got up, washed quickly, and went to the living room. He found 3 baby carriages neatly placed at the junction of the large balcony and the interior of the living room. Xin Lang sat next to the baby carriages with a small chair.
Awake?
Xin Lang heard the voice and looked at her.
Yeah. Su Shirhan nodded.
When she walked over, she found that the three little guys were all awake, playing with the wooden carvings made by Xin Lang. Their upper bodies were covered by the shadow of the stroller's roof, with only their little feet and calves bathed in the warm morning sunshine.
Xin Lang, are you letting the babies bask in the sun? Su Shirhan asked.
Well, it's good for babies to get more sun exposure, but newborns are more particular about sun exposure, and the time requirement is also very strict.
9 to 10 in the morning is the most suitable time.
They can't be exposed to the sun through glass, as glass will refract some necessary elements of the sunlight. They also need to adapt little by little. Let their little feet and legs be exposed first. Xin Lang gave her some popular science explanation, and Su Shirhan listened very carefully. After listening to this, Su Shirhan couldn't help but smile and said, "Obviously I was the one who taught the parenting class at the confinement center, but I feel that you are more professional than me." Xin Lang said, "As the baby's father, I have learned a lot, but the babies still have a lot to learn in their growth process.
Let's learn slowly and explore together in the future." Okay, Su Shirhan nodded with a smile.
At noon, Su Shirhan had just finished lunch when her cell phone rang.
Lin Xiao sent her a WeChat message, and the roommate group was surprisingly lively today.
Su Shirhan took a look and found that Lin Xiao and his roommates were talking about the same thing.
Lin Xiao, Shirhan, have you returned home from the confinement center?
Tomorrow is Children's Day, I want to go see my godchildren.
Liang Xiaojie at Su Shirhan, Shirhan, are you busy? Are you taking care of the babies? Tomorrow is Children's Day. We have prepared some small gifts for the babies. Can you give them to them? Lin Jing, Shirhan, are you still in the confinement center? We want to go see you and the babies, is that okay? Lu Shi at Su Shirhan, if it's convenient, let's go see the babies. Liang Xiaojie is annoying me to death.
She keeps asking to see the babies and buys them a lot of toys.
The dormitory is almost turning into a baby room.
When Su Shirhan saw the news, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly.
Tomorrow is June 1st, and she almost forgot about Children's Day.
Because she hasn't been a child for many years.
Now that I have a baby, they are going to start celebrating Children's Day. I feel like I have suddenly grown up. This is the baby's first Children's Day. Su Shirhan held the phone and did not reply to them immediately. She walked to Xin Lang and discussed with him, "Xin Lang, tomorrow is Children's Day. Xiao Xiao and my roommates just sent a message saying they want to come and see the babies and celebrate the holiday with them. Is that okay?" Xin Lang smiled and said, "Why not? They want to come and see the baby, no problem.
Tomorrow is Children's Day, and I wanted to celebrate at home.
Since so many aunts want to come and help the babies celebrate, let's have a lively party." Su Shirhan showed a happy expression, "Okay."
She immediately sent a message to Lin Xiao and her roommates.
Su Shirhan, "Okay, I'll send you the address, and you can just come directly tomorrow." The roommates started chatting animatedly. Knowing that they would be able to see the babies tomorrow, Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing were very excited. Lu Shi didn't say much, but it was obvious that she was also looking forward to it. As soon as Lin Xiao saw the address, he realized something was wrong. "Lin Xiao, what's going on?" "Shirhan, don't you live in building 6? "Su Shirhan, I moved."
Xin Lang felt that the previous house was a bit small, so he rented a bigger house before the babies and I came back.
"Lin Xiao, your Xin Lang is great.
The previous house was indeed too small, there is no room for your family to live in it.
I will go to your new house tomorrow and take a look at your new house."
Early the next morning, Xin Lang prepared breakfast and put it in an incubator, then went out to buy groceries. There were going to be guests at home today, and he also wanted to celebrate the festival for the babies, so he had to cook a table full of dishes. There are large supermarkets and vegetable markets near the community.
Because it is close to the university town, these public facilities are very complete. Xin Lang is a good cook and has a good understanding of dishes.
The vegetables at the morning market are fresher than those in the supermarket.
Many of them are grown by the elderly around them. They are truly green and safe foods.
It is naturally better to go to the market and pick the ingredients for the babies in Su Shirhan. Outside the community, Zheng Feiyu saw Xin Lang coming out of the door and immediately got up from the car.
Chapter 45.
That night at school, Zheng Feiyu saw Xin Lang taking Su Shirhan away, and heard Su Shirhan's roommates say that they were already living together. He felt very upset. He wanted to verify this matter and find out who Qin Lang was. So over the next few days he asked around and staked out the communities near the university, and finally received news last night that Qin Lang lived there. The people who saw Qin Lang told him that there were women's clothes on the balcony of Qin Lang's current home. When Zhang Feiyu heard the news, he smashed the ashtray next to him on the spot.
Qin Lang really lives with his goddess. Zhang Feiyu didn't sleep well that night.
He tossed and turned, trying to figure out where he had lost. Apart from his good looks and owning a Rolls-Royce, what else was so great about Qin Lang?
He couldn't swallow this humiliation and had to find out for himself.
Seeing Qin Lang going out, he got out of the car immediately, made a phone call, and then followed him. Qin Lang, who possessed fighting skills, soon became alert and discovered that someone was following him.
His face became serious.
He was originally going to go to the vegetable market across the street, but on second thought, he turned directly into the small path next to him that was under construction. This main road was newly built, with construction areas on both sides, and the end of the road is also closed, so it is equivalent to a dead end, and usually there are almost no cars or people coming in.
When Zhang Feiyu saw Qin Lang coming in, he sneered and said, "Oh, you're courting death."
The further Qin Lang walked in, the quieter the two sides became, with only the sound of large cranes on the construction site. When the people behind him arrived here, they naturally became more blatant. Feeling that the footsteps were only 5 or 6 meters away from him, Qin Lang turned around and met Zhang Feiyu face to face. After just one glance, Qin Lang remembered that this person was Zhang Feiyu, the senior who liked Su Shirhan. Behind Zhang Feiyu were 4 or 5 tall and strong boys. They looked at Qin Lang with an arrogant attitude, and some of them even raised their fists deliberately, making a creaking sound. Qin Lang faced them alone, and there was no sign of weakness in his momentum. His sharp eyes even made Zhang Feiyu opposite him a little nervous.
With so many people coming to block him, Qin Lang isn't afraid?
Seeing that Qin Lang remained silent and exuded a powerful aura, Zhang Feiyu became increasingly unhappy and took the initiative to ask, "What is your relationship with Su Shirhan?" Qin Lang was still wondering who would follow him, but when he saw Zhang Feiyu, he suddenly felt a little bored.
He was just an unreasonable pursuer.
Su Shirhan had already said that she didn't like him, so he naturally didn't take Zhang Feiyu seriously.
Qin Lang didn't want to waste time and planned to leave immediately. Qin Lang's indifference reminded Zhang Feiyu of the last time he was ignored at school. He was immediately furious and stopped Qin Lang and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?"
Several people behind him also surrounded him and blocked the road. Qin Lang raised his head, glanced at Zhang Feiyu with sharp eyes, and said imposingly, "Get out of the way."
Zhang Feiyu certainly didn't let him. He continued to ask, "Let me ask you, what is your relationship with Su Shirhan?"
Qin Lang smiled, but the aura around him was even stronger as he sneered, which made Zhang Feiyu and the older boys behind him feel a little scared.
"Su Shirhan is my wife." When Zhang Feiyu heard this, he immediately got furious and yelled, "Wife? Bah! I advise you to stay away from Su Shirhan. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" Qin Lang sneered.
Zhang Feiyu raised his fist fiercely and shouted, "With this!" He attacked Qin Lang, but Qin Lang's eyes flashed and he dodged the punch with a deft move. At the same time, he swung his right fist and hit Zhang Feiyu's face hard. Zhang Feiyu was knocked to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Qin Lang in front of him with shock, who was unharmed.
Qin Lang's skills are so good.
Fortunately, he was well prepared and brought a few brothers with him.
Stop watching the show and beat him up.
He started a group fight in an immoral manner.
Qin Lang sneered and became excited.
He activated the basic fighting skills the night before yesterday. The system said that he was as strong as a special forces soldier. He was worried that he had no place to try out his skills, but he didn't expect that Zhang Feiyu would come to his door.
"It's time to show your true strength." Qin Lang clenched his fists and moved nimbly among the 5 people.
Zhang Feiyu soon joined the battle. They were all members of the school basketball team and were strong and healthy. However, they were not martial artists after all, so their movements had no rules at all and they relied entirely on brute force.
Qin Lang is different.
He has both strength and skills. Every punch he throws hits the target directly in their faces. He was even more ruthless with his feet. With a sweeping kick, he knocked down 2 boys who were rushing towards him. The next second, he rained down fists like raindrops, hitting them in the face 6 or 7 times. When the people behind him rushed up, he did a neat somersault to avoid the attack, and at the same time, he kicked Zhang Feiyu who was rushing towards him 2 meters away with a high kick.
In less than 3 minutes, all 6 people on the opposite side were knocked down.
Everyone had bruises on their faces and was lying on the ground struggling.
Qin Lang, standing in the middle unscathed, looked down at them and said, "Are you convinced?" Of course Zheng Feiyu refused to accept it. He knew that he couldn't beat Qin Lang, and neither could his brothers, but he still didn't give up. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. "Brother Long, bring your brothers over and help me get someone." When Qin Lang heard his words, he calmly dusted off the dust on his body, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Zheng Feiyu was extremely unhappy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Come quickly, North Lane Street." Qin Lang lit a cigarette and just started smoking it when he suddenly remembered that he had a baby at home and he had to quit smoking. He threw it away after taking only 2 puffs. "Don't worry, I'll wait for you," he said with a sneer. "If this kind of thing is not resolved once and for all, there will be endless trouble later. This kind of person must be beaten to death at once. So, he is waiting here." 5 minutes later, a group of men in black jackets came over here. At this time, Zheng Feiyu and the others had already stood up, supporting each other. In the past 5 minutes, none of them dared to touch Qin Lang again. They all huddled in the corner. If Zheng Feiyu hadn't warned them with his eyes, they would have run away long ago. Seeing the reinforcements arriving, Zheng Feiyu immediately ran over despite the pain. "Brother Long." The man called Brother Long looked to be in his 30s, with a slicked back hair and a black jacket with 4 words embroidered on his sleeves: Zhengwu Doken. Wang Dalong couldn't help but frown when he saw Zheng Feiyu like this. How did it become like this? Chapter 46. Zheng Feiyu immediately pointed at Qin Lang and said, "That guy is the one who beat me and my brothers. Brother Long, you have to deal with him." Wang Dalong looked towards Qin Lang. As the owner of a martial arts school, he was very sensitive to the aura of people who practiced martial arts. He was different from a reckless man like Zheng Feiyu. He knew that there were different levels of martial arts. People who have skills have a different temperament. When he saw Qin Lang, he immediately shuddered. The aura emanating from Qin Lang told him that this was an expert and he should not be provoked. When Wang Dalong realized this, his face changed immediately. He waved away Zheng Feiyu, who was standing beside him, and walked towards Qin Lang with a smile like a Sichuan opera face changing. He said to Qin Lang with a flattering look on his face, "Sir, the brothers under me are ignorant and have offended me. I hope you can show mercy and let them go." After Wang Dalong finished speaking, he took the initiative to hand over a cigarette, bent down slightly to hold the lighter, and prepared to light the cigarette for Qin Lang himself. But Qin Lang didn't answer. Wang Dalong's face froze slightly, and he kicked the boys who had besieged Qin Lang before, cursing, "You have no eyes. We are in a civilized society now, and you still do such things. People have reported you for being involved in gangs, so you can stay in the police station." Then he continued to smile flatteringly and said to Qin Lang, "Sir, in fact, these kids just came to our martial arts school this month and don't know the rules. I will definitely teach them a lesson when I go back. I apologize to you on their behalf for what happened today. This 200,000 yuan is our martial arts school's apology gift. Please accept it, sir." As he spoke, he swept his right hand. Although the people below didn't understand what was going on, they quickly ran up with the bags containing the tuition fees they had just received. Wang Dalong handed the bag to Qin Lang respectfully. Qin Lang glanced at him and didn't answer. If he took the money, he would report him for extortion. Qin Lang is not stupid. Wang Dalong slapped his forehead and said, "Sir, I don't know the rules. I will write a note now to prove that this 200,000 is my apology for being rude to you." As he spoke, Wang Dalong kicked the ignorant follower again and cursed, "Hurry up and get a pen and paper." The follower stuck his butt out and quickly went to the car to get a pen and paper. Zheng Feiyu looked at this scene in disbelief. "Brother Long, what are you doing?" He never expected that after Wang Dalong came, not only did he not help him get back his face, but he also wanted to please Qin Lang and even pay him money. And they also have to write a note to prove that this is an apology gift. Do it so respectfully. What the hell? In his eyes, the martial arts school director Wang Dalong is an unfathomable master, but why is Wang Dalong afraid of Qin Lang? Brother Long glanced at Zheng Feiyu and cursed, "If it weren't for your father's sake, I would really like to kick you away. Come on, take him away." Immediately, Zheng Feiyu was dragged away and his mouth was covered to prevent him from speaking. At this moment, the follower who went to get the pen and paper came back. Wang Dalong immediately wrote on the paper that the 200,000 was their Zhengwu Dojo's apology gift to Qin Lang, and Wang Dalong also pressed his fingerprint on the signature.
Then he handed the paper to Qin Lang respectfully. Qin Lang glanced at him and thought he was quite capable. It delayed his time to buy groceries and cook for his wife and children, so a compensation of 200,000 yuan as an apology was barely acceptable. After taking the money, Qin Lang snorted coldly, "I won't bother with you this time."
There won't be a next time.
He has to take care of his wife and children now and has no time to get involved in feuds with these people. Make big things small and small things nothing.
Yes, there will definitely not be a next time, I promise.
Wang Dalong immediately bowed and said flatteringly. Then, he immediately asked his brothers to make way for the middle of the road, and said respectfully to Qin Lang, "Thank you for your generosity." Qin Lang patted his clothes and walked away from the street with his long legs. First she went to the bank to deposit the money, then went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. After buying vegetables and returning home, the guests had not arrived yet. Su Shirhan had just let the babies bask in the sun, and now the sunlight was too strong, so she sent the babies back to the room. When they came out, Qin Lang was preparing the ingredients for lunch. Su Shirhan washed her hands and came over to help. But before his hand touched the small green vegetable, Qin Lang grabbed it.
"Don't get involved, I'll do it. Let me help you. There are so many people here today and you will be tired by yourself," Su Shirhan said considerately.
Qin Lang pinched her face with his wet hands, leaving a cool water stain. She said lovingly, "No need. Although you are out of confinement, giving birth is a big deal. It's better if you rest longer. Don't touch the cold water later. Go and rest. I'll take care of these." Su Shirhan really couldn't persuade him, so she could only stand up. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a bright bloodstain on the hem of Qin Lang's white t-shirt out of the corner of her eye.
She frowned immediately and asked worriedly, "Qin Lang, are you bleeding?"
Qin Lang followed her gaze and also saw the bloodstain. Seeing Su Shirhan's worried look, Qin Lang immediately explained, "Don't be afraid, it's not my blood. I met a few scoundrels looking for trouble on the way to buy vegetables today, and I taught them a lesson. This blood belongs to those scoundrels."
After listening to Qin Lang's explanation, Su Shirhan's eyebrows still did not relax.
"There are still several scoundrels.
You took on them all by yourself, are you really not hurt?" "No, I need to check." Qin Lang chuckled, stood up and said, "Okay, then how do you want to check?" Su Shirhan carefully pulled open his blood-stained shirt and saw the bronze skin and strong muscles faintly exposed between Qin Lang's waist and abdomen. Her eyes seemed to be burned and she subconsciously shrank back.
But thinking that Qin Lang might be injured, she mustered up the courage to look over.
"It's really okay. Look, I don't have any wounds at all,"
Qin Lang said with a smile.
Su Shirhan was still worried and asked, "What about other places?"
Seeing that she was still worried, Qin Lang simply pulled off her short-sleeved shirt with both hands. The perfect bronze figure appeared before her eyes, and Su Shirhan's pupils couldn't help but tremble.
Qin Lang has a great figure. He usually looks thin when he is wearing clothes. After taking off his clothes, Su Shirhan discovered that Qin Lang's figure is simply perfect.
This is the perfect figure that looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. The strong pectoral muscles and the clearly textured 8-pack abs extend all the way to the waistband of the pants. Every part looks almost perfect and full of power. Su Shirhan felt as if a fire was burning in her heart, making her dizzy. But she did not forget what she was supposed to do, and she kept brainwashing herself, "Su Shirhan, wake up, you have to check if Qin Lang is injured. Don't be fooled by beauty. Come on, Su Shirhan, you can do it, just be bold and check."
Chapter 47.
Su Shirhan let out a light breath, forced herself not to think too much, and concentrated on examining Qin Lang's body. His skin is a healthy wheat color, but the skin texture is very good, smooth and elastic, making people want to touch it and try the texture. Realizing that she had been thinking in the wrong direction, Su Shirhan immediately looked away. Qin Lang saw her blushing cheeks and continued, "Do you want to take off your pants and check your legs?" After saying that, without waiting for Su Shirhan's reaction, he took off his pants. 2 long legs, looking full of power.
"There's only a little space left. Do you want to check it too?" Qin Lang said as he pretended to take off the last piece of underwear. Su Shirhan quickly turned around, blushing and shouting in embarrassment, "That's enough, I believe you're fine. Put on your clothes quickly. I'm going to give the babies a bath," Su Shirhan said and ran away without looking back.
Qin Lang looked at her shy back, couldn't help but chuckle, and put his clothes back on. Su Shirhan returned to the room, leaned against the door and took a few deep breaths.
It was so hot she was about to catch fire.
Su Shirhan held her hot cheeks with both hands, her mind full of Qin Lang's good figure after taking off his clothes.
Those strong abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles must feel great to touch, right?
The more Su Shirhan thought about it, the hotter she felt. She quickly closed her eyes and kept shaking her head. She walked to the bed and stared at the three little treasures on the bed for a long time before finally calming down.
Come on, babies, mommy will take you to take a bath.
Su Shirhan pushed the stroller and took the babies to the bathroom. The bathroom outside is very spacious and has space for a bathtub and a stroller for the babies. 3 strollers are lined up vertically at the bathroom door, so that when she is bathing the eldest child, the second and third children can also see her and feel at ease. Qin Lang has been bathing the babies for the past 2 days since returning home. This is the first time Su Shirhan has done it herself.
She turned on the heater with great anticipation and put the folding bathtub in place.
She watched the hot water accumulate little by little and the temperature in the bathroom rise. Then she picked up Qin Xian and took off the baby's clothes. Yutong, Kurson, mommy will help brother take a bath first, and it will be your turn soon, so just wait for a while. The 2 daughters lay obediently in their strollers, but Qin Xian in the bathtub started to make a fuss.
The little guy had gradually gotten used to taking a bath.
He started splashing around happily as soon as he got into the water.
Water splashed everywhere in the bathroom.
Before Su Shirhan even started bathing him, her clothes were already wet. She smiled helplessly and said, "Xian Xian, be good."
However, the little guy didn't understand what his mother said and continued to play happily. Looking at her son's happy smiling face in the bathtub, Su Shirhan couldn't say any words of blame. What should I do if my cute baby is too naughty in the bath?
Of course, I should forgive him. Su Shirhan wet Xuanxuan's body, used baby bath gel, rubbed out dense foam with bath spray, and then applied it on the little guy's body.
Xian Xian didn't seem to like the white bubbles and shook them vigorously with his little hands and feet.
The bubbles that had just been made flew out immediately, and a few naughty bubbles were thrown onto Kuxian and Yutong. The 2 well-behaved little guys were immediately scared and burst into tears. Qin Lang was preparing breakfast for Su Shirhan in the kitchen when he heard his 2 daughters crying in the bathroom. He quickly put down what he was holding and ran to the source of the crying.
When he arrived at the bathroom door, he saw chaos inside.
The hands and faces of the 2 daughters sitting in the stroller were covered with white foam mixed with tears. Xian Xian in the bathtub was still shaking off the bubbles on his body excitedly. Su Shirhan was sitting on a small stool, her hair and clothes were all wet. When she saw him come in, she raised her head with a helpless and frustrated expression.
Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this scene. He pulled Su Shirhan up, wrapped her body with a large bath towel, and said, "Shirhan, are you bathing the babies or yourself?"
I. Su Shirhan shrank into the bath towel shyly, regretting that she had messed up.
Okay, leave this to me. You have a weak immune system and are prone to catching a cold.
Go to the bathroom in the master bedroom and take a hot shower and change into clean clothes. Su Shirhan wrapped herself in a large bath towel and went to the bathroom in the master bedroom to take a bath. When she came out, Qin Lang had already bathed the 3 little ones.
The room was air-conditioned and heated.
The 3 little ones were wearing diapers and lying naked on the big bed, looking very happy. Qin Lang was giving them a massage, and Su Shirhan stood beside them, carefully learning the technique.
Qin Lang, you are so awesome. How come I can't even give the babies a bath?
Su Shirhan pouted in grievance.
Giving 3 babies a bath is like a war.
She didn't even know how Qin Lang managed it. She had thought it was easy when she saw Qin Lang handling it before, but she didn't expect that after she tried it herself, she found that it was extremely difficult. Qin Lang turned around and saw her look. He wanted to pinch her pink cheeks, but his hands were stained with the baby massage oil, and he couldn't bear to see Su Shirhan's aggrieved look, so he lowered his head and gently touched Su Shirhan's forehead with his forehead.
It's okay, take your time.
We have 3 babies in our family, so as parents we naturally have more to learn.
Besides, I'm here for you.
The warm touch was fleeting. Su Shirhan touched her forehead and felt her face was a little hot.
Come and dress the babies.
Hearing Qin Lang's voice, Su Shirhan came back to her senses instantly, took the baby's cotton clothes from the dryer over there, and dressed the 3 little ones together with Qin Lang. As babies grow up day by day, they can do more and more actions and they can't even put on clothes. Su Shirhan was just about to put a shirt on her daughter when the little girl suddenly waved her hands and greeted her brother next to her. When she was about to put on her pants, Koxian bent her 4 legs and kicked them. It took the two of them a long time to put clothes on the naughty little ones.
Su Shirhan looked at the cute little baby on the bed, thought for a moment and said, Xin Lang, why don't we hire a nanny? Su Shirhan feels that there are too few things she can do now.
Buying groceries, cooking, cleaning, and other housework at home, as well as taking care of the babies, are mostly done by Xin Lang alone, which is too hard for him.
Hiring a nanny could make Xin Lang feel more relaxed. Xin Lang said, okay.
What he was thinking was that now he was at home every day and could take care of many things, but then he would have to go back to school, and the babies would need someone to take care of them, and Su Shirhan would also need someone to take care of her, and when he went to school, someone would also need to do the housework. He didn't want Su Shirhan to be too tired. Su Shirhan had just given birth to 3 babies and had a long breastfeeding period. He didn't want her to get involved in chores like washing clothes, cooking, and housework. Moreover, there is a nanny at home, so in case he is not at home, there is someone to take care of him.
But you have to find a nanny who you can trust.
Author's words. Starting today, I will update 3 times a day.
Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 48. Then I'll call Aunt Wang later to ask about it.
She took care of me for several months in the previous rental house. She's very careful and she's a familiar person. I feel more at ease leaving the babies to her care.
Okay. Xin Lang nodded.
After feeding the little ones and coaxing them to sleep, Su Shirhan took her cell phone to call Aunt Wang.
Hello, Miss Su? Why did you call me suddenly? Are you going home? Aunt Wang asked enthusiastically on the phone. Yes, Aunt Wang, I've been back for 2 days. I called you today to ask if you have found a new job. I want to ask you to come back and help me take care of my 3 babies. Of course, Miss Su, I haven't found a job yet.
You know, I'm a nanny just because I want to find something to do, so I'll just look around our community to see if anyone needs it.
My daughter doesn't want to go too far. That's great. Aunt Wang, please come over and help me take care of the babies. Okay, Miss Su, I'm the happiest to be able to go to your house. My daughter is a non-marriage person, but I really like children.
When I was taking care of you before, I was thinking that after the babies are born, I will always help you take care of the children. By the way, your house is still at the original address, right? Auntie Wang, I've moved, but don't worry, I'm still in the same neighborhood, in Building 9. I'll send you the address later.
This time, you don't have to live at home. It's from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and you can go back to live at night. It's very convenient for us to live in the same neighborhood. Okay, I'll listen to you, Miss Su. You should have finished your confinement period now, right? Have you been taking care of the babies by yourself recently? Aunt Wang asked with concern.
Su Shirhan smiled, with a barely perceptible sweetness in her tone. No, Aunt Wang, the baby's father is here too.
Aunt Wang on the other end of the phone smiled ambiguously. Miss Su, congratulations, now your family is reunited. Miss Su, the father of your babies is the one who helped you carry things at the confinement center last time.
He is so handsome, and he and Miss Su look like a perfect match.
Thank you, Aunt Wang. Let's start coming here tomorrow morning, okay? Su Shirhan asked.
No problem, Miss Su, I'll be there on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Coincidentally, Xin Lang was also calling her to have breakfast.
After breakfast, the little ones lay in a row on the sofa, soothing prenatal education music played on TV, and Su Shirhan played with the babies beside them.
Xin Lang was preparing lunch in the kitchen. When he turned around, he saw such a warm scene. He couldn't help but smile. Now this life is awesome. Yutong was the most naughty and active of the 3 little ones.
She became impatient after lying down for a while and cried loudly twice, successfully attracting her mother's attention. Su Shirhan had no choice but to pick her up.
Yutong, don't cry. Mommy will play with you.
Yutong continued to sob, looking towards the kitchen with eager eyes. Seeing Xin Lang's busy back, the little guy cried out again.
Are we going to look for Daddy, Yutong?
Su Shirhan came to the kitchen carrying her second daughter.
Xin Lang was processing prawns.
When he heard the sound, he turned around and asked with a smile, "Why is Yutong crying?" Xiao Yutong hiccuped, sobbed twice, and soon stopped crying.
Su Shirhan smiled and said, "It seems that our Yutong misses her daddy."
She stopped crying as soon as she saw her daddy. Xin Lang came over and rubbed Yutong's soft face with his face. "Yutong, be good, Daddy is preparing lunch for today's guests.
I will go and play with you and your brothers and sisters later."
Yutong, 3 beautiful aunts will come to our house later, and godmother will also come. They are all here to see the babies and will bring toys and gifts for you.
Daddy is preparing lunch for the aunties now, so let's not disturb Daddy, okay?
The two of them coaxed Yutong together, and the little girl soon became happy. When she stopped crying and laughed, Su Shirhan carried her back to the living room. On the other side, Lin Xiao had just come out of a baby products store, her hands full of bags of gifts, all of which she had carefully selected for her godsons and goddaughters. She said with great joy, "With so many gifts, my godchildren will definitely like them very much." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came from the other side.
Xiao Xiao. Huang Qiuha made an appointment with her friends to go shopping today.
She had just arrived at the entrance of the mall when she unexpectedly ran into her own daughter. Huang Qiuha's eyes fell on the shopping bag in Lin Xiao's hand.
The big logo on it was very eye-catching. Mommy baby products store. Why would Lin Xiao buy things for a baby?
Noticing his mother's gaze, Lin Xiao subconsciously retracted his hand.
She pretended to be calm and walked forward, smiling and shouting, "Mom, are you and the aunts out shopping?" Yes, Huang Qiuha nodded, pointed at the shopping bag in her hand and asked, "What are you buying these for?"
Lin Xiao had already thought of a solution, and quickly said, "An older colleague of mine recently had a baby.
I'll take some things and go over to see the child." Huang Qiuha was half believing and half doubting. She took a closer look at the items in the shopping bag and asked, "Why did you buy so much? And it looks like there are clothes for boys and clothes for girls?" Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes, they gave birth to triplets, so there are more children, both boys and girls, so I bought some of them." When Huang Qiuha heard the word triplets, she was stunned. This word has appeared too often recently, but the probability of having triplets is very low. Could it be that these triplets are the same ones I met before? Huang Qiuha thought this was possible, so she asked, "Are your friend's children living in the Gold Medal Confinement Center?" How did her mother know about the Gold Medal Confinement Center? Shirhan used to live there.
Lin Xiao didn't dare to say more, he could only admit, "Yes, that place is the best in Shanghai."
"Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm in a hurry to have lunch.
It would be bad if I'm late for someone else's house.
I'm leaving now."
Lin Xiao was afraid that if he continued talking he would be exposed, so he quickly found an excuse to slip away. Huang Qiuha looked at her daughter's back, and the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed to her. Just at this moment, her cell phone rang.
It was Fang Yaxian who called from Guangzhou. "Xiuhe, what are you busy with? I researched a new soup yesterday." "Yaxian, I want to tell you something." Huang Qiuha interrupted her. "What's the matter?" Fang Yaxian asked.
"I was out shopping with my friend and ran into my daughter Xiao Xiao. She bought 2 large bags of baby products and said that a colleague of hers had a new baby."
"That's normal.
Xiao Xiao is not a child anymore and she's back to work.
It's common for colleagues to get married and have children," Fang Yaxian said with a smile. Chapter 49. That's not the case, Yaxian.
I saw Xiao Xiao bought a lot of things, so I asked her about it. Xiao Xiao told me that her colleague's family gave birth to triplets, and they had been living in the Gold Medal Confinement Center before."
Huang Qiuha frowned slightly and continued, "Yaxian, don't you think this is a bit too coincidental? Xiao Xiao happened to know the parents of the triplets in the confinement center." Fang Yaxian instantly understood what her best friend meant.
Her heart skipped a beat and the smile on her face disappeared. "In the birth certificate that I accidentally saw in the hospital, there was a person with the same name and surname as my daughter, and the same first 4 digits of the ID card. Later in the confinement center, I saw another figure whose back looked very similar to my daughter. Both of them were triplets." Now, Huang Qiuha said that Lin Xiao knew the triplets' parents.
If these are all coincidences, then it is too much of a coincidence. Fang Yaxian had an idea in her mind.
She felt that when all these coincidences were combined together, the most unlikely thing might be the answer.
Perhaps, the mother of the triplets is her daughter.
When Fang Yaxian thought of this, she became nervous and quickly took out her mobile phone, wanting to call her daughter. However, she hesitated for a moment with her finger on the dial key, and then she made a video call directly through WeChat.
You can lie on the phone, but you certainly can't lie on a video. China overseas.
Su Shirhan had already returned to the bedroom. The 3 little ones had just fallen asleep. Xin Lang helped her bring the children back and then went downstairs to throw away the garbage. The guests had not arrived yet, and Su Shirhan wanted to take this opportunity to rest for a while, but as soon as she lay down, her cell phone rang. She quickly picked up her phone and pressed the lock screen button. After the sound stopped, she turned on the phone again. I originally thought it was a WeChat call from Lin Xiao or my roommates, but unexpectedly, it was a video chat from Fang Yaxian. When Su Shihan saw Fang Yaxian's dialog box and the flashing interface of the video call waiting to be answered, she became nervous.
What should I do? Why would her mother suddenly send her a video? Do you want to answer it?
In this situation, the babies are not asleep yet, and they may wake up suddenly when they hear the noise.
Moreover, the environment at home is obviously not a school dormitory or classroom. If the video is turned on, Fang Yaxian should be able to tell it at a glance, right?
When Su Shihan hesitated, the video call was automatically disconnected.
Fang Yaxian held the phone in her hand, feeling increasingly uneasy. The more my daughter doesn't answer the phone, the more it shows that there is a problem.
So she called again immediately. This time, the sudden ringing of the bell successfully woke up the 3 babies who had just fallen asleep, and they started crying one by one. Su Shihan turned off the sound of her cell phone and threw it on the big bed beside her, then hurried to see the children. The 3 little ones had just eaten and fell asleep, and were suddenly woken up. They were in a bad mood, and no matter how Su Shihan tried to coax them, it wouldn't work. Besides, Xin Lang hadn't come back yet, so she couldn't hold the 3 little ones by herself. So, Su Shihan could only carry the children to the big bed and pick up the small toys beside to coax them.
The mobile phone that was casually thrown on the bed was right under Ku Xian's feet.
Her chubby little feet kicked off her socks, and her pea-like toes pressed on the screen of the phone, just in time to answer the video call. Fang Yaxian waited for a long time with her phone in her hand, thinking that her daughter would not answer the call again, but unexpectedly the video call was suddenly connected.
She immediately called out, "Shihan?"
However, Su Shihan's face did not appear in the connected video. Instead, there was a large area of white with a ceiling lamp in the middle, which looked like the ceiling of a bedroom. But this is obviously not the ceiling of the student dormitory, because Fang Yaxian just came back from Shanghai a few days ago and stayed in her daughter's dormitory for a while. She remembered that the lights in the dormitory were not like this. Moreover, after the video was connected, the sound of babies crying could be heard on the other end. When Fang Yaxian's voice was heard in the video, the 3 little ones were immediately attracted and suddenly stopped crying. They quietly and curiously looked around for the source of the sound. But Fang Yaxian still heard those voices at the beginning.
She trembled and called out, "Shihan?"
Su Shihan also heard her mother's voice, and when she saw that the video call on her phone was answered, she was completely stunned.
"Shihan." Fang Yaxian's voice became increasingly stern. Su Shihan didn't dare to delay any longer.
She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, adjusted her state and expression, then picked up the phone and pointed it at herself.
"Mom? Why are you sending me a video at this time? Shihan, where are you?" Fang Yaxian did not answer her question, but asked sternly.
Su Shihan had already thought of a plan in her mind. She said calmly, "I'm at my friend's house."
"What friends? Today is not the weekend, why are you not in school?"
"I don't have classes today, so I came to my friend's house to play,"
Su Shihan said. "Then what was that sound of the child crying just now?" Fang Yaxian's voice was trembling when she asked this question.
Su Shihan was also panicking, but she still smiled slightly. It was the sound from the TV.
"I was watching TV just now and almost didn't hear your video call." The sound of a crying baby on TV? How could it be such a coincidence? Fang Yaxian's face was full of suspicion, and at this moment, Su Shihan received a message from Lin Xiao on her mobile phone.
She only saw a few exclamation marks, and knowing that the situation was urgent, she quickly clicked on Lin Xiao's dialog box.
"Shihan. Big event.
I just bought some things for my godchildren at a maternity and baby supply store and ran into my mother by accident. I said I bought these things for my colleague's children, and she actually asked me if the children had lived in a gold medal confinement center before.
I think my mother might know something. But she didn't ask about you, so I refused to tell her and even found an excuse to slip away.
But I felt that my mother's eyes were not right. She had been with Aunt Fong for the past few days. I thought I should tell you about this first, so that you won't be caught off guard when Aunt Fong asks about it." When Su Shihan heard this, she felt helpless. She wanted to say that her mother's video had already been sent to her and she was caught off guard. After reading the message sent by Lin Xiao, Su Shihan finally understood the situation.
No wonder Fang Yaxian looked at her like that.
She asked her where she was right away and was so concerned about the baby's voices. It seemed that she had talked to Aunt Huang on the phone. After knowing the situation, Su Shirhan felt much more relaxed. She immediately took the initiative and said, "Mom, you sent me a video today.
Could it be that you wanted to wish me a happy Children's Day?" Fang Yaxian was teased by her and said unhappily, "Little girl, how old are you? Why are you still celebrating Children's Day?" Chapter 50. Su Shirhan smiled and said, "The school is in a festive atmosphere, and everyone wants to have fun even on Children's Day. It just so happens that a friend's family recently had a baby, so I'm here today to celebrate Children's Day for their baby. Xiao Xiao will also come over later." After hearing this, Fang Yaxian looked at her daughter on the other end of the video suspiciously, but Su Shirhan looked calm and there was no sign of any problem. But Fang Yaxian couldn't let go of these coincidences, so she asked, "What friend?" "Someone you and Xiao Xiao both know, who should be about the same age as you, right? How come she gave birth to a baby so early?"
Su Shirhan said, "She's Xiao Xiao's colleague, a little older than us, and she gave birth to triplets. It was the first time I saw triplets, and I was really surprised." She tried to use the babies to divert Fang Yaxian's attention, but Fang Yaxian had no intention of caring about the babies at the moment. When she heard Su Shirhan mention triplets, she became even more panicked.
"This is all too coincidental, so coincidental that it's hard to believe. You said the baby's parents are Xiao Xiao's colleagues? Are they the baby's mother or father?" Fang Yaxian asked in a roundabout way.
Su Shirhan was not stupid either. She knew what she wanted to ask, so she made up a half-truth.
"The baby's mother is Xiao Xiao's colleague.
If it was the baby's father, we wouldn't have the nerve to go to her house to play."
"Oh, what is the name of this colleague?" Fang Yaxian remembered that the name written on the birth certificate was Su Shirhan.
If her daughter did not say this name, it meant that her daughter was lying. Su Shirhan thought that she must have known something when she asked this question, so she said boldly, "Call me Su Shirhan."
Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone was stunned.
She didn't expect her daughter to say this name directly.
Su Shirhan smiled and said, "Mom, you think it's a coincidence too, don't you? Xiao Xiao's colleague happens to have the same name as me, and what's even more coincidental is that she is also from Yangcheng. It is because of this fate that Xiao Xiao became close to her and introduced us to each other, and we became good friends." As soon as she saw Fang Yaxian's expression, Su Shirhan knew that what she did was right. The mother had been to a confinement center before and stayed in room 301 for a long time. Maybe she heard others mention the name of the mother of triplets at that time, so she absolutely could not lie about this, but she also could not admit that it was her. Having the same name and surname was the best explanation. Even though Fang Yaxian felt a little suspicious about the coincidence, she couldn't find any substantial problems. Fang Yaxian is indeed in a mess now.
These things were too coincidental, but her daughter explained everything so well that she had no way to refute it. After hearing what her daughter said, these coincidences seemed to be just ordinary coincidences, and everything made sense. Moreover, she really didn't believe in her heart that her daughter would get married and have children now. The last time she saw her daughter, she was obviously the same as before. Except that she was a little thinner and wore a little more clothes, there was nothing special about her. Fang Yaxian didn't say anything, but Su Shirhan on the other end of the phone continued, "Mom, why are you suddenly so concerned about this matter?" Fang Yaxian came to her senses after being asked and said quickly, "Nothing, I just thought of a young man I met in Zhonghai Hospital before, who should be the male owner of the house you are staying in now." Su Shirhan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but she quickly reacted and asked with a smile, "Mom, do you know the baby's father? How did her mother know Qin Lang? I haven't heard Qin Lang mention it either." Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone recounted what happened to Qin Lang in the hospital and the confinement center. Su Shirhan was quite surprised after hearing it. It turned out that without her knowing, her mother and Qin Lang had met twice and even said hello. But I guess Qin Lang doesn't know that the other person is her mother. After listening to this, Su Shirhan didn't want to continue talking about this topic, fearing that she would reveal something wrong, so she changed the subject and said, "Mom, do you want to see the triplets? The 3 little babies at home are not fully grown yet. Most children at this age look like their fathers. Shen Xian, Yutong and Kursin can be seen at a glance as Qin Lang's children, but the similarities between them and her have not been discovered yet. Newborns generally look like their father, and only as they grow up will they slowly start to show resemblance to their mother. There seems to be a funny saying about this, which says that because newborns are born after 10 months of pregnancy, there is no need to worry about the relationship with their mother, but it is the first time they meet their father, so they have to use a similar appearance to gain the father's trust and favor." It was precisely because of this that Su Shirhan dared to let Fang Yaxian go to see the babies at this moment. Fang Yaxian accepted her daughter's explanation and felt relieved. Thinking of the triplets who she had heard about several times but never got to see, she was also very curious, so she asked her daughter to take her to see them. The three little ones were all awake at this moment, lying side by side on the big bed. Xianxian was biting his thumb, Yutong and Kursen were holding each other's fingers and trying to put them into their mouths. The three chubby little ones looked so adorable in every move they made. When Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone saw them, she instantly forgot all her previous thoughts. What cute babies! She couldn't help but squint her eyes with an amiable smile on her face. This is the process of humans being conquered by cubs, it only takes 1 second. The three children look very much like their father, said Fang Yaxian, who had met Qin Lang. Su Shihan nodded, yes, we all think so. The mother even complained that none of the three babies looked like her. Fang Yaxian smiled and said, you will see that he looks like his mother when he grows up. A son definitely looks more like his mother. When you were a child, you also looked like your father, but as you grew older, your eyes became like mine. Shirhan, since they are your friend's children, and they are triplets, you must give them red envelopes when you go there today. I heard that Xiao Xiao bought a lot of gifts. Did you bring anything? Well, I brought some fruits, Su Shirhan said casually. The fruit is a little ordinary, but it's okay. After all, Xiao Xiao is already working, and you are still a student. You can bring less things, but the red envelope cannot be less. Mom will transfer 2,000 yuan to you. You can give it to these three cute little guys. After saying that, Fang Yaxian directly transferred 2,000 yuan via WeChat. Before Su Shirhan had time to speak, Qin Lang's voice suddenly came from the living room, Shirhan. Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. This is the voice of the handsome guy I met in the hospital and the confinement center before. Chapter 51. Su Shirhan immediately said, he's not calling me, Mom. He's calling another Shirhan, the baby's mother. She's in the kitchen making lunch for us. Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Xiao hasn't arrived yet. I'm alone at someone else's house. It's not appropriate to make a video call with my phone. Su Shirhan found an excuse to hang up, fearing that Qin Lang would suddenly come in and disrupt the rhythm. Fang Yaxian on the other end of the phone frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. She nodded and said, okay, then have fun. Remember to go home early in the evening. Well, don't worry, Mom. This place is quite close to our school. I won't talk to you anymore. Bye. Su Shirhan hung up the video, couldn't help but sit down on the bed, and exhaled deeply. Just at this time, Qin Lang didn't get her response, so he washed his hands and went into the bedroom to see her and the child. Seeing Su Shirhan holding the phone with a look of shock on her face, she hurriedly asked, Shirhan, what's wrong? Su Shirhan heard his voice, picked up her phone and shook it, saying, my mom just sent me a video. Auntie, why did you suddenly call me via video? Qin Lang walked over, gently put his arm around Su Shirhan's shoulders and asked. Xiao Xiao just ran into her mother after shopping for the kids, and then I guess Aunt Huang talked to my mom on the phone. And I just found out that my mom saw you in Shanghai last time, and she also knew about our 3 babies, so she called to confirm, but luckily I kept it a secret. Qin Lang looked at her in confusion, Auntie, have you seen me? Su Shirhan nodded, yes, my mother has seen you twice. Qin Lang was even more surprised. When had his mother-in-law met him? Why didn't he have any impression of her? Seeing his confused look, Su Shirhan smiled and explained, the first time was in the hospital. When you were getting birth certificates for the babies, did you bump into a middle-aged woman in the hospital? And the second time, did you run into that aunt again in the confinement center? When she said this, Qin Lang immediately remembered, and Fang Yaxian's face appeared in his mind. He said in shock, that elegant and beautiful auntie, is she your mother? Su Shirhan nodded. Qin Lang lowered his head and smiled, saying, Shirhan, it seems that the fate between you and me is really destined by heaven. It turns out that my mother-in-law and I were arranged to meet a long time ago. Su Shirhan blushed and lowered her head and said, what kind of fate is this? It almost got exposed. Don't worry, it's okay. Although Auntie and I have met twice, she only saw me each time. And I think she has a good impression of me. So it looks like we should be able to get along well when we meet in the future. Qin Lang recalled the scenes of his first 2 meetings with Fang Yaxian. He should have done fine and acted like a polite young man. Su Shirhan chuckled and said, my mother now thinks you are someone else's husband and father of the child. She told Qin Lang the story of same name and same surname that she had thought of on a whim, and said, "My mother believed it and even gave me a red envelope of 2,000 yuan to give to your family." Qin Lang looked at the 2,000 yuan transfer in her mobile phone, and his face became slightly serious. He took Su Shirhan's hand and said, "Shirhan, let's talk to the elders as soon as possible. Since Auntie has already met me twice and knows about the babies, it will be even harder to get Auntie's approval if I keep lying like this." Su Shirhan didn't want to lie to Fawn Yashen, but she really couldn't let her know now, otherwise, there would be a huge uproar.
Qin Lang, let's wait a little longer.
Qin Lang knew that Su Shirhan was a little afraid to face it, so he didn't push her too hard.
Instead, he nodded and said, "Well, let's do as we agreed before. We'll go back to confess this to our parents during the summer vacation after this semester.
It's already June, and we'll have our summer vacation in early July. Take good care of yourself this month.
As for going home during the summer vacation, don't be afraid.
I'll take care of everything."
Su Shirhan looked at his determined gaze and nodded slightly.
They had not been chatting for a while when the doorbell rang. Su Shirhan quickly calmed herself down and went to open the door, and it was Lin Xiao standing at the door.
She opened her arms and said happily, "I'm here. Where are my godsons and goddaughters?
Godmother misses them so much." As soon as he entered the house, Lin Xiao began to look for the babies.
Su Shirhan followed behind and said, "The children are in the bedroom. I'll take you to see them."
When Qin Lang saw them coming in, he said, "I'll go prepare lunch first."
"Shirhan, you stay with Miss Lin."
Lin Xiao greeted him, "Thank you for your hard work, Qin Lang."
Qin Lang nodded and left.
Lin Xiao put down the things in his hand, looked around the bedroom, opened the bathroom door, and peeked in for a look. Back in front of the bed, Lin Xiao said, "This house is much better than the small 2-bedroom apartment you rented before. I just saw that the toilet in your bathroom is a smart toilet, which is definitely not available when renting a house."
"Is this something Qin Lang installed specially for you?"
Su Shirhan heard this and said shyly, "Well, he installed it. When he rented it, he only brought the things that came with the fully decorated house. These beds, the sofa outside, the washing machine, the dryer, the pots and pans in the kitchen, etc. were all prepared by Qin Lang. He was very attentive.
"It's much more convenient to move here.
I originally wanted to move back to my previous house after leaving the confinement center.
I still have half a year left after paying the rent there."
I didn't expect Qin Lang to think it was too small after seeing it, so he secretly rented the current house. I didn't know about it until I came back from the confinement center. Lin Xiao looked at her best friend and saw that her face was full of sweetness and her tone was unconsciously praising Qin Lang.
She couldn't help but laugh.
"Shirhan, you are like a girl who has plunged into love and completely lost herself."
Qin Lang, you can't leave Qin Lang out for 3 sentences. Su Shirhan looked up in surprise and asked, "Is there?"
Those involved are confused, but those who are watching can see things clearly.
"Anyway, I can see that you and Qin Lang are going to live together now."
Su Shirhan was slightly stunned. When she thought about it carefully, it seemed that Qin Lang really existed in all her life and plans. Seeing her like that, Lin Xiao came forward and said, "But I think this is good. From what I've observed for more than a month, Qin Lang is indeed a responsible and good father, and he treats you well, so I'm reluctant to leave you to him.
By the way, did Aunt Fong look for you?"
I ran into my mother today, and I felt that her expression was not right." Su Shirhan came back to her senses and nodded. "When you sent me the message, my mother was on a video call with me."
"Ah?"
Lin Xiao was surprised. Su Shirhan told her what had just happened and what Qin Lang had said to her. After listening to this, Lin Xiao took Su Shirhan's arm and said, "I stand with Qin Lang in this matter.
I think he is right. It is not good to keep lying to your aunt. After all, it is easier for your parents to accept it if you confess."
"I know, so Qin Lang and I plan to go back as soon as the summer vacation starts."
Chapter 52. Lin Xiao was delighted when he heard this. TSK, doesn't that mean you will meet your parents in a month? The wedding is probably coming soon.
Qin Lang seems to want to marry you as soon as possible so that you can truly become a family of 5. Shirhan, your Qin Lang has already shown this attitude.
You are now out of confinement and you two are still living together. So at night, should we?
Lin Xiao looked at the big bed in the bedroom and smiled ambiguously. Su Shirhan's cheeks instantly turned red, and she glared at her coquettishly, saying shyly, "Don't talk nonsense, Qin Lang and I sleep in separate rooms." When Lin Xiao heard that they were sleeping in separate rooms, his face was filled with disappointment. Su Shirhan felt more and more embarrassed when she looked at her, so she gently pushed her and said, Xin Lang and I, we haven't reached that level yet.
To what extent?
Shirhan, you and Xin Lang's 3 children are already so old.
If you continue to be so coy, my godsons and goddaughters will not be able to bear it, right, darlings?
Lin Xiao said this while lowering his head to tease the 3 little guys. The 3 little treasures were awake at this moment, and when Lin Xiao teased them, they all grinned and laughed. Look, even my godsons and goddaughters are laughing at you.
What's there to be embarrassed about? We are all adults. Besides, I think Xin Lang has a crush on you. He is a young man full of vigor and vitality.
How can you bear to let him sleep on his side and be alone every day?
Xiao Xiao. Su Shirhan looked at her with shame and anger.
Lin Xiao stuck out his tongue, raised his hands and said, Okay, I won't say anything. I'm going to play with my godsons and goddaughters. Xian, Yuton, Curson, mommy is shy, hee hee.
The 2 of them played with the children for a while, and then the doorbell rang again.
When Su Shirhan went out, Xin Lang had already opened the door. The 3 roommates had just entered the room, changing their shoes at the door with expressions of surprise and a bit of restraint. As soon as they saw Su Shirhan, the 3 people's eyes immediately lit up. Shirhan Liang Xiajie called softly and raised her hand to greet her. Lin Jing also waved at her. Lu Shi was still cool, holding 2 large packages in his hands. It seemed that he had picked up the things bought by other people.
You guys are here? Come in and sit down.
The 3 of them entered the house, still a little reserved. Seeing this, Xin Lang said, Shirhan, you stay with the guests.
I'll go prepare lunch. As soon as he left, Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing immediately became more active.
Lu Shi smiled and said, Look at what you 2 have accomplished.
Su Shirhan looked at them in confusion.
Lu Shi explained, these 2 were just arguing downstairs, saying how excited they were about to see the babies, but when they went upstairs and found that it wasn't you who opened the door, they immediately got scared.
Liang Xiajie stuck out her tongue, walked over and whispered to Su Shirhan, Hee Shirhan, your husband is so handsome.
I didn't see him clearly last time at night, but when I saw him today, he was really amazing.
This is the second time I met your husband.
Lin Jing and I are a little embarrassed. Su Shirhan found out the reason and said to them with a smile, Don't be shy, Xin Lang is a very nice person.
Well, we believe in your vision, Liang Xiajie said with a smile. Su Shirhan introduced them to Lin Xiao.
They were all of the same age, and Lin Xiao was outgoing and lively, so the 4 girls quickly became familiar with each other.
But after just a few words, Liang Xiajie started looking around. Shirhan, where are your babies? Are they sleeping? Can I go and see them? She asked expectantly. Of course, they are awake and in the bedroom. I will show you. Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing followed excitedly.
Lu Shi carried 2 large bags and followed behind with Lin Xiao.
3 cute little babies were lying on the big bed and entertaining themselves.
The eldest baby was nibbling his fingers leisurely, taking care of every finger and giving them equal treatment. Bao grabbed the small pillow under his head and tried to pull it out, but his own head pressed it down, and the 2 were in a stalemate.
Sanbao was lying alone next to them, blowing bubbles and playing with them out of boredom.
His little pink tongue occasionally stuck out, and he looked super soft and cute.
As soon as the roommates came in and saw this scene, their faces immediately broke into smiles and their eyes couldn't help but narrow.
Their expressions were all filled with cuteness. Even Lu Shi, who was usually cold, couldn't help but smile.
So cute. High-quality human cubs, simply the cutest in the world.
In the following time, Su Shirhan felt that she seemed a little redundant in this room. The 3 roommates gathered around the bed. At first, they were cautious and didn't dare to get close. Later, they just sat down and watched the cute baby up close.
Lin Xiao also leaned over to join them in teasing his godsons and goddaughters.
The 3 little ones were not shy at all when they saw so many unfamiliar aunties. Instead, they were more active than usual and showed off various gestures in front of them. Sometimes he waves his chubby little hands, sometimes he uses his little pink fist to give an ant a sweet blow, and there is also the big baby Xian who happily grabs the ant's clothes and refuses to let go. In just a few minutes, Su Shirhan found that there was no room for insertion at all. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao and his roommates took out various small gifts, all prepared for the babies.
Hey, Sister Xiao Xiao, you bought this too, I bought it too. This little elk is super cute and can sing. The babies will definitely love it. Sister Xiao Xiao, the little clothes you bought are so cute. The clothes you bought are pretty good. This pink one is the cutest. Did you pick it? Lin Xiao asked Liang Xiajie while holding a set of pink pajamas. Liang Xiajie is the cutest among the three roommates.
Lin Xiao thinks that such girly clothes must have been bought by her.
Unexpectedly, Liang Xiajie shook her head.
The cool Lushi cleared his throat and said a little embarrassedly, Sister Xiao Xiao, I bought this. Lin Xiao was surprised, and even Su Shirhan behind him didn't expect it.
Lushi explained, I like black, but the child is so cute, pink is more suitable.
Her cool voice combined with her awkward and shy tone instantly made everyone laugh. Several people had been teasing the children in the house. Finally, the three little ones were probably really sleepy, and they pouted their little mouths and started crying for their mother. Su Shirhan had no choice but to ask the guests to leave and closed the door to feed the three little ones.
4 guests came to the living room.
Xin Lang poured them some water and then went back to the kitchen to work. The roommates and Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and chatted.
The smile on Liang Xiajie's face never disappeared. She looked at the bedroom door and said, Shirhan's babies are so cute. They are good looking and super lively. They are even cuter than the last time I saw them in the photos.
Lin Jing rolled her eyes and nodded with bright eyes, yes, these three little guys are not shy at all, they are so cute.
Chapter 53.
Lin Xiao shared with them the photos of the babies that he had taken before. The 4 girls put their heads together and exclaimed once or twice from time to time.
After Su Shirhan finished feeding, Xin Lang came out of the kitchen and asked, Are the babies asleep? Yeah, I ate and went to bed. I was woken up this morning. I guess I will sleep a little longer this time. Then let's eat first.
The guests over there stood up one after another and went to the restaurant to eat together.
Xin Lang was busy all morning and cooked a large table of dishes. As soon as they were served on the table, the aroma instantly filled his nose. Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing were somewhat restrained when they saw Xin Lang. They sat on Lu Shi's left and right.
On the other side, Lin Xiao sat next to Su Shirhan, and Xin Lang sat on the other side.
After everyone was seated, Xin Lang, as the male host of the family, picked up the cup of juice and said, Thank you all for coming to spend the first Children's Day with the babies today. Let's have a drink first.
Su Shirhan also raised her glass and said, Thank you for coming all the way here today and buying so many gifts for the babies.
Thank you. Lin Xiao touched her shoulder and said, Why are you being polite? I'm the baby's godmother, this is what I should do. The 3 roommates opposite also raised their glasses. Liang Xiajie said, Shirhan, Mr. Qin, you don't have to be polite. We should be thankful. We are so happy to be able to visit your home and see these 3 cute little babies.
Lu Shi said, Mr. Qin, thank you for preparing such a large table of dishes.
Xin Lang smiled and said, Everyone, please don't be polite. Let's have a drink and eat more later.
The 6 of them clinked their glasses together, and Lin Jing whispered, Happy Children's Day to all the babies.
Everyone followed suit and said in unison, Happy Children's Day to the babies.
When Xin Lang and Su Shirhan said this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the special task of helping the babies celebrate Children's Day. The host is rewarded with 100,000 in cash.
The funds have arrived in the account. Please check it.
Xin Lang put down the cup, and the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It turns out that there is a cash reward of 100,000 yuan for celebrating Children's Day with the babies.
The daddy system is really awesome.
Xin Lang glanced at the deposit notification on his phone calmly, then smiled and said to everyone, Let's eat and try the food I cooked.
Please start eating. Everyone, eat more.
There are only Xin Lang and I at home, so don't leave too much for us, otherwise it will be wasted.
Su Shirhan said. Only then did everyone start to eat.
Lin Xiao had tasted the postpartum meals made by Xin Lang, and she still missed the taste until now. Today, she could finally eat the meal made by Xin Lang again, and this time she could eat as much as she wanted, so of course she would not be polite. Try the braised pork first, it's delicious. Try the steamed sea bass, it's awesome. Corn with pine nuts, stir-fried meat with asparagus, ancient meat with pineapple, every dish is super delicious.
Lin Xiao looked very happy while eating.
The 3 roommates across the table were a little reserved as it was their first time here. Lu Shi picked up his chopsticks first and tasted the shrimp in front of him. As soon as she took a bite, her expression froze. She looked at Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing beside her in surprise, then gave a thumbs up to Xin Lang and Su Shirhan opposite her. The shrimp fried by Mr. Qin is so delicious. When Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing heard her say this, they couldn't wait to start using their chopsticks. This sea bass is great, the meat is fresh and the soup is great too, said Liang Xiajie.
I think the braised pork is the most delicious. This dish really tests one's cooking skills.
The lean meat is chewy, and the fat melts in the mouth.
It doesn't feel greasy at all. The heat is really well controlled. Lin Jing said.
Shirhan, your Mr. Chin's cooking skills are amazing. The roommates all showed surprised expressions. Lin Xiao, who had known about this for a long time, said, Mr. Chin's cooking skills are really amazing. He personally prepared all of Shirhan's postpartum meals. At that time, someone almost caused a commotion in the postpartum center because of the postpartum meals he prepared for her.
Mr. Chin is amazing.
He is so good at cooking at such a young age.
Shirhan, you are in for a treat, Liang Xiujie said with a smile.
Su Shirhan felt a sense of pride when she heard them praising Qin Lang.
She smiled and said, if it tastes good, eat more.
Although the young girls were reserved at first, they naturally became less polite when they came across something really delicious.
Qin Lang prepared 8 dishes and a soup in total.
By the end of the meal for 6 people, there was nothing left. There was only a little side dish left on each plate, and the most delicious braised pork was completely empty. After lunch, the 4 guests were full, and Lin Xiao sat down on the sofa, holding his stomach. Qin Lang was cleaning the table over there, and Su Shirhan went over to help. There is a dishwasher at home, which was bought by Qin Lang specially. He doesn't want to cause family conflicts over who will wash the dishes in the future, or things like detergent hurting hands.
Leaving it to smart home is the best choice for young people in the new era.
However, before the dishwasher works, some preparation work is required, such as emptying the leftovers from the plates.
Su Shirhan and Qin Lang were doing this in front of the pool.
Since it was not a job that required much effort, Qin Lang did not stop Su Shirhan from helping.
It seems that everyone really likes the food you cook. They actually finished so many dishes.
Su Shirhan said with a smile.
Qin Lang said, my cooking skills are amazing. Su Shirhan smiled and said, actually, I can cook pretty well. I'll cook for you next time. Qin Lang looked unconvinced.
Seeing Su Shirhan was about to rinse the plate in her hand, he walked over, hugged her from behind, took the plate from her hand, and rinsed it in the water to prevent Su Shirhan from touching the cold water. The sudden close distance between the two made Su Shirhan a little shy.
Qin Lang whispered in her ear, Shirhan, can you really cook? Are you trying to murder your husband?
Su Shirhan blushed and looked back at him with watery eyes, I really can cook.
Qin Lang didn't delve into it.
He gently touched her nose with his wet hand and said with a smile, next time I want to try your cooking skills and test the poison for love.
Qin Lang.
There was a quiet laugh coming from the kitchen, and Liang Xiajie and Lin Jing outside stretched their necks to take a peek. Shirhan and her Mr. Qin have a good relationship. They are so sweet together, I love them. Lin Xiao listened to their words, looked at Qin Lang holding Su Shirhan's back, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly.
Not long after lunch, the 3 roommates said they had to go back to school.
Today was Children's Day, but college students did not have holidays, and they had classes in the afternoon. Lin Xiao also took a leave of absence and had to go back to work in the afternoon.
Chapter 54. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan put the dishes into the dishwasher, washed their hands, and sent them downstairs.
When they came back, they happened to meet Aunt Wang downstairs.
Su Shirhan asked, Aunt Wang? Are you coming out for a walk? As soon as Aunt Wang saw Su Shirhan, she came over excitedly and said, Miss Su, it's great to see you here. I'm not here for a walk, I came here to see you. Although you said you'll start work tomorrow, I don't have anything to do today. And today happens to be Children's Day, so I wanted to come and see the children. If there's anything I can do to help, I can start working today.
After hearing this, Su Shirhan immediately said, okay, let's start from today.
Aunt Wang, this is the baby's father, Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this is Aunt Wang. She brought me some clothes before. You've seen her.
Hello, I will trouble you with the babies, Shirhan and family matters in the future.
Qin Lang said. Aunt Wang smiled and said, Mr. Qin, you are too polite. This is my job.
I like Miss Su and the children very much.
I will do my best, don't worry. The 3 of them went upstairs together. When they entered the room, Aunt Wang secretly said to Su Shirhan behind her back, Miss Su, your husband is such a handsome man, and he is a perfect match for you. As soon as Aunt Wang entered the house, she and Su Shirhan went to check on the 3 babies. The children were sleeping, so Aunt Wang did not disturb them. After coming out, she started to get busy. She is a person who cannot sit still.
As the restaurant and kitchen had just received guests and needed to be cleaned up, Aunt Wang immediately got to work. With her around, Xin Lang and Su Shirhan had some free time. Xin Lang briefly introduced the usage of the newly purchased smart home to Aunt Wang, but when he came out, he didn't see Su Shirhan. The door of the study next to him was open, so Xin Lang walked over. Su Shirhan was indeed here, sitting at the desk counting money. Seeing Xin Lang coming in, she immediately waved happily, "Xin Lang, come here." Xin Lang walked over and sat next to her, looking at the pile of pink bills on the table and asked, "Shirhan, what are you going to do with all the money?" Su Shirhan said, "Counting money. This is the holiday red envelope that your roommate and Xiao Xiao gave to the babies today. Your roommates gave 1,000 yuan, Xiao Xiao gave 2,000 yuan, Xiao Xiao gave 5,000 yuan last time, and your roommates gave 2,000 yuan. All the money is here, a total of 10,000 yuan. And the walnut sculpture you carved for Xiao Xiao's father. Xiao Xiao transferred a total of 500,000 yuan to me. I transferred 200,000 yuan to you before. I still have 300,000 yuan in my card now. Including this 10,000 yuan, I have a total of 310,000 yuan in my hand. Xin Lang, I want to discuss something with you. Su Shirhan said. Well, go ahead. Xin Lang, why don't we use this money to start a business? Su Shirhan said. Start a business? Xin Lang thought for a moment and said, the babies are still young, I want to spend more time with you. If you start a business, it will take too much time in the early stages, and we all have to go to school, so I don't think we will have enough time. Shirhan, are you worried about money? I've told you this, you don't have to worry, I'm here, I will earn money to support the family. Su Shirhan shook her head. No, Xin Lang, I believe in your ability. You have the skill of carving. You sold a pair of walnuts for 500,000. Of course I know that you won't let me and the children suffer, but I don't want to see you working too hard. I want to help. When I say starting a business, I mean I want to open a small shop nearby. Xin Lang, now the 3 babies are home. The children are growing up day by day, and the expenses are very high. I know all this. You have always been in charge of the children's things. My breast milk is not enough to feed the 3 babies, and you buy them the best milk powder and diapers. These 2 things add up to nearly 1,000 yuan a day. When the babies grow up a little bit, they need to add complementary foods and other nutrition, and the expenses will be even greater. I don't want you to have too much pressure at that time. Xin Lang was moved when he heard her say this. He held Su Shirhan's hand and said, Shirhan, I'm very happy that you are so considerate of me. Okay, then let's open a small shop. After the 2 made their decision, Xin Lang also counted the money he had on hand. The system rewarded him a total of 170,000 yuan in cash. Su Shirhan transferred him 200,000 yuan. He spent more than 10,000 yuan on giving birth in the hospital, and nearly 20,000 yuan on buying milk powder and diapers for the babies. He rented a house for more than 50,000 yuan but less than 60,000 yuan. Later, he spent a total of 160,000 yuan on soft furnishings and smart home appliances. In addition, he spent 200,000 yuan as an apology gift from Wang Dalong of Zhengwu Dojo. Now he has more than 320,000 yuan in his hands. Xin Lang showed the funds to Su Shirhan, and the 2 discussed setting aside a portion of them to open a store. Su Shirhan's family is in the real estate business. She has been influenced by her father since she was a child. She is also a top student, so she has a good business sense. After calculating their current assets, she began planning to open a store. Xin Lang, my idea is to open a carving studio. Let's open a shop nearby. I don't have classes this semester, and there is more than a month left, which is enough time for us to finish the preliminary work. So if we open a shop recently, Aunt Wang and I can take care of the babies together. When we both go to school next semester, the studio will be on track, and then we can hire employees to take care of the shop. Okay, then I will be responsible for the carving work, and you will be responsible for the business of the store. Xin Lang said with a smile. Su Shirhan nodded, I've also thought about selling items. Your walnut carvings are very exquisite, but the value of walnut carvings is relatively high. We'll open a store near the university town, and the people who can consume walnut carvings are probably professors and university teachers. Scarcity makes things valuable, so we won't prepare too many walnuts for playing with. If we have too many, the price will be low. When the time comes, you can prepare a few exquisite walnut carvings, and we'll set the price higher, from hundreds of thousands to millions. I think university teachers should be able to afford them. As for other items for sale, the store can also prepare some simple works such as wood carvings and bracelets. These are priced lower and are aimed at students. In this way, our store will have a wider audience. Looking at Su Shirhan's excited plans, Qin Lang instantly felt full of energy. Okay, then I'll prepare a full set of tools in the next few days. The previous tools were mainly used for wood carving and walnut carving. Since it's a carving studio, I can also prepare some low-priced olive walnuts. Stone carving and egg carving ornaments are also good.
However, these are not very convenient to operate at home frequently.
There will be dust when carving, and I'm worried that it will affect the baby's respiratory tract. Su Shirhan thought about the question Qin Lang asked and said, then you should do the preparatory work in the study recently.
When the store is ready, we will prepare a studio for you. When we have a venue, we can also accept some customization. The price of customization is generally higher. Our store is all hand-carved. When the time comes, we can also let everyone visit your studio. In this way, handmade can be the biggest selling point of our store. Chapter 55.
Qin Lang looked at Su Shirhan's excited expression and couldn't help but gently touch her head and said, Shirhan, I find that you really have a good business sense. The two were having a heated discussion when Aunt Wang suddenly came over and knocked on the door.
Miss Su, Mr. Qin, did I disturb you? I have tidied the room.
I just went to check on the babies and found that they are awake. I have already changed their diapers, but the children are probably a little hungry and need to be fed. When Su Shirhan heard this, she stood up immediately. After returning to the house and feeding the babies, the three of them took the babies who had woken up to the living room to play.
Aunt Wang asked, Miss Su, I just heard you talking about business. Are you planning to open a store?
Well, Qin Lang and I are planning to open a small shop nearby.
Su Shirhan said while holding the child. Nearby?
When I was walking outside our community a few days ago, I happened to see a storefront for sale. During our chat, I heard that the owner's wife was about to give birth in her hometown, so he planned to return to his hometown to develop his business. Therefore, the sale was urgent. The price is very affordable, and it's a shop outside the community.
Miss Su, do you want to go and take a look? Su Shirhan and Qin Lang looked at each other, and Qin Lang said, Okay, Aunt Wang, then take me to see it later.
Su Shirhan said, then you guys go and see them now. I'll be at home watching over the three babies.
They'll be fine.
She wanted to settle the matter of opening a store as soon as possible, so that she could help Qin Lang share the financial pressure earlier.
Qin Lang followed Aunt Wang to the shops outside.
There was a transfer sign on the door of a boutique. The owner saw Aunt Wang and greeted her, and Aunt Wang enthusiastically introduced them to each other. When the owner heard that Qin Lang wanted to rent a shop, he immediately became excited and told Qin Lang about the situation at home. Mr. Qin, if you want to open a store, this is really a good choice. In fact, my store has only been open for more than a year, and the decoration is all new. The style inside is also selected according to the preferences of college students in the past 2 years. If my wife hadn't given birth in my hometown this time, and my family hadn't urged me to go back home to develop, I would not have closed the store and returned home.
Qin Lang looked around the store.
The decoration here was indeed very new, and the overall style was simple, which was very suitable for a carving studio. There was also a bathroom and a small room in the back, which should be where the owner usually lived. Qin Lang thought that the small room could be converted into a studio. Then, by breaking up the outer walls and replacing them with transparent glass, we can show the details of the studio and make it more convincing as a handmade product. After Qin Lang confirmed it, he said, Okay, let's discuss the details of the sublease. In addition, I hope that when we sign the contract, the owner of the shop can bring the relevant property rights certificate with him. Although it is a sublease, there must still be 3 parties present. The store manager smiled, gave Qin Lang a thumbs up and said, Mr. Qin is so young, but he has a clear mind. Don't worry, I understand your concerns, and I won't be a sub-landlord. The lease here still has 1 year left.
I'm in a hurry to sublet it, and I won't raise the price for you. I've already paid the money. The annual rent is 100,000.
It's definitely more than that now, but you can still give me the original price.
As for the rent later, you can discuss it with the landlord when the time comes. I'll show you my rental contract later.
If you think it's okay, I'll call the landlord and ask him to come over to sign the contract.
After Qin Lang looked at the rental contract, he nodded in agreement. The rent near the school is not low.
100,000 yuan for a year to rent a shop of more than 70 square meters is already a very affordable price. If he had come 2 days later, the shop would probably have been rented out. The shop owner prepared the contract at the printing shop next door, asked Qin Lang to look through it, and then printed it out. Soon, the landlord came over with the property certificate, and the three parties chatted for a while and found the property to be a good fit. Qin Lang took a photo of the property certificate for safekeeping, and then the three parties signed a sublease contract together. The store owner got the contract and looked at Qin Lang and said, "Brother, you really solved my urgent problem. Ever since I heard that my wife was about to give birth, my heart flew back home. I thought I would have to wait a long time to sublease the store, but I didn't expect to meet someone so straightforward like you. Don't worry, I will clean up all the things in the store tonight, and you can come and prepare tomorrow." "Okay." Qin Lang nodded. The landlord at the side looked at Qin Lang and saw that he looked quite young, so he asked, "Qin Lang, I just heard you say that you bought the shop to start a walnut carving business?" The market potential for walnut carving is indeed huge. Nowadays, people generally sell machine-carved handicrafts. Students also like them very much. They are cheap and beautiful. I don't know if you have any channels to purchase them. I can introduce you to some. I have a friend who imports equipment. He has a good channel for machine carving. Do you want me to help you get in touch with him? The landlord thought that Qin Lang must be selling machine-carved works, because they can be mass-produced with lower costs, making money easily. But Qin Lang shook his head. "No, thank you for your kindness. I don't do machine carving. I do pure hand carving." The landlord was even more surprised. Although both are carvings, machine carving and handwork are completely different things. Handwork is much more high-end, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and requires skills. If the skills are not good, it will not only waste time but also be worthless. But if the skills are good, any work will be sold at a sky-high price. You sell pure handmade carvings? Do you have finished products? Mr. Qin, you are so young, how come you would think of entering the handmade cultural relics market? The waters here are quite deep. The landlord said it rather obscurely. He was afraid that Qin Lang would not be able to make any money and would have to quit early. Subletting the property would actually be a hassle for him as a landlord. Qin Lang happened to have a pair of walnuts with him. After talking to Su Shirhan about opening a store, he took the pair of walnuts, thinking that when signing the contract, if the landlord asked about the main business of the store, he could tell him about it. So he took out the pair of walnut carvings. This pair of walnut carvings was made by him when he had nothing to do in the confinement center. Since he just wanted to kill time, he bought ordinary walnuts, and the carvings were not as delicate as the pair given to Lin Zhao's father. When the landlord saw the walnuts Qin Lang took out, he was stunned. He is a native of Shanghai and is already in his 30s. His family owns real estate and shops. When he has nothing to do, he likes to collect some cultural relics. However, he does not collect them himself, but resells them. He is a typical businessman. As soon as the landlord saw the pair of walnut carvings, his eyes lit up. He was very excited in his heart, but his face remained calm. He looked at Qin Lang and asked, "Did you carve this yourself?" "Kindness. I like this pair of walnuts. How about this? I'll take them for 50,000 yuan. How do you think?" Chapter 56. Qin Lang shook his head, "Not for sale." The landlord thought for a moment and said, "How about I increase the price a little, 80,000? Qin Lang smiled and said, "Landlord, I want to open a studio. Do you think I don't understand the value of these?" When the landlord heard this, he immediately understood. He stopped pretending and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin is a straightforward person. I won't pretend with you. I don't collect these myself, but I have a channel to sell them. To put it bluntly, I am just a middleman, so the value is definitely not as high as if it were in the hands of the real seller. So, I will pay 150,000 and I will take this pair of walnuts. What do you think?" Qin Lang still shook his head. The landlord looked at the walnuts and gritted his teeth and said, 200,000, 200,000 is enough. Xiao Qin, you have to let me make some money. So, you give me the walnuts for 200,000, and when the rent expires, if you want to renew the lease, I won't raise the rent for you. How about that? Qin Lang knew that this pair of walnuts was definitely worth more than 200,000 yuan. If he sold it to someone who knew about it, he should be able to get more than 300,000 yuan. However, the landlord was a middleman, so he would definitely make a profit from the difference. In addition, ornamental walnuts are only valuable if they are sold to the right person. If you sell it to the wrong people, it will be priced the same as ordinary walnuts and will be worthless. So sellers are very important. Besides, it wouldn't take long to carve this pair of walnuts. Since the landlord had a sales channel for this, and the rent wouldn't increase next time he renewed the lease, he didn't say much and said readily, "Okay, landlord, I'll give you this pair of walnuts for 200,000 yuan. That's great, Xiao Qin. I've made you my friend. Don't worry, you have this skill. I will come here often and bring you customers." The two of them exchanged money and goods, and the 100,000 yuan rent that Qin Lang had just paid out was now quadrupled and returned to his pocket. This scene left Aunt Wang standing next to them dumbfounded. Aren't they here to rent a house? How come the money they spent came back so quickly, and they even earned an extra 100,000 yuan? What an amazing operation Mr. Qin has done. After sending the landlord away, Qin Lang checked the money in his account, and then he said to Aunt Wang, "Aunt Wang, let's add WeChat too." Aunt Wang immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Qin." After Qin Lang added her WeChat, he immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to her. Aunt Wang saw the message and asked in confusion, "Mr. Qin, how can you transfer the money to me?" "Miss Su and I have agreed on the salary, and I will pay it at the end of the month. I worked for Miss Su for a long time before, and I trust both Miss Su and you." "It's not a salary, Aunt Wang. It's an introduction fee. I can rent this store at a low price, thanks to you. This shop is urgently rented, and its geographical location and rent are indeed very suitable for Qin Lang, who is preparing to start a business." Aunt Wang said cheerfully, "Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I can't accept it. I just mentioned it. I can't help in any other way. Keep it. It's my duty." Seeing Qin Lang's firm attitude, Aunt Wang could only respond happily. "Oh, okay, thank you Mr. Qin. But Mr. Qin, you are really amazing. You came here to rent a house, but in just a short while, you made 200,000 yuan in one go. The 1-year rent you just paid out was paid back immediately." I was stunned. "Mr. Qin, your walnuts are so valuable, you will definitely make a lot of money if you open a store in the future. Miss Su used to have a hard time carrying a big belly. Now that you're back, you've moved into a bigger house and are opening a shop to make a lot of money. Your family's life must be thriving." Aunt Wang said a lot of things happily, and Qin Lang said, "I'll borrow your good words." The two returned home with the rental contract. As soon as they entered the house, Su Shirhan came over curiously holding Sanbao and asked Qin Lang expectantly, "How is it? Is the shop okay?" Qin Lang shook the contract in his hand and said, "It's done. The sublease contract has 1 year left. I'll sign it for 1 year first." "The contract has been signed? So quickly?" Su Shirhan asked in surprise. "Then the rent." She didn't expect it to be so soon, and she hasn't transferred the money to Qin Lang yet. Qin Lang smiled and said, "I have settled the rent. The owner is in a hurry to sublet the place. The rent has not increased. It is still the same as 2 or 3 years ago, 100,000 yuan a year, which is very cost effective. The prices of shops near the school were indeed a few years ago." When Su Shirhan heard it, she also thought it was appropriate. Aunt Wang on the side said with a smile, "Miss Su, not only that, your Mr. Qin is amazing. He went to rent a house, but the landlord took a fancy to Mr. Qin's walnuts. Mr. Qin just paid the rent and immediately made 200,000 yuan. After this trip, he even earned 100,000 yuan. Mr. Qin, Ms. Su, I think your store will be a big hit. You made your first pot of gold right after signing the contract. This is a good omen." When Su Shirhan heard this, she looked at Qin Lang with surprise. Qin Lang looked at her and smiled calmly, as if everything was under his control. Aunt Wang looked at their loving expressions and smiled secretly. She quietly walked to Su Shirhan and showed her the transfer she had received. "Ms. Su, Mr. Qin also earned me a commission." She felt that Su Shirhan was the mistress of the family, so she should be informed about this. Su Shirhan looked at it and said with a smile, "It's my duty, Aunt Wang. Thank you for the store." No thanks, I just mentioned it, huh?" Aunt Wang said. Qin Lang was teasing 2 children over there, and Su Shirhan and Aunt Wang came over after they finished talking. Qin Lang saw her coming and said with a smile, "Look at Sanbao, he seems to be particularly happy at the moment, and he keeps asking for the rental contract." Su Shirhan saw the little guy actively reaching out his hands, and kept trying when he couldn't get it, and said with a smile, "Our little Sanbao is really a little money grubber. He was like this the last time he knew you made money. By the way, Qin Lang,
Now that the shop has been rented, shouldn't we think of a name for it? Su Shirhan is now full of longing and expectation for their new shop and new life. Qin Lang said, well, then you think of one. The job of naming was given to my wife, who is a top student at home. Su Shirhan tilted her head and made a thoughtful expression. We are going to run a carving studio, and the products we sell are carved artworks. Carvings are somewhat antique-like, and our signature product is walnut carvings. Why don't we give it a more ancient and literary name, San Kanzai, what do you think? 3 Qins? Well, we have new triplets in our family. The number 3 is a good number. Qin is my boss's last name, so it's very suitable to name the studio this way. Su Shirhan smiled and said to the 3 little babies in the stroller, babies, Daddy's shop is going to be called San Kanzai. This is the shop that Daddy and Mommy opened to earn money for you 3 to buy milk powder. Do you like the name? When Yutong and Kursen heard what their mother said, they clapped their hands happily, while Xianxian pouted, as if trying to make a sound of approval. Su Shirhan and Qin Lang laughed when they saw their cute reactions. Author's words. The third update is here. Please recommend, please vote, please give rewards, please comment. I will rush to the new book list. Chapter 57. It seems that the babies are also very satisfied with this name. Qin Lang said. Now that we've taken over the shop and made some money, today is a good day worth celebrating. Let me cook myself tonight. Let you taste my cooking skills, Su Shirhan said. Qin Lang looked at her with a worried smile and asked, are you sure? Su Shirhan felt quite guilty, but said calmly, sure. Seeing Qin Lang staring at her, Su Shirhan felt a little suspicious and quickly pushed him, saying, okay, trust me, I won't let you down. You stay here with the babies, and I'll go cook. After saying that, Su Shirhan ran directly to the kitchen, and Qin Lang shouted from behind, call me anytime if you can't handle it. Su Shirhan, who was already at the kitchen door, turned around and stuck out her tongue at him mischievously, saying, I can handle it. Humph. She has been a top student since she was young, so a mere dinner, even if she learns and applies what she has learned, is definitely no problem for her. Su Shirhan confidently opened the recipe tutorial in the mobile app and started to work while reading. But soon, she discovered that theory and practice are 2 different things. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. The recipe tutorial looks simple, but why is it so complicated to make it yourself? Why do the chili segments look bright red and crisp in the recipe, but turn burnt black as soon as they are put into the frying pan? After failing in the preludes of 2 dishes in a row, Su Shirhan finally had a headache. She quietly walked to the kitchen door, leaned her head through the doorframe and looked outside. Qin Lang was not in the living room. He must have taken the babies back to the bedroom. Su Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called out in a low voice, Auntie Wang, come quickly. Aunt Wang, who was tidying up in the living room, walked over with a puzzled look. As soon as she reached the kitchen door, Su Shirhan pulled her in and closed the kitchen door. With Aunt Wang's personal demonstration and instruction, Su Shirhan finally finished today's dinner. The simplest 3 dishes in 1 soup, a must-have for beginners: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and a simple seaweed egg drop soup. Although this recipe was extremely ordinary compared to the nutritious meals Qin Lang usually made, it was the first meal she made herself after all, so Su Shirhan was still quite looking forward to Qin Lang's reaction. At the table, she didn't pick up her chopsticks first, but stared at Qin Lang in front of her, as if saying, come and try it and see how it tastes. Qin Lang was amused by her cute little expression and smiled slightly. He picked up the chopsticks and tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After seeing the 3 dishes and a soup on the table, Qin Lang knew that Su Shirhan probably didn't know how to cook at all, because these 3 dishes were the simplest and suitable for beginners. But Qin Lang felt very satisfied that Su Shirhan was willing to cook for him, so he had made up his mind that no matter how Su Shirhan cooked, he would say it was delicious, he would like it, and he would eat it himself. However, what Qin Lang did not expect was that these dishes, which looked ordinary in appearance, actually tasted quite good, with the right amount of saltiness and the right amount of heat. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were sweet and sour, the shredded potatoes were crispy, and even the stir-fried pork with green peppers had a very delicious texture. Qin Lang tasted every dish and finally took a sip of the soup. Is it delicious? Su Shirhan asked nervously, but her eyes were looking at Qin Lang expectantly. These dishes were prepared under the guidance of Aunt Wang, who personally supervised them. There should be no problem with the heat. She tasted them before they came out of the pot and they tasted just fine. Although they couldn't compare to what Qin Lang made, they were still eatable. Qin Lang should like it, right? Xi Lang looked at her, nodded vigorously, and said, "It's delicious. It tastes very good." Su Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I will make it for you often in the future." Xi Lang pulled up her hand that was placed next to the table. There was a small red dot on the back of her white and tender hand. It had not been there before. It must have been caused by accidental burns from the hot oil splashed while cooking. Xi Lang put the red dot close to his mouth and blew it, saying, "Forget it, Shirhan, although the food you cook is delicious, I feel really bad seeing you injured and tired, so from now on, just let me do the cooking." Su Shirhan almost forgot about the small burn she had sustained, but she didn't expect Xi Lang to notice it. She felt a little warm in her heart and whispered, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore." "Of course it hurts. I feel so bad for you." Xi Lang glanced at her, got up to get the medicine box, found the burn ointment, and carefully applied it on the back of Su Shirhan's hand. Su Shirhan didn't really care about the minor burn she got from cooking for the first time, but she still felt very sweet in her heart because Xi Lang treated her so carefully. For this dinner, Xi Lang ate 3 full bowls of food, leaving his plate basically empty. He expressed his enjoyment with his actions. After dinner, Aunt Wang cleaned up the kitchen, gave the babies a bath, changed them into clean clothes and diapers, and went home straight after finishing the bedtime preparations. After seeing Aunt Wang leave, Xi Lang remembered the text message on his phone, so he said to Su Shirhan, "Shirhan, I'm going to the post station to pick up a courier." The express delivery from JD.com was supposed to arrive at noon today, but the customers were there at the time and Xi Lang knew what was in the package, so he asked the courier to leave it at the post station. It comes in handy right now, and they are the only ones left at home. After a while, Xi Lang came back with a small box. The 3 little ones had just finished drinking milk and fell asleep. When Su Shirhan saw him coming in with a package, she asked in a low voice, "What did you buy?" Xi Lang smiled without saying anything and lowered his head to open the express package. After removing the outer paper box, there was an exquisite pink gift box inside. It looked like a gift given between lovers. Su Shirhan became even more curious and moved her furry little head closer. The box was opened, and in the black velvet bottom were 2 things that looked like both bracelets and bangles. They also looked like couples pieces. The blue satin one was thicker, and the pink satin one was thinner. Su Shirhan asked curiously, "What is this?" Xi Lang smiled mysteriously, "Good stuff." After saying that, he took out the pink bracelet and put it on Su Shirhan's slender white wrist. The silver metal was a little cool. After adjusting it, it fit perfectly on the wrist. There was an oval jade bead right above it, which looked very beautiful. While Su Shirhan was studying her bracelet, Xi Lang had already put the other one on his wrist. Then, Xi Lang tapped his bracelet lightly. He didn't know what he did, but the pink beads on Su Shirhan's bracelet suddenly lit up, and I felt a tingling sensation on my arm, which was obviously caused by the small round bead vibrating at a high frequency. Boom boom boom. Su Shirhan's head was exploding. Chapter 58. This. Although she had never seen this thing in her hand, she knew that many sex toys were of this vibrating type. So, did Xi Lang buy a sex toy? No wonder he brought it back at night, no wonder he had to wait until Aunt Wang left and the babies were asleep, no wonder he didn't say what it was just now. Xi Lang is too presumptuous and bold. Xi Lang tried his bracelet and was about to ask Su Shirhan to press it on him to test the degree of vibration, but when he looked up, he saw Su Shirhan's face flushed and she was looking at him with a reproachful look. He was stunned for a moment. "Xi Lang, you are so, too presumptuous." Su Shirhan held it in for a long time, but could only utter this word. Xi Lang was confused, frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with me?" This thing." Su Shirhan's face turned red and she couldn't say anything. When Xi Lang saw it, he immediately understood. Maybe this girl had misunderstood something? Xi Lang's heart moved and he decided to tease her. "Shirhan, what do you think of the effect of this vibration?" Su Shirhan's face turned even redder, and she looked like a cooked shrimp, not knowing where to look. "Me, you, Xi Lang, you." Xi Lang suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "This level of vibration should be able to wake me up at night, right?" "Ha?" Su Shirhan suddenly looked up and looked at him in surprise. Xi Lang stretched out his hand and pressed the round bead on her wrist. Then, the round bead on his hand lit up and vibrated at a high frequency. Xi Lang deliberately raised his wrist and placed it in front of Su Shirhan, and said in a serious manner, "This long-distance bracelet is really good." With it, you don't have to sleep with the door open at night or call me. When the babies wake up, just press it and I can feel it over there immediately. A bracelet from another place? So this vibration is actually a wake-up call? Su Shirhan was stunned. Qin Lang couldn't help himself and laughed wantonly for a while, then looked at Su Shirhan, who was in great shame and indignation, and said, "Yes, it's the bracelet from another place, but Shirhan, did you mistake it for something else?" Su Shirhan wanted to find a hole to crawl into right now, but there was no hole and she had nowhere to hide. She could only bite the bullet and said shyly and awkwardly, "No, I know this is a different place bracelet." "Really?" Qin Lang laughed even more wildly. Su Shirhan turned her head and reached out to push him. "Go to bed. I'm sleepy." After saying that, she buried her head in the quilt beside her and refused to come out. Qin Lang pulled her quilt down, but Su Shirhan refused to let go. Qin Lang had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'm going back to sleep. If you need anything at night, use your bracelet to call me. Come out quickly. You're stuffy under the quilt." Hearing the sound of Qin Lang walking out of the room and closing the door, Su Shirhan carefully stuck her head out from under the quilt. After making sure that Qin Lang had left, she got up in annoyance, looked at the bracelet on her wrist, and couldn't help but slap her forehead hard. "Su Shirhan, what on earth are you thinking about? How embarrassing, woo-woo." Qin Lang returned to the bedroom, still thinking about Su Shirhan's misunderstanding just now, and couldn't help laughing to himself for a while. When he lay down to rest, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was the counselor calling. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the counselor still called him. Most likely, something happened at school. Qin Lang sat up and answered the phone. "Hey, Qin Lang, how are things going over there? The babies are already 1 month old, right? Has the mother returned home from the confinement center?" "I'm back, instructor. I've just been back for a few days." "That's good, Qin Lang. When do you plan to come back for class? I approved a 1-month vacation for you before, but at that time you said that the mother of the children was still in the confinement center. I thought you would take care of them, so I extended the vacation. But now that the babies and their mothers are back home, do you think it's time to come back for class?" Recently, because Qin Lang was on vacation, many teachers came to report the situation to her. Although the environment in university is relaxed, for a student not to show up for more than a month and not to take a leave of absence but just to ask for leave, this is too much privilege. She is also under great pressure. When Qin Lang heard this, he immediately said, "Counselor, even if you didn't call me, I would have called you tomorrow to tell you about this. Now that my family is almost settled, I plan to go back to school in the next 2 days." The instructor heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. "Okay, then will you come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" Qin Lang said, "I will go back tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Qin Lang took a look at the schedule. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and there is a class in the second period in the morning, from 9:30 to 11:30. He thought about it and suddenly pressed the remote bracelet on his hand. In the bedroom on the other side, Su Shirhan was lying on the bed in annoyance, recalling the embarrassing thing that had just happened. Suddenly, she felt a vibration on her wrist, and she immediately sat up with a red face as if the scene was reliving again. There was a knock on the door. Su Shirhan rubbed her red cheeks and whispered, "Come in." "Shirhan, my counselor just called me and said my vacation is almost over, so starting tomorrow, I have to go back to school every day." When Su Shirhan heard him talking about serious matters, she immediately nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead. You can't delay your studies." "Well, tomorrow morning I have a class at 9:30 and it ends at 11:30. I should be back at noon, so I came here to tell you first." "No problem. Now we have Aunt Wang. She and I can take good care of the 3 babies," Su Shirhan said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll go back to rest. You should go to bed early too. If you have anything, remember to use your bracelet." Qin Lang shook his wrist with an ambiguous smile on his lips. Su Shirhan's face, which had just recovered, suddenly turned red again. Bad Qin Lang, still laughing at her. Damn it, hum. The next morning, Aunt Wang arrived at 8 o'clock. When she entered the room, she found that Qin Lang had already prepared breakfast. She smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, you take such good care of Miss Su." After breakfast, Qin Lang said that he had to go out for class at 9 o'clock. After hearing this, Aunt Wang immediately assured Qin Lang that she would take good care of Su Shirhan and the babies. Because he had to go to class, Qin Lang stayed with the babies after dinner. From now on, he will have to go to school every day, and the time he spends with the babies will be shortened.
He may also be busy with the affairs of Sankanzai, and then he will have even less time to spend with the babies. So Qin Lang will spend time with the little ones whenever he has time, because he doesn't want to miss their growth.
Chapter 59. At 8:50, Qin Lang changed his clothes and prepared to leave.
His textbooks were all at school, and his roommates would help bring them over. Before leaving, Qin Lang hugged the three little ones. When Xianxian was finally picked up, the little guy hugged his father's neck and refused to let go, as if he knew Qin Lang was leaving.
Xianxian, Daddy is going out. He will be back at noon.
You stay at home and wait for him with Mom and your sisters. After hearing this, Xianxian not only did not let go, but also started crying. Qin Lang had no choice but to hold his son and walk around the house while coaxing him. After finally stopping Xuanxuan's tears, Qin Lang was just about to put him back in the stroller and go to class by himself. However, before he could let go, the little guy grabbed Qin Lang's collar tightly and started crying again. The little girl was crying and snotting, and her cute little face was covered with tear marks. She looked so pitiful that Qin Lang felt heartbroken.
Su Shirhan glanced at the time.
It was almost 9 o'clock. She walked over and said, "Qin Lang, give Xianxian to me.
I'll coax him. You go to class first, or you'll be late."
Su Shirhan went to pick up Xianxian, but the little guy who usually liked to be held by his mother was unwilling to go into Su Shirhan's arms. And Wang came up and tried, but Xianxian still refused to let go. His little hands tightly grasped Qin Lang's collar, and could not be pried open. Qin Lang couldn't bear to see his son crying like that, so he simply said, "I'll take Xianxian to class with me."
Su Shirhan was surprised. How can this be possible?
Qin Lang smiled at her and said, "What's wrong with that?
Although I'm a student, I'm also a father. How can I bear to see my son so sad and leave him at home? Don't worry, it's okay." Qin Lang patted her shoulder.
So, Qin Lang decided to take Xianxian to school. Su Shirhan and Aunt Wang immediately started to help him prepare. It was a 2-hour class and Xianxian had just finished drinking milk, so she didn't need to bring milk powder or bottles. However, she had to prepare diapers, a baby stroller, Xuanxuan's favorite wooden carvings, and a bunch of other things. Originally, Qin Lang was going to return to school today with light luggage, but with the addition of little Xianxian, his hands are now full.
Su Shirhan and Aunt Wang kept giving Qin Lang instructions before they went out.
"Mr. Qin, baby's skin is quite tender now, so they can't be exposed to too much sunlight. So when you go out later, you must pay attention to the roof of the stroller. Qin Lang, there are mosquitoes in this season, remember to put down the veil.
Try to keep the baby in the stroller on the way to school, and hold him in the classroom after you get there.
If Xianxian cries and you can't handle it, just call me and I'll pick him up."
Qin Lang looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have the professional knowledge to take care of babies, there will definitely be no problem." After saying that, Qin Lang pushed Xuanxuan's cart out. The residential complex was located in the university town, and was less than 10 minutes walk from his school. However, because he was pushing Xianxian today, Qin Lang walked slower and only arrived at school at 9:15. Seeing the students coming and going at the school gate, and thinking that I was one of them not long ago, but now I have to push my eldest son to class, this feeling is really indescribable. The baby carriage entered the campus, followed by this handsome guy, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. Qin Lang is quite famous in the school.
The university has many majors and departments.
Qin Lang is the school idol. People from other departments have only heard of his name but don't know him.
However, people in the same department basically all know him. Seeing Qin Lang pushing a stroller to school, everyone who recognized him was stunned.
What's going on? The school hunk brought his child to school? I'm shocked.
Last time I heard someone in the school hunks class say that a beautiful pregnant woman came to see the school hunk before, and now I see the school hunk pushing a child to class.
Could this be the school hunk's baby? Damn, this explosive news is actually true.
Why? Where did I lose? Why am I still miserable as a single student in college, while Qin Lang is already pushing his child to come to class?
Everyone, because of the appearance. Qin Lang pushed the stroller into the classroom and attracted a crowd of onlookers as soon as he entered the door. School Prince Qin. You're finally back to class. This is...
When everyone saw the stroller Qin Lang was pushing, they could vaguely see a delicate little baby through the gauze curtain. The classmates were stunned instantly.
Qin Lang smiled and said, "This is my eldest brother, Qin Xian. Brother Lang, did you bring Xianxian here?"
The three roommates rushed over immediately, made a path, and went to the seats for Qinlang and Xianxian. The other classmates also gathered around in an instant, and everyone looked at the baby curiously. Seeing that everyone was very curious, Qinlang removed the gauze curtain from the stroller. The little guy finally appeared clearly in front of everyone. His big black eyes rolled around. Seeing so many strangers surrounding him, he was not shy at all. He even calmly stretched out his little hand, looked at these strange aunts and uncles, and calmly sucked his thumb. Seeing this blood-curdling scene, the college students said their blood vessels were drained. Wow, this is so cute. He is sucking his fingers. The baby's fingers are so cute, they look like little peas. His eyes are so big, round and black. How can there be such a cute baby? The three roommates who had seen the babies before had never seen Xuanxuan's current appearance. They were also shocked when they saw the little guy in the stroller. Brother Lang, I haven't seen you for over a month. Xianxian has completely changed. He's so handsome. He looks just like our brother Lang. He will definitely be a handsome guy in the future. A female classmate looked at Qin Lang with bright eyes and said, Qin Lang, you just said this is the eldest child in your family. Do you have more than one baby in your family? The classmates all looked over curiously. Qin Lang smiled and said, well, my family has triplets. This is the eldest brother, and there are two younger sisters at home. Because the eldest is more attached to me, I have no choice but to bring him here. Triplets. Awesome. Qin Lang, you are so awesome. Brother Lang's genes are so strong. Such a cute little thing actually gave birth to three at once. Brother Lang, you are so enviable. Qin Lang, can I hug him? A female classmate couldn't help it and asked expectantly but cautiously. Qin Lang looked at their expectant eyes and said generously, okay, but I need to teach you the correct posture, otherwise the baby is too small and easy to get hurt. No problem. Next, Qin Lang began the teaching time, carefully demonstrating to the students how to hold a baby correctly. After everyone had mastered the essentials, Qin Lang carefully placed Xianxian in their arms. Chapter 60. The bold female classmate had just hugged him, and she was still in a state of nervous excitement. A boy next to her urged, hurry up, let me hug you too. Wait a minute, I haven't hugged you enough. Hey, hurry up, we all want to hug the baby, the girls next to them also urged. There was no choice but for the female classmate to hand Xianxian over to the next classmate. The little guy was really not shy at all. Being held by so many strange uncles and aunts, he not only didn't cry, but also looked at them curiously. When a pretty female classmate took Xianxian, the little guy's eyes suddenly lit up, and the little toy in his hand suddenly lost its interest. He threw the exquisite little wooden horse on his belly, grabbed the girl's clothes on his chest with his little hands, and his little head nodded up and down as if he wanted to drink milk. The female classmate who was holding Xianxian blushed suddenly, and shyly put Xianxian back into Qin Lang's arms. The classmates around her also laughed. The other female classmates also laughed, but they didn't dare to laugh too wildly. And when they looked at Xianxian, they didn't dare to go up to her and hug her. The boys whispered, Brother Lang's son is really talented. Ha, he knows how to take advantage of beautiful girls at such a young age, and he specifically picks the good-looking girls. He is really smart. At this time, Xiao Xianxian, who had taken advantage, was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she had an innocent smile on her face, which made the female classmate couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such a cute little treasure, just take advantage of him who says he is so cute. Zhao Lulu and her roommate arrived on time, and they didn't expect to see such a lively and warm scene as soon as they entered the door. Qin Lang, who hadn't been seen for more than a month, was holding a fair and tender baby in his arms, and the classmates surrounding them all had anti-smiles on their faces. Zhao Lulu couldn't help but frown, feeling a little sad. It was clearly her who broke up with him first, so why is it that Qin Lang seems to be doing better now? Forget it, anyway, she and her ex-boyfriend have reconciled, and she believes that she can definitely give birth to a better quality baby with her ex-boyfriend. There was constant laughter in the classroom until a harsh cough was heard at the door. When everyone saw the teacher coming, they immediately returned to their seats. Qin Lang also put Xianxian back into the stroller, which was placed next to his seat, and put the small wooden horse back into his son's hands to entertain him. Today's class is microeconomics, and the teacher is Dean Lu from their college. He is known for his strictness and is ruthless in exams. Other teachers at least mark the key points, but Teacher Lu's focus is an entire book, so he is known as the iron-faced and impartial Lord Lu. As soon as Zhao Lulu saw Lao Lu, she sneered. Qin Lang would definitely be criticized today for bringing the child to Lao Lu's class. When old Lu came in, the first thing he looked at was Qin Lang and the baby carriage next to him. As a result, when he looked over, he saw the baby in the stroller pouting his pink cheeks and giving him a silly smile. When he first entered the door, his serious expression froze for a moment, then suddenly softened. He cleared his throat, collected his thoughts and said, "Class." The classmates all lowered their heads and laughed secretly, while Zhao Lulu looked completely surprised. Their most strict teacher, old Lu, actually allowed Qin Lang's baby to come to class? This is too unbelievable. On the stage, Lao Lu turned on the projector and started today's class. Lao Lu's voice on the stage and the voice of the system in his mind sounded at the same time. Ding, congratulations to the host and baby for checking in for sophomore microeconomics, and you will be rewarded with a full set of systematic knowledge of this subject. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang's head was filled with a lot of microeconomics content. Looking at the teaching content on the PPT, he didn't even need to flip through the book, he could answer the overall situation by looking at a concept. This is awesome. I didn't expect that there would be such a benefit when bringing my son to class. You know, microeconomics is the most difficult subject, the examination is very strict, and you can't avoid staying up all night to review at the end of the semester. Now with the full set of knowledge rewarded by the system, Qin Lang feels that he can answer any microeconomics exam paper with ease. Qin Lang couldn't help but glance at the little lucky star Xianxian next to him. The little guy was very well behaved. He was lying in the car and playing with the wooden horse. When he saw his father looking at him, he smiled at Qin Lang. Qin Lang secretly stretched out a hand and interacted with the little guy in the car. During the break at the end of the first class, Lao Lu wrote a question on the blackboard. When the second class started, Lao Lu asked everyone to raise their hands to speak. At this time, the whole classroom was silent, so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling was particularly obvious. All the students lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Lao Lu. Qin Lang didn't want to answer, just looked at Xianxian beside him. But at this time, the little guy Xianxian suddenly let out a happy shout, waved his little hands, and raised his arms high. The three roommates sitting next to Qin Lang were almost frightened to death. Don't call us, I don't know how to do this question. The roommates shouted in a low voice with their eyes closed. Old Lu looked at the students who were pretending to be dead, and saw the little guy raising his hand, so he said, "Qin Lang, then you answer it." Qin Lang stood up and took a look at the question. Using supply and demand curves and elasticity theory, the relationship between changes in gap grain production and changes in farmers' income, we analyze whether farmers' income will decrease in the short term after my country joins the WTO. Qin Lang glanced at the question and immediately answered, in the more elastic theory, the size of the elasticity of commodity demand will lead to different changes in prices and sales revenue, that is. This question is actually about the elasticity theory in the next chapter. Mr. Lu asked this question to see if everyone has done preparation before class. He didn't want to call Qin Lang at first, after all, Qin Lang hadn't come to class for more than a month, but the baby had spoken, so he had no choice but to call Qin Lang. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang not only answered, but also answered quite perfectly. Old Lu was a little surprised, and the students in the classroom were even more shocked, especially Zhao Lulu. She was expecting Qin Lang to fail to answer and make a fool of himself, but Qin Lang not only answered, but also listed them in categories, which sounded quite plausible. However, Zhao Lulu still didn't believe that Qin Lang's answer was the correct one. She looked at old Lu on the stage with burning eyes. Old Lu nodded and said, "Very good. It seems that Qin Lang has prepared for the next chapter before class. This question is beyond the syllabus, but Qin Lang answered it very well. You should write down the answer later and go back to prepare for the next chapter based on the question and answer. Qin Lang, please sit down." After that, he continued, you all need to learn from Qin Lang. Qin Lang hasn't been to class for more than a month because of family matters, but he not only didn't neglect his studies, but he also knew to prepare before class. Next time, I don't want the classroom to be silent when I give a question. Chapter 61. The students didn't even dare to speak, but their eyes unconsciously looked at Qin Lang. The roommates beside him secretly gave Qin Lang a thumbs up. "Brother Lang, you're awesome. Even the iron-faced and impartial old Lu praised you. This is really the first time." Qin Lang smiled at them, turned to look at his son, and found that Xianxian was also looking at him with a silly smile. That little expression was clearly asking for praise. Thinking that it was a question that his son raised his hand to answer, he leaned over slightly and gave the little guy a kiss on the face. The second class continues. Halfway through, Qin Lang noticed that little Xianxian pouted, his expression looked a little strange, and his little butt was twisting uncomfortably.
This expression and posture probably means he has peed.
Qin Lang reached out and touched the diaper, and it was indeed bulging.
So Qin Lang raised his hand, Teacher Lu, I want to take the baby out for a while.
The baby peed, and I have to change his diaper.
Old Lu glanced at him and Xian nodded and said, Go ahead.
Qin Lang pushed the little guy out, and when he passed the podium, old Lu couldn't help but look down at him from a close distance. Xiao Xian in the car grinned at him. Old Lu was stunned at first, then the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a kind smile.
This stunned the students in the audience. Oh my god, old Lu actually laughed. It really blinded my titanium dog eyes. What a pity that I didn't capture the scene. The iron-faced and selfless old Lu actually smiled. The cute baby's charm is really super great, even old Lu can't resist it. The students below were whispering with smiles in their eyes. Old Lu knew what they were laughing at, so he quickly restrained his expression and continued his lecture seriously. Qin Lang quickly pushed Xian back.
After changing the diaper, the little guy continued to stay silent and quietly accompanied his dad to class. The girls were lying on their desks discussing in low voices.
Qin Lang is so down to earth. He can even change diapers. He's such a good father.
And today when he showed us how to hold a baby, he performed very well.
Qin Lang is really versatile. I feel like Qin Lang has become more charming after becoming a father.
These words fell into the ears of Zhao Lulu in the front row, and she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed.
She covered her ears with her hands and frowned in annoyance.
Damn it, why is it that Qin Lang, who as a child and was dumped by her, is more popular than before?
This class is of extraordinary significance to the students in their class.
Old Lu, who is usually serious, actually laughed in class and kept secretly looking at the baby.
This is too out of the ordinary. Why does today's microeconomics class feel so extra warm? After class, the students packed up and left one after another. Before leaving, they did not forget to visit Qin Lang's cute little baby. Goodbye Xian. Xian, you must come to accompany daddy to class next time. Sister will miss you. Xian baby, see you next time.
Qin Lang packed his things and planned to go out with his roommates, but as soon as he reached the podium, Lao Lu stopped him.
Qin Lang, wait a moment. When the roommates saw it, they immediately said to Qin Lang, Brother Lang, we will wait for you at the door. Qin Lang nodded and asked Lao Lu beside him, Teacher Lu, what's the matter? Lao Lu took out his phone and said, let's add WeChat.
You haven't been here for more than a month and you missed all the previous classes.
I'll send you my lesson preparation materials. You can take a look at them and catch up on the previous classes.
Qin Lang scanned Lao Lu's WeChat and added him, but after adding him, he said, Teacher Lu, thank you for your kindness. Although I haven't been to class during this period, I have been reading books in my spare time. I have finished all the contents of microeconomics in this semester of sophomore year.
Old Lu was slightly surprised. He looked at the baby in his arms and said, You take care of the child in the house, and you still have time to read? Yeah. Qin Lang nodded. Then let me ask you a few questions.
Next, Lao Lu asked Qin Lang 7 questions, 4 of which were from the content learned before, and 3 were from the content learned later. But Qin Lang answered all the questions fluently.
Old Lu couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Qin Lang as if he was getting to know the student in front of him all over again.
I can't believe it, Qin Lang, you've become much more mature and sensible after becoming a father. I saw you taking care of the child very skillfully in class, and you even changed his diapers. You didn't slack off in your studies at all, and you even finished all your studies ahead of time.
You answered these questions very well, and I was very surprised.
I remember that you only scored 61 points in microeconomics in the first semester of your sophomore year.
You just barely passed it at that time. But with your current level, you can probably get more than 95 points this semester. Qin Lang, you're doing well.
Old Lu smiled barely noticeably. The roommates who were peeking at the door saw Lao Lu's expression and were immediately stunned. As soon as Qin Lang came out, they immediately surrounded him.
Brother Lang, what did Lao Lu say to you? Why did I see him smiling at you just now? This is too scary. Sun Su said. Brother Lang, did old Lu make things difficult for you?
Although you haven't been here for a month, your answers in class just now were so good.
Zhou Qi said. Qin Lang smiled at them and said, It's okay, old Lu praised me. Ah. The 3 roommates almost dropped their jaws in shock.
Qin Lang recounted what had just happened, and his 3 roommates all looked as if they were unresponsive. After a while, Yang Bin gave Qin Lang a thumbs up and said, "Brother Lang, I really admire you.
You even managed to deal with old Lu.
Brother Lang, you have been taking care of my sister-in-law and the babies during this period, and you even found the time to complete microeconomics this semester of your sophomore year.
You are too strong.
Please leave a way out for us ordinary elementary school students." Zhou Qi shouted to the sky.
Sun Tzu said, "I wish I could be as good as Brother Lang someday."
Qin Lang patted his shoulder with a serious look on his face. Sun Tzu thought he was going to teach him some secret, so he quickly pricked up his ears to listen. At this time, Qin Lang said, "Xiao Su, it's a good thing to have goals and ideals, but your brother Lang's goal may be too big for you." After saying that, he patted Sun Tzu on the shoulder with a look of regret. Sun Tzu rolled his eyes and laughed, "Damn it, Brother Lang, you've got it wrong again."
The four of them walked towards the school gate, talking and laughing. The three roommates were going to Beiyuan Canteen for dinner, so it was just on their way.
On the way, they talked about Qin Lang's family. Hearing that Qin Lang rented a big house and hired a nanny, the three roommates couldn't help but worry about Qin Lang's current financial situation. "Brother Lang, you have 3 babies and a sister-in-law to support now.
The financial pressure must be very high.
We don't have much money and probably can't be of much help.
Should we find a way to make money?" Yang Bin said.
Chapter 62. Qin Lang looked at the three of them and said, "Don't worry about this. I have discussed it with your sister-in-law and I plan to open a small shop recently."
"Open a store? What kind of store?" Sun Tzu asked curiously.
"The carving studio sells some carvings, such as wood carvings, walnut carvings, and other handicrafts, ornaments, and bracelets.
We sell all of them." The three roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. "Brother Lang, you still have this skill?" Yang Bin looked at the wooden horse in Xuanxuan's hand and asked, "Brother Lang, could it be that you carved this little horse of Xianxian?" Qin Lang nodded. The three roommates immediately stared at the wooden horse with curiosity.
The pony is made very delicately, even the hair on its tail is clearly visible, and the details are carved very well. Zhou Qi said in shock, "Brother Lang, your carving is so good.
With this skill, you will make a lot of money."
Yang Bin also said happily, "Brother Lang, if you sell such exquisite carvings, I believe many people will like them.
Where do you plan to open a store?" "It's in the shop just outside the community."
"That's great. We are in a university town, so it's crowded and lively.
If we open a handicraft store like this, business will definitely be booming. Plus, Brother Lang has a unique craftsmanship, so we will definitely make a lot of money." "Brother Lang, when will your store open?"
"We will be the first to go and show our support." Qin Lang said, "It hasn't been decided yet, but it should be soon.
The store has been rented and we can open it after some preparation."
"That's great, Brother Lang, be sure to notify us when the time comes, and we'll send you a flower basket." The 4 people were talking and laughing in the front, while Zhao Lulu was listening quietly in the back. Seeing Qin Lang stealing the show during class, she became more and more unhappy, so after class she deliberately dawdled and followed Qin Lang and the others. When Zhao Lulu heard that Lao Lu praised Qin Lang, she became even more upset. She was unwilling to believe the fact that Qin Lang became a better person after leaving her. Now that she heard that Qin Lang was going to open a small carving shop, and that he was good at wood carving, she suddenly felt refreshed. Aren't they just ordinary little wood carvings, all little gadgets, huh?
Her current boyfriend is a professional sculpture student who studied abroad.
He specializes in root carving, which is much more advanced than wood carving, which are all large objects.
Compared with her boyfriend's root carvings, the small wood carvings are simply worthless.
Zhao Lulu snorted coldly and raised her head proudly.
Just as they were about to reach the school gate, Qin Lang's cell phone rang.
When he saw that it was Su Shirhan calling, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth couldn't help but rise, and his voice became gentler.
"Hey, I just got out of class and am heading home." "Well, Xianxian is very well behaved and didn't make any noise in class." "I know. I'll be home soon. It's not hot."
"Okay, I'll go slower." Only Qin Lang's voice could be heard on this side, but just by listening to his answer, one could tell that the words spoken on the other end of the phone were full of concern. When he hung up the phone, his 3 roommates looked at him with smiles on their faces.
"I'm jealous, Brother Lang, you're different as a family man.
We can only go to the cafeteria to eat communal meals after class, but you have someone waiting for you to go home. I really envy Brother Lang, my sister-in-law is so gentle and considerate."
"Hey, no more, I'm full from this dog food."
Qin Lang looked at the 3 of them acting pretentiously, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Having the care of a mother makes you much happier than these single guys.
Qin Lang took Xianxian home.
The two little ones, Yutong and Kurson, were originally sleeping, but when Qin Lang carried Xianxian home, the triplets seemed to have telepathy. Before Qin Lang knocked on the door outside, Kurson and Yutong, who were sleeping next to Su Shirhan, suddenly woke up. When Su Shirhan saw the two little ones suddenly open their eyes, she thought they would cry loudly like usual, so she suddenly became nervous and went into a state of preparation. However, the two little ones next to her opened their big eyes and looked at the door curiously, as if they were waiting for something. At this time, the sound of the door opening was heard. As soon as Qin Lang entered the door, he held his son and went to find his daughters and the children's mother. Su Shirhan saw them come in, and saw her two daughters suddenly smile. She said in surprise, "Qin Lang, these three little ones seem to have telepathy. Before you opened the door, Yutong and Kurson, who were sleeping, suddenly woke up.
They didn't cry or make a fuss.
As soon as you came in, the two little ones immediately smiled." When Qin Lang heard this, he smiled, held his son in his arms, walked to his daughters, and put the three little ones together.
Yutong, Kurson, do you really know that dad and brother are back?
Although the two babies cannot speak yet, they can already make baby sounds, as if they are interacting with Qin Lang, saying "hmm."
Qin Lang smiled warmly and touched their little heads, so cute.
After interacting and playing with Daddy, the two sisters looked at Xianxian, and Xianxian immediately turned into a little chatterbox, babbling non-stop to the two sisters, making cute giggle sounds.
Yutong and Kurson seemed to understand what their brother was saying in baby talk.
Not only did they listen carefully without saying a word, they also smiled from time to time and communicated with each other through gestures and gestures. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan saw the scene and smiled at each other. Su Shirhan said, "It seems that babies can communicate with each other in baby language that we can't understand.
Look at Xianxian, does he look like he is excitedly sharing with his sisters the joy of going to class with daddy for the first time?"
Qin Lang nodded and looked at the three children with a smile on his face. The kids were happily chatting, and Su Shirhan also asked Qin Lang beside him, "Qin Lang, how was your class today?
I haven't been to school for such a long time, did the teacher make things difficult for you?
Also, you brought Xianxian to class today.
Did the little guy cause you any trouble?" Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. Xianxian is very well behaved.
Not only does he not make noise during class, he also knows to raise his hand to answer questions for his dad.
Ah? Su Shirhan looked at him in surprise.
Qin Lang told her about the teacher asking a question in class and no one raised their hands, but the little guy bravely raised his hand for his father.
Su Shirhan couldn't help laughing after hearing it. Our son is someone who likes to show off. So how did you answer it later?
Of course, it's a piece of cake.
Even the strictest dean was impressed by me and asked all the students to learn from me.
After hearing Qin Lang's answer, Su Shirhan finally felt relieved. Recently, Qin Lang has been shouldering the responsibility of taking care of her and the babies.
He has not been to class for more than a month.
Su Shirhan can't help but worry about his studies, but now it seems that Qin Lang is also a hidden academic master. The babies who hadn't seen each other for almost 3 hours seemed to have endless things to say. Su Shirhan glanced at the babies who were all at peace, then stood up and said, "Qin Lang, I'll show you something." After saying that, she ran to the study, and when she came back, she had a drawing in her hand.
"What is this?" Qin Lang asked. Chapter 63.
Su Shirhan said, "While you were in class today, I drew a soft furnishing design for our Sankanzai at home.
Take a look at this style and see if you like it." Qin Lang took the design drawing and looked at it. Su Shirhan's work is very delicate. It was produced and printed using CAD. The overall style fits the name of the store and the products to be sold. Su Shirhan listed the soft furnishings one by one at the back. They are basically wooden furniture, and the style looks like antiques. Qin Lang took a look and was very satisfied.
He hugged Su Shirhan and said, "Great, let's decorate Sankanzai according to this picture." The fleeting hug was probably Qin Lang's way of expressing his joy, but Su Shirhan was caught off guard and blushed. At this time, Aunt Wang shouted outside, "Mr. Qin, Miss Su, it's time for lunch." The two went to the restaurant together with the stroller carrying the 3 babies. Qin Lang prepared lunch before he went out in the morning, and Aunt Wang was responsible for heating it up and serving it on the table. "I don't have classes this afternoon, so I'll go buy these furniture materials later,"
Qin Lang said while eating.
Su Shirhan thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you. These furniture are some physical objects I have searched online, but most of them are second-hand items, so it is better to go to the second-hand market to find them." This way, I can save money and it fits the overall style of Sankanzai. However, the prices in the second-hand market are quite high, so you need someone who knows how to bargain. Su Shirhan felt that a boy like Qin Lang would definitely not be good at bargaining when buying things.
And Wang also smiled and said, Mr. Qin, Miss Su, if you have something to do, just go and do it. I'm at home.
The three little ones are eating milk powder well now, so an afternoon is no problem.
Besides, there are cameras installed at home.
If there is really something, I can communicate with you on video.
Qin Lang nodded and said, okay, thank you, and Wang. Mr. Qin, you're welcome. This is my job.
After lunch, Su Shirhan fed the three babies and left some breast milk in the refrigerator. Then she and Qin Lang set off for the flea market. In a city with a large flow of people like Zhenghai, the second-hand market is a very popular place. Many working-class people who rent houses choose to come here to buy furniture, so there are many people even if it is not the weekend. Qin Lang held Su Shirhan's hand all the way and let her walk on the inside of the road. This kind of careful protection made Su Shirhan feel warm in her heart. The two of them saw a table in a store. The tabletop was made of logs and was an irregular rectangle that retained the shape of the tree. It was polished and painted with a layer of varnish, but the wood grain was still visible. This style of table was perfect for wood carving. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan liked it at first sight, so Qin Lang asked the boss about the price. The boss was a woman in her 30s. Seeing that Qin Lang and Su Shirhan were relatively young, she said, you two have great taste. This table is a treasure in our store. Although it is second-hand, it is very well preserved.
Look, the paint on the tabletop has not fallen off at all. It is all original varnish.
The details are also perfect. This table cost at least 3,000 when I bought it, but because it is in the second-hand market, I will give you a reasonable price of 1,500. 15,000 is an acceptable price, Qin Lang thinks. But Su Shirhan on the side said, boss, your affordable is too unrealistic. The boss said, girl, this is solid wood furniture. Of course I know, but this table is made of paulownia wood, which is affordable.
You said it could be sold for 3,000? That's too exaggerated.
The workmanship and design of this table are both good.
I think it can be bought for about 1,000. Now that it's a second-hand item, I'll give it a discount.
Su Shirhan said with a smile. The boss was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these two young men were so knowledgeable that they could even recognize the raw material wood.
The boss smiled and asked, how much do you think is appropriate? This is the price.
Su Shirhan made an okay gesture, meaning 300 yuan. The boss smiled and shook his head as soon as he saw it.
This price is really not available, girl. I can't even keep up with your bargaining.
Su Shirhan was not embarrassed at all and continued, I believe you can make a profit from this price.
The reason why solid wood furniture is expensive is mostly because the wood species is expensive. Furniture made of sycamore wood like this is mostly an affordable choice.
It has a high degree of corrosion resistance and is durable.
The original price is not high. As a recycling of old items, I believe the price you get must be low.
However, if you open a business, you naturally have to let the boss make money. After listening to Su Shirhan's clear and logical speech, the boss was speechless for a moment.
She really underestimated this girl.
No, this price is really not right. Miss, you can see that this table takes up such a large area, and the rental cost of my store is not low.
Please add a little more. Qin Lang couldn't say anything at the side.
He thought they were going to haggle over the price. The boss would probably ask for 1,500, and he would say 1,400.
Unexpectedly, Su Shirhan directly asked for 300, and the boss didn't kick them out yet.
Sure enough, it was the right decision to bring the child's mother along, as he was really not good at bargaining. After hearing what the boss said, Qin Lang and Su Shirhan discussed, Shirhan, this table is good.
We really want to buy it. How about giving the boss an extra 500 yuan?
Su Shirhan shook her head gently, signaling him not to speak.
How about this, boss? I won't say much. My husband likes this table, so I'll give you an extra 50.
We'll transport the things ourselves later, and you don't have to worry about the follow-up.
How do you think? 350?
Here, girl, you've cut the price too much, please add a little more. The boss said with a wry smile.
Su Shirhan smiled and shook her head, this price is about right, boss, see if you can offer it. If you can, we can pay and get the goods. If not, we can look for another one.
After saying that, she really pulled Qin Lang to see other things.
The boss took one look and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, that's the price. Deal." Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise and calmly paid the money. The boss looked at them and said with a smile, "I underestimated the young people nowadays. Girl, you are too good at bargaining. Handsome guy, you have found a wife who knows how to live a good life." Qin Lang looked at Su Shirhan and couldn't help but laugh.
Su Shirhan, who had just been bargaining very smoothly, couldn't help but feel a little shy when she saw Qin Lang's expression.
We got a satisfactory table with just 350, which was a victory in the first battle.
Next, they found a bunch of other furniture, including a wooden cabinet, a 4-piece old rocking chair, a wall-mounted partition cabinet, a tree stump bench, and so on. During the whole process, Qin Lang was responsible for selection, and Su Shirhan was responsible for bargaining, and the two of them divided the work and cooperated with each other.
Chapter 64.
Every transaction price would surprise Qin Lang, especially those tree stump stools. The store owner asked for 200 yuan each, but in the end Su Shirhan actually bought 6 for 200 yuan.
Bargaining is indeed an art.
I bought all the furniture in the design, and also bought a lot of ornaments and decorations, nearly 20 items in total. When I finally calculated the cost, it turned out that I only spent 3,000 won. When Qin Lang saw this number, he couldn't help but give Su Shirhan a thumbs up.
"Shirhan, you are really good at bargaining.
I didn't expect that our furniture and soft furnishings only cost 3,100. You are such a clever little girl who knows how to live."
Qin Lang tapped the tip of her nose.
Su Shirhan was a little shy after being praised by him, and blushed and said, "Not only that, these stores are not responsible for delivery, we have to call a truck and a few delivery workers." There was no need to bargain, just place the order on the mobile app. Qin Lang immediately took care of it himself. Since the second-hand market was not far from the store, it only took 20 minutes to drive there.
The truck and the workers only cost him 180 yuan in total. Qin Lang waited for the truck to arrive and asked the workers to load the furniture into the truck.
Su Shirhan took this opportunity to go to the flower shop outside the flea market to buy some green plants, which she would then put in sankanzai as decoration and to purify the air.
Qin Lang?
Not long after Su Shirhan entered the store, Qin Lang heard someone calling his name.
He looked back and saw a man wearing a suit full of big logos and a woman also wearing branded clothes walking towards him arm in arm. Qin Lang recognized the other person at a glance. It's Lu Jun.
He and Lu Jun have known each other since childhood. His parents used to do business in China overseas, but 5 years ago, due to failed investments, the company's capital chain broke and it went bankrupt, so his parents returned to their hometown, Shaoxing City, Hunan Province. During those years in Shanghai, their family made many friends. The parents of Lu Jun in front of them had very close contacts with their family at that time.
But now, when he saw Lu Jun in front of him, he didn't want to pay any attention to him.
Before bankruptcy, it was almost always the Lu family who came to visit and asked his father to introduce them to some resources and business opportunities, and occasionally they would borrow money from his father for cash flow. His father treated their family quite well. Not only did he introduce many cooperation projects to them, he also often lent them money for their working capital. Once he even lent them 10 million yuan, which was for a whole year.
In the end, they didn't pay any interest.
At that time, his mother was somewhat dissatisfied with this and said that the Lu family didn't know how to deal with things, but his father thought it was okay and that any help in business would be a help.
The relationship between the two families really broke down when his family went bankrupt.
As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. No matter how good the relationship seems at ordinary times, when the critical moment comes, it is possible to discover that there is something fishy about the heart. When his family got into trouble, the capital chain was broken, and his father borrowed money everywhere to get through the difficulties. Naturally, he also turned to the Lu family. After all, he had lent them tens of millions of dollars over the years. This time, his father wanted to borrow 10 million yuan for working capital, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even find anyone from the Lu family. The phone number was blocked and the house was closed. I didn't want to pretend to be so ugly. His father understood the Lu family's character, and from then on, they had completely broken off relations. So when Qin Lang saw Lu Jun at this time, he didn't feel any resentment towards him, but he hated Lu Jun very much. Qin Lang stood there with a sullen face, directing the workers to move the things they had just bought, and ignored Lu Jun. But Lu Jun seemed not to understand the hint and walked over with a smile.
It's really you, Qin Lang, I thought I saw it wrong.
He smiled insincerely, and his performance in the Qin family was more than an Oscar away from his father's. I heard that Uncle Chin and Auntie went back to your hometown, Shao City, after they went bankrupt.
Why are you still staying in Shanghai? Are you looking for an opportunity to make a comeback? Lu Jun asked sarcastically.
Qin Lang ignored him and instructed the workers to be careful not to bump anything. Lu Jun was ignored, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to look at Qin Lang, and then looked at the furniture in front of him that was brought out from the flea market.
Lu Jun smiled and said, "It seems that I guessed wrong.
If I really make a comeback, I won't come to the second-hand market to buy these worthless things."
Qin Lang, it seems that your family has not been doing well recently.
You have to collect all these broken garbage. These things of yours are not as good as those thrown away in the garbage dump in our villa area.
Qin Lang, our two families have had some friendship before. I'm just giving you a kind reminder so that you can save some money. How about this? I'll take you to the garbage dump in our villa area, maybe there's what you want. Lu Jun laughed even more wildly.
Qin Lang saw that the things were almost packed, then he looked at the two dogs blocking the road in front of him and said coldly, "Get out of the way." Lu Jun had been ignored for a long time, and now he was treated so coldly by Qin Lang, and his dissatisfaction instantly rose.
He frowned and said, "Qin Lang, what do you mean? I'm helping you out of kindness, and you don't appreciate it, but you're bullying me? What qualifications do you have to bully me now? You really think you're the young master of the Qin family back then?" The atmosphere between the two was tense. The girl next to them immediately took Lu Jun's arm and asked with a sweet smile, "Jun, who is this person?"
Of course, she noticed Qin Lang from the beginning. After all, such a handsome guy would be very eye-catching in the crowd. When she heard Lu Jun calling Qin Lang's name, she was a little excited, thinking that this handsome guy was Lu Jun's friend, and there might be many opportunities to meet in the future. If she broke up with Lu Jun, this handsome guy would be the best next one. Unfortunately, as soon as I got here, I found that the tone of Lu Jun's words and deeds clearly showed that he was not on good terms with Qin Lang. Although Qin Lang is a handsome guy, Lu Jun is her financial sponsor, so of course the girl chooses to help Lu Jun.
When Lu Jun heard his girlfriend's voice, he immediately regained some confidence. He turned around and looked at the girl with a smile, saying, "This guy was my old friend. Now, he is not strong enough to stop my friend." After saying that, he turned to look at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, you didn't expect that, did you? I already have a girlfriend, and this is my 5th girlfriend. The good thing about being rich is that no girl I like can refuse me." The former young Master Qin was very popular, rich and handsome, but it's a pity that your family is bankrupt and you are still buying these rubbish at the flea market.
I guess you don't have a girlfriend, right? TSK, young Master Qin is already 20 years old, but he probably hasn't even experienced the taste of a woman.
Ha ha ha. Lu Jun talked to himself and laughed unrestrainedly.
Su Shirhan came out of the store happily, but she didn't expect to hear these two sentences at the door. She had never seen Lu Jun in front of her, but she knew that this Lu Jun and Qin Lang were definitely not friends. It was simply too much for him to say this to Qin Lang. Su Shirhan suppressed the anger in her eyes, put on a gentle smile, and walked slowly towards Qin Lang. As soon as she went up, Su Shirhan directly took Qin Lang's arm, looked up at him, and her attitude was very intimate.
"Alung, did you meet a friend?" Chapter 65.
Her voice was much sweeter than usual, and Qin Lang's Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Not to mention Lu Jun on the opposite side, who suddenly saw such a beautiful woman appear in front of him, his eyes were instantly fixed, but when he heard the beautiful woman call Qin Lang Alung sweetly, he couldn't help but frown.
"Qin Lang, who is this?" Lu Jun asked unwillingly.
Su Shirhan turned her head, and when she saw Lu Jun, she instantly became a cold beauty. She glanced at him with a bit of disdain and said in a cold voice, "I am Qin Lang's girlfriend."
Lu Jun's face darkened. Qin Lang actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. How is this possible? Their family is bankrupt. Su Shirhan didn't care about his expression at all.
When she turned to face Qin Lang, she put on a sweet smile again. "Alung, I just saw a few green plants in the store. There are money trees and small pine and cypress trees that look very delicate. They are perfect for our Sankanzai.
Let's buy them back and put them in the store. They will definitely attract attention when the new store opens."
Qin Lang understood Su Shirhan's intention, lowered his head and smiled, saying, "It's up to you to decide, I'll go pay."
Su Shirhan pouted and said, "How can that be possible?"
"Of course, you, the boss, have to personally check the things in the store." Qin Lang suppressed the wildly raised corners of his mouth, and saw from the corner of his eye that Lu Jun was almost angry to death. He smiled at Su Shirhan, the instigator, and said ambiguously, "It's up to the boss lady to make the decision."
The boss listens to the boss lady.
Looking at their show as if no one was around, Lu Jun got completely furious. He originally wanted to provoke Qin Lang, but now, Qin Lang not only has a girl who is more beautiful than his girlfriend, but he is also going to open his own shop.
It's ridiculous. Qin Lang is only 20 years old. How can he be his own boss and open a shop?
You know, he begged for a long time at home, but his father wouldn't let him go to the company, let alone give him money to start his own business.
Lu Jun was so angry that his eyes turned red.
He looked directly at Su Shirhan and said without thinking, "My beautiful lady, you probably don't know yet? The boss you mentioned, his family's company went bankrupt and owed millions.
If you follow him, you will only suffer in the future. You might as well follow me, my family."
As soon as Lu Jun said this, Qin Lang's eyes instantly became cold and stern. He swung his fist directly, knocking back everything Lu Jun wanted to say.
"Lu Jun, you are like your ungrateful father, you can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. I don't want to bother with you, but you covet my Qin Lang's woman, you are looking for death."
Qin Lang's actions were more brutal than his words, and his fists rained down on Lu Jun's back like raindrops. Lu Jun wanted to resist at first, but as soon as he turned around, he was knocked down by Qin Lang. The skills of the two were completely not on the same level. Lu Jun could only flee in panic, but he was still beaten severely by Qin Lang.
Lu Jun's girlfriend was stunned for a while, and finally remembered to take out her mobile phone to record the video. "How dare you hit someone? We're going to sue."
Before he could finish his words, his phone was suddenly grabbed by a delicate hand. Su Shirhan stood in front of her with a cold face and snatched the phone from her hand.
"Sue? Who do you want to sue?"
Seeing that some onlookers were about to take out their phones to record the video, Su Shirhan raised her voice and said, "Taking a video of someone else without their permission and distributing it is an infringement of their portrait rights. According to Article 179 of the Civil Code, the offender should apologize at the least, or pay compensation and bear civil liability at the worst." After Su Shirhan said this, the people around her immediately put away their phones. She lowered her head, deleted the video on her phone, and threw it back into the other person's arms.
After intimidating the other person with a look, Su Shirhan turned to look at Qin Lang, who was beating up the fallen dog, and said loudly, "Lang, forget it, don't argue with the dog." Qin Lang retracted his fist after hearing this.
Lu Jun, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands and his face bruised and swollen, no longer looked like he originally was.
He didn't dare to look at Qin Lang at all. He got up and ran in the opposite direction, not even caring about his girlfriend.
Lu Jun's girlfriend had just been scared by Su Shirhan, and now she saw Lu Jun fleeing and leaving her alone at the scene. She was so angry that her face turned pale, stomped her feet angrily, and ran away with Lu Jun. The two people who had caused the trouble left, and the crowd of onlookers also dispersed.
Su Shirhan walked towards Qin Lang with some worry. "Are you okay?"
When Qin Lang was beating someone just now, he clearly heard her stern warning to everyone not to record the video. Now seeing her worried look on her face, the contrast between the two is so adorable.
He laughed and said, "Of course I'm fine. I was the one who beat the guy up. The dog didn't even touch my clothes." Su Shirhan frowned slightly, pulled up his right hand and said, "How come you're okay?"
"You hit him so many times, your hand still hurts." As she spoke, she really checked the joints of Qin Lang's hands, and saw that they were only slightly red, so she breathed a sigh of relief.
"Qin Lang, you are quite skilled. That fist just now was swung so beautifully."
Qin Lang looked down at her, his eyes burning and direct, with a somewhat ambiguous smile. "Why did you change your words so quickly?"
Su Shirhan shrank back shyly and asked, "What? Didn't you call me a Lang just now? Why did you call me Qin Lang now?" She just called me in a way that sounded intimate and smooth.
And Qin Lang felt that this title was very useful.
Su Shirhan blushed and said in panic, that was just because they were dealing with you alone. I wanted to support you, isn't that woman called June? So that's how it is. I thought you were going to change your tune from now on." Su Shirhan became more and more shy.
She turned away from him and avoided the topic. Qin Lang smiled, but soon became serious again.
"Shirhan, what Lu Jun just said about my family."
Qin Lang was going to explain the situation at home to Su Shirhan, because they were going to get married in the future, and Su Shirhan had the right to know about his family's situation. But before he could finish his words, Su Shirhan said, "It's okay, Qin Lang, we can make money together.
Even if we are bankrupt and our family owes millions, I believe you.
When our store opens, we will save the money we earn for the babies and pay back the debts. I will also work hard to make money, and we will soon be able to pay off the millions of foreign debts. Xin Lang felt warm in his heart when he saw her determined look. He smiled dotingly and ruffled her hair, saying, "Shirhan, I'm really touched that you think so, but unfortunately, you probably won't have the chance to pay the debt with me. Our family did owe several million before, but my parents have lived frugally and worked hard in their hometown in the past few years. At the beginning of this year, they have paid off all the previous debts. You can follow me and don't have to bear the debt. But Shirhan, it's true that our family doesn't have much savings right now." Chapter 66. Su Shirhan smiled and said, "If you are not afraid of being in debt, why should you be afraid of starting from scratch? Isn't what we are doing now starting from scratch? I am willing to fight with you, Xin Lang. Sankanzai will be where we start, and it will also be the starting point for our new life to get better and better." When Xin Lang heard this, his eyes lit up, and the burning look in his eyes almost made Su Shirhan unable to resist. She tilted her head and blinked her eyelashes quickly. "It's so hot, I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea, and then we'll go back with the car." After saying that, she turned and left. Xin Lang looked at her back, and his eyes softened. Su Shirhan is really a good girl. She had been pregnant for 8 months silently in the past year. Now that she knows his family situation, she not only does not back down, but encourages him and wants to stay with him. He must cherish such a good mother and let her and the babies live a good life. Su Shirhan quickly bought 2 cups of milk tea, one at room temperature for herself and one with ice for Xin Lang. The 2 men sat in the dump bed of the pickup truck, and the newly purchased tree benches came in handy. However, the tree bench had no backrest, and there was no seatbelt in the dump box. When the car started, Su Shirhan almost fell down due to inertia. Fortunately, Xin Lang was quick to pull her into his arms. In this position, Su Shirhan's head was right against his chest, and her face couldn't help but feel hot. "Sit close to me. I'll hold on to the outside of the car. Otherwise, if the driver brakes, we'll probably fall off." Considering the safety issue, Su Shirhan nodded, but she did not lean on Xin Lang's arms. Instead, she leaned against him and grabbed the clothes on his arm with one hand. This cautious posture looks like a young boy in love. It happened to be dusk, the sun was setting, and the 2 of them were sitting in the back of the car, looking at the busy city. Xin Lang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. These days are hopeful, warm, sweet, and down to earth. Back at the store, the workers moved the things into the store and left, and Xin Lang and his team had to arrange the rest themselves. It was still early, and Xin Lang and Su Shirhan looked at the babies in the video and found that the 3 little ones were sleeping soundly, so they decided to put their things in place before going back. When Xin Lang was moving the table, Su Shirhan wanted to come over to help, but Xin Lang immediately said, "No. These solid wood furniture are too heavy, please don't touch them." Su Shirhan stood there, not knowing where to put her hands. "What can I do for you?" Xin Lang looked at the newly bought things and said, "Sit down and rest for a while. I'll put the cabinet away and you'll be responsible for placing those small items." Su Shirhan nodded and instantly became happy. "Okay." Xin Lang put down the table and put the cabinet away first, and then Su Shirhan also started to get busy. She was only responsible for placing small items and arranging their positions, while Xin Lang was busy inside and outside, moving tables and stools. Looking at his busy back and the sky gradually darkening outside, Su Shirhan suddenly felt a warm and sweet feeling in her heart. This moment of working on the shop with Xin Lang is wonderful. Everything was put in place. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the store were on. Under the light, these old items and furniture were covered with a hazy glow, making them look more comfortable. Xin Lang and Su Shirhan sat in the rocking chair and looked around. These pieces of furniture fit really well in the store. Now the store no longer looks like a boutique. It looks like a place for art. Su Shirhan said with a smile. Xin Lang nodded and said, "Yes, it was our Shirhan who designed it well." Su Shirhan lowered her head and smiled, looking around, pursed her lips and said, "Xin Lang, I think the pink wall in our store should be slightly changed in color. It was a boutique before, so pink certainly looked good, but now we have changed it to Sankanzai, and we use solid wood second-hand furniture, so pink looks a bit eye-catching." Xin Lang took a look and said, "Then let's come over tomorrow and repaint this wall to a more atmospheric gray. What do you think?" "Well, gray is a good color. It suits the atmosphere of our store. When the time comes, we'll put the 2 money trees and a few potted plants on the ground, and install the hanging cabinets we bought today on the wall. We can then display the merchandise on them. According to what the boss lady said, I will have 2 classes tomorrow morning, and we will do it in the afternoon. When I come back at noon, I will go to the building materials store over there to buy paint. The two returned home after discussing it. In the next 2 days, whenever Qin Lang had no classes, he and Su Shirhan would come to the store to set up the place. After 3 days, they finally managed to put Sankanzai in place. The sign has been custom made, and now all we need to do is sell the goods before we can open for business. Today is Saturday. Qin Lang went to buy a full set of carving tools and some wood carving raw materials. He put all 3 large boxes into the study. He planned to make more during the weekend. If he had more finished products, he could open Sankanzai on his own. Su Shirhan was sleeping in the room with her 3 little ones. Qin Lang went to see them, then tiptoed out of the bedroom and went to the study to start working. On the first day of opening, the store's reputation had not yet been established, and the customers were definitely college students, so Qin Lang planned to carve some small wooden ornaments in the first batch, with small animals as the theme, such as cute wooden kittens, puppies, lions, tigers, owls, and other cute ornaments. He also plans to carve a pair of walnuts first, which will take a lot of time, so he plans to make a pair to use as store tokens. He can also carve some olive and walnut bracelets, which are low in cost and acceptable to students. At this time, Qin Lang was carving an owl. The general shape was already there, and he was currently carving out the details. Qin Lang was working very seriously when the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. It was Qin's mother calling. Qin Lang picked up the phone, and because he had to carve at the same time, he turned on the speaker.
Mom, why do you call me so frequently recently? Do you miss me?
Qin Lang asked with a smile. When Qin's mother heard her son's voice on the other end of the phone, a smile appeared on her face.
Of course I miss you, but today, I have something to ask you. Son, are you in love at school?
Before Qin Lang could answer, Qin's mother said again, "Don't lie to me."
I must know something, so I'm asking this. If you lie to me, I can tell.
When Qin Lang heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. The last time Mom asked him about this, he sounded uncertain, but now he says this, so he must know something. Thinking about it more carefully, the problem should be with Lu Jun.
Who are the Lu family? Lu Jun is their precious son. He was beaten by Qin Lang that day. He probably went back to complain.
With the mean face of the Lu family, they might have reported the matter to their parents. However, his parents didn't say a word about this.
Qin Lang knew that they definitely believed in him. Chapter 67. So, Qin Lang smiled and said, "Mom, since you said so, what else can I say? Just admit it. Haha, you little brat, there's nothing to hide about your relationship. You're in college now, and your dad and I support you."
Mother Qin was extremely happy on the other end of the phone. Although she knew her son was in love when the Lu family called to complain that her son had beaten Lu Jun for a woman, the joy was different when she heard her son admit it with her own ears. Mother Qin said, "Son, you are in love now, it's different from when you were alone before.
You can't let girls spend money outside. I will ask your father to transfer money to you later.
If you don't have enough money, you can tell us at any time."
No need, Mom. I have enough money to spend. Didn't I tell you last time that I can earn my own money now? Why do you want to earn money? You need to go to school and have a relationship. Don't do odd jobs. Qin's mother said.
Qin Lang was helpless and smiled, "No, Mom, I'm doing serious business, not odd jobs." Mother Qin didn't take her son's words seriously, because she felt that her son was just a sophomore in college, and even if he wanted to earn money, he should go out and do some part-time work to earn some hard-earned money. "Son, your first priority now is to study and take good care of your girlfriend.
Your father and I will take care of the money.
Our family is debt-free now, and all the money your father and I earn is for you.
By the way, son, when will your summer vacation start? What day will you be back?"
Qin Lang thought about the fact that he still had to accompany Su Shirhan home, so he said, "Mom, I should go back a little later this year. I may have to go somewhere else after the holiday." He didn't mention any other places, but Qin Ma guessed it. "My son is probably going to send his girlfriend home, maybe even meet his parents, that's great." Mother Qin was very excited and couldn't wait to know what her future daughter-in-law looked like.
She didn't know if her son was with her daughter-in-law now, so she asked, "Son, is it convenient for you now? Let's have a video chat. I can't see you when I call." Qin Lang looked at the surroundings and thought for a while.
There was no need to hide this from his parents, lest they always worry about not having enough money. So, Qin Lang agreed, and Qin's mother immediately hung up the phone and called him via video. After Qin Lang answered the call, Mother Qin noticed at a glance that something was wrong with the environment, and her son was still working on something with his head down, looking very serious.
Son, where are you? It doesn't look like your dormitory. Mom, I rented a house outside. I just rented it a few days ago and now I'm moving out.
Qin Lang looked up and said, then continued to carve with his head down. Mother Qin's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. It seems that she and Lao Qin guessed correctly.
Their son and daughter-in-law really are.
Their daughter-in-law is probably pregnant, so she has to move out.
My son is awesome.
Very good, son.
Your house looks nice. Is it not far from your school?
Not far, just 10 minutes walk.
So close? The rent must be expensive. Have you spent all your money? Mom.
Qin Lang raised his head helplessly, holding up the small wooden sculpture in his hand and said, "You really don't have to give me money, Mom.
I'm going to open a store now. I've rented a storefront and have finished the decoration. I'm just waiting to open it." Open a store? Mother Qin looked at him with a puzzled look. Son, what kind of store do you want to open?
Son, starting a business is good, but you are just a sophomore now. I don't think it's urgent, and physical stores are very risky. The investment cost is high. If you can't make money, then you will lose money. Mother Qin's face was serious, because her own family had experienced many ups and downs, and now she was worried that her son was too eager for success. Qin Lang put the wood carving in front of the camera and said, "Sell this, Mom, take a look, these are all carved by your son and I."
It doesn't cost much.
It's impossible to lose money by making money with your craft. Mother Qin looked at the owl on the screen seriously. In just a short while, Qin Lang had finished it. The owl's feathers were clearly visible and its eyes looked very charming. With a little polishing on the outside, it would definitely be a beautiful art piece. Mother Qin was surprised.
Son, did you carve this? Kindness. When did you learn carving? And you carved so well, there must be someone willing to buy it.
Qin's mother said in surprise. I studied it myself when I had nothing to do.
I have pretty good skills, so I thought about opening a shop to make some money.
By the way, Mom, you really don't have to worry about the money. I carved 2 pairs of walnuts before and sold them for a total of 700,000 yuan. After deducting the rent and the storefront investment, I still have several 100,000 yuan left, which is enough to spend. Mother Qin was even more surprised.
Son, you said you sold the walnuts you carved for 700,000?
Well, walnut carving is very delicate and difficult, and its value is also high. I will also carve some walnut carvings for high-end customers in the future. Seeing her son talking about these plans, Mother Qin became more and more surprised. At the end, Qin's mother's eyes almost turned red. She hurriedly said, "Son, I am so proud of you.
Then you should work hard and don't be too tired. You should focus on your health. You can earn money slowly. You are still young, so don't rush." Got it, Mom.
You and Dad should take care of yourselves at home. I will go back to Shao City after I finish my work here.
Well, then Mom won't disturb you from working. Bye.
After hanging up the phone, Qin's mother couldn't help but sit there and cry. When Qin's father came back after helping a customer pick up a package, he saw her in tears and had no idea what had happened, so he quickly ran over with a tissue.
What happened? Qin's father asked with a worried look on his face.
Mother Qin wiped her tears and said with a smile, "It's okay."
It's okay, why are you crying? I am so happy that I am crying.
As she spoke, Mother Qin told Father Qin everything about Qin Lang's situation, including that her son had rented a house, made money, planned to open a store, and her son's good cooking skills. After hearing this, Qin's father was stunned for more than half a minute, then he excitedly lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and after calming down a little, he smiled and said, "Our Lang Lang has really matured insensible after falling in love. He knows how to make money to support the family." Mother Qin's eyes were red, but the corners of her mouth were always raised. "Yes, my son is very capable now.
He may be better than you in the future." Father Qin chuckled, "Isn't that a sure thing? The disciple is better than the master."
The old couple looked at each other happily for a long time. When Qin's mother's mood gradually calmed down, she suddenly thought, "Old Qin, my son and his daughter-in-law are living outside. He has to go to his daughter-in-law's place during the summer vacation and then come back. It must be that his daughter-in-law is pregnant. He has to take care of the pregnant woman, go to school and run a store.
My son should be too busy, right? Otherwise, why don't we go over to help? Chapter 68.
Father Chin thought about it while smoking, then shook his head and said, "No, my son didn't mention it. We can't go there rashly, or we'll scare our daughter-in-law." Mother Chin nodded quickly. "That's right, then I'll call my son and ask him, in case he's too busy."
Okay, then ask. Mother Chin called Chin Lang again.
This time Father Chin was also there, so he asked her to use the hands-free mode. Chin Lang understood what his mother meant and immediately said, "Mom, I can handle this, you and Dad just need to take care of yourselves.
Summer vacation is about to start, why are you bothering to come here?"
His attitude was firm, so Chin's father and mother had to give up. They told him to take care of his health and then hung up the phone.
This weekend, Chin Lang was busy in the study. On the weekend evening, Su Shirhan saw more than 30 small animal ornaments on the table, as well as a pile of exquisite walnut carvings in a brocade box.
She was surprised.
"Chin Lang, you have done so much?"
"Well, wood carving small animals is very quick to make, and I can make one in half an hour. However, walnut carving takes time, but the store also needs a pair of store treasures, so I carved a pair first.
If I only do wood carvings, I should be able to finish more."
Su Shirhan happily looked at all these and said with a smile, "It's okay, Chin Lang, we can wait a while and open the business after we have more things."
"Well, the signboard hasn't been made yet. Once the signboard is finished and delivered, the finished product should be almost ready.
Then we can open the business directly." Su Shirhan nodded, looking at the sculptures in front of her, her heart full of anticipation. The next day was Monday, and Chin Lang had to go to school, but today's classes were in the afternoon, so he could rest at home in the morning. But after breakfast in the morning, Su Shirhan received a call. After returning, she said to Chin Lang, "Chin Lang, I have to go back to school this morning. The final exam is coming up soon, and the instructor asked me to go back and get the review materials to prepare for the exam."
"No problem. I'm at home in the morning and I have class in the afternoon," Chin Lang said. Su Shirhan nodded, made some preparations, and went out. She went straight to the counselor's office.
When the counselor saw Su Shirhan, he smiled and waved at her. As soon as Su Shirhan sat down, the instructor looked at her belly and said with some surprise, "Shirhan, your figure has recovered so well that you can't tell that you just gave birth to a baby. By the way, the teacher hasn't congratulated you yet. Is it a boy or a girl?" The counselor knew that she was pregnant because all the procedures at the school had to be handled by her. When Su Shirhan's belly got bigger, she also came to her to handle some things.
"They are triplets. The older brother is a boy, and there are 2 younger sisters," Su Shirhan said. The instructor was shocked and almost cried out in excitement. Seeing that there were other people in the room, she quickly lowered her voice and said, "They are triplets? Shirhan, you are amazing." "Thank you, Teacher Wu,"
Su Shirhan said lightly. The instructor smiled at her and took out a stack of materials and placed them in front of her.
"This is the review material I asked the teachers of each subject for. Take it back and have a look.
You have completed all the credits for this semester, but you still have to take the final exam.
The teacher knows that you have just completed a major event in your life.
However, the teacher feels that women in our new era cannot be like before, just to get married and have children.
Even if you become a mother, you still cannot neglect your studies.
It's not uncommon for college students to get married and have children now. 2 years ago, there was a girl from the English major who took a year off to get married and have a baby. However, after having a child, she probably lost interest in her studies. After returning, she failed 5 courses in a row and was directly persuaded to drop out of school.
In the end, she didn't even get her diploma. Shirhan, you are a top student. When you came in, you were the top student in our class. The teacher believes that you will not be like this, right?
Academic qualifications will still be very important in the future, especially a degree from a key university, the counselor said earnestly.
Su Shirhan nodded and said, "Teacher Wu, don't worry, I understand."
She also wants to create a blueprint for the future with Chin Lang, and will definitely not neglect her studies.
"Okay, teacher believes in you."
The instructor smiled. Coming out of the teaching office, Su Shirhan walked on the campus she had not seen for a long time, holding some documents.
"As soon as I walked onto the main road, I ran into Zheng Feiyu."
As soon as Zheng Feiyu saw Su Shirhan, his eyes immediately lit up, but when he thought about the last time he was beaten up by Chin Lang, he felt a little scared. But seeing that Su Shirhan was alone, he plucked up the courage to walk up to her.
"Xiaomei Su, are you back to school?"
Su Shirhan nodded slightly and was very cold towards him. Seeing this, Zheng Feiyu couldn't help but say, Xiaomei Su, as your senior, I can't watch you go down the wrong path.
I have to advise you that Qin Lang is not a good person.
You must not stay with him for too long.
Hearing him mention Qin Lang's name, Su Shihan couldn't help but stop.
She remembered that she had not told Zheng Feiyu Qin Lang's name.
How did Zheng Feiyu know it?
Seeing Su Shihan stop, Zheng Feiyu felt that something was going to happen, so he immediately said, Xiaomei Su, Qin Lang is really too violent. The last time I met him, I didn't say anything, but he started beating people up.
I think he has a tendency to be violent, and he might even commit domestic violence after getting married. You should stay away from this kind of person. Did Qin Lang beat Zheng Feiyu?
Su Shihan thought about it and immediately associated it with the bloodstains on Qin Lang's clothes last time. He said that he met some scoundrels outside, but now it seems that Zheng Feiyu was beaten up because he went to cause trouble for Qin Lang. Zheng Feiyu didn't notice Su Shihan's cold expression at all, and continued to chatter on, Su Shueme, I heard from Qin Lang's classmates that he is still renting a house outside. A poor boy like him has no future.
I am different.
Shueme, my family has bought me a car and a house nearby. If you are with me, I will definitely take good care of you and pamper you like a little princess. Before Zheng Feiyu could finish his words, a fist with wind suddenly swung towards his nose.
This was unexpected, and Zheng Feiyu could not help but stare in amazement.
He took a step back, covering his nose with horror. After being beaten by Qin Lang last time, he not only paid compensation to the martial arts school, but also paid a large sum of tuition. He has been studying in the martial arts school recently, so when he saw Su Shihan's punch, he immediately realized that she had practiced it.
Unexpectedly, the goddess fists are not vegetarian either. I'm warning you, don't provoke Qin Lang in the future, otherwise I will beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Su Shihan clenched her fists and said in a cold voice. Zheng Feiyu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the goddess would defend Qin Lang so much. Seeing him looking at her in a daze and fear, Su Shihan glanced at him coldly, then ignored him and turned away. Chapter 69.
When Su Shihan returned home, she smelled the familiar aroma of food as soon as she opened the door. She couldn't help but curl her lips, changed into slippers and walked towards the kitchen.
Qin Lang saw her come in and said with a smile, Are you back?
It smells so good. I made your favorite sweet and sour fish.
You have a really good nose.
Qin Lang brought out the sweet and sour fish that had just been taken out of the pot. The bright red soup had a strong sweet aroma and it looked super delicious at first glance.
Su Shihan couldn't help swallowing. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner.
Qin Lang couldn't help but smile when he saw her greedy look.
Su Shihan took another look at the sweet and sour fish and gritted her teeth and said, I'll go check on the babies first and then I'll be back.
In the room, the three little babies were still sleeping soundly. Looking at their fair little faces, Su Shihan gently kissed them on the face, not daring to do anything else. If I wake up the three little troublemakers, I won't be able to enjoy the food properly. After washing his hands, Qin Lang was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her.
When he saw her come out, he handed her the rice. How was school today? The teacher didn't say anything, right?
Qin Lang asked with concern.
Su Shihan shook her head and said, It's okay. The instructor just gave me the review materials for each subject. I still need to go back to take the final exam at the end of June.
Yes, the final exams are coming up soon, and the store will be open in a few days. Take some time to read the materials and don't be too tired. Su Shihan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm a top student.
What she said was true. Su Shihan, the campus belle of Zhenghai University, was a well-known female academic master.
Qin Lang, you have to go back to school recently, and you also have to make sculptures to sell, as well as the final exams. I think that studying should come first, and you can put the shop on hold for a while.
Su Shihan said.
Qin Lang smiled at her and said confidently, Don't worry, I will have no problem with the final exam. After all, I am the family member of a top student. Su Shihan was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and laughed. After lunch, the sun gradually disappeared. After Qin Lang went to school, the sky gradually began to darken. Su Shihan was at home with her three little ones taking a nap when she was suddenly awakened by a thunder. She subconsciously called out, Qin Lang.
His right hand couldn't help but put it on the bracelet.
Qin Lang, who was in class, suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist. He looked down and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise.
He pressed the bracelet lightly, and Su Shirhan immediately received feedback. Could this little girl be missing me? Qin Lang thought.
Su Shirhan glanced at the time and thought that Qin Lang should be in class at this time.
She couldn't help feeling annoyed, but at the same time, she couldn't help laughing. Habits are a terrible thing. Miss Su, are you awake? I just heard you calling Mr. Qin in the kitchen. Mr. Qin has already gone to class. Aunt Wang appeared at the bedroom door.
Su Shirhan raised her head and smiled at her, saying, I know. I was awakened by the thunder just now, and I subconsciously shouted, I'm fine, Aunt Wang, you go and do your work. As she said that, Su Shirhan got up from the bed, but as soon as she moved, she suddenly felt a pain in her waist. She frowned, took a deep breath, and reached out to support her lower back. Aunt Wang saw that she looked unhappy, and just as she was about to leave, she turned around and asked, What's wrong, Miss Su? Su Shirhan shook her head, her face a little pale. It's okay, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang looked at her for a while before going back to the living room to continue her work. Su Shirhan sat on the edge of the bed, her waist still aching slightly. The pain in the lower back spine felt like it was being pricked by needles, and then like someone was hitting it with a sledgehammer. The pain came intermittently. Su Shirhan felt uncomfortable the whole afternoon. It was uncomfortable to sit up, so she simply lay down. However, lying down only relieved the pain slightly. It was almost evening, and there was only half an hour left before Qin Lang finished his get out of class. It started raining outside, and there was no sign of stopping. The rain was getting heavier.
Su Shirhan endured the pain and left the bedroom. Seeing Aunt Wang in the living room, she asked, Aunt Wang, did Qin Lang bring an umbrella when he went out? Aunt Wang shook her head. It seems not, Miss Su. It wasn't raining when Mr. Qin went out to teach. It started to rain about 40 to 50 minutes after he left. Su Shirhan looked at the rain outside the window, immediately went back to the house, put on her coat, took 2 umbrellas and went out. Although the journey from school to home is not long, Qin Lang would be soaked if he came back in the rain. School. After school. Yang Bin looked at the weather outside and asked, Why is it raining out of nowhere? I didn't bring an umbrella. Do you have one?
Sun Tzu shook his head and Zhou Qi spread his hands helplessly.
Yang Bin frowned, Damn, then we can only run back. Brother Lang, do you have an umbrella? Sun Tzu asked Qin Lang.
Qin Lang looked at the sky and shook his head helplessly, No.
Then what are you going to do?
It only takes us 3 or 5 minutes to run back to the dormitory.
The worst that can happen is we get caught in the rain, but you still have to go home. Yang Bin said worriedly. Brother, I'm in good health, so what's there to be afraid of getting caught in the rain?
Qin Lang smiled, stood up and walked out of the classroom in a casual manner.
Many students gathered in the corridor at the entrance, all trapped by the rain.
Some boys dived into the rain, trying to beat everything with speed, but most of the students just stood there waiting. Qin Lang was about to run back home, but suddenly he saw a figure walking towards him. Su Shirhan was holding a purple-black umbrella and a black umbrella in her hand, and was walking towards this side. Her eyes swept among the students, as if she was looking for something. When she saw Qin Lang, her expression suddenly softened and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The beautiful girl's smile immediately made the students around her gasp. Zhenghai's campus beauty, who is rarely seen in a century, is indeed so beautiful that her smile can captivate the whole city. Yang Bin also saw Su Shirhan. He nudged Qin Lang's shoulder in an ambiguous way and said, Sister-in-law is here to take you home, Brother Lang. Qin Lang walked down the stairs, and Su Shirhan immediately quickened his pace, and the two stood under the umbrella. Why are you here? Qin Lang asked. I don't think the rain will stop for a while, so I'll come and pick you up. Su Shirhan said. Qin Lang reached out and wiped a drop of rain off her forehead, saying, It's raining so hard and it's windy, you should rest at home. It's okay, I brought an umbrella. Su Shirhan shook the umbrella in her hand. The cold icy rain splashed on my face, and my warm tears mixed with the cold rain. Suddenly, singing was heard behind them. Qin Lang and Su Shirhan turned around and saw their 3 roommates pretending to cry. Seeing them turn around, Yang Bin said, Hey, what a handful of dog food, it makes my stomach cold. Sun Tzu, Brother Lang, who has a family, is different. When it rains, there are people to pick him up. Unlike us single guys, we can only sing ice rain and feel lonely and cold. Zhou Qi, lemons on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree, sour. The classmates around couldn't help but burst into laughter, but looking at Qin Lang and Su Shirhan standing side by side under the umbrella in the rain, they all looked envious.
Chapter 70.
Su Shirhan was amused by them and smiled slightly. Qin Lang also smiled and glanced at the umbrella in Su Shirhan's hand.
He turned around and asked, "Shirhan, let's go home with an umbrella?"
Su Shirhan understood his intention and immediately handed over the black umbrella in her hand. Qin Lang handed the black umbrella to Yang Bin. "Don't be jealous, take it, your sister-in-law and I will hold an umbrella together and go back." Yang Bin happily took it and said with a smile, "That's great.
We don't have to go back in the rain. This is what it means when one person succeeds, the whole family benefits."
Sun Tzu and Zhou Qi beside him rolled their eyes at him. "Who are you calling a chicken?
Who are you calling a dog?"
Yang Bin said, "Single dogs are also dogs. In front of brother Lang and sister-in-law, we are all poor single dogs." Qin Lang smiled, turned around and walked back with Su Shirhan.
The rain was neither heavy nor light. When the wind blew, the raindrops flew straight under the umbrella. Su Shirhan and Qin Lang walked side by side. A big umbrella could not completely cover both of them in such heavy rain.
Qin Lang's arm was tilted from the beginning, most of the umbrella was over Su Shirhan's head, and his left shoulder was already mostly wet by the rain.
"Your roommates are really interesting,"
Su Shirhan said with a smile. "They are talkative. Boys are always like this when they are together."
Qin Lang pulled her towards him. The two of them were almost shoulder to shoulder.
At such a close distance, Su Shirhan seemed to be able to feel the heat coming from Qin Lang's t-shirt.
She couldn't help but breathe faster. "The wind is too strong. If we walk back like this, both of us will get soaked. Let me hold you."
After Qin Lang said this, he put his arm around Su Shirhan and held her tightly in his arms, then tilted the umbrella forward to block the raindrops brought by the north wind. Under the small umbrella, the two of them were pressed tightly together. Su Shirhan rested her head on Qin Lang's chest. Listening to the steady and strong heartbeat coming from inside, she smiled shyly.
Rainy days are really romantic.
The two of them ran all the way, and when they returned to the community, half of Qin Lang's body was wet. Su Shirhan was well protected by him, but the hem of her trousers was still wet. Qin Lang frowned slightly and said, "Don't pick me up next time.
It's raining so hard, what if you catch a cold?"
Su Shirhan was gently scolded by her, and couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, "But if I don't go, you will come back in the rain."
"I'm a grown man, what's the big deal about getting a little wet in the rain?" Qin Lang laughed.
You're okay, I feel heartbroken."
Su Shirhan's voice was almost inaudible.
However, Qin Lang had good hearing and still heard the last three words. He felt sweet in his heart and took Su Shirhan's hand and said, "Let's go upstairs." As soon as he entered the room, Qin Lang immediately went to the bathroom to get a large bath towel and wrap Su Shirhan in it, saying, "Go take a hot bath."
"You go too, your clothes are all wet."
Su Shirhan knew that in order to take care of her, most of Qin Lang's body was not under the umbrella.
"Yeah."
Qin Lang nodded and took her to the bathroom.
Perhaps because she moved too hastily, Su Shirhan frowned suddenly.
She didn't move, but slowly squatted down. In fact, her waist had been aching for the whole afternoon. She had just gone out for a walk and was blown by the cold wind, so the pain was even worse now. Qin Lang's heart was hanging when he saw this.
He squatted down and asked, "What's wrong?"
Su Shirhan's face turned pale, and she pressed one hand on her spine, unable to speak because of the pain.
Aunt Wang ran over at this time, and looking at Su Shirhan's reaction, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss Su, do you have a backache?" Su Shirhan couldn't speak and could only nod.
In just a few seconds, cold sweat covered her forehead. Qin Lang was also anxious and frowned. "Why is your waist hurting for no reason?
Did you fall today?"
Su Shirhan shook her head and leaned weakly in Qin Lang's arms, unable to stand up at all. Qin Lang didn't know whether she had fallen or had some other reason causing the back pain, so he didn't dare to move too much for a moment. At this time, Aunt Wang beside her said, "Miss Su, is your waist hurting after giving birth?"
Su Shirhan nodded.
When Qin Lang heard this, he immediately picked her up and carefully placed her on the big bed in the master bedroom. As long as her spine isn't injured, there's no problem picking her up.
"Auntie Wang, what's the matter with this back pain after giving birth?" Qin Lang asked.
Aunt Wang said, "Back pain is a common thing after childbirth, and Miss Su had a cesarean section, so the chance of back pain is even higher because when she was given anesthesia, the needle was inserted into the spine."
Miss Su's condition seems to be related to the surgical anesthesia.
Ding, it is detected that the mother is in unbearable pain.
Would you like to activate the skill of treating postpartum back pain?
This skill includes Chinese medicine, physiotherapy, acupuncture, massage techniques, and related Chinese medicine knowledge.
Xi Lang was listening to Aunt Wan's explanation anxiously when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. That's great.
If the system takes action at this time, it will definitely cure the disease.
Activation. Xi Lang issued a command in his mind, and in a blink of an eye, the feeling of his brain being developed appeared again.
A lot of relevant knowledge about massage techniques and acupuncture therapy for treating postpartum back pain appeared in his mind. Aunt Wan was talking when she suddenly noticed that Xi Lang's eyes seemed to change, and his whole state was completely different. She was a little surprised.
At this time, Xi Lang said, "I see. You take care of my wife. I'll go out to buy some things and come back soon."
After Qin Lang finished speaking, he immediately took an umbrella and went to the drugstore downstairs, where he bought a set of acupuncture kits, as well as a series of Chinese medicines including mugwort, chuanwu, sawu, guizhi, ephedra, eukamia, acaranthes, schizonepida, sapochnikovia, acanthopanax, clematis, eukamia, and angelica. When I was carrying a bunch of things home, Aunt Wang was taking care of Su Shirhan in the room. Her condition was a little better, but her face was still pale.
"Mr. Qin, what are you doing?"
"I bought some Chinese medicine and I'll boil it in a while. Aunt Wang, please keep an eye on it while I give Shirhan acupuncture."
Ah. Aunt Wan was shocked. Su Shirhan also looked at him in surprise. "Xi Lang, you can give me acupuncture? Do you know Chinese medicine?"
Xi Lang nodded, walked over and gently touched her head. His movements were lighter than usual, and he carefully wiped the cold sweat from her forehead.
"Don't be afraid, it won't hurt in a while." "Mr. Qin, you also know Chinese medicine? Acupuncture is very rare. It requires finding the correct acupuncture points. Is it really okay for you to do it yourself at home?" Aunt Wang asked.
Xi Lang said, "Don't worry, Aunt Wang, I'll go get the medicine now. You go to the kitchen and wait for me, and help me boil the medicine later." Seeing his confident look, Aunt Wang no longer had any doubts in her heart. Although Qin Lang was young, he was a very capable man. His sculptures were all great, so when he said he could do it, Aunt Wang believed him.
"Okay, I'll go wash the small sandpot now."
After Aunt Wang left, Qin Lang looked at Su Shirhan, who was lying weak and in pain on the bed, and his eyes were filled with heartache. He carried Xianxian and Yutong, who had just woken up, to the bed and placed them next to Su Shirhan.
"Shirhan, I'm going to boil some medicine. Let the babies stay with you first. I'll be back soon." Su Shirhan smiled weakly and nodded slightly.